Chen Lin traverses into the Tianyuan World, acquiring a system of 10,000-fold critical return. By imparting or bestowing upon a disciple a particular item, one can achieve the utmost 10,000-fold critical return. If you bestow 10 years of cultivation to a disciple, triggering a 100-fold critical return, you shall receive 1,000 years of cultivation. If you grant a disciple a frost divine pill, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return, you shall receive a supreme immortal pill. If you bestow upon a disciple the Tai Mountain's foundational technique, Tai Divine Art, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return, you shall receive the 9 transformations mystical art. When he suddenly turned around, he realized he had become invincible throughout the world. Chapter 1. Struck down by his own disciple. In the Tianyuan World, within the Taishan domain, at the Yusuxian Zone on Tai E Peak, in an ancient, quaint courtyard, Chen Lin abruptly rose, his face a canvas of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Damn, I have indeed traversed. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of vast memories flooded his mind. Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He truly had crossed over, and had become one of the 12 mountain masters of Yusuxian Zone, his status second only to that of the sect's headmaster. What saddened him most was that aside from this title, he possessed nothing. Other mountain sects were brimming with countless disciples, yet he found himself lacking both strength and followers, a solitary figure without an army. The original body was 20 years old, having encountered his master, the former mountain master of Tai E, at the age of 10, who took him as a disciple and brought him back to Tai Mountain. However, within 3 days of returning, this master met his untimely demise. As the sole heir of Tai Mountain, it was only natural that he ascended to the position of Mountain Master. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Lin, lacking a renowned mentor and with insufficient time spent cultivating, found himself in an exceedingly awkward position within the Yusuxian Zone, where strength reigned supreme. The reason for his crossing into this original body was that he had been killed by someone, and to add insult to injury, he, the Mountain Master of Tai E, had been struck down by a disciple. At this moment, he must have become the laughingstock of the entire Yusuxian Zone. Alas, all of this stemmed from his lack of power. Had he been strong, he would not have been looked down upon by the younger generation, nor would he have been beaten to death. Furthermore, Tai Mountain had not received any cultivation resources allocated by the sect for 3 consecutive years. Rest assured, original body, since I have become you, your enmity is now mine. I shall take vengeance on your behalf. All of this is because of a lack of strength. I must devise a way to elevate my power, Chen Lin sighed. His late master had left behind a pile of magical artifacts and manuals, yet he had passed away, leaving Chen Lin to rely on his own exploration of cultivation over the years, many techniques of which he barely understood. Ding! Sensing that the host is in a predicament and has met the system binding requirements, the 10,000-fold critical return system is now binding for you. What? A system, a golden finger. Chen Lin was overjoyed. His standard equipment as a time traveler had finally arrived. When the host imparts or bestows upon disciples cultivation manuals, magical artifacts, pills, or cultivation experience, the system will return rewards, with a maximum of 10,000-fold critical return. 10,000-fold return. Chen Lin nearly leapt in excitement. This meant he would need to gather a multitude of disciples. No problem. As the saying goes, a word from a master sends the disciple running. He must recruit disciples, and many at that. He also needed to check the system panel. Chen Lin quickly summoned the panel, and upon seeing it, he felt an urge to spit blood in frustration. Host, Chen Lin. Realm, body refinement level 10, low cultivation. In the first realm of cultivation, he is inferior even to disciples from other mountain sects who have been training for 5 years. Utterly worthless. Divine abilities, none. Qualifications, ordinary. With such qualifications, had he not encountered a good master, he would not even have qualified to join Yusuxian Zone. A complete failure. Magical artifacts, none. Appearance, ordinary. In a crowd, he would blend in unnoticed. Damn system, am I really that pathetic? Chen Lin was infuriated. This system seemed intent on mocking him. Host, do not panic. This system has already prepared a beginner's gift pack for you. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. I shall claim it immediately. A gift pack. Hopefully it won't let me down. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 years of cultivation and 1 washing marrow pill. In the next moment, a warm current surged into Chen Lin's body, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. He ascended to the second realm, the Qi refinement stage, reaching Qi refinement level 1, then level 2, then level 3. That was it. 10 years of cultivation only elevated him to level 3 of Qi refinement. Indeed, his qualifications were utterly abysmal. Damn system, couldn't you have given me more cultivation? 10 years of cultivation is far too little. Host, do not rush. Please hasten to recruit a disciple, as greater rewards await you. Indeed, I am to recruit disciples. The highest return is a 10,000-fold critical strike. If I were to bestow 10 years of my cultivation upon my disciples, would that not mean a return of 100,000 years of cultivation? This would directly lead to transcendence and divinity. Furthermore, with the cleansing elixir promising a 10,000-fold return, it could be likened to the return of a divine pill. Yet, with my mere third layer of chi refinement, who would be willing to take me as their master? I must descend the mountain to persuade someone. The outside world is fraught with danger. With my current cultivation and fragile physique, I would surely meet a dead end if I ventured out. May I inquire if Master Chen Lin of Tai Mountain is present? I am Xiao, sent by my master to request Master Chen's attendance at the disciple recruitment ceremony in Yuqing Hall. A voice rang out from outside at that moment. Xiao Yi, the chief disciple of the sect leader, is of a similar age to myself, and has already reached the 10th layer of the third realm of refining spirit, a mere half-step away from entering the Ningxia realm. He is a formidable contender for the future leadership of Yushu Xianzong, possessing astonishing aptitude, often referred to as a figure of imperial stature among men. I truly wonder what my master is thinking. This Master Chen Lin is nothing but a farce. As the foremost of Tai Mountain, he was actually defeated by junior brother Wu Ye. In my opinion, his position as the foremost should have been revoked long ago. Xiaoi scoffed. However, junior brother Wu Ye does not strike lightly. I wonder if he has perished. All right, I understand. Just as Xiao intended to enter the courtyard to investigate, Master Chen Lin's voice reached him. He is still alive. Xiao was greatly disappointed and turned to leave Tai Mountain. Master Chen Lin, meanwhile, was perplexed. Having held the position of foremost for 10 years, aside for the passing of his master a decade ago, this was his first summons to Yuqing Hall. Nevertheless, he resolved to see what awaited him. He was troubled by the need to recruit disciples, and perhaps this opportunity would yield one or two. Most importantly, Chen Lin, was no longer the same as before. An hour later, he finally arrived at Yuqing Hall. At a glance, he saw the 12 mountain lords gathered, with a throng of young men and women standing below. Junior brother Chen, I have heard that you clashed with the younger generation and resorted to violence. As the foremost of Tai Mountain, how could you bully the weak? Remarkably, while Chen Lin had yet to address the offense of insubordination, this individual, Wu Zhongyan, the foremost of Wulong Mountain, was quick to retaliate. Chen Lin feigned ignorance, silently taking his place among the 12 mountain lords, the last of them. He understood that none present likely regarded him with any respect. He could even faintly hear the derisive remarks from the disciples, laced with scorn. Remarks about having struck lucky to become the foremost of Tai Mountain and how he had been beaten by Wu Ye, yet appeared unscathed, echoed around him. To have been bested by a disciple was indeed a humiliation. Chen Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He knew this was not the time for anger, and pretending not to hear, he said, "Sect leader, I apologize for my tardiness." Chapter 2. The Unwanted Disciple. The sect leader, Su Yuan, proclaimed, "No worries, junior brother Chen, your arrival is quite timely. This year marks the decennial disciple recruitment ceremony of our Yushu Xianzong. Each esteemed elder has already taken their own disciples, yet this young lady remains unchosen. As for the Tai sect, I recall there has yet to be a disciple under your wing. Please accept her." It was then that Chen Lin noticed the other candidates standing aside, while this young woman knelt on the ground, clad in simple white garments. She radiated an aura of despondency. In merely a glance, Chen Lin comprehended why she had been overlooked. She was born with a 9-yin absolute pulse, her meridians obstructed, making cultivation a nearly insurmountable challenge. However, were she to obtain a divine-grade elixir to cleanse and refine her essence, unblocking her meridians, she would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Her potential boundless. Regrettably, such elixirs are exceedingly rare, and it is unlikely that even the entire Yushu Xianzong could procure more than a few. Each is extraordinarily precious, making it implausible to bestow one upon her. No wonder she had been shunned. Junior brother Chen, do not be misled by her apparent lack of talent. Her perseverance is remarkable. I, too, have taken into account that she has knelt before the immortal ascension platform of our Yushu Xianzong for 3 days and nights, which is why I am granting her this opportunity. Of course, if you are unwilling to take her as your disciple, she must depart from our sect, Su Yuan stated. Chen Lin approached the young woman and inquired, "What is your name?" "Gu Qinxue," she replied. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Chen Lin asked. Gu Qinxue exclaimed in delight, promptly bowing her head in reverence. Disciple Gu Qinxue pays respects to master. Come with me, Chen Lin said, turning to leave the Yuqing Hall. Gu Qianxue hurried to follow. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I never expected our junior brother Chen would actually accept this girl as a disciple. A worthless master and a worthless disciple. What a perfect match. Wu Zhen mocked openly, watching the departing pair. Brother Wu is correct. Our junior brother, Chen, has merely run into luck. Were it not for Uncle Lin's last wish to prevent the Tai sect's teachings from vanishing before his death, he would never have been compelled to accept him as a disciple. He would not have even qualified to join our Yushu Xianzhou, let alone become the head of Tai Mountain. Alas, it seems our 12 mountain gates may soon dwindle to 11. Others chimed in, their words lacking any discretion, clearly audible to Chen Lin and Gu Qianxue. Chen Lin halted and turned to Gu Qianxue, saying, "You have heard their words. Should you wish to retract your decision and not take me as your master, I shall hold no grievance and allow you to leave." Gu Qianxue knelt down, pleading, "I implore you, master, do not cast me away. Since I have pledged myself to you, you shall be my master for all my days. My aptitude may be lacking, and no other sect would take me in, yet you have accepted me. I vow to strive diligently in my cultivation, to prove to them that I am not worthless, and neither are you." "Very well," Chen Lin replied with a smile. "It seems I have not erred in accepting you as my disciple. Moreover, you shall soon demonstrate your abilities to everyone. Come, let us return to Mount Tai." With that, Chen Lin led Gu Qianxue back to Tai Mountain. It was rather disheartening that his cultivation was insufficient. Unless he ascended to the fourth realm, the condensation of qi, he would be unable to take flight. After a full hour, they finally arrived at Tai Mountain. The mountain was quite impoverished, a situation that could be traced back to Master Chen Lin, who had long forsaken home for wandering adventures, leaving what was once a flourishing sect nearly desolate. Even the courtyard atop the mountain had fallen into disrepair. Chen Lin brought Gu Qianxue to the ancestral hall, instructing her to kneel and proclaim, "Qianxue, pay your respects to the ancestors of Tai Mountain. From this moment forth, you shall be the 10th disciple of Tai Mountain." Following his command, Gu Qianxue honored her forebears with a bow. "All right, rise," Chen Lin said. "As the 10th grand disciple of Tai Mountain, you must diligently cultivate to restore the illustrious reputation of our sect throughout the entire Tai Xian domain." "I shall never disappoint my master's expectations and teachings," Gu Qianxue vowed. Chen Lin replied, "Excellent. However, you're naturally hindered by blocked meridians and lackluster talent. We must find a way to enhance your aptitude. Fortunately, I possess a wash marrow pill. Take it." Gu Qianxue was profoundly moved. She understood the value of the wash marrow pill, a precious elixir that could elevate one's innate potential, often worth a fortune. To her astonishment, her master bestowed such a miraculous remedy upon her at the very onset of her training. She bowed deeply to Chen Lin, expressing her gratitude. "Disciple, thanks, master." With that, she swallowed the wash marrow pill in one gulp. As the pill entered her body, a tremendous surge of medicinal energy immediately began to refine Gu Qianxue's physique. In an instant, her previously mediocre aptitude was elevated several levels, reaching a standard that could barely qualify her for entry into the Yushu immortal sect. Filled with joy, Gu Qianxue exclaimed, "Master, my aptitude has improved." Chen Lin nodded in approval. Indeed, a commendable enhancement. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for gifting a wash marrow pill to your disciple. It meets the criteria for critical hit. Would you like to trigger the critical hit?" Critical hit, without hesitation. Chen Lin was almost impatient. Critical hit successful. A 10,000-fold return awarded. 1 Ice Divine Pill. Incredible, my first critical hit yields a 10,000-fold reward. And it's a divine pill. Chen Lin thought, pleased with his choice of disciple. Once consumed, it would grant her the Ice Divine Body, one of the most esteemed physiques in the realm of cultivation. Chen Lin could hardly contain his eagerness to take it, but in the next moment, a thought struck him, a notion arose from deep within. If he were to bestow the Ice Divine Pill upon his disciple, would it not trigger another critical hit return? Promptly, Chen Lin retrieved the Ice Divine Pill and presented it to Gu Qianxue, saying, "I have here an Ice Divine Pill. Should you choose to consume it, your aptitude will undoubtedly surpass that of the Yushu immortal sect." With the term divine pill attached, such elixirs were invariably extraordinary. If the heads of other sects were to learn of this, they would surely stop at nothing to seize it. Gu Qianxue could hardly fathom that her master not only accepted her as a disciple and bestowed upon her hope, but also generously granted her such a miraculous elixir. solely to enhance her innate qualities. In that instant, tears of gratitude welled up in Gu Qianxue's eyes, and she expressed her heartfelt thanks to her master for this remarkable act of kindness. She vowed to devote herself wholeheartedly to honoring and repaying her master. Realizing she was on the verge of tears again, she hastily consumed the elixir, eager for her master to witness its effects. Nodding earnestly, Gu Qianxue swallowed the pill in one swift motion. As the elixir entered her body, an immense surge of divine energy erupted within her, continuously purifying and enhancing her physique. Blocked meridians were forcefully cleansed, expanded, and fortified, while impurities were meticulously expelled. A radiant divine light erupted from within Gu Qianxue. It was done. She had truly attained the ice god body. Chen Lin was overjoyed. Indeed, the elixir was extraordinary. His elation was not solely for Gu Qianxue's transformation, but also for the evident efficacy of his return crit system. The host bestows upon disciple Gu Qianxue one ice god pill, fulfilling the conditions for a return crit. Will it crit? Crit successful. Crit achieved, receiving 1,000-fold return, rewarded with one supreme immortal pill. The supreme immortal pill. Chen Lin was ecstatic. This was a being of a higher echelon than the divine elixir, and it was a full 1,000 times more potent. He wondered what rewards he might receive if he were to bestow this supreme immortal pill upon Gu Qianxue. Just as he was about to act, the system suddenly issued an alarm. The host has discovered a loophole in the system and is attempting to exploit it for personal gain. This serves as a warning. Henceforth, the system will no longer penalize any crit returns on items. Damn it, system, don't toy with me. Unfortunately, the system was too quick to react. It would have been splendid to achieve another crit. However, at least the supreme immortal pill was not confiscated, which still constituted a significant gain. Fortuitously, his gamble transformed the original ice god pill into the current supreme immortal pill. This was an elixir of celestial caliber. It was unlikely to be found even throughout the entire Tianyuan realm, let alone the Taishan domain. Chen Lin felt on the verge of euphoria, nearly leaping for joy. Yet he maintained his composure, aware that he could not lose his demeanor in front of his disciple. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With the return crit system at his disposal, he was destined for greatness. Clutching the supreme immortal pill, Chen Lin could hardly contain his eagerness to consume it. Addressing the still immersed Gu Qianxue, he remarked, "Indeed, the ice god body. In a millennium of our Yushu sect's existence, only a little over 20 such divine physiques have appeared, each a peerless powerhouse capable of dominating an era. It is the existence of these divine bodies that has allowed our Yushu sect to stand tall in the Taishan domain, flourishing without decline. Even the chief disciple, Xiao Yi, renowned for his imperial demeanor and often mentioned by the sect leader, is merely a divine body." Gu Qianxue remarked, "Were it not for you, master, I would not have forged a divine body." Chen Lin responded, "In half a year, the 5-year martial arts tournament of the 12 mountain sects will commence. Previously, our Yushu Xianzong had no disciples to participate, but this time, you shall take part." With half a year at her disposal, Gu Qianxue resolved, "Rest assured, master, I will not bring shame upon you at the upcoming tournament." Chen Lin reassured her, "Given your recent initiation, I do not expect you to achieve an illustrious rank. Merely aim to broaden your horizons and lay a solid foundation for future cultivation." Gu Qianxue vowed, "Master, I swear that I shall place within the top 10 in this tournament." "Very well." Chen Lin responded, "Your determination as a disciple is commendable. I shall assist you. Your aptitude has improved, yet your cultivation remains lacking. Disregard your previous techniques. I now bestow upon you the Taiji Mountain's foundational technique, the Taiji Divine Art." As he spoke, Chen Lin presented a tome to her. "Thank you, master." Gu Qianxue exclaimed, cherishing it as a priceless treasure. The Taiji Divine Art, a divine-level technique, ranks among the best even within Yushu Xianzong. Chen Lin nodded. The master leads the disciple to the door. The cultivation relies on the individual. Strive diligently to soon step into the realm of divine powers, soaring through the void, and become a true member of the immortal sect. I shall remember your words." Gu Qianxue replied respectfully. Chen Lin continued, "In the coming days, I will enter seclusion. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Now go and cultivate." Gu Qianxue departed immediately. Holding the Taiji Divine Art, she sought a tranquil spot and eagerly commenced her training. Concurrently, Chen Lin began his own seclusion for cultivation. Before diving into his practice, he took a moment to claim his critical return. The host grants the disciple the Taiji Divine Art, triggering a critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward. The supreme technique, 9 transformations of mysterious arts. Incredible. I have struck gold. The foremost technique of the mysterious sect, the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, the legendary supreme technique of Yushu Shinzo. This technique directly points toward the ultimate path, a true existence surpassing even divine techniques. While Yushu Shinzong possesses a lineage, it only has a fragmented 3 transformations. Now, he has acquired the complete set. From the memories of his previous life, this technique is said to be the authentic legacy of Pangu. Host, do you wish to overlay the 9 transformations of mysterious arts onto your original technique? Overlay. With the mysterious arts in hand, the choice is clear. Upon the command to overlay, the 9 transformations of mysterious arts activated instantaneously, incessantly enveloping the Taiji spiritual energy within him. Under the influence of the 9 transformations, the Taiji spiritual energy collapsed swiftly, obliterated utterly, and then merged into a part of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts. The mysterious technique commenced its operation. Chen Lin immediately took out the supreme immortal pill and consumed it. A tremendous surge of celestial energy erupted instantaneously, purifying his essence and transforming his very being. With each passing moment, his skin, bones, and flesh underwent continuous evolution as impurities were expelled and his strength was amplified. Deep within his purple mansion, a fragment of the supreme immortal bone was gradually being nurtured. This scene left Chen Lin utterly astonished. The supreme immortal bone. He understood all too well what this entailed. The supreme immortal body. This was a physique of a higher caliber than the ice god body. It transcended the mere notion of an emperor's stature. This was the manifestation of ascendance to immortality. The supreme immortal body was unparalleled throughout the ages, one of the mightiest physiques among all races. Although Chen Lin had anticipated this moment when he acquired the supreme immortal body, witnessing the achievement in reality still left him profoundly shaken. And this was merely the beginning. The immense power of the immortal pill, at the moment it forged the supreme immortal body, had not yet been exhausted. It transformed into a nourishing force, propelling him towards the 9 transformations of profound art. The 9 transformations, the first transformation, corresponded to the 3 realms of body refinement, chi cultivation, and spirit honing, collectively known as the foundational 3 realms. Upon receiving the 9 transformations, the quality of spiritual energy within him surged, causing his cultivation level, which had reached the 3rd layer of chi cultivation, to revert to the body refinement realm. At this moment, with the aid of the abundant medicinal power, his cultivation soared instantaneously, advancing through the realms of chi cultivation and spirit honing, reaching the pinnacle of spirit honing, and even pressing towards the 4th realm of condensation. Just as Chen Lin was striving for the condensation realm, Gu Qianxue was also diligently practicing. With the Tai divine art and the ice god body, she felt no longer burdened as she had before. Instead, the process was now second nature to her. Almost each day marked a new realm of progress. In just 3 short days, her cultivation had ascended to the 5th layer of body refinement. At this pace, within 10 days, she would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Thus, perhaps in 6 months, she could truly attain the peak of spirit honing. This overwhelming confidence fueled Gu Qianxue's motivation, compelling her to devote herself to her practice, wishing to immerse herself in cultivation for 24 hours a day. On this day, 2 ethereal elders appeared atop Tai Mountain. These 2 were none other than Zhang Jiaozhenren Su Yuan and Wu Zongyuan, the head of the 5 Dragon sect. Chapter 4. The Ice God Body. Gu Qianxue hurriedly greeted them. Disciple Gu Qianxue pays respects to the sect master and uncle martial master. Su Yuan inquired, "Where is your master?" Gu Qianxue replied, "Master is currently in seclusion." Puffed. Wu Zongyuan chuckled. "Does your master truly require seclusion?" After 10 years of entry, he has only reached the 3rd layer of chi cultivation. It's quite embarrassing for us, the 12 sect heads. My new disciple from last year has already attained the 5th layer of chi cultivation. I truly wonder how he dares to enter seclusion. Gu Qianxue's expression shifted instantly. For her, Chen Lin was not only her master but also her kin. She owed her current achievements to his selfless guidance, regardless of who it was. It is permissible to humiliate her, but absolutely not to insult her master. A surge of fury ignited instantly, and a chilling aura began to permeate the air. Su Yuan, who had initially intended to intervene against Wu Zongyuan, instantly changed countenance, and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is the ice god body. What? The ice god body? Impossible. Wu Zongyuan shook his head and remarked, Master brother, this is no jest. During the entrance examination, her aptitude was exceedingly dull, were it not for her unwavering resolve. Coupled with the fact that she is the sole survivor from my Yu-Su sect's affiliated family, she would even have qualified to enter our Yu-Su sect. Su Yuan declared resolutely, am I so mistaken? Regrettably, she missed her opportunity upon entry. How could such talent become Chen Lin's disciple? Had she become my disciple, she would undoubtedly grow to become a pillar of our Yu-Su sect. Su Yuan lamented deeply. Wu Zongyuan's face grew awkward, filled with indignation. It was all Chen Lin's fault. Otherwise, he could have taken a prodigy as his disciple. Yet he failed to reflect on who had initially been reluctant to accept her as a student. Su Yuan inquired, You are Gu Xianxia. Would you be willing to become my disciple? I am the current head of the Yu-Su sect, its foremost expert. With my guidance, possessing the ice god body, you shall surely soar to great heights, and perhaps one day even become the next head of our Yu-Su sect. Gu Xianxia furrowed her brow. How could she not recognize these two? During her acceptance, she had nearly been expelled from the Yu-Su sect, and it was her master's timely appearance that not only accepted her, but also bestowed upon her the invaluable ice god pill, enabling her to possess the ice god body. Now, they wish to take her as a disciple? How shameless! Thank you for your esteemed offer, but as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Since I have entered the Tai sect, I shall forever remain a disciple of Tai. Gu Xianxia promptly declined. Narrow-minded, Wu Zongyuan scoffed. Your master is nothing but a waste. What skills can you possibly learn from her? The headmaster himself wishes to take you as a disciple, and you still refuse? Truly ignorant of your own limitations. Do not speak ill of my master. Gu Xianxia glared fiercely at Wu Zong, her heart brimming with indignation. For her, it was acceptable to insult her, but not to disparage her master. The aura around her erupted suddenly. Fifth layer of body refinement. Su Yuan was once again astounded. If I am not mistaken, you have only been in the sect for 3 days. Truly a divine body, a talent of extraordinary caliber. Moreover, you are loyal and principled. Since you are unwilling to leave Tai, I shall not force you. However, you are inherently extraordinary in possessing the ice god body. You must not squander such talent. I have here a foundational cultivation method for my lineage, the Yu-Su foundation method. Take it and cultivate diligently, striving to break through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment as soon as possible. As he spoke, Su Yuan produced a tome and extended it toward her. Gu Xianxia did not reach for it, but shook her head, saying, reporting to the headmaster, my master has already imparted to me the Tai divine art. So I fear the Yu-Su foundation method may not be of use. The Tai divine art, your master is indeed generous, Su Yuan responded, feeling exceedingly awkward. At last, I comprehend why you have refrained from taking me as your disciple. The supreme Taiji skill, the foundational technique of Taiji Mountain, can only be mastered by the foremost seat. This is a transcendent art capable of leading one to the realm of immortals. Ranking among the top 5 even within the esteemed Yushu Immortal sect, far surpassing the Yushu Foundation establishment technique. Martial Uncle Yuan coldly scoffed. No wonder you reached the 5th layer of body refinement in just 3 days, but what of it? I have come alongside the sect leader to inform your master that in 6 months, the 5-year martial arts competition will commence. In the past, Taiji Mountain could afford to remain aloof without participating, but now that you have disciples, it is only fitting that you join. Coincidentally, I have also taken on several disciples. And when the time comes, you will learn that even with your ice divine body and mastery of the supreme Taiji skill, from the moment you became Chen Lin's disciple, your defeat was inevitable. Gu Xianxia retorted, Martial uncle, how about we make a wager? What if I triumph over your disciples in the competition? Winning against my disciples is utterly impossible, Martial Uncle Yuan derisively replied. A worthless disciple can only yield worthless results. Furious, Gu Xianxia shot back. Do not insult my master as being worthless. He is anything but. You repeatedly utter such nonsense, but it is you who is the true failure. Impudent. Martial Uncle Yuan's anger flared. You, a mere girl, dare to disrespect your elders. Today, in the name of your master, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he raised his hand to strike Gu Xianxia. Just as his palm was about to land, a furious voice erupted. Martial Uncle Yuan, do you dare? An overwhelming aura surged forth as a figure materialized before Gu Xianxia. It was none other than Chen Lin, who had completed his cultivation. Martial brother, what audacity! When did a disciple of Taiji Mountain become subject to reprimand from the first seat of Wulong Mountain? At this moment, Chen Lin radiated an astonishing presence with two swords. One yin and one yang, emanating a terrifying sword intent behind him. Ah, junior brother Chen, it appears my eyes have indeed deceived me. I did not realize you had already reached the pinnacle of the condensation realm, Su Yuan remarked with surprise. Those swords behind you must be one of Taiji Mountain's treasured artifacts, the yin-yang twin swords. A decade into your training, and you've achieved the condensation pinnacle, even outpacing my own eldest disciple. Martial Uncle Yuan's expression turned incredulous. Just 3 days prior, Chen Lin was merely at the third layer of qi refinement. And in such a brief span, he had attained the pinnacle of the condensation realm. How could this be? The only explanation must be that he had been concealing his true power. Moreover, the aura he exuded was tinged with an ethereal quality. Damn it! Martial Uncle Yuan silently cursed as he glanced at the sect leader. He was well aware of his master's character, which prioritized the sect above all else. Previously, Chen Lin had shown incredibly poor aptitude, lagging behind most disciples even after a decade of training, which had allowed Martial Uncle Yuan to turn a blind eye to his provocations. But now, Chapter 5, A Wager. Chen Lin now exhibited an extraordinary talent for cultivation. Would the sect leader's senior brother still choose to remain taciturn? He had harbored a grudge ever since he was reprimanded by his master, Chen Taixian, and felt unable to voice his resentment. Little did he expect that a decade ago, his master had passed away, leaving behind the nascent cultivator, Chen Lin. Over the years, he had certainly not refrained from creating trouble for Chen Lin. Regardless, he coldly snorted, "Junior brother Chen, your words are misguided. Your disciple has openly insulted me, her uncle, labeling me a waste. Should I not teach her a lesson? It was you who first denigrated my master as a waste, and only then did I retaliate." Gu Qianxue retorted angrily. Merely uttering the word waste warrants punishment? Pray tell, if someone were to insult the entirety of Tai Mountain and even physically assault me, would they not deserve expulsion from a sect? Chen Lin countered. Wu Zhongyan furrowed his brow. Junior brother Chen, one may eat recklessly, but one should not speak recklessly. As the foremost of Tai Mountain, how could you be assaulted by an ordinary disciple? Do you have evidence? I suspect you are merely fabricating accusations. Chen Lin replied. Indeed, I possess evidence. Might you recognize this stone, senior brother Wu? The visage of Wu Zongyuan changed dramatically upon seeing the recording stone. What was this? He had inadvertently stumbled upon his own foot. Wu Zongyuan was left with no option but to seek assistance from Su Yuan. Su Yuan regarded Chen Lin with a profound gaze. Today's demonstration had utterly overturned his perceptions. With astonishing talent for cultivation, a profound understanding of restraint, and a meticulous mind, Chen Lin truly epitomized the position of the foremost of Tai Mountain. However, in the interest of unity within the sect, Su Yuan refrained from showing favoritism and stated, indeed, it was junior brother Wu who first insulted junior brother Chen, prompting Gu Qianxue's angry and extreme response. Thus, we shall overlook her transgression of disrespecting her elders. However, junior brother Wu, your son has committed a grave offense by disrespecting his elder. He shall be confined in the Demon Suppression Tower for a month, and you will be required to provide 3 years' worth of resources from Longwu Mountain as compensation to Tai Mountain. I wonder if either of you have objections? Despite his reluctance, Wu Zongyuan could only grit his teeth and reply, I shall abide by the senior brother's orders. I have none for now. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. However, for now did not imply a lack of future grievances. This enmity was one Chen Lin intended to repay. Chen Lin continued, senior brother sect leader. Tai Mountain has not received any resources from the sect for 3 consecutive years. Is that so? Su Juan fronith. Rest assured, upon my return, I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. We shall uncover who dares to withhold resources from Tai Mountain, and I shall ensure you receive an explanation. Junior brother Chen. Thank you, senior brother sect leader. Chen Lin expressed his gratitude. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Tai Mountain? Immediately, Su Yuan articulated the reason for his visit. We will, of course, participate in the martial arts competition in half a year. Chen Lin responded, moreover, I am confident that Xianxia will secure a place among the top 10 in this competition. The top 10? Such audacity. Wu Zongyuan scoffed. I had no idea junior brother. Chen also relished in boasting. The martial arts competition is held once every 5 years, and any disciple who has been in training for no more than 10 years is eligible to participate. It It will take place in 6 months. Although your talent is extraordinary, possessing the ice divine body, if you had chosen to be a disciple of either me or the master, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, under your tutelage, merely surviving 3 rounds would be a significant achievement. Chen Lin remarked, "Martial brother, how about we make a wager?" Wu Zongyuan chuckled, amused at the idea of a bet, as it seemed like a family trait. The disciple spoke boldly, while the master willingly subjected himself to ridicule. "Very well, I agree. What shall we wager?" Chen Lin proposed. "What do you think of the yin-yang twin swords behind me? If I fail to place in the top 10, they shall belong to you. If I succeed in entering the top 10, I would ask you to offer a magical artifact of equal caliber. What say you?" "Ha ha, excellent. The yin-yang twin swords, a treasure of Tai Mountain. Since you so generously offer them to me, I graciously accept," Wu Zongyuan replied with confidence. Chen Lin, uninterested in further banter, turned to Su Yuan and said, "Please act as a witness to my wager with martial brother Wu." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall bear witness." Soon, Su Yuan and Wu Zongyuan departed. Before leaving, Wu Zongyuan cautioned, "Chun Shidi, take good care of the yin-yang twin swords. I shall return in half a month to claim them." Gu Qianxue resolutely assured, "Master, do not worry. I will strive diligently to enter the top 10 in the competition." "Indeed, my disciple should possess such confidence," Chen Lin praised. "Now, let me assess your progress over these 3 days. Not bad. You've reached the 5th level of body refinement. However, with only 6 months until the competition, you can initially rely on the residual potency of the Ice Divine Pill for your body refinement. Regrettably, the medicinal energy within you is nearly depleted. You will reach the 6th level at most before it runs out. After that, breaking through to the Qi refining stage, and even the Spirit refining stage, will not be an easy feat to secure a place in the top 10. You must enter the Spirit refining realm, a milestone that even our Yususian sect takes at least 2 years to achieve. Time is running out. Gu Qianxue's expression shifted dramatically. Her previously unwavering confidence was shaken. Bowing her head, she lamented, "Master, it is my fault that you will lose a magical artifact." Chen Lin smiled. "Losing a magical artifact? That is simply not possible. While it may indeed take others 2 years for my disciple, I will ensure you achieve the Spirit refining realm immediately." Gu Qianxue pouted, "Master, you are boasting." Chen Lin declared, "I shall prove it to you right now." He swiftly appeared behind Gu Qianxue and instructed, "Focus your mind and energy. Cultivate the Tai divine art, for I will impart to you 10 years of my power to assist you in breaking into the Spirit refining realm." "Ah, Master, you intend to transmit your power to me? Have you lost your mind?" Gu Qianxue exclaimed in shock. "Master, I cannot accept your sacrifice. Once you transmit your power, you will lose 10 years of your cultivation." As far as she knew, her master had only cultivated for a total of 10 years, which hardly differed from self-abandonment. Chen Lin spoke confidently, declaring, "A mere decade of cultivation is insignificant. I do not regard it with any concern. With 10 years of power, should a 10,000-fold critical strike occur, his own cultivation could soar to unimaginable heights, perhaps even leading to transcendence into immortality or divinity. To withhold the transmission of power would be to deprive him of joy." However, in the next moment, a tremendous force surged into Gu Qianxue's body. Once the transmission began, it could not be halted, leaving Gu Qianxue with no choice but to accept it, her heart brimming with gratitude. Tears welled up in her eyes. This was her master. Chapter 6. 5 Days into Refinement. As Chen Lin's decade of power flowed into Gu Qianxue, she immediately commenced the operation of the Tai Divine Arts foundational chapter, her energy swiftly coursing through her body. The first stage of foundation laying involved refining the body, strengthening the bones and flesh, with the aid of the Ice Divine Pill. Awakening her Ice Divine body, Gu Qianxue's form had already approached perfection. Thus, the 10 years of power acted as a miraculous elixir, yielding immediate effects. Her cultivation ascended rapidly, reaching the 6th layer of body refinement, then the 7th, and ultimately the 10th. A crisp crack echoed as Gu Qianxue successfully stepped into the Qi refinement realm, yet only 1/5 of the decade's power was consumed. Body refinement entailed forging the sinews and flesh, while Qi refinement involved unblocking the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary pathways. The vast energy instantly opened them one by one, elevating her realm, first to the 1st layer of Qi refinement, then the 2nd, and onward to the 10th layer. Just a step away lay the Spirit refinement realm. Was she destined to halt at the 10th layer of Qi refinement? Chen Lin gritted his teeth and inquired of the system, "Is it possible for me to bestow another decade of power upon Xianxia?" The system replied, "It is not possible. Each month, you may only bestow power once to a disciple, and with your current cultivation, the maximum you can grant is 10 years. Very well. It seemed that route was futile. Whether she could transcend into the spirit refinement realm would rely solely on her own efforts. Ah, this was splendid, truly my disciple. Just as Chen Lin felt a twinge of regret, Xianxia evidently sensed she was on the verge of stepping into the spirit refinement realm. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her willpower and determination, successfully entering the first layer of spirit refinement. At that moment, Xianxia could hardly contain her joy. "Thank you, Master, for your support." Chen Lin instructed, "Focus your mind, cultivate your technique, and truly sense your current realm." Xianxia promptly centered her thoughts, grasping her newfound level. Chen Lin exhaled in relief. Having transmitted a decade of power all at once, he observed his own cultivation, which had just peaked at the pinnacle of condensation. Now, plummeting back to the Qi refinement realm, it became clear to him, no wonder the limit was 10 years. It was a matter of insufficient power. Yet, he felt no sorrow, for the system's enchanting voice soon resonated in his ears. Congratulations to the host for bestowing upon the disciple a decade's worth of power. Meeting the conditions for a critical return. Shall we proceed with the critical strike? Yes. The critical strike was successful, yielding 1,000-fold return, rewarding a millennium of power. Shall it be accepted immediately? A millennium of power. It's incredible. Quickly, accept it without delay. Chen Lin was brimming with anticipation. With a resounding affirmation, the millennium of power was instantaneously infused into his body by the system. The 9 transformations mystical art began to operate at an accelerated pace. The cultivation he had momentarily lost was swiftly restored, reaching the pinnacle of condensation. Moreover, he discovered that this ebb and flow of power had subtly reinforced his bones, flesh, meridians, and blood vessels. Although his realm remained unchanged, his combat prowess exhibited a slight enhancement within the same level. This was merely a fraction of the millennium of power. He continued to refine this energy, elevating his cultivation. Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, his inadvertent transfer of power to the disciple, followed by a critical return, perfectly aligned with the path of cultivation of the 9 transformations mystical art. While others expended immense resources to advance their mystical arts, he effortlessly experienced enhancement. The next realm of condensation was the Celestial Gang. Within the Celestial Gang, there existed layers from the 1st to the 10th. This was not the end. In an instant, he transcended the Celestial Gang realm, achieving the Harmonious Tao realm. The Harmonious Tao comprised layers from the 1st to the 10th, and it was only upon depleting the millennium of power that he reached the culmination of his cultivation. The 12 realms of cultivation are divided into 3 foundational realms. 3 realms of divine abilities, 3 realms of longevity, and 3 realms of immortality. The foundational realms consist of body refinement, Qi refinement, and spirit refinement. These 3 realms are designated for ordinary disciples. Ascending further, one encounters the 3 realms of divine abilities, which encompass condensation, celestial gang, and harmonious Tao. The true disciples of the various great sects, as well as the elders and most prominent leaders, reside within these realms. At this moment, Chen Lin truly solidified his position as the head of Tai Mountain. Indeed, the 9 transformations mystical art is notoriously difficult to cultivate. He possesses the supreme, immortal body, yet has yet to break through to the 3rd transformation of the 9 transformations mystical art, achieving the 3 realms of longevity. Once he attains the 3 realms of longevity, he would embody the existence of a sect leader or a formidable being. There are scarcely a few in the entire Yushu immortal sect. However, Chen Lin is confident that, through the 9 transformations mystical art, he can contend with these sect leaders and formidable beings even without entering the 3 realms of longevity. Master, could it be that I am not dreaming? I have actually reached the spirit refinement realm. Xianxia exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Chen Lin nodded and replied, "Indeed. You have entered the spirit refinement realm. In the martial arts competition 6 months hence, you should have the opportunity to secure a place among the top 10. Suddenly, Xianxia adopted a serious demeanor and knelt before Chen Lin, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Master, I thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would not have achieved what I have today." Reflecting on her past, when she felt utterly lost and without a mentor, she realized that without her master, she might have lived a life of mediocrity never dreaming of possessing the ice god body and achieving the spirit refinement realm in just a few short days. She secretly vowed to devote herself to honoring her master in this lifetime. Chen Lin smiled and said, "Rise, for your intentions are commendable." Xianxia did not stand up. Instead, she shook her head and replied, "Master, I have concealed a matter from you. The reason I insisted on joining the Yushu sect is not only because of my own yearning for the Tao, but also due to the massacre of my family. My grandparents, parents, and my 3-year-old younger brother have all perished. I seek vengeance to rend the perpetrator who took their lives into 1,000 pieces. You fear that this might bring disaster upon your master," Chen Lin remarked. "I am at fault." Xianxia lowered her head further. Chen Lin continued, "My foolish disciple. Do you think you could join my Yushu sect without your background being thoroughly investigated? Those who dare to harm my disciple's family are my enemies. Once the martial arts competition concludes, I will personally assist you in finding the fiend responsible for your family's slaughter, allowing you to exact your revenge." Xianxia expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master. I vow that once I have avenged my parents and relatives, I will remain by your side, serving you with filial piety." Chen Lin replied, "I'm not yet old. There is no need for such filial duties just yet. However, remember that from the moment you became my disciple, I am your kin." Indeed, Xianxia nodded emphatically. The once icy heart now bore a trace of tenderness, a tenderness reserved solely for her master. Chen Lin instructed, "Return and contemplate your state. Tomorrow, I shall impart to you the techniques of Tai Chi Mountain's defense and the Tai Chi swordsmanship." "Yes, master, I take my leave," she responded. "Go." Chen Lin waved his hand. Watching Xianxia depart, he pondered, "I never anticipated that my disciple harbors such deep-seated vendettas, awakening the ice god body within her. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. The only thing I can do is to nurture her heart through the bond of master and disciple, guiding her away from madness." Chapter 7. The 12 Grades of Immortal Swords. The following day, as the sun ascended high, Chen Lin leisurely awoke. Upon exiting his chamber, he found Xianxia gazing at him with an expression of melancholy. Chen Lin asked, "Why do you linger at my door instead of practicing?" Xianxia replied with a frown, "Who was it that promised to teach me the Tai Chi swordsmanship?" Chen Lin, feeling a bit awkward, responded, "Who said I would not teach you the Tai Chi swordsmanship? I shall teach you right away. The Tai Chi swordsmanship is one of the supreme techniques of Tai Chi Mountain, classified as a royal grade technique. The term Tai Chi refers to the ultimate unity, divided into yin and yang, with yang representing offense and yin representing defense. It embodies both attack and defense, unpredictable in its variations, created by the first master of Tai Chi Mountain and continuously refined by successive masters, resulting in its current formidable power. Techniques, artifacts, and elixirs are categorized into 12 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 12th the highest. The 10th grade is known as royal level, the 11th as divine level, and the 12th as immortal level. The Tai Chi swordsmanship is a 10th grade royal technique, which should not be underestimated merely for being a royal technique. When paired with the dual swords of yin and yang, it is on par with even divine level techniques. The Tai sword technique comprises 5 distinct forms, each corresponding to a specific realm of mastery. I shall now demonstrate these 5 techniques to you, and feel free to inquire about any aspects you do not comprehend. The Tai sword technique is, without a doubt, the martial art that Chen Lin has practiced the most. As his cultivation has progressed, it has become the only martial art he can truly showcase. Chen Lin has evolved the Tai sword technique, and in that moment, the air was filled with sword chi, and the brilliance of the sword danced around him, transforming Chen Lin into an unparalleled sword immortal. "Master, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Xianxia, clapping her hands in admiration. Chen Lin smiled and replied, "Focus on your training, and in due time, you too shall achieve such feats. Moreover, this is without the application of sword intent. Should I unleash it, the technique would be even more formidable. If you can grasp the sword intent of the Tai sword technique before the martial arts competition, you may have an opportunity to rank among the top 3. With unwavering determination, Xianxia declared, "Rest assured, Master, I will comprehend the Tai sword intent within 6 months." At this juncture, a notification echoed. Ding! The host has imparted the Tai sword technique to the disciple, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? Critical hit. Success. You have received a 10,000-fold return, and the reward is the divine level sword technique. The Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Technique. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. Upon successfully claiming the reward, Chen Lin instantaneously mastered the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique, achieving its pinnacle. It is worth noting that even with the Tai sword technique, he had only reached a minor level of mastery. After some contemplation, Chen Lin was enveloped in boundless joy. Truly, it is a divine sword technique. This technique comprises a single move, yet corresponds to the 365 stars of the universe, each star possessing 962 variations. The techniques are intricately interconnected, enigmatic, and unfathomable, representing the zenith of swordsmanship. It is said that this was conceived by a great master of the sword path through the observation and evolution of the cosmic stars, allowing one to harness their power in combat. At this moment, Chen Lin could be regarded as having fully risen to prominence. He possesses a cultivated realm, a practiced technique, and an adept sword style. His treasures, the Yin-Yang twin swords, are classified as a 9th grade artifact, ranking among the finest within the 12 mountain sects. Chen Lin stated, "Since I have imparted the Tai sword technique to you, I shall also bestow upon you the Yin-Yang twin swords." As he spoke, 2 swords flew from behind him, appearing before Gu Qianxue. Gu Qianxue quickly shook her head. "Master, these are your swords. I cannot accept them." Chen Lin replied, "What do you mean mine? From this moment on, they are yours. The Yin-Yang twin swords are among the treasures of Tai Mountain. I hope you will not tarnish their illustrious name." "Master, I cannot accept the Yin-Yang twin swords. They are your artifacts," she insisted. Chen Lin urged, "Take them. I have plenty of artifacts. Furthermore, to unleash the full potential of the Tai sword technique, the Yin-Yang twin swords are undoubtedly one of the most suitable treasures." Gu Qianxue deeply bowed before Chen Lin and declared, "As a disciple, I shall never bring disgrace upon the Yin-Yang twin swords. With this sword in hand, I am determined to let the entire Taishan domain know of the illustrious reputation of our Yusu sect, Tai Mountain." Chen Lin smiled and replied, "Master will await to see how you elevate the prestige of Tai Mountain." At that moment, the system responded, "Host has bestowed upon disciple Gu Qianxue the 9th grade treasure, the Yin-Yang twin swords, which qualifies for critical return. Shall it be a critical hit?" Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving 10,000-fold return, granting a 12th grade celestial treasure. The Ziyun sword. Shall it be claimed? Claim it. The system reminds the host, the celestial sword has emerged, an extraordinary phenomenon descends, which will surely alarm the entire Taishan domain. Shall the host conceal this phenomenon? Conceal it, Chen Lin promptly replied. His principle was to develop discreetly, and this was a 12th grade celestial sword, the pinnacle of existence in the current era, a treasure once wielded by celestial beings. The emergence of this sword could genuinely suppress the ages. The entire Yusu sect possessed only one 12th grade celestial treasure, enshrined in the ancestral hall, and should not be used unless in dire circumstances. If others were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly besiege Tai Mountain, compelling him to surrender the celestial sword. With a thought, the Ziyun sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, the entire Tai Mountain was enveloped by the sword intent radiating from the Ziyun sword, a force so formidable it seemed capable of annihilating the very mountain itself. The system had already concealed the phenomenon, yet such a commotion still ensued. Indeed, the Ziyun sword lived up to its reputation. Chen Lin wondered if, with the Ziyun sword in hand, he could contend against a formidable being at the 7th realm of martial arts, the transformation realm. As Chen Lin fantasized about wielding the Ziyun sword and unleashing the power of the 9 revolutions' profound art, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Who could be visiting Tai Mountain at this hour? Could it be that the emergence of the celestial sword had drawn the attention of others? It shouldn't be. The system had concealed the heavenly phenomenon. A beam of white light descended, revealing a stunning woman clad in white, exuding an aura of purity and elegance, as if she had descended from the heavens. Especially notable were her striking features that captivated Chen Lin's gaze. I wondered why the weather was exceptionally clear this morning. It turns out my senior sister has arrived. Senior sister, please come inside. It is a rare occasion for you to visit Tai Mountain. The enchanting woman was known as the Miaoshan Fairy, the head of the Luojiao Mountain, one of the 12 peaks of the Yusu sect. With her mature charm and alluring figure, she was the dream of all disciples in the sect, even capturing the affections of Chen Lin's former self. Yet at this moment, Chen Lin felt a sense of frustration. He was well aware that this woman was not to be trifled with. There is a saying, women only hinder one's cultivation speed. With no thoughts of women, cultivation becomes divine. Well, I digress. The crux of the matter is that this woman is far from benign. As the sole female leader among the 12 mountain gates, her capabilities are undeniable, without a modicum of skill. She could hardly command the respect of the disciples within the sect. Even the sect leader treats her with a modicum of deference. Chapter 8. The Astonishing Miaoshan. Junior Brother Chen Lin, I wonder if I might have a moment to speak with your newly accepted disciple. Not for his own sake. Chen Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. He replied, Xianxia, come and pay your respects to Master Miaoshan. Gu Xianxia respectfully greeted. Disciple Gu Xianxia pays her respects to Master Miaoshan. Mississippi, a voice, tinged with tears yet suffused with joy, called out. Upon looking up, Gu Xianxia was instantly captivated by a young girl of similar age standing behind Master Miaoshan. An overwhelming wave of joy surged within her. Xiao Wan. The young girl was none other than her former maid. The entire Gu family had perished, with only she and her maid Xiao Wan escaping by venturing out together. Afterward, they both joined the Yushu sect, though Xiao Wan, possessing remarkable talent, enrolled in Luojiao Mountain, while she was left unnoticed. Fortunately, she encountered her own master. Xiao Wan dashed up to Gu Qianxue, tears streaming down her cheeks. Miss, are you well? I miss you dearly. Gu Qianxue gently wiped away Xiao Wan's tears, saying, You are now a disciple of the sect. Why do you still act like a child? Xiao Wan replied, Before you, miss, I shall always remain a child. Miss, I made great efforts to ask my master to see you, and look, I even brought you a cleansing elixir. You must take it. As she spoke, Xiao Wan produced a pill from her possession. Gu Qianxue said, Silly girl, quickly put that cleansing elixir away. It was bestowed upon you by your master, and besides, I have no need for it at present. Xiao Wan shook her head, insisting, No, miss, you must accept it. Since Xiao Wan has shown such genuine intent, you should accept it, Chen Lin interjected at that moment. Master? Gu Qianxue queried, puzzled. Chen Lin continued, Xiao Wan, since you have gifted Qianxue a cleansing elixir, as her uncle, I shall also present you with a pill. With that, he flipped his hand and offered a pill forward. Ah, thank you, master. Xiao Wan exclaimed as she received it, only to gasp in astonishment. This is a Xuanzhong pill. The Xuanzhong pill was the finest elixir she had possessed prior to acquiring the critical return system. The cleansing elixir was a third-grade pill, capable of enhancing one's aptitude, while the Xuanzhong pill, also of the third grade, was designed to fortify the body and improve physical conditioning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for bestowing a Xuanzhong pill upon the Luojiao Mountain disciple Gu Xiaowan, qualifying for critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical return? Chen Lin stood there momentarily stunned as the system promptly clarified. Any gifts or bestowals to fellow disciples can yield critical returns. However, one can only receive such returns once daily, while personal disciples may receive them up to 3 times a day. There was a limit to the frequency, indeed. Yet at this moment, Chen Lin could not dwell on that and hastily declared, critical return. With a successful critical hit, a 1,000-fold return was achieved, rewarding a 6th-grade elixir. The divine essence pill. Gu Xiaowan, having regained her composure from her earlier days, clutched the Xianhuang pill and looked helplessly at the fairy Miaoshan. Master, she called. Fairy Miaoshan responded, Junior Brother Chen is quite generous. The Xianhuang pill is given away so freely. If you are so magnanimous, why not bestow your disciple upon me? Gu Qianxue, would you like to take me as your master and join my Luojiao Mountain? Miaoshan inquired, turning to Gu Qianxue. Xiaowan exclaimed in delight, Master, are you truly willing to accept the young lady as your disciple? Miaoshan nodded, Gu Qianxue, although your talent may be lacking, your determination is remarkable. I regrettably missed the opportunity to recruit you during the disciple selection ceremony, but thanks to Xiaowan's persistent requests, I have decided to take you under my wing. Fairy Miaoshan, it seems I, as the master, am still present, Chen Lin remarked, somewhat discontented. Well, right in front of your own master, you attempt to entice my disciple, Miaoshan retorted. Does Junior Brother Chen not wish to part with your disciple? Of course not, Chen Lin replied. Miaoshan scoffed. Masters choose their disciples. But disciples also have the right to choose their masters. Gu Qianxue, you must consider this carefully. Your master possesses mediocre talent and subpar strength, with your own ordinary aptitude. Following him may lead you to a life of mediocrity and insignificance. Gu Qianxue shook her head resolutely. Thank you for your kind offer, Fairy Miaoshan. But I have already pledged myself to Tianyuan Mountain, and I shall remain a disciple there for life. Miaoshan sighed. Very well. There may come a time when you regret this decision. Xianxia affirmed, I have no regrets. Xiaowan grew anxious. Miss, you must not be foolish. If you truly commit to Tying Mountain, how will you avenge your family? Xianxia reassured her, Xiaowan, I appreciate your concern. Rest assured, I will seek vengeance for my family. You must trust me. My master is the finest in the world. Moreover, he is indeed formidable. Formidable in what way? Xiaowan retorted, stomping her foot. Miss, you may not realize that your master is merely fortunate to have been accepted as a disciple by the previous head of Tying Mountain, who passed away just 3 days after his admission, leaving only Uncle Chen as the last heir. Thus, he became the head of the mountain, but in truth, his cultivation is inferior to that of ordinary disciples. Recently, Uncle Chen was even bested by a disciple, making him a laughingstock within our Yushu sect. A laughingstock? Xianxia shook her head in disbelief. If he were truly a laughingstock, how could he produce the ice god pill? He can impart a decade's worth of power to me, allowing me to ascend to the realm of divine refinement in a single night. Those who mock their masters as laughingstocks are the true jesters. Chen Lin smiled. Indeed, this is my disciple, Xianxia. Senior sister, you are correct. While masters choose their disciples, disciples also choose their masters. Unfortunately, my disciple has chosen me. Xianxia, this elixir is a reward for you, he said, presenting the divine essence pill, the very one received as a 1,000-fold return reward. Thank you, master. Xianxia exclaimed joyfully. This elixir surpasses the previous cleansing essence by 1,000-fold. The expression on the enchanting fairy Miaoshan shifted, and with a cold snort, she declared, what a divine essence pill. It merely reaches the 6th tier of physique at most. Physiques, like elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial arts, are categorized into 12 tiers, with the first being the weakest and the 12th the strongest. The first of the 9th tiers are considered ordinary, while the 10th tier is known as the royal physique, and the 12th tier is referred to as the divine physique. Xianxia's ice divine physique is an 11th tier divine physique, while Chen Lin's supreme immortal physique is a 12th tier immortal physique. Xianxia furrowed her brow, her heart simmering with indignation. The aura of the first layer of spirit refinement surged forth instantaneously. How is this possible? You have only been initiated for 5 days. Yet you have reached the first layer of spirit refinement. Fairy Miaoshan exclaimed, incredulous. When you entered, your aptitude was merely 2nd tier. No, this physique is the ice divine physique. At that moment, Fairy Miaoshan could no longer remain seated. Xianxia was indeed the ice divine physique. We misjudged you at the disciple recruitment hall. You should definitely take me as your master at Luojia Mountain. How can this be? In the next instant, Fairy Miaoshan's voice abruptly ceased, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 9. The Return of Enlightenment Experience. Ding. At that moment, the critical return system activated. The host has bestowed upon the disciple the divine essence pill. The divine essence pill qualifies as a critical return reward, but does not meet the conditions for another critical return. The system rewards a similarly ranked 6th-tier elixir, the Pure Yang pill. Will you accept it? Accept. Chen Lin, observing the Pure Yang pill that had suddenly appeared in his hand, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Pure Yang pill enhances the pure Yang energy within, a rare elixir indeed. He then consumed it as if it were candy. Boom! As the elixir entered his body, the aura of the harmonious Tao realm erupted forth. Fairy Miaoshan was momentarily stunned. The harmonious Tao realm? How is this possible? Fairy Miaoshan was infuriated. You deceived everyone so terribly. Chen Lin, are you intentionally concealing your cultivation to make me look foolish? Know that I'm only at the harmonious Tao realm myself. Chen Lin replied innocently, Senior sister, this is an injustice. I never claimed my cultivation was not at the harmonious Tao realm. Fairy Miaoshan huffed. Isn't it true that just a few days ago you were defeated by an ordinary disciple? Are you not deceiving everyone? Chen Lin shook his head. As an elder, how could I possibly squabble with a junior? Senior sister, does this realm qualify me to teach the ice divine physique? Fairy Miaoshan scoffed. Little Wan, we shall take our leave. Little Wan, with a reluctant expression, said, Master, may I bid farewell to the young lady? Upon seeing Fairy Miaoshan's consent, Little Wan continued, Young lady, I am leaving, but I can come to see you often. Of course, you may come every day, Chen Lin replied with a smile. Fellow disciples, after all, represented an opportunity for critical return. Fairy Miaoshan departed with Little Wan. Xianxia was already eager to enter seclusion and cultivate. Luojia Mountain, Yushu Xinzhou, one of the 12 mountain sects, is the sole sect within the Xianxia comprised entirely of female disciples. In contrast to Tai Mountain, Luojia Mountain truly epitomizes a celestial sanctuary, characterized by its breathtaking scenery and abundant ethereal energy, where countless spiritual beasts frolic in the mountain ravines. Upon the return of the illustrious Miao Shan and her disciple, Xiao Wan, dozens of figures emerge from the mountain gate, each a young and resplendent beauty adorned in vibrant attire. "Master, you have returned," exclaimed the disciples. "Xiao Wan, have you seen Gu Qianxue? As of now, you are a disciple of Luojia Mountain. Regardless of any previous master-servant bond with Gu Qianxue, you belong to Luojia Mountain from this moment forth. Furthermore, Gu Qianxue possesses only average talent. As she joins Luojia Mountain, the gap between you will inevitably widen, possibly overshadowing her entirely." Miao Shan furrowed her brow, her anger escalating as she listened to her disciples' counsel toward Xiao Wan. Overshadow her? In terms of talent, she possesses the ice divine body. In terms of cultivation, she has achieved the first layer of the soul refinement stage within just 5 days of entry. Which of you can compare to that? Moreover, Chen Lin, at the harmonization realm, boasts a cultivation level that surpasses yours, and she can easily present a 6th grade divine essence pill. If I am not mistaken, Chen Lin has bestowed the 9th grade Yin-Yang twin sword upon Gu Qianxue. A surge of indignation ignited within her as she admonished, "Silence. I ask you, why are you not diligently cultivating in seclusion? Are you unaware that in 6 months, the martial arts tournament among the 12 mountain sects of Yushu Xianzhong will take place? With your current levels of cultivation, do not disgrace Luojia Mountain." Lin Qiuyue interjected. "Rest assured, Master. I am currently at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and believe that within a month, I shall enter the realm of soul refinement, securing a commendable rank at the tournament in 6 months. Lin Qiuyue, the senior disciple of Luojia Mountain, Miao Shan inquired, "How many years have you been with us?" "This year marks my 10th, Lin Qiuyue replied. Miao Shan shook her head. 10 years, and you have yet to enter the soul refinement stage? Consider the case of our sect leader's disciple, Xiao Yi, who entered the soul refinement stage in his 4th year. Others have achieved this within 5 days of entry. You still have a long way to go." Lin Qiuyue, incredulous, responded, "Master, Brother Xiao Yi is a naturally gifted individual. To compare myself to him is to invite shame. However, what you claim about entering the soul refinement stage within 5 days is simply implausible." Miao Shan retorted with a scoff. "Implausible? Xiao Wan, enlighten them." Xiao Wan proudly declared, "My lady, Gu Qianxue, entered the soul refinement stage within 5 days. Miao Shan coldly remarked, "You have all heard this. You remain far from her level. Return to your cultivation immediately, especially you, Lin Qiuyue. As the senior disciple of Luojia Mountain, you must set an example for your fellow sisters. I grant you 5 days to attain the soul refinement stage." "Yes," the disciples responded in unison. Taking a deep breath, Miao Shan vanished from their midst. Upon witnessing the departure of the master, the crowd immediately encircled the young bull, inquiring, "Young bull, is it true that Gu Qianxue has attained the realm of refining spirit in just 5 days?" The young bull replied, "Indeed. This is something I witnessed firsthand alongside the master." Lin Shi gritted her teeth and declared, "Very well. In 5 days, I too shall reach the refining spirit realm. At the martial arts competition 6 months hence, I will surely triumph over her." On the 6th day of initiation, once again, the dawn broke early. Chen Lin summoned Gu Qianxue and, with great satisfaction, stated, "Excellent. It seems you have successfully refined the divine essence pill. Here, I have a bottle of concentration pills for you, which will greatly aid your pursuits in the refining spirit cultivation. Take it." Beep. The host grants the disciple Gu Qianxue a 3rd grade pill, concentration pill, meeting the criteria for a critical return. "Would you like to trigger a critical hit?" Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving a 10-fold return, rewarding a 6th grade pill, martial Dao pill. Splendid, a remarkable treasure to assist in understanding the way. As the elixir entered his body, Chen Lin was instantly enveloped in a profound and ethereal realm. With a mere gesture, 2 branches from the ground soared into the air, and the Tai sword technique was promptly unleashed. The first iteration, which had only recently been learned, immediately advanced into the realm of minor success. On the 2nd iteration, the Tai sword technique further progressed into the realm of great success. Alas, this was merely a 6th grade martial Dao pill, allowing him to comprehend the technique twice. However, it was more than sufficient. At the very least, the power of the Tai sword technique, when executed by him, was enhanced severalfold. B. The host imparts the experience of the Tai sword technique to the disciple Xianxia, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving a 500-fold return, rewarding the complete experience of the Tai sword technique. Would you like to claim it? This is indeed fortuitous, Chen Lin exclaimed in delight. He had been troubled about how to cultivate various divine techniques and combat strategies. Yet the system provided such generous support. The cultivation of martial arts is categorized into 4 levels: initiation, minor success, great success, and perfection. Upon claiming the complete experience of the Tai sword technique, its essence was instantly awakened within him. The power it wielded was cataclysmic, capable of rending the heavens and earth, as a fissure was cleaved in the void by a single strike. Should this blade befall a human, it would surely result in immediate demise. Chapter 10. A month of harvests. With 3 opportunities for critical returns each day, what was there to wait for? Naturally, it was time to continue. Chen Lin produced a manual and handed it over. Xianxia, I shall now impart to you a martial art, the Tai Longevity Fist. Do not underestimate this foundational technique of our Tai mountain. Although you have already attained the refining spirit realm, your cultivation is, after all, derived from my teachings. The Tai Longevity Fist is perfectly suited to solidify your foundation. Immediately, Chen Lin commenced the transmission of this technique, which he had diligently practiced for a decade. To Xianxia, beep. The host grants the disciple Xianxia a 3rd-grade martial art, Tai Longevity Fist, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, rewarded with a 1,000-fold return, granting the 6th-grade divine skill, the Mighty Bull Demon Fist. It is indeed the Mighty Bull Demon Fist, renowned as the most formidable foundational martial art, long thought to be lost to the annals of time. The system has proven itself remarkably generous by bestowing this upon me. Although Chen Lin has already ascended to the harmonization realm, this skill remains immensely beneficial, fortifying both flesh and spirit. On the 7th day of his training, as dawn broke, Chen Lin summoned Xianxia to inquire about her progress in cultivation, subsequently imparting to her the secrets of martial arts. Since she had already grasped the Tai sword technique, he began to teach her the way of sword mastery. Ding! The host imparts to disciple Xianxia the 6th-grade martial art, sword control technique, qualifying for critical return. Critical hit successful, rewarded with a 1,000-fold return. Granting the 9th-grade martial art, all swords return to origin. Ding! The host teaches disciple Xianxia the 4th-grade martial art, Ice Palm, qualifying for critical return. Critical hit successful, rewarded with a 1,000-fold return, granting the 7th-grade martial art, True Ice Chi. Ding! The host teaches Xianxia the 5th-grade martial art, Bone Melting Soft Palm, qualifying for critical return. Critical hit successful, rewarded with 800-fold return, granting the 7th-grade martial art, Heart Crushing Palm. Thus, for an entire month, the first order of business each day for Chen Lin was to summon Xianxia, sharing various martial techniques, bestowing numerous elixirs, magical artifacts, and teachings in crafting, alchemy, formations, and talismans, imparting everything he could. Chen Lin, leveraging the critical return system, reaped considerable rewards. Though his cultivation realm saw little enhancement, his combat prowess had transformed dramatically, now incomparable to the 1,000-year power return of your. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. If previously he believed himself capable of contending with a transformation deity using the purple cloud immortal sword, now he was confident that, unarmed, he could defeat such a being within 3 moves. Presently, he stood not only as a master of the 6th realm of martial arts, but also as a 6th-grade alchemist, a 6th-grade craftsman, a 6th-grade talisman master, and a 6th-grade formation master. His divine sword technique, the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Art, had reached a profound level, allowing him to comprehend the essence of stellar sword intent. With a single stroke, the stars fall, elevating his swordsmanship to a standing worthy of the top 3 at the Jade Void Immortal Gate. Furthermore, the once barren Tai mountain had flourished, no longer lacking in 6th and 7th-grade elixirs and magical artifacts. It was a true transformation from a mere bird gun to a mighty cannon, truly deserving of the title of Mountain Master. The interface had undergone significant changes. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, Supreme Immortal Body, the pinnacle of physiques in the Tianyuan World. Realm, 6th realm of martial arts, harmonization realm, barely considered a minor expert, firmly seated as the mountain master of Tai Mountain. Yet in the grand expanse of the Tai Xian domain, you remain a novice. Divine skills, Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Art, Tai Sword Art, 5 Elements Escape Technique. All swords return to origin. Your appearance is commendable. You have become the most striking figure in Tai Mountain. However, when positioned within the entirety of the Yushu Immortal Sect, you find yourself at the bottom of the ranking. Indeed, you have made considerable progress since your initial arrival in this realm. Xianxia has similarly benefited immensely under the unwavering guidance of Master Chen Lin. Her cultivation has ascended from the first layer of spirit refinement to the 6th layer. Her swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level, particularly her mastery of the Tai sword technique, which has attained a state of great accomplishment. She effortlessly wields various martial arts and possesses profound knowledge in alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talismans. She is on par with disciples who have been training for 2 or 3 decades. Meanwhile, at Wulong Mountain, Wu Zongyuan has not been idle over the past month. Though he is brimming with confidence regarding his wager with Chen Lin, he has nonetheless returned to personally train his son to ensure absolute victory. Observing his son's progress over the month, Wu Lai has finally advanced from the 4th layer of spirit refinement to the 5th layer, which fills Wu Zongyuan with satisfaction. Well done, you're indeed my son, Wu Lai. Reaching the 5th layer of spirit refinement places you among the top contenders in this year's martial arts tournament. Wu Lai confidently replied, Father, you underestimate me too much. Among the disciples at the Foundation Establishment 3rd stage, within less than 20 years of entry. Aside from the prodigious Xiao Yi, who possesses a natural divine body, I believe there is no one in the 12 mountain gates who can rival me. Furthermore, I am aware that Xiao Yi is currently preoccupied with closed-door training to break through to the condensation stage, and thus will not participate in this tournament. The first place in the martial arts competition shall undoubtedly be mine. Wu Zongyuan cautioned, confidence is commendable, but do not let it turn into arrogance. I have yet to inquire about your encounter with Chen Lin, the head of Tai Mountain. Wu Lai chuckled, that was indeed me. I truly cannot comprehend how Chen Lin, lacking both strength and talent, could be appointed as the head of a mountain. Does this not bring shame upon our Yushu sect? In my view, Tai Mountain has no reason to exist. Chen Lin's strength is so abysmal that he could not even withstand a single slap from me and nearly face dire consequences. Wu Zongyuan furrowed his brow. Are you certain Chen Lin cannot defeat you? Of course, Wu Lai asserted. Father, you do not doubt your son, do you? Many witnessed the incident. Would I dare deceive you? Wu Zongyuan scoffed. Yet I have seen that Chen Lin possesses at least peak condensation stage strength and wields dual swords of yin and yang, a precious 9th rank artifact. You would not stand a chance against him. Wu Lai frowned. That seems improbable. Wu Zongyuan replied. Why is that not possible? It appears I have underestimated Chen Lin. To evade my scrutiny, he feigned incompetence, only to reveal his true cultivation before me and the sect leader. He believes he has acquired a promising disciple. But what does it matter? With less than 5 months until the tournament, regardless of his divine body, how far can he truly cultivate? Engaging in a bet with me is tantamount to courting disaster. Wu Lai, perplexed, asked, Father, what bet? And what do you mean by divine body? Wu Zongyuan immediately recounted the events that transpired at Tai Mountain during the day to Wu Ye. Wu Ye's eyes brightened instantly as he declared, Father, rest assured. In the martial arts competition, all I need is to face this Xianxia. I will not only fail to secure a spot in the top 10, but I shan't even make it past the 2nd round. What of her divine physique? When the time comes, I shall render her divine physique useless. Let us see how arrogant she can be then. Wu Zongyuan, with a fierce glint in his eyes, replied, Indeed, what of her divine physique? A divine physique that cannot grow remains nothing but a waste. Chapter 11. Spirit Communication Techniques. Wu Zongyuan's expression turned grave as he cautioned. However, you must be wary of Chen Lin. I have a feeling he is not as simple as he seems. Wu Ye scoffed. Father, I understand. Aware of his son's temperament. Wu Zongyuan deemed further admonishment unnecessary and waved his hand, signaling Wu Ye to leave. As Wu Ye exited, a respectful young man entered. Disciple pays respects to the master. I have come to greet you. The young man's name was Chi Yu, the most outstanding disciple from the recent apprenticeship ceremony, possessing a natural king physique, which is merely a tier below the divine physique. While it cannot be said that he embodies the demeanor of a great emperor, barring unforeseen circumstances, achieving the status of a king remains within reach. Previously, Wu Zongyuan had held great satisfaction with this disciple, the only one among this batch with king-tier potential. Yet at this moment, he found Qiyu increasingly displeasing. With a cold snort, he remarked, "You have been under my tutelage at Wulong Mountain for over a month. Have you not?" Qiyu replied respectfully, "Yes, disciple has been here for just over a month." "Useless," Wu Zongyuan retorted angrily. "After a month, you have only reached the 5th level of body refinement, and you dare to take pride in it? How could I have accepted you as a disciple? This waste. Get out. Come back only when you have achieved the realm of spirit refinement." Qiyu stood in shock. Just 5 days prior, his master had been so pleased with him, offering encouragement and praise, yet now. Yes, disciple acknowledges his faults. With that, he retreated. Watching Qiyu leave, Wu Zongyuan was filled with resentment. "Chen Lin, you once humiliated me in front of your master. I thought you to be a mere waste. Yet you endured for a full decade and even accepted a disciple with a natural divine physique. I have shamed you for 10 years, and I shall continue to do so. As for your disciple, he had better know his place. Otherwise, he shall share your fate. If I cannot possess it, I shall ensure its complete destruction." At that moment, he completely forgot who had once been disregarded, Xianxia, and who had insisted on pushing her towards Chen Lin. "Master, trouble is afoot. Senior brother Wuya has been attacked." At that instant, a disciple rushed in, urgency written all over his face. Wu Zongyuan's fury erupted. "What nonsense is this? Who in Wulong Mountain would dare to strike my son?" "It was I," instrode Chen Lin, throwing a figure into the room as if discarding a dead dog. "Father, save me." Wuya, drenched in blood and utterly wretched, cried out. "Wuya!" Wu Zongyuan's rage intensified. "Chen Lin, release my son." Chen Lin coldly snorted, "Brother Wu, there's a saying that goes, indulging a child is akin to killing them. Your son, lacking respect for his elders, is in dire need of discipline. Regardless of my status as his master's uncle, his previous offense was forgivable, but daring to offend me again warrants a lesson for me. Chen Lin, my son does not require your discipline. If you strike him, I shall retaliate against you today." Wu Zongyan retorted with a cold snort, launching a punch directly at Chen Lin. A slight smirk graced Chen Lin's lips as he replied, "Brother Wu, are you truly intent on engaging in combat? Very well. If that is the case, I shall experience your esteemed skills." With a swift motion, he countered with a punch. The powerful intent behind his strike erupted instantaneously. However, it was merely the most fundamental technique of the Tai Eternal Life Fist. Their fists collided with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding explosion. Chen Lin stood unwavering, while Wu Zongyan was sent flying like a severed kite, blood spurting from his mouth, his face etched with disbelief. "Impossible. How can you be at the harmonization realm? You are merely at the peak of the condensation realm. Even if you were the harmonization realm, you could not possibly have repelled me with a single punch." Chen Lin scoffed, "Are you truly that formidable? My previous restraint was out of respect for our shared sect, but you and your son have become increasingly audacious, mistakenly believing me to be an easy target." Gritting his teeth, Wu Zongyuan demanded, "What do you want?" Chen Lin responded, "First, I require your son to kneel and apologize. That is acceptable. Second, the sect leader has decreed that Wulong Mountain must compensate Tai Mountain with 3 years' worth of resources. Am I not here to collect? As the saying goes, even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. For the past month, Chen Lin had scoured all of Tai Mountain's resources, leaving nothing of value for Xianxia. In short, Tai Mountain was in dire straits. At that moment, he thought of Wulong Mountain and decided to confront them directly, seeking vengeance for his original self. Third, I demand the unique spiritual attachment technique of Wulong Mountain. Very well, I agree. Half an hour later, Chen Lin departed from Wulong Mountain, fully satisfied. "Ah, Shen Lin, you will pay for this. I, Wu Zongyan, will not rest until I avenge this grievance." Once Chen Lin left, a furious roar echoed within Wulong Mountain. Chen Lin dismissed him with disdain. "Wu Zongyan, should you seek vengeance, next time it will not be as simple as merely beating you and your son." Upon returning to Tai Mountain, Xianxia waited at the mountain gate. "Master, you have returned." "Indeed, I have," Chen Lin replied in a splendid mood. He produced a jade slip and tossed it to her. It was the spiritual attachment technique acquired from Wu Zongyuan. This technique, a special secret art, belonged to the 9th tier of divine abilities and could endow any treasure or elixir with formidable spiritual essence. One must not underestimate the essence of spirituality. Once a magical artifact possesses this quality, its power can be wielded with greater efficacy. Similarly, if a medicinal pill embodies a hint of spirituality, its effects can be more readily absorbed. Even the magical energy you cultivate, when endowed with spirituality, not only becomes more manageable, but also significantly more potent. Chen Lin was taken aback by how readily the martial sovereign Yuan acquiesced, leaving him without a viable reason to retaliate. "Thank you, Master," Xianxia said, her joy evident as she accepted the gift. Ding. The host grants the disciple Xianxia the 9th level spiritual attachment technique, resulting in a critical return. Critical success achieved, yielding a 10,000-fold return, with a reward of the 12th grade celestial technique, spirit communication sorcery. To think it was spirit communication sorcery, what a windfall. This marked his first celestial technique, albeit one of the support of nature. The spiritual attachment technique bestows spirituality, whereas spirit communication sorcery facilitates direct spiritual interaction, enhancing its effectiveness exponentially. Chen Lin felt a surge of inspiration as he pointed a finger towards Xianxia, declaring her the first beneficiary of this newfound technique. The spirit communication sorcery manifested instantly, aligning with her third eye. The magical energy within Xianxia became vibrant, circulating autonomously. This meant that once spiritual communication was established, her internal energy would engage in continuous self-cultivation for 24 hours, unlike others who spent mere hours in practice. Moreover, as her energy attained spiritual communication, her cultivation ascended rapidly, progressing from the 7th to the 8th layer of divine refinement. Chapter 12. Preparing to descend the mountain. It was not until she reached the pinnacle of divine refinement that her realm stabilized. "Master, what about my cultivation?" Xianxia exclaimed with uncontainable delight. Chen Lin nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you have not disappointed me." Ding. The host successfully employed spirit communication sorcery on the disciple, enhancing her cultivation and yielding a critical return. Should the critical success be activated? Critical success. Critical success achieved, resulting in a 300-fold return, with a reward of substantial cultivation experience in spirit communication sorcery. Chen Lin was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he the purpose of employing spirit communication sorcery to elevate Xianxia's energy and realm supposed to reflect back upon him? However, he soon found solace in the fact that cultivation experience was also worthwhile. This spirit communication sorcery unfolds in 3 distinct realms. The first realm is spiritual communication, where all things are capable of establishing a spiritual connection. Magical artifacts, medicinal pills, formations, magical energy, flesh and blood, flora and fauna, mountains and rivers. Once spiritual communication is achieved, one gains spirituality, resulting in either amplified power or the transformation into a mystical being. The second realm is spiritual absorption. This spirituality encompasses not only essence but also spiritual energy, akin to a celestial version of an energy absorption technique capable of instantaneously siphoning the spirituality from others, be it flesh, magical energy, or soul. Once deprived of spirituality, one faces inevitable demise. This essence could be described as a form of life force. The third realm, the realm of creation, is not elaborated upon by the system. However, judging by the formidable nature of the first 2 realms, Chen Lin is confident that this third realm will undoubtedly present unexpected delights. Although he has received a return from the system that has allowed him to grasp the basics of spirit communication techniques, he has merely reached the threshold of the first realm. Moreover, the second and third realms remain elusive. Despite gaining experience points for his cultivation, he has only perceived a slight advancement in his spirit communication techniques, still firmly at the beginner level. Truly, the path of spirit arts is a long and arduous journey. Xianxia has gone off to train. It is only now that Chen Lin leisurely counts the resources he has seized from the martial sect. Truly, 5 Dragon Mountain is impressive. The spiritual stones, magical treasures, and elixirs far exceed all the resources he previously acquired from any sect, amounting to dozens of times more. This is merely the sect's resources accumulated over 3 years. Among the 12 mountain sects, Tianyuan Mountain currently ranks last, while 5 Dragon Mountain is ranked a modest 9th. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, he can continue to bestow treasures upon his disciples. The next day, Chen Lin promptly summoned Xianxia, first bestowing upon her the yin-yang twin swords for spirit communication. Ding. The host successfully employs spirit communication techniques on the disciple Xianxia's magical treasure. The yin-yang twin swords, fulfilling the criteria for critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving a 500-fold return. rewarding a significant amount of spirit communication experience points. Excellent. The spirit communication techniques have progressed further. With a flick of his hand, a bottle of third-grade elixirs appears. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement, and you now have a foundation for entering the condensation realm. This bottle is called the Foundation Establishment Pill, which will help solidify your foundation, making it easier for you to step into the condensation realm. Thank you, Master, Xianxia replied as she accepted it. How fortunate she felt to have a master like him. Though she knew not how other sects taught their disciples, she firmly believed none could compare to her own, who was attentive and caring in every aspect. Xianxia felt deeply moved. Little did she know the joy Chen Lin experienced as a master. Ding. The host grants the disciple, Xianxia, the third-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, fulfilling the criteria for critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving a 1,000-fold return, rewarding a 6th-grade elixir, the Divine Ability Pill. The Divine Ability Pill, like the Foundation Establishment Pill, solidifies the foundation of the 3 realms of divine ability. Whether it be condensation, celestial gang, or harmonization, they all pertain to the refinement of the innate magical powers within. The Divine Ability Pill is designed for further refinement of the already completed magical powers, undoubtedly the most suitable for Chen Lin at this moment. Just then, a jade talisman suddenly soared through the sky. Grasping the talisman, a message appeared in Chen Lin's mind. The sect leader summons you. At this moment, why did the sect leader summon him? Could it be that Wu Zongyuan, shameless as he was, went to report after receiving a beating? Upon arriving at the Yuling Palace, Chen Lin realized that he had let his imagination run wild. The peaceful realm of Taishan had once again plunged into dire straits. The demons, previously expelled from the 10,000 Great Mountains by the 3 great immortal sects and the major dynasties, had returned to wreak havoc upon the world. As one of the 3 great sects, the Yusu sect had an undeniable duty to eradicate these malevolent forces. Hence, the gathering of the 12 mountain sect leaders to deliberate on countermeasures. Upon Chen Lin's arrival, the sect leader unexpectedly nodded slightly in his direction, while Wu Zongyuan cast him a look brimming with murderous intent. However, Chen Lin remained utterly unconcerned, finding amusement in the sight of Wu Zongyuan's impotent fury, reminiscent of his own past experiences. Once all the leaders had assembled, a thorough discussion ensued, lasting half a day before consensus was reached. The sect leader promptly declared, "Since there are no objections, it is settled. Each sect shall dispatch a certain number of outstanding disciples to descend the mountain and eliminate the demons, for a period of 5 months. This duration will lead us to the biannual martial arts tournament of the 12 mountain sections." At this moment, Chen Lin felt a surge of excitement. Having traversed into this world, he had yet to explore the realm beneath the mountain. In fact, even his predecessor, after 10 years of initiation, had never left Tai Yi Mountain. Returning to Tai Yi Mountain, he summoned Xianxia and immediately conveyed the sect leader's command. "Xianxia, you have been a disciple for over a month now, and your peak mastery in spirit refinement is commendable. However, while your cultivation is sufficient, your practical experience remains lacking. The demons below pose a threat, and this is a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills." "Yes, Master, I will heed your guidance," Xianxia replied. Chen Lin continued, "Since we are descending the mountain, it would be an opportune moment to visit your family home, perhaps uncovering clues about those who annihilated your clan." Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, you are truly kind." Chen Lin responded, "As my disciple, it is only natural for me to treat you well." They prepared for their journey and resolved to descend the mountain the following morning. The next day, Chen Lin was ready early, only to find that Xianxia had outpaced him. She was already equipped with a hefty pack and wielding a pair of yin-yang twin swords. Chen Lin chuckled. "Is this truly all you intend to take?" Xianxia looked perplexed. Chen Lin sighed. "All right, I admit my oversight." He then produced a storage ring and tossed it to her, saying, "This storage ring is for you. Named the Kongming Ring." It was a superior spiritual treasure capable of storing items and boasting formidable defensive capabilities. It was one of the relics of his beloved master and the only storage ring in Tai Yi Mountain. "Thank you, Master," Xianxia exclaimed gratefully. Xianxia joyfully accepted the ring, subsequently placing her belongings and the yin-yang twin swords into it. Chapter 13, Mistaken for Demons. Ding. The host has granted the disciple Xianxia a storage ring, a 7th-tier storage artifact known as the Void Ring. It meets the criteria for critical return. Shall it be activated? Critical hit. Critical success. A thousandfold return has been achieved, rewarding a royal tier storage artifact, the Universe Ring. Shall be claimed? Claim. If the Void Ring could accommodate a house, the Universe Ring could easily contain a small mountain. Most importantly, when faced with life and death situations, the Void Ring would activate its passive defense system, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a condensation realm expert. The Universe Ring, on the other hand, could endure a full-force blow from a formidable master. What a treasure! Descending the mountain with her cultivation elevated, Xianxia could soar through the skies upon entering the condensation realm. Not to mention, she now possessed the Harmony Realm capabilities. With a mere wave of his hand, he departed from the Jade Void sect, taking Xianxia along with him. In a remote town, Xianxia Town. This marked the 5th day since Chen Lin and Xianxia had left Tai Mountain. The entire town had descended into an eerie silence, saturated with the stench of blood rising to the heavens. Corpses littered the ground, while ravens circled ominously above and wild dogs ferociously tore at the remains. Demons wreaking havoc, a portent of chaos. It was Chen Lin's first encounter with such brutality, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of dread. In this town, no soul, be they young or old, had survived. Although Xianxia had witnessed the slaughter of her kin, the sight before her now was equally distressing. Master, these demons are utterly ruthless. They have destroyed the entire town. Chen Lin responded, this is precisely why we must eradicate demons. Previously, he had not held a direct understanding of the so-called demons. At this moment, an unprecedented surge of killing intent surged within him. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt a stirring in his heart and raised his gaze towards the outskirts of the town. Just then, a large group of armored knights approached. Young master, we are too late. The town has likely already fallen prey to the demons, the leading young man proclaimed. Let's enter and see if there are any survivors. Upon entering the town, the young man and his followers quickly surrounded Chen Lin and Xianxia. To think my luck is remarkable. I genuinely encountered demons. We shall eradicate these fiends, and I shall be richly rewarded upon my return. Stop. As the confrontation escalated, Xianxia shouted, are you blind? Can't you see we are all human? The young man coldly scoffed. Human? Who would believe you? Aren't you demons merely donning a human facade? Upon my arrival, I found the entire town devoid of life, save for the two of you. Dare you claim that the townsfolk were not your victims? I once heard the emperor say, when encountering demons, do not question right or wrong. Draw your sword and slay. Wait until I slay you and collect your heads for the bounty. These are two demons indeed. It is a pity, such beauty. I, Xianxia, have never encountered someone so exquisite. Were you not demons? I would surely claim you as my wife. Why do you hesitate? Kill them. Xianxia bellowed at his subordinates. The man named Xianxia hailed from the esteemed Xie family, one of the 9 great clans of the Tang dynasty, accompanied by his family escorts. With demons posing a threat, every major dynasty had issued decrees promising substantial rewards for the slaying of these fiends, particularly those that had taken human form. These were high-ranking demons. Xianxia, seething with frustration, declared, how is it that you remain so obstinate? I have already stated that we are not demons. If reason will not persuade you, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. It is time for me to test the prowess of my Tai sword technique. Instantly, the dual swords of Yin and Yang appeared in her hands as she unleashed the Tai sword technique, thrusting toward the guards with a single, powerful stroke. Indeed, the teachings of my master have not been in vain. This technique has been cultivated to the small accomplishment stage. The Tai sword technique is a royal-grade martial art, and to achieve such proficiency in merely a month is an astonishing feat that would surely cause a stir within the Yushu immortal sect. This is even more remarkable than the 5-day entry into the refinement of spirit, for while there are countless methods to reach that stage, mastering a martial art requires dedicated and systematic practice. Furthermore, Xianxia has now reached the pinnacle of the refinement of spirit. While most of these guards are merely at the body refinement stage, with a few at the chi refinement stage, rendering them no match for her, let alone their martial cultivation. The sword energy surged forth, and those guards were injured with each strike. Within a minute, not a single one remained standing. This was still a result of Xianxia's restraint, as she had not struck to kill. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of these two demons. Old Lin, it is time for you to take action. Old Lin nodded affirmatively. It is our duty to slay demons. Instantly, Xianxia felt a surge of confidence. You fiends shall meet your end. Old Lin, one of the 5 esteemed protectors of the Xie family and a formidable figure, affirmed, "May the demons perish." Gu Qianxue retorted coldly, "And what of your strength? If you wish to kill us, you must first contend with my sword." The dual swords of Yin and Yang, one for attack and the other for defense, embodied the Tai sword technique. In that moment, Gu Qianxue displayed her formidable combat prowess. A fierce battle was imminent as the two engaged each other. Upon their initial clash, Old Lin gasped in shock. Truly, these legendary demons are extraordinarily powerful, he thought, despite his own status as a formidable figure. The two soon exchanged several blows. Old Lin, being a level above Gu Qianxue in cultivation, quickly gained the upper hand. "Behold my fiery palm." With swift movements, Old Lin's palms emanated a crimson glow, seemingly poised to strike Gu Qianxue. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a formidable force that swept forth. Old Lin's expression changed dramatically, and without any thought of retaliation, he hastily retreated. Gu Qianxue, filled with shame, said, "Master, I have been defeated." Chen Lin consoled her, saying, "He is of a higher level than you. Moreover, this is your first encounter in combat, lacking experience. Once you fully assimilate your cultivation and mastery, defeating him will be as effortless as a breeze." Old Lin, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Chen Lin retorted coldly, "Did you not say we were demons?" Old Lin shook his head, stating, "The moment you engaged in battle, I discerned that you are not demons. Demons typically conceal their nature, yet they inevitably reveal their demonic powers when they fight, and you did not." Chen Lin scoffed, "Knowing we are not demons, yet you still dared to strike. You are courting death." A fierce killing intent erupted from Chen Lin. Initially, upon seeing them arrive to suppress demons, he had refrained from murderous thoughts, but now his resolve solidified. With a thunderous step, Chen Lin advanced, unleashing the oppressive aura of the harmonization realm that swept across the area. In a swift motion, he struck with an open palm. The air shattered instantaneously under the force, leaving everyone present feeling as if they were but a solitary leaf adrift in a tempestuous sea, besieged by a raging storm. Chapter 14. Returning home. "My lord, spare me." Old Lin, pale with fear, fell to his knees. Xianxia let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward and spitting blood. "Do not kill me. I am the young master of the Xie family, one of the 9 great clans of the Tang dynasty. If you kill me, my family will not forgive you." Xianxia exclaimed hastily. "Young master, be silent." Old Lin admonished urgently. "My lord is a harmonization realm expert." Xianxia's face drained of color at the mention of the harmonization realm, a realm of overwhelming dominance, even as one of the 9 great clans. The Xie family could not boast a single expert of such caliber. "Thud, immortal, spare me." Xianxia immediately knelt. At that moment, he regretted his actions deeply. In pursuit of the imperial reward, he had come to eradicate demons, accompanied by his family's guards. His father had repeatedly warned him before departure that the dynasty had sought help from the 3 great immortal sects, and they would undoubtedly encounter disciples from those sections. He was instructed not to act rashly upon meeting them. Knowing full well that the two were not demons, he had presumed them to be young and easy to bully. And after days of fruitless search for demons, he had entertained malicious thoughts, thinking to substitute them for demons. Little did he know that upon encountering his first 2 targets, he would strike upon iron plates, experts of the harmonization realm, and so young at that. Their identities as disciples of the immortal sects were undeniable. Chen Lin coldly remarked, "Why should I spare you?" Xianxia replied, "I recognize that both of you are beings of great virtue, filled with compassion. I was blind and foolish to offend you. I implore you, consider my elderly parents, aged 80, and my 3-year-old child who depends on me. Please, grant me mercy this once. I assure you, upon my return, I shall undoubtedly establish a long-lasting memorial tablet and offer daily prayers and gratitude for the mercy bestowed upon us by the 2 celestial beings." Chen Lin shook his head and replied, "Although you harbor wicked intentions, considering your aim is to eradicate evil and demons, I shall spare your lives. However, to ensure I have not misjudged you today, I will personally visit the Xie family. Should I discover that you have indiscriminately taken innocent lives for the sake of so-called rewards, I shall undoubtedly come to extinguish the entire Xie family." "Begone," he commanded. "In gratitude for the mercy of the Xie celestial being, we shall depart at once." Xianxia could hardly suppress his disdain. Wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs, and hurriedly fled the scene in disarray. They did not stop until they had escaped several kilometers beyond the small town. At that moment, he was utterly consumed by fear, drenched in sweat, resembling a person pulled from the depths of water. "Old Lin, what shall we do now?" Xianxia inquired. "We shall return home. Young master," the two celestial beings mentioned they would personally visit the Xie family, rather than risk further mistakes. "Our best course of action is to do nothing." Old Lin was equally terrified. Though Xianxia felt a sense of reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, let us return home. Let us go. Since we are here, we might as well see our home." Chen Lin said to Gu Qianxue, "Yes, let us return home. Xianxia town is indeed Gu Qianxue's home." Gu Qianxue silently nodded, leading Chen Lin deeper into the town. Soon, they arrived before a desolate ruin. Over a month had passed, yet the Gu family estate remained a scene of devastation. The signboard askew at the entrance, covered in dust. Gu Qianxue approached, propping up the sign, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably as memories of her past life flooded her mind, the affection of her parents and a younger brother who deserved a good beating. Yet, all of that vanished in a single night. Had it not been for her playful escapade with Xiaowan, she might have met the same tragic fate, her body buried amidst these ruins. Chen Lin did not disturb her, but instead meticulously examined the remnants of the ruins, hoping to uncover any clues. Alas, how he wished for the power of time reversal. If only he could turn back time, he would undoubtedly identify the perpetrator responsible for the annihilation of the Gu family. Unfortunately, all matters concerning the realm of time were complex. Not a single technique was simple, at the very least requiring divine-level skills, if not celestial-level prowess. Someone is approaching. Just then, several figures descended from the sky. Chen Lin looked up to see it was indeed the enchanting Miaoshan fairy of Mount Luojia, accompanied by her two disciples, Gu Xiaowan and Lin Shiyue. "Xiaowan, this is your home?" Lin Shiyue inquired. Instantly, tears streamed down Xiaowan's face as she nodded. "This is the home I share with my lady." Lin Shiyue comforted, "Little Bowl Jr.'s sister, do not be disheartened. Master has assured us that we shall uncover the perpetrator and avenge your family." Although Little Bowl served as Gu Qianxue's maid, she had grown up within the Gu household. Her father and mother were also servants of the family, having tragically perished over a month ago. For her, this place was indeed home. "Thank you, senior sister." Little Bowl expressed her gratitude. "What a coincidence," Miaoshan's senior sister, Chen Lin, emerged to say. Chen junior brother, Miaoshan noticed him and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. Little Bowl has already met Chen junior brother. This is my senior disciple, Lin Shiyue. Shiyue, come greet your Uncle Chen. He is the esteemed head of Tai Mountain. Speaking of Uncle Chen, he is exceedingly generous. When Little Bowl visited for the first time, he graciously gifted her a third-grade elixir, Xianhuangdan. Surely, junior brother, you would not treat my esteemed disciple poorly, would you?" Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this woman is quite cunning. Is she trying to make me part with my resources? Yet, how could he know that he possessed a critical return system, allowing him to receive up to 1,000-fold return on bestowed gifts? Bestowing treasures upon disciples was a pleasure for him. Lin Shiyue respectfully said, "I pay my respects to Uncle Chen. Thank you for your generous gift." Chen Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Truly, one cannot escape the familial resemblance. Both the master and the disciple are equally crafty. I might as well seize treasures myself. It was amusing that she expressed gratitude before he even conferred her a gift. However, it mattered little. With a flourish, Chen Lin produced a jade pendant and handed it to her. This is a 6th-grade spiritual jade, the dragonfly jade, which aids in calming the mind and purifying one's internal energy. Lin Shiyue was immediately astounded. This is indeed a 6th-grade treasure. She turned to Miaoshan, her eyes wide. Miaoshan furrowed her brow. Her earlier intent to exploit Chen Lin stemmed from a desire to alleviate the frustration she felt after her experience at Tai Mountain. She had anticipated a mere 3rd or 4th-grade treasure, yet here he was, presenting the dragonfly jade. Even she felt tempted. Chen Lin smiled. "What? Do you find the jade pendant unsatisfactory?" Lin Shi gritted her teeth and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Chen, for your generous bestowal. I could not have wished for a more cherished treasure." Chapter 15. Offspring of Imperial Families. Beep. The host bestows Lin Shiyue of Luojia, a mountain, a 6th-grade treasure, the dragonfly jade pendant. This meets the criteria for critical return. Would you like to initiate a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward: 1,000-fold critical return. Acquiring a 9th-grade treasure, the Taiji jade pendant. What a marvelous treasure! The moment he received the Taiji Jade pendant, the system conveyed its information to him. Nourishing the soul, one can establish a position akin to Tai Chi, continuously absorbing the celestial energies of the surrounding world, coupled with his own spiritual techniques. Even in the absence of deliberate cultivation, his progress in mastery surpasses that of other cultivators with similar divine physiques. This is especially true compared to those of ordinary constitutions. It is evident that his ascent to greatness is imminent. No, he is already soaring to new heights. However, since Miaoshan has plotted against him, he cannot simply let this matter rest. Junior Apprentice Qiuyue, given your physique, you must possess the 10th grade royal body of the Bright Moon, correct? Sister Miaoshan has indeed acquired an exceptional disciple, Chen Lin inquired. But I wonder, how many years has Junior Apprentice Qiuyue been in training? Lin, Qiuyue replied. I have been training for 10 years. 10 years to reach the first level of spirit refinement. Your progress seems rather slow, Chen Lin remarked, shaking his head. Lin Qiuyue's expression changed instantly. After all, she had persevered with a determination to succeed or perish just to attain the spirit refinement realm. Moreover, within the lineage of Luojia Mountain, among the hundreds of disciples, she was the first to enter the first level of spirit refinement within a decade. But fear not, Chen Lin continued. On this expedition to subdue demons, why not stay by my side? I assure you that before the martial arts competition, you shall reach the 5th level of spirit refinement or beyond. Can you truly help me attain the 5th level before the competition? Lin Qiuyue's eyes sparkled with hope. Chen Lin cast a cheerful glance at Fairy Miaoshan and nodded. Qiuyue, why not consider taking me as your mentor? This way, I could legitimately guide your cultivation. Fairy Miaoshan was taken aback. No, once one joins Luojia Mountain, they are bound for life. Junior brother Chen Lin, what do you mean by this? Chen Lin replied. I recall a saying from my sister, a master chooses a disciple, but a disciple also has the right to choose their master. Moreover, I believe my cultivation is not inferior to yours, and I possess some insights in teaching disciples, so I inquired. Such inquiries are unacceptable. Fairy Miaoshan huffed. Qiuyue, Xiaowan, we shall take our leave. Yes, they agreed, and together with Lin, Qiuyue, and Gu Xiaowan, they turned to depart the small town. Chen Lin, feigning innocence, called out, Sister, wait, don't leave without your junior brother. He chased after them, accompanied by Gu Qianxia. As they exited the town, something suddenly caught their attention. They stopped and looked down. Not far away, a group of cultivators was fleeing in disarray, many of them wounded, their bodies stained with blood. Among them were several familiar faces, including Xie Shan and his subordinates. The peak-level figure, Old Lin, was in a dire state, one arm severed and bleeding profusely. Trailing behind them, a man exuding a demonic aura pursued relentlessly, accompanied by an overwhelming horde of demonic beings from the Harmonious Path realm. In that instant, Chen Lin's murderous intent erupted with terrifying ferocity. The beings of the Harmonious Path realm are classified as high-level demons, possessing both the appearance and intellect of humans. Were it not for the dark aura that emanates from them, anyone encountering them would likely mistake them for humans. In contrast, low-level demons manifest in the guise of ferocious beasts. Young master, if we can reach Qingstone Town, we may yet find salvation. The two immortals should still be present. Lin Lao uttered, his complexion ghastly pale from excessive blood loss. Xie Shan, filled with dread, exclaimed, we can only hope that the two immortals have not departed. Otherwise, we may perish here. Regret washed over him for disregarding his father's counsel, insisting on exterminating demons to garner merit. Now, facing the possibility of losing his very life and endangering those around him. A group of low-tier cultivators dares to hunt demons. Your souls belong to me. The demon man cackled, his voice grating. All of you shall meet your demise. Under the command of the demon man, the low-level demons surged forward, swiftly pursuing Xie Shan and his companions, launching their assault. A scream pierced the air as a human fell victim to a low-level demon. Its heart ripped from its chest, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. The scent of blood only incited greater frenzy among the low-level demons, who lunged once more at the fleeing humans. Impudent demon, you seek death. Chen Lin retaliated, unleashing a formidable sword intent that swept through the air, targeting the low-level demons poised to attack. The very fabric of the void seemed to tear as the sword intent surged forth, enveloping the realm. It is the esteemed immortal. He has not departed. We are saved. Lin Lao, utterly astonished, beheld the overwhelming sword intent as though it would pierce the heavens themselves. Could this truly be the power of the harmonious path realm? He could scarcely imagine what would transpire should that sword intent strike him. In the next moment, the sword intent crashed into the low-level demons with a thunderous roar. The explosive sound echoed as the sword intent pierced through their bodies, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, flesh and blood scattering across the ground. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your life-saving grace," Tianyuan exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude before Chen Lin. "We are saved. We're the demons." He laughed heartily, astonished by his fortune in encountering demons and eager to slay them for substantial rewards. At that moment, a multitude of cultivators appeared in the distance, led by a figure named Xianxia, a prominent heir from one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty. Much like Xianxia, Xianxia, with a disdainful sneer, remarked, "I wonder who it was. Is that not the esteemed Xianxia himself? How amusing to see him kneeling." Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically. As a fellow heir from one of the 9 great families, he had always been at odds with Xianxia. Xianxia scoffed, casting a glance at Chen Lin. "Though Xianxia is but a waste, it seems you possess some merit to induce him to kneel before you. If I were to command you to kneel, would that not serve as evidence of my superiority over that wastrel Xianxia?" Such confidence is not lost on Xianxia. In pursuit of merit, he seeks to vanquish demons and has specifically borrowed the aid of 2 royal offerings from his own aunt, the Empress of the Great Tang dynasty. The 7 royal offerings of the Great Tang are all formidable beings of the harmonious realm. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you intend to make a move against me?" To which Xianxia responded with audacity, "If you are wise, you will kneel of your own accord. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to force you into submission." At this moment, Xianxia exhibited a peculiar expression, having dared to offend a celestial being. Although the royal offerings and celestial immortals both belong to the harmonious realm, should a conflict arise, it is an undeniable truth that the celestial immortals would prevail. "Xianxia, I shall relish witnessing your demise." Chapter 16. Offending the Senior Seat. "Oh, divine beauty, heaven has truly blessed me, Xianxia, by allowing me to encounter such an exquisite maiden." Just then, Gu Qinshui approached, instantly bringing joy to Xianxia. Who does not adore beauty, especially one as stunning as she? With a smile, Xianxia inquired, "What is your name, fair maiden?" "I am the legitimate son of the Yang family, one of the 9 great clans of the Great Tang. Why not accompany me back? I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence." "You dare to flirt with my disciple? It appears you are courting death," Chen Lin retorted, his anger turning to amusement. "Your disciple?" Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. "That could not be better. Young man, how about marrying your disciple to me, and I shall let you depart unscathed." "You insolent wretch. Kneel." Chen Lin coldly scoffed. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Xianxia dismissed him with disdain. "I care not for your identity. What matters is that this is the Great Tang dynasty. My aunt is the reigning empress, and my uncle is the emperor of the Tang. My family, the Yang clan, is the foremost lineage in the Tang. But I'm curious to learn of your standing. Pray enlighten me." Chen Lin replied icily, "I am Chen Lin of the Yushu Immortal Sect." "The Yushu Immortal Sect?" Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart beset with trepidation. The Yushu Immortal Sect is one of the 3 great immortal sects of the Taishan domain, timeless and illustrious, reigning over the entire realm. Even the Great Tang dynasty appears as a subordinate in comparison, and the Emperor of the Tang would address disciples of the Yushu Immortal Sect as immortals, let alone the fact that he is merely the legitimate son of one of the 9 great clans. Had I known you were a disciple of the Yushu Immortal Sect, I would have refrained from offending you. Now what shall I do? Wait a moment. While it is true that you are an immortal from the Yushu Immortal Sect, given your age, you're likely just an ordinary disciple. Regardless of your status, your identity remains clear. The true disciples of the Yushu Immortal Sect are not to be trifled with, yet an ordinary disciple, such as yourself, may not be beyond my reach." Xiao's expression shifted to one of relief. "Even if you are an immortal of the Yushu sect, what of it? Do you truly believe that I, Xianxia, would fear you? My family has not lacked for members joining the Yushu Immortal Sect. Indeed, I, young Master Yangding of the Yang family, serve as the steward of the 5-Dragon Mountain of the Yushu Immortal Sect," one of my subordinates proclaimed. The Yushu Immortal Sect comprises 12 mountain gates, each representing a distinct lineage. Unless one is accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader, the disciples are classified into 4 ranks: elders, stewards, core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. The status of an elder is comparable to that of a true disciple, while the steward follows closely behind, with core disciples next in line, and outer disciples at the lowest tier. The outer disciples engage in body refining. Inner disciples practice chi cultivation. Core disciples attain the realm of spirit refinement. And stewards reach the condensation of chi stage. To ascend to the rank of elder, one must achieve the celestial realm or higher. The reason the sect is referred to as an immortal gate is due to its orderly transmission of teachings. In the secular empires, the three realms of body refining, chi cultivation, and spirit refinement have manifested, though they are slightly inferior in combat at the same level. However, the disparity becomes significantly pronounced upon reaching the three realms of divine abilities. Once a disciple enters the divine realms, they can sweep away practitioners of equal rank from the secular empires. This explains why countless individuals aspire to join the immortal sect and why those from the secular courts hold its members in such high esteem. This respect involves not only the cultivation of techniques, but also the mastery of divine artifacts and secret transmissions. Xianxia scoffed, "Is a mere steward truly impressive? I'm a true disciple of Tai Mountain." "Huh," Xianxia laughed. "My dear, if you were indeed a true disciple, your master would be the sect leader of Tai Mountain." Xianxia retorted angrily, "My master is indeed the sect leader of Tai Mountain. He is the sect leader." "Ha ha ha." Xianxia burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach in amusement. "Have you laughed enough?" Chen Lin suddenly emanated a formidable aura characteristic of a harmonized realm expert, his eyes flashing like lightning. His tone turned icy as he regarded Xianxia as though he were a mere corpse. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Xianxia, feeling as though he had been struck fiercely in the chest. With a gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of terror. "You truly are the sect leader of Tai Mountain." "No, how could you be the sect leader?" Xianxia inhaled sharply, retreating in fear. He could afford to be arrogant towards an ordinary disciple of the Yushu immortal sect, but with an elder or true disciple, even his own father would be cautious. Not to mention the sect leader of a mountain. To insult the leader would invite grave consequences. Should his family discover that he had offended the sect leader of Yushu, they would not hesitate to sever his head and present it to the sect as an apology. Meanwhile, Xianxia was utterly astonished. Previously believing Chen Lin to be an immortal from the Yushu immortal sect, he was taken aback to learn that he was, in fact, the leader of a mountain. This position represented the complete lineage of that mountain within the sect. It was not merely their 9 great families that would pay respect. Even the emperor would address him with reverence as a mortal elder. "Xianxia, you have been put in your place. Now you realize you've kicked a hornet's nest, don't you? I, Xianxia, am eager to witness your demise." The 2 royal envoys behind Xianxia changed their expressions dramatically. Offending the head of a mountain sect. Should we retreat or stay? Yet, recalling the empress's command, the 2 envoys gritted their teeth and positioned themselves protectively behind Xianxia. Addressing Xianxia, "Esteemed immortal, it was my young master's indiscretion that offended you. However, we implore you, for the sake of our reigning empress of the Tang dynasty, to spare him this time." Chen Lin coldly retorted, "What if I choose not to spare him?" The 2 envoys clenched their jaws, declaring, "Though you hail from the Jade Void sect, we, too, desire to experience your prowess firsthand. You think you are worthy to engage me?" Chen Lin scoffed. "If a confrontation is inevitable, then let it commence." With a single gesture, an astonishing sword intent erupted forth, far surpassing the one used to vanquish the lower demons. If the previous sword intent resembled a mere stream, this one was akin to a vast ocean, turbulent, tempestuous. The spiritual energies within dozens of kilometers trembled, as flora and rock danced chaotically, resembling the apocalypse itself. The silent observer, Fairy Miaoshan, was profoundly shaken. As a fellow peak cultivator, she regarded herself as formidable. In the presence of her peers, she felt inferior. Astonishingly, she realized she might not stand a chance against Chen Lin. This sword intent radiated like celestial stars, boundless and illuminating the earth. What sort of technique is this? It is certainly not from the Jade Void sect. Could be that Master Tai Xian bequeathed this opportunity to Chen Lin. This sword technique has likely ascended to the divine level. Chapter 17. One sword defeats the enemy. At that moment, the 2 royal envoys were utterly petrified, their faces ashen, consumed by regret. How could they have been so foolish as to provoke the head of a celestial sect? They found themselves trapped in a predicament, aware that they could not withstand such formidable sword intent, uncertain if they could even survive this strike. Equally stunned was a high-ranking demon lurking nearby. Flee! The demon turned to escape. Chen Lin coldly scoffed. Since you dare to wreak havoc in a mortal realm, you shall not flee. The sword intent extended, enveloping not only the two royal envoys, but also the fleeing high-ranking demon. No! As the sword intent descended, a voice filled with unwillingness echoed. The high-ranking demon was pierced by the sword intent, flesh and blood scattering. The two royal envoys knelt, continually spitting blood, their hearts brimming with terror. In that instant, as the sword intent fell, they believed their end had come. Little did they know, the esteemed immortal had shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would truly have perished. Is this the disparity between them and the celestial beings? Both are at the harmonization realm, yet in their eyes, I'm no different from a mere chicken or a dog. The two offerings expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed celestial, for sparing our lives." Xianxia was utterly petrified, his face a mask of shock, collapsing to the ground, muttering incessantly, "It's over." Even if he were to survive this moment. Having offended the esteemed head of the Yushu celestial gate, he knew his father would surely deal with him upon his return. Not far away, Lin Shuyue and Gu Xiaowan, who had been silently observing, exchanged glances and remarked to the immortal Miaoshan, "Master, this Uncle Chen Lin is truly terrifying." Immortal Miaoshan sighed with a wry smile. It's not just terrifying. Uncle Chen Lin's strength is likely comparable to that of the formidable beings in the transformation realm. Gu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with realization. I knew my lady's master was exceptional. She couldn't help but recall who had persuaded her lady to join Luoja Mountain, belittling her master in the process. Suddenly, a figure soared from the horizon. A middle-aged man in a green robe appeared in the sky, his voice resonating as he reached for a shimmering green crystal core on the ground. High-level demons possess demon cores, the very essence of their power, containing immense strength. Although infused with demonic energy, it can be refined for cultivation, yielding great results. The flesh of the human race can elevate the level of demons, while demon cores equally assist human cultivation. The man in the green robe was none other than Zhao Buhai, whom immortal Miaoshan recognized. A powerful elder from the Xianxia celestial gate, one of the 7 sword-wielding branches. Among the 7 branches of Xianxia, the Shushan sword branch is the foremost. High-level demons slain by Chen Lin rightfully belong to Yushu celestial gate and cannot be taken by other celestial factions. With a wave of her hand, immortal Miaoshan struck downwards. Zhao Buhai, unflinching in the face of her attack, summoned a radiant light behind him that manifested into a turtle shell-like treasure, enveloping him in protection. A dull thud echoed as the attack failed to breach the defense of the turtle shell, instead rebounding with a force that caused immortal Miaoshan to stagger slightly. The 9th grade treasure, the Xiangui shield, was indeed formidable. Zhao Buhai laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Immortal Miaoshan, I shall not be polite in claiming this demon core." As he reached down to seize it, Chen Lin appeared before him in an instant, his face a mask of murderous intent. Zhao Buhai, incensed, retorted, "What if I refuse to relinquish the demon core? Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Buhai, an elder from the Shushan sword branch of the Xianxia celestial gate." Chen Lin replied resolutely, "If you do not release the demon core, then you shall face the consequences." Chen Lin launched an attack towards Zhao Buhai with a swift stroke of his sword. Zhao Buhai scoffed, declaring, "In the realm of swordsmanship, I, of the 3 great sects of the Taishan domain, consider myself the foremost among the Shushan sect. None dare to claim the 2nd position." With a flick of his wrist, a sharp sword materialized in his grasp, and he thrust it towards Chen Lin. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Buhai found himself bewildered as Chen Lin's sword adeptly struck against his blade, followed by a swift slash that left a crimson gash across his chest, blood pouring forth. "Considering we both hail from one of the 3 great sects, relinquish the demon core and depart. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy with my next strike." Zhao Buhai's expression darkened as he regarded his wound. The outcome of their skirmish was abundantly clear. He had been utterly defeated, both in cultivation strength and swordsmanship. He had failed to withstand even a single blow from his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Buhai hurled the demon core towards Chen Lin, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Esteemed friend?" "Tai Mountain's Chen Lin," he replied, catching the demon core with ease. Zhao Buhai, incredulous, exclaimed, "You are the Chen Lin of Tai Mountain? How can this be? Are you not a mere wastrel? Moreover, it is rumored that the lineage of the Tai Mountain under the Yushu sect has been severed. leaving only 11 sects remaining among the 12 immortals. How audacious of your Yushu sect to employ such deceit. Once the Taishan true monarch was immensely powerful. How could his disciple be a mere failure? At that moment, Chen Lin paid little heed to Zhao Buhai, for the system chimed in his mind. Ding! The host has demonstrated the divine-level sword technique, the great Zhou Tian star sword technique, before his disciple Gu Qianxia, allowing her to gain new insights into swordsmanship, thereby enhancing her mastery of the Tai sword technique and qualifying for a critical return reward. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 3,000 times critical return and a considerable amount of cultivation experience in the great Zhou Tian star sword technique. As Chen Lin received his swordsmanship cultivation experience, the great Zhou Tian star sword technique, which had barely reached the entry level, finally attained a minor accomplishment. Over the past month, he had refrained from imparting the great Zhou Tian star sword technique to Gu Qianxia, adhering to the principle that martial arts cultivation requires steady progress. One must not be greedy. Although the Tai sword technique may not be divine in nature, it stands as one of the esteemed foundational techniques of Tai Mountain, ranking among the finest of royal-grade sword techniques, ample for her to study and practice. To his surprise, his demonstration of the sword technique had enabled her to grasp the essence of the Tai sword technique, while he himself benefited from the cultivation experience of the great Zhou Tian star sword technique. As for the demon core, it was of little use to Chen Lin. Being only at the harmonization realm, he tossed the demon core towards Gu Qianxia, saying, "This demon core is yours." Gu Qianxia gasped in surprise, followed by joy. "Thank you, master." Meanwhile, Zhao Buhai felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "You nearly killed yourself for that demon core, and you so casually bestow it upon your disciple." Chapter 18. Shun Linglong. The essence of the demon core, infused with demonic energy, not only has the power to enhance cultivation, but also purifies spiritual power, making it far more precious than an ordinary 6th grade elixir. Zhao Buhai was in a state of discontent, yet he remained oblivious to Chen Lin's elation. Beep. The host bestows upon disciple Gu Qianxia a high-grade demon core aligned with the Tao, eligible for critical returns. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Success. A reward of 800-fold critical return has been granted, yielding the 8th grade Nirvana Pill. The Nirvana Pill is indeed a remarkable treasure, an exceptional elixir that aids in the cultivation of the Void Realm, ranking as an 8th grade item. It is far more valuable than the high-grade Demon Core. Although it cannot be utilized at this moment, it shall be stored for future use. As Chen Lin swung his sword to vanquish the demon and then defeated Zhao Buhai with 2 strikes, all present were left in awe. Truly, he is the esteemed disciple of the head of Yushu Xianmen, Master Taishan. Once, Master Taishan struck fear across the Taishan domain, and though it was believed he had perished without leaving a legacy, his disciple continues to exhibit such formidable prowess. Zhao Buhai, an elder of the Shuqing Xianmen's Shushan sword lineage, astonishingly fell to defeat in swordsmanship. That last strike could only have been withstood by a transcendent being. It was evident to all that, in the near future, this head of Tai Mountain may very well ascend to the realm of a transcendent being, or even a true master of the void. Tai Mountain is on the verge of rising. No, they have never truly declined. Fairy Miaoshan remarked, "Junior brother Chen Lin, you are indeed generous. While others scramble for high-grade demon cores, you freely bestow one upon your disciple." Chen Lin replied, "Sister, this is not a matter of generosity. I have no use for the demon core, and Qianxia is my only disciple. Who else would I give it to?" He then turned his gaze to his disciple. "Qiuyu, perhaps you should consider, my dear niece. I currently have but one disciple, and becoming my student brings numerous benefits." At this, Lin Qiuyu felt a flicker of temptation. Fairy Miaoshan, annoyed, scoffed. "Now that the demons have been dealt with, we shall take our leave. Qiuyu, Xiaowan, let's go." With that, she swiftly departed with her 2 disciples. Even after flying several dozen kilometers away, Fairy Miaoshan remained irate, saying, "Remember this. In the future, keep your distance from that Chen Lin. He is clearly not a man of good character." Watching Lin Qiuyu being taken away by Fairy Miaoshan, Chen Lin smiled faintly. "Sister, you cannot blame me. After all, you were the one who initially snatched my disciple. Qianxia, we should also be on our way." With that, he and Gu Qianxia departed the scene. Following this battle, Chen Lin was unaware that he had ignited a fervor. The name of Chen Lin from Tai Mountain resonated throughout the Tai Xin domain, regardless of the strength of the high-grade demons. Zhao Buhai was a figure of great repute, hailing from the Shuqing Xianmen and Shushan sword lineage, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and formidable combat prowess. To be defeated in a single strike was astonishing. Tai Mountain certainly has a promising future. Master Tai Xian's legacy continues to shine brightly through his disciple. Especially his swordsmanship, magnificent and grand, akin to the stars of the nine heavens descending upon the mortal realm, is simply unparalleled. You did not witness that stroke. A high-ranking demon of the harmonious path was instantly slain, and the very same strike wounded 2 royal offerings. In essence, he vanquished 3 formidable practitioners of the harmonious path with a single blow. In a world plagued by demonic calamities, where every soul lives in trepidation, there arises a pressing need for a heroic figure capable of slaying these fiends and inspiring hope. At this moment, Chen Lin undoubtedly emerged as that champion. The high-ranking demon belonged to a prestigious echelon among its kind, yet it was felled by Chen Lin's sword. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, in an opulent tavern within a county town, a strikingly beautiful woman disguised as a man, upon overhearing the discussions around her, brightened with excitement and turned to her similarly disguised maid, saying, "Xiaowan, do you think if I could become the disciple of this esteemed Chen Lin, I might avoid marrying the third prince?" The young woman's name was Shun Linglong, the legitimate daughter of the Shun family, one of the 9 great clans of the Tang dynasty. Not long ago, the Emperor of Tang had personally betrothed her to the third prince, a prospect she was most unwilling to accept. Thus, she had stealthily escaped with the intention of joining one of the 3 great immortal sects, thereby evading the unwanted marriage. Such aspirations were delightful, yet reality proved harsh. Having fled for over a month, she had yet to even locate the threshold of an immortal sect. Upon hearing the crowd's conversation regarding Chen Lin, a sudden thought sparked in her mind. Chen Lin, the immortal, has slain a high-ranking demon with a single strike and injured 2 royal offerings. If I could become his disciple, even the emperor would have to rescind the marriage decree. Xiaowan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Miss, it must be said that this indeed presents a greater hope than joining the 3 great sections. To be accepted as an esteemed disciple is a rare honor, while the ordinary disciples are often overlooked by the elders and the royal family. But where shall we go to find the immortal Chen Lin?" Xiaowan expressed her concern. Chen Linglong replied, "What difficulty lies in this? The 3 great sects venture forth to slay demons. Wherever demons roam, Chen Lin is likely to be found. Come, I have made my decision. I shall seek to become Chen Lin's disciple." The 2 women immediately rose and departed from the tavern. Half a day later, they arrived in a dense forest, utterly disheveled and fleeing in a frenzy, as behind them echoed the primal roars of beasts, sending waves of terror through their hearts. "Miss, I can no longer run. You must flee without me. Xiaowan may not be able to follow you any longer." Xiaowan gasped, utterly exhausted. Chen Linglong supported her, lamenting, "It is all my fault. Were it not for my desire to venture to the place where demons appear, we would not have encountered such peril. Xiao Huan, I am truly sorry." Xiaowan shook her head, saying, "Miss, I do not blame you." "Miss, you must leave quickly. The demons are closing in," urged Xiaowan. Chen Linglong responded, "What nonsense! If we are to leave, we shall do so together. I will never abandon you." Xiaowan, now frantic, insisted, "Miss, I cannot escape. If you do not leave now, when the demons catch up, we shall both be trapped." Little did Xiaowan know that Chen Linglong had already taken Chen Lin as her master. Suddenly, the menacing demons emerged from the thicket, 2 of them lunging forward like ravenous wolves, baring their fangs and opening their gaping maws. These were low-level demons, comparable merely to the refinement realm. Although Chen Linglong possessed extraordinary talent, she was not yet a disciple of the celestial sect, only having reached the same refinement level, making her ill-equipped to face 2 demons simultaneously, especially with Xiaowan by her side. Despite having trained with Chen Linglong since childhood, Xiaowan had only attained the 1st or 2nd level of qi refinement. "Miss, take advantage of the fact that no other demons are pursuing us and flee now," Xiaowan urged, pushing Chen Linglong away. Chen Linglong shook her head firmly, stating, "Xiaowan, cease your pleas. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. In this life, we are master and servant, yet truly we are sisters. In the next life, we shall be sisters by blood." "Mississippi." Xiaowan was deeply moved. "Let us fight them." A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as more demons emerged. Chen Lin and Xiaowan exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination and a readiness to embrace death. Gritting their teeth, they charged towards the demons without fear. The pursuing demons, enraged, could hardly believe their audacity to resist. Just as it seemed the two young women were destined to fall to the demons. A sudden surge of sword intent sliced through the air, decimating the demon that threatened them. Overwhelmed with joy, the two women wept with relief at their unexpected salvation. Just moments before, they had believed they were doomed. As the sword's essence dissipated, a stunning figure appeared before them, inquiring, "Are you both unharmed?" "We are fine," Chen Lin replied, shaking her head. "I am Chen Lin, and this is Xiaowan. Thank you for rescuing us." "Indeed," said Xianxia, acknowledging them with a nod before she, wielding her sword, charged towards the remaining demons. The Tai sword technique unfolded. The dual swords of yin and yang attacking in perfect harmony, resembling two true dragons soaring through the heavens. Against these demons, she dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. "How formidable!" Chen Lin exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Xiaowan, do you think she could be a member of the celestial sect?" "She must be. Xiao Huan. Only those from the celestial sect possess such power." Chen Lin, filled with excitement, wondered aloud. "Do you think she might know the whereabouts of Master Chen Lin?" "You seek me?" A voice interrupted. As Chen Lin looked up, she saw a young man smiling down at her, his presence striking. He appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a flowing white robe, with a Tai Chi jade pendant hanging from his waist. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed immortal Chen Lin of the Yushu sect on Tai Mountain?" "I, your disciple Chen Lin, humbly pay my respects." With a graceful bow, Chen Lin prostrated herself. However, Chen Lin swiftly evaded, frowning as he remarked, "I do not recall having such a disciple." Chen Lin implored, "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I ventured into the realm of demons and monsters solely to seek your guidance. Rest assured, I shall heed your words and honor you with utmost reverence." Chen Lin replied, "Becoming my disciple is not a matter to be taken lightly." Chen Lin insisted, "As long as you accept me, I am willing to do anything you ask." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have accepted Chen Lin as a disciple. Reward, a disciple gift package. Critical return applicable. Do you wish to activate critical return?" "Wait a moment. It seems I did not agree to accept her as a disciple, yet the system remains unresponsive. Well, it appears I am being compelled to take on a disciple." Chen Lin scoffed, "You wretched system. How could you possibly know that I actually find this girl quite likable? Daring, meticulous, decisive, and loyal. Since you, this troublesome system, acknowledge her as my disciple, then so be it. However, it seems that when I accepted Xianxia as a disciple, there was no gift package, yet with Chen Lin, a gift package appears. Care to explain, system?" Clearly, the system ignored his grievances. Chen Lin could only shake his head in frustration. Critical hit activated. Critical hit successful. Reward, 1,000-fold critical return. You have received a 1,000-fold gift package. A critical gift package. How delightful. Opening the grand package, he found, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Flame Divine Pill, a level 9 divine ability, Flame Slash, and a daily critical return opportunity. Excellent items. However, it seems that aside from the critical return opportunity, both the Flame Divine Pill and the Flame Slash are intended for my disciple." Chen Lin discerned that although Chen Lin possessed merely an 8th grade physique, she bore the pure yang constitution, perfectly suited for the Flame Divine Pill. Indeed, consuming this Flame Divine Pill would significantly increase her chances of achieving the 11th grade Flame Divine Body. "Kneel," Chen Lin commanded. Chen Lin looked at him in confusion. Chen Lin, exasperated, stated, "Is it not customary to perform a rite of submission when taking a master?" Overjoyed, Chen Lin promptly knelt on the ground, solemnly bowing 9 times. "Disciple pays respects to master." Chen Lin nodded. "Rise. From this day forth, you are the second disciple of the Yushu sect on Tai Mountain." "Thank you, master." Chen Lin replied eagerly. "Master, were you not going to test me just now?" Chen Lin responded, "Very well, go slay a high-ranking demon." Chen Lin quickly retorted, "Master, I was mistaken." "Umph." Chen Lin snorted coldly. Chen Lin then added, "Master, I have something to disclose regarding my lineage." The disciple had actually fled from an arranged marriage. Chen Lin, intrigued, inquired, "Fleeing from marriage? Pray, tell me more." Chen Lin replied, "I am the legitimate daughter of the Shun family, one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty. The Emperor of Tang has betrothed me to the third prince, but I refuse to marry that insipid prince. So I escaped. Master, what if? No need to worry. Chen Lin waved his hand dismissively. I shall take care of your marriage. If you agree, then so be it. If not, I shall personally deal with this third prince. To Chen Lin, whether in his past life or as the current head of the celestial sect, the imperial court was nothing of concern. I knew you would be the best, master. Shen Linglong exclaimed joyfully, nearly jumping with delight. Her gamble had paid off. She had indeed chosen the right master. Miss, congratulations. You are finally free from the prospect of marrying the third prince. Xiaowan shared in her mistress's joy. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu Qinxue returned, having vanquished all the demons. Master, I have lived up to expectations and slain all the demons. Chen Lin nodded approvingly. Indeed, your mastery of the Tai sword technique has reached a commendable level, though your practical experience still requires refinement. However, this chaotic era of demons serves as an excellent opportunity for you to hone your swordsmanship. When you next encounter that formidable expert, you should be able to defeat him within 100 moves. Gu Qinxue beamed. Master, really? Chen Lin doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Do not celebrate too soon. You have much to improve. Only when you can defeat him within 3 moves should you allow yourself to rejoice. For now, go out and declare that you are my disciple. I am embarrassed to have you as such. Master, I have erred, Gu Qinxue said, lowering her head in shame. Rest assured, Master, I will strive to cultivate diligently and enhance my strength. Chen Lin nodded with satisfaction. Such confidence is commendable. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is your second junior sister, Shen Linglong. This is your senior sister, Gu Qinxue. Chen Lin continued with the introductions. Senior sister, Shen Linglong exclaimed. Gu Qinxue responded with delight. How wonderful. I have a junior sister now. Please, tell me how you managed to become a disciple. Instantly, the two girls clasped hands, as if reuniting with family, and quickly began to converse. What? You fled from a marriage? Gu Qinxue gasped. Do not worry. If you do not wish to marry, then you shall not, Shen Linglong reassured her. Master has promised to advocate on my behalf. Indeed, Gu Qinxue added with a smile, our master is quite formidable. Do not let his youth deceive you. He is a man of his word. Furthermore, he treats his disciples exceptionally well. Though I, your senior sister, stand at the pinnacle of spirit refining now and slay those demons as easily as one would butcher chickens. Just a month ago, I was of ordinary talent, merely at the body refining stage. At that time, not a single disciple from the 12 mountain gates of the Yushu sect took me in. It was solely my master who offered me refuge. Not only did he bestow upon me divine elixirs to enhance my constitution, but he also imparted the methods of cultivation, taught me the Tai sword technique, and gifted me the treasured Yin-Yang twin swords that safeguard Tai Mountain. Moreover, he generously rewarded me daily with elixirs, magical artifacts, and resources for cultivation. Shen Linglong was utterly astonished. In just over a month, I had ascended from the body refinement stage to the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm, along with acquiring sword techniques, divine abilities, and magical artifacts. Is this truly my master? Even a biological father would not treat me with such kindness. If this is genuine, then choosing my master this time would undoubtedly be the most correct decision of my life. All right, the demons in this place have been eradicated. It is time for us to depart, Chen Lin declared. Yes, master, Gu Qinxue said, hastily pulling Shen Linglong to Chen Lin's side. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lin led the 3 women away from the location. Soon, night fell, and the 4 found a temporary shelter. They kindled a fire, set up defensive formations, and prepared some provisions. Chen Lin said, Linglong, I have decided to pass on my skills to you. However, before that, I would like you to recount everything you have learned. Yes, master, Shen Linglong replied joyfully. The secular world is often deemed secular for a reason. It pales in comparison when it comes to the inheritance of cultivation techniques. For instance, within the Yushu sect's 12 mountain gates, each gate possesses at least 1 to several king-level supreme techniques, with some even holding divine-level legacies. In contrast, among the 9 great families of the secular realm, the most formidable techniques are merely of the 8th or 9th grade. With an 8th grade talent, Shen Linglong practiced an 8th grade supreme technique. Such talent would be considered top tier within the entire Tang dynasty, yet within the Yushu sect, it barely qualifies one for entry. Before long, Shen Linglong recounted her learnings in detail. Master, that is all. Chen Lin shook his head, saying, it is far too inadequate. Chen Lin replied, "Disciple understands. This cannot compare to the supreme techniques of Tai Mountain. Master, what supreme techniques do you intend to impart to me?" Chen Lin responded, "We need not rush into supreme techniques. While possessing a good supreme technique is indeed essential, cultivating talent is equally crucial. An 8th grade constitution is somewhat lacking. Here, I have a flame divine elixir. I shall bestow it upon you. Consume this elixir, and you shall attain the flame divine body." Chen Lin was utterly shocked. What the senior sister had said was indeed true. This was the legendary divine elixir, and it was being presented to her. "Master, thank you," Chen Lin exclaimed with excitement, while Gu Qianxue appeared unfazed, wearing a gentle smile. Chen Lin instructed, "Swallow the elixir immediately to enhance your constitution. I will safeguard you." "Yes," Chen Lin replied, swiftly taking the elixir and consuming it. As the elixir entered her body, a tremendous surge of medicinal power erupted, akin to a conflagration, directly entering Chen Linglong's purple palace and igniting within her. Every flicker of flame coursed through Chen Linglong's body, an intense heat that seemed destined to consume her entirely, causing her to break into a sweat and emit low, anguished groans. Chen Lin, having previously ingested the supreme immortal pill, was well aware of the torment associated with body transformation. He swiftly instructed, "Steady your mind. I shall assist you in refining the medicinal potency." With Chen Lin's intervention, the power of the elixir surged forth with greater ferocity, accelerating the transformation of Chen Linglong's physique. Soon, a powerful flame enveloped her entire being, swirling around her. Countless extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. Chen Lin felt a surge of alarm. This was not Tai Mountain, where such anomalies were typically obscured. He quickly gestured with his hands, striving to conceal the manifestations. After several minutes, the unusual occurrences were finally subdued, preventing any eruption. Chen Linglong's body had been completely transformed, radiating an overwhelming aura, and exuding a divine light characteristic of a celestial physique. Indeed, the blaze divine body had been achieved. In this moment, Chen Linglong was wholly immersed in the euphoria of her divine form. She had never anticipated that she would one day attain such a stature. This was a divine body. In the Tang dynasty, she would undoubtedly be immediately proclaimed princess. Rumor had it that even the 3 great sects vied for the opportunity to take her as a disciple. She understood that all of this was a gift from her master, and a wave of gratitude surged within her. As Chen Linglong achieved her divine body, Chen Lin naturally received a reward from the system. The host grants the second disciple, Chen Linglong, the Blaze Divine Pill, aiding her in achieving the Blaze Divine Body, meeting the critical strike criteria. However, as the Blaze Divine Pill is produced by the system, only an equivalent treasure can be rewarded. Do you wish to accept? Chen Lin felt a pang of frustration. His initial elation was swiftly dampened. He had forgotten that the system's bestowal prevented a second critical strike. Nonetheless, given that this was an 11th grade divine pill, he believed that even an equivalent critical strike would be worthwhile. Accept. Congratulations, host, you have received one 11th grade divine pill. Ascending Dragon Pill. This was a remarkable treasure, a pill designed to enhance the divine body. Divine bodies are categorized into grades: inferior, middle, superior, and supreme. Both the Blaze Divine Body and the Ice Divine Body are merely the lowest tier, inferior divine bodies, while the Ascending Dragon Pill could elevate their divine physique further. Observing Chen Linglong in her moment of enlightenment, Chen Lin recognized that Gu Qianxue, as his eldest disciple, deserved equal consideration. He promptly produced the Ascending Dragon Pill and said, "Qianxue, I haven't bestowed anything of value upon you today. This Ascending Dragon Pill is for you. It is an 11th grade divine pill." Upon receiving the pill, Gu Qianxue was instantly filled with boundless joy. Chen Lin nodded. Indeed, it is an 11th grade divine pill, primarily effective for enhancing the divine body. "Thank you, master," Gu Qianxue exclaimed eagerly, taking the Ascending Dragon Pill without hesitation. Chen Lin was filled with anticipation as he awaited the rewards from the system. However, despite his eager waiting, the system remained unresponsive. "System, come forth. Why did I bestow the Ascending Dragon Pill upon Gu Qianxue, yet receive no critical return reward?" Chen Lin exclaimed. To his astonishment, the system actually responded. This system detects that the host has only 2 disciples. Thus, each treasure can ultimately yield only 2 critical opportunities. To increase critical chances, the host is advised to acquire more disciples. What does this mean? In essence, the more disciples I have, the greater the opportunities for critical returns. However, if it pertains to treasures such as techniques, can they also yield only 2 critical hits? Indeed, however, critical hits for techniques can reach a maximum of 10,000 times the reward. That is somewhat acceptable, Chen Lin thought, feeling a modicum of comfort. Truly, this system is relentless, compelling him to gather disciples. Additionally, it urges him to scour for resources. Such is the nature of this dogged system. Nonetheless, who could blame him for being ensnared? At least the techniques are not a loss. At that moment, Shen Linglong finally emerged from her contemplation. Her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Master, I truly possess the fiery divine body now. Thank you." Furthermore, she had reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage. Shen Linglong, who initially possessed a second-tier cultivation, had, with Chen Lin's assistance, naturally attained the pinnacle of spirit refinement. "Well done. You have not disgraced the fiery divine body," Chen Lin remarked. "Now that you have the aptitude, I should impart a cultivation technique to you. However, as we're currently engaged in slaying demons, I shall first teach you a sword technique. This is the ultimate skill of my Tai Mountain, the Tai sword technique, a 10th grade royal level technique." As he spoke, he began to impart the Tai sword technique to Shen Linglong. Ding. Host has taught the second-generation disciple, Shen Linglong, the 10th grade royal level Tai sword technique. Qualifying for critical return. Would you like to activate critical reward? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward of 3,000 times return. Acquiring the divine level sword technique. The Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique. Boom. As the Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique was absorbed by Chen Lin, his comprehension and cultivation of this technique instantly reached the entry level. What a remarkable sword technique. If the Great Zhou Tian star sword technique serves as the foundation and essence of swordplay, embodying the interplay of shadow and celestial movements, then the sword drawing technique represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, merging the Great Zhou Tian star sword technique into a singular, exquisite form. With a single sword drawn, blood is certain to flow. This is a lethal sword technique, an extreme form of swordplay. Previously, when Chen Lin faced high-level demon beasts and 2 royal offerings, his ability to strike them down in one blow stemmed from his profound understanding of swordsmanship and his formidable strength. The Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique epitomizes the ultimate pursuit of swordplay, mastering the limits of power. Previously, Chen Lin was confident in his ability to contend against formidable beings of the transformation realm without faltering. Now, he firmly believes that once he unleashes the Great Zhou Tian sword technique, he could either vanquish his opponent on the spot or, at the very least, inflict severe injuries. However, despite the potency of the sword technique, its consumption is substantial. A full force strike would nearly deplete all of Chen Lin's internal energy. His cultivation level remains insufficient. Today, he still has one final opportunity for a critical reward. Chen Lin's gaze turned toward Xiaowan. The bond between the master and servant was unbreakable, marked by deep loyalty and affection. Furthermore, carrying her along was somewhat burdensome. The optimal solution would be to impart a life-preserving technique to her. At a glance, Chen Lin discerned that Xiaowan's aptitude was average, yet her character was genuine and unpretentious. However, the crux of the matter lay in her temperament, lacking that indomitable spirit and fearless resolve. This might explain why she had always remained a maid. In contrast, Xiaowan, also a maid, had experienced the annihilation of her family, which filled her heart with hatred. It was this very hatred that forged her relentless spirit. This was also the reason why the illustrious fairy Miaoshan had chosen to accept her as a disciple. Nevertheless, Chen Lin had different plans for Xiaowan. He said, "Xiaowan, although I cannot take you as my direct disciple, you may follow your young mistress and enter the gates of Tai Mountain as an inner disciple. In the future, you may even become a steward or perhaps an elder. I wonder if you would be willing?" "Yes, I am willing," Xiaowan replied, her excitement palpable. Chen Lin smiled and said, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be a disciple of Tai Mountain." Xiaowan grasped Shen Linglong's hand and said, "Mistress, I can continue to follow you." "Master, thank you," Shen Linglong responded, deeply moved. Chen Lin continued, "Xiaowan, now that you have joined Tai Mountain as a disciple, I observe that your cultivation is merely at the second layer of qi training. In a world rife with demons, one must possess means to safeguard their life. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a magical artifact." With that, he produced a lamp-like treasure. This artifact, known as the Cloud Lamp, is a 7th grade magical item, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, and I grant it to you. Thank you, esteemed leader, Xiaowan exclaimed joyfully, respectfully accepting the gift. A 7th grade magical artifact is a rarity, even within the Shun family, where only 3 such items exist, each held by the family elders. Now, she possessed one. The cloud lamp was acquired by Chen Lin from the martial sect Yuan of Wulong Mountain. Beep. The host bestows the 7th grade magical artifact cloud lamp to the inner disciple Shun Wan of Tianyuan Mountain, meeting the critical return conditions. Will it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, rewarding 5,000 times the critical return, obtaining a king-grade magical artifact heart lamp. Splendid. It is even more formidable than the cloud lamp, equally adept in both offense and defense. Chen Lin was thoroughly satisfied as he put it away. Although he possessed the Xian immortal sword, he had yet to acquire a defensive magical artifact. The heart lamp undoubtedly addressed this need. Chen Lin took a deep breath and said, "While we have some leisure, allow me to share insights into the path of cultivation." The path of cultivation is divided into 12 profound realms. The first 3 layers constitute the foundation establishment stages: body refinement, qi refinement, and spirit refinement. Xianxia and Linglong. You both currently reside at the pinnacle of spirit refinement. A further advancement leads to the 3 realms of divine ability. These realms are comprised of condensation of evil spirits, heavenly gang, and harmonization. The essence of these 3 major realms lies in the refinement of the Xianxia power. The path of cultivation is indeed segmented into 12 realms, and the extraordinary techniques of divine ability are also classified into 12 grades. Techniques of the 7th grade and above necessitate the Xianxia power to achieve great success. This particular realm is of utmost significance. The greater the strength of the Xianxia power, the tighter the harmonization, resulting in enhanced combat prowess and greater future achievements. Master, Shun Linglong inquired, what kind of power is the Xianxia power that you have refined? Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what essence of Xianxia power had he cultivated? It appeared that he had directly acquired a system that granted a 10-fold critical return, bestowing him with a millennium of prowess, thereby propelling his realm to the harmonization stage without traversing the realms of condensation and heavenly gang. If one bypassed these 2 critical stages of Xianxia refinement, what implications would it have for future breakthroughs? System, come forth. I demand to know why I have not undergone this so-called Xianxia refinement. Chen Lin exclaimed, unable to remain composed. Chapter 22. Transformation into a Divine Being. The system promptly responded. The path of Xianxia refinement is merely a lower-tier method of cultivation. To evolve one's realm through supreme magical power and to validate the path through strength is the true higher-tier practice. You are cultivating the 9 transformations of mystical arts, which ranks among the top 3 techniques across the myriad realms. Chen Lin found himself momentarily speechless. After taking a deep breath, he continued his exposition. Beyond the 3 realms of divine ability lies the 3 realms of longevity, corresponding to the 7th to 9th levels of martial arts. These 3 realms are transformation of spirit, void perception, and creation. The divine transformation, the void master, and the true monarch of creation are the titles associated with these realms. Master, what realm do you currently inhabit? Shun Linglong inquired. Chen Lin replied, for the time being, I reside in the harmonization realm. Master, I have heard that you single-handedly defeated 3 harmonization realm warriors, killing 1 and injuring 2. Is that true? Shun Linglong pressed further. Indeed, it is true, Gu Qinshu interjected. Junior sister, do you truly believe that just because Master is in the harmonization realm, he is any less formidable? Even as a harmonization realm practitioner, he is invincible. Moreover, Master has only been cultivating for a mere 10 years. 10 years of cultivation at the harmonization realm. Shun Linglong was astounded. Having practiced since childhood, she felt as though she had trained for over 10 years to reach only the spirit refinement stage. And even then, it was with her master's assistance that she reached its pinnacle. She had taken pride in her progress, but in comparison to her master, she realized how insignificant her achievements were. Chen Lin continued, our Yushu sect is divided into 12 mountain gates, each presided over by a chief, possessing the authority to independently recruit disciples. The weakest among them is at the harmonization realm, while the most powerful is from the lineage of the sect leader. The sect leader's lineage hails from one of the 12 mountain gates, Guangxing, and is recognized as the foremost expert of our Yushu sect, the true monarch of creation. Chen Lin inquired, Master, what lies beyond the three realms of longevity? Chen Lin replied, This is the realm of immortality, with the first being the monarch realm. This level is quite distant from you. We shall discuss it later. For you, the paramount focus remains on the condensation of evil energy. The realm of creation is already sufficient to suppress the entire Tianyuan domain. Even I am uncertain whether any of the three great sects possess individuals who have attained the three realms of immortality. Suddenly, Chen Lin recalled a prompt from the system and remarked, Speaking of condensation, I have an idea that could assist you without the need for the natural evil energy, enabling you to enter the realm of condensation. Would you like to give it a try? The first step of condensation is to gather the natural evil energy, which then merges with the true energy within one's body to produce magical power. The natural evil energy is divided into 72 types. Once one gathers a particular type of natural evil energy, it signifies the determination of the magical attributes within one's body. Since the 9 turns profound art validates the path through strength, could I not directly utilize supreme magical power to aid my disciples in breaking through their realms, rather than relying on the collection of natural evil energy to ascend to the realm of condensation? Others rely on the natural evil energy, while they pursue the path of strength. The disciples are always obedient to their master. Xianxia proclaimed, I shall go first. Chen Lin added, I am but a novice. Allow me to try. Chen Lin responded, Let Xianxia take the lead. Focus your mind and cultivate the Tai Yi, instructed Chen Lin. Following his guidance, Xianxia promptly activated the Tai Yi divine art, and Chen Lin channeled a vast amount of magical power into her. This time, it was not merely the infusion of power, it was supreme magical power aiding her in condensation. With a resounding boom, as the immense magical power surged into Xianxia's body, she, already at the peak of the refining spirit stage, needed only the natural evil energy to break through, as effortlessly as piercing through a thin sheet of paper. Power represents evil energy. This is the formidable aspect of the 9 turns profound art. In an instant, Xianxia's cultivation broke through the refining spirit realm, reaching the condensation stage. Success. Chen Lin was immensely pleased. The power represented by evil energy is exponentially greater, often several times or even dozens of times that of the same realm. In that moment, Chen Lin understood why the system deemed the condensation of natural evil energy as a lower form of cultivation. Linglong, it is your turn, Chen Lin announced. However, since you have yet to practice the Tai Yi divine art, you will follow the flow of my magical power. Understood, Master, Chen Linglong replied. Soon, with a surge of magical power input, though Chen Linglong was also at the peak of the refining spirit stage, she still had a considerable distance to bridge before reaching the condensation realm. Yet, this challenge posed no difficulty for Chen Lin. It merely required an increase in the infusion of magical power. With the passage of time, the process continued. At last, Chen Linglong experienced a momentous breakthrough in her cultivation, reaching the condensation realm. Just then, the system emitted a notification, leaving Chen Lin momentarily startled. Was it not agreed that there would be a maximum of 4 critical returns in a single day? He raised his gaze to the sun gently rising on the horizon and soon realized that it was indeed a new day. The host has assisted disciple Xianxia, and disciple Chen Linglong has achieved a breakthrough in the condensation realm, earning 1 opportunity for critical return. You may choose to separate the critical returns or combine them. Please make your selection. Combine critical returns. Critical return successful. Reward: 5,000 times critical return, resulting in 5,000 years of magical energy. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Magical energy differs from martial power. While martial power can be refined for personal use, magical energy flows like a transient stream, merely a visitor. As 5,000 years of magical energy surged into his body, the 9-turn mysterious art operated rapidly, finally achieving the breakthrough that had been so near. With a crack, the 9-turn mysterious art ascended to the 3rd level, and his cultivation swiftly progressed towards the transformation realm. At that moment, Xianxia and Chen Linglong awoke in succession, eager to share the news of their breakthroughs with Chen Lin, only to be taken aback by the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding him. At that moment, Chen Lin seemed to embody a primordial deity, seated cross-legged in mid-air, with the colossal phantom of a warrior behind him, wielding a battle axe and gazing into the void. Sister, is Master breaking through? Chen Linglong exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Master must be undergoing a breakthrough, Xianxia replied, equally elated. Does this mean that once Master breaks through, he will achieve the status of a transformation realm expert? To my knowledge, not even within the imperial family of our great Tang dynasty is there a single transformation realm expert. This certainly puts the arrogant third prince in a precarious position regarding the marriage proposal. Chen Lin rejoiced. A transformation realm expert is a formidable presence, even among the three great immortal sections. Moreover, it is remarkable that Chen Lin is still so youthful. Countless individuals toil for centuries and still fail to attain the transformation realm. If this news were to spread, it would surely incite envy and resentment among many. Those so-called royal physiques, divine bodies, and prodigies would appear insignificant in Chen Lin's presence. It is akin to Wu Zongyuan, who has practiced for over 200 years yet remains stuck in the harmonization realm, while Chen Lin has achieved his prowess in merely a decade. Chapter 23. The Chaos of Demons and Monsters. The dignity of the royal family must not be tarnished. For Chen Lin, fleeing from marriage would be the greatest humiliation to the royal family. To annul a marriage would be to rub the royal family's dignity into the dirt. Previously, although Chen Lin was the head of the Tai Mountain of the 12 immortal sects of the Yushu immortal sect, Tai Mountain had fallen into decline, and he possessed only harmonization realm cultivation. Despite his astounding combat prowess, the royal family would hardly extend any favor when it came to matters of dignity. However, the situation has changed. A transformation realm expert would compel the royal family to swallow their pride. Chen Linglong's heart brimmed with joy. She understood that her choice this time would irrevocably alter the course of her life. In the past, she lived for her family, bound by the influence of the Tang dynasty. Now, she chose to live for herself, and her destiny would henceforth lie firmly within her own grasp. As time flowed on, the aura emanating from Chen Lin became increasingly ethereal, and the imposing figure behind him exuded a sense of cosmic creation, causing both Xianxia and Chen Linglong to experience an inexplicable thrill in their hearts. This was the result of Chen Lin's endeavor to suppress the extraordinary phenomenon through the system. Otherwise, the entire realm, even the Taishan domain, would have been stirred by the anomaly. With a resounding boom, as his aura surged, Chen Lin finally transcended to a new realm. This marked the attainment of the transformation into spirit stage. Each movement of his was imbued with the sensation of shattering space itself. If the pinnacle of the three realms of divine powers is signified by flight, then the apex of the three realms of longevity is characterized by spatial displacement, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. With but a thought, one could navigate vast distances with ease. In this very moment, his divine consciousness was born. As his consciousness extended outward, everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers manifested instantaneously in Chen Lin's mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flash of divine light coursing through him, and his imposing presence vanished in an instant. Indeed, this is what it means to be a formidable being. Congratulations, Master, on successfully breaking through to the level of a powerful spirit, they exclaimed. Xianxia, Chen Linglong, and Shen Wan all approached to congratulate Chen Lin. He replied with a smile. Indeed, you have all entered the condensation stage. Cultivate diligently. Is it not the transformation in his spirit that awaits you? If I can achieve it, so too shall you. Thank you, Master, the three women exclaimed, enveloped in joy. The transformation into spirit stage was something they had never even dared to imagine. Yet, they believed in their master's words. If he said they could break through, then they certainly could. Days later, outside a relatively prosperous small town, a scene of carnage unfolded, with corpses strewn about and rivers of blood flowing. Yet, these were not the bodies of humans, but rather those of demons. The majority were low-tier demons, though some were of higher rank. Perched upon a tree, as thick as a person, a demon of the harmonization stage was pierced through by a sword, blood pouring from the wound. Once demons attain the higher tier, they can assume human form and possess intellect comparable to that of humans. However, they still remain tethered to their demonic nature. Only by advancing further to the stage of longevity demon can they become indistinguishable from humans, even mastering cultivation, using artifacts, concocting elixirs, and forming their own civilization through arrays. This is the true terror. As of yet, however, Chen Lin had not encountered a longevity demon. The high-ranking demon before him took the form of a moon wolf, boasting a bloodline of the highest caliber among demons, and was the leader behind the recent assault on the town. Fortunately, Chen Lin arrived in time, preventing this prosperous town from suffering a catastrophic blow. What is your name? Chen Lin inquired of the demon. The demon clan has signed an agreement with our human race. You are to retreat to the 10,000 Great Mountains and refrain from invading human territory. Why do you torn up the agreement and attacked us? The demon, with a fierce countenance, emitted a beastly growl and retorted, If you have the capability to kill me, then do so. Do not think for a moment that I will divulge anything, even if I were inclined to. If you refuse to speak, then you shall die, Chen Lin declared, pointing a finger at the demon. The demon let out a pained scream, cursing vehemently, Two-legged sheep. Come on, if you dare to kill me. I swear that if I survive, I will annihilate your entire race. Kill, kill, kill. Xianxia remarked, Master, these demons are obstinate. We cannot extract any information from them. It would be better to simply eliminate them. Chen Lin added, Moreover, he mentioned that he is merely following orders. He likely does not even know why they have suddenly attacked human territory. Chen Lin's face turned ashen as murderous intent surged within him. He grasped the demon's neck and coldly stated, If you remain silent, you shall face the consequences. A tremendous force bore down upon the demon, causing it to feel as though its head would explode. It seemed as though a voice was incessantly enticing it, and against its will, it uttered, All I know is that we are searching for a royal demon, and once found, it is to be killed without mercy. Beyond that, I truly do not know. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. A royal demon being hunted. This inevitably reminded him of the power struggles he had witnessed prior to his transmigration. With a slight increase in pressure, the demon met its demise on the spot. There would be no answers forthcoming regarding the reason for the demon's invasion of human territory. It was likely that they were entirely oblivious to it. Rather than speculate, it would be more beneficial to eliminate a few more demons. Having descended the mountain for half a month, thousands of low-level demons had perished at the hands of Chen Lin and his disciples. With over a dozen high-level demons and 2 or 3 at the level of the harmonious Tao, during this period of combat, Xianxia's growth was evident. As he had reached the condensation realm, with a single sword strike, he could slay Lin Lao, who was beside Xianxia. Although Chen Lin had only recently begun her training, her background from one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty provided her with a solid foundation. Coupled with Chen Lin's efforts to strengthen her foundation in these past few days, she too had attained the condensation realm and was rapidly developing her combat prowess. The Tai sword technique had also reached the entry-level stage. What truly surprised Chen Lin was Shun Wan, a maid of ordinary talent. Yet her tenacity and determination reminded him of another Xianxia. While Xianxia was driven by hatred, Shun Wan sought a chance to change her life. Thus, Chen Lin decided to impart the Tai sword technique to her. Unfortunately, the technique had surpassed the opportunity for critical hits to be activated, and the system had not triggered a critical return. However, for Chen Lin, possessing both the Supreme Great Zhou Star Sword technique and the Supreme Great Zhou Sword Drawing technique is sufficient to confront any adversary. Master, where shall we go now? Xianxia inquired. Chen Lin replied, Now that you have entered the condensation realm, it is time for you to cultivate a personal innate divine ability. Soon, the 4 of them discovered a modest valley to serve as a temporary resting place. Following the Foundation Establishment's 3rd realm comes the Divine Abilities 3rd realm. This phase is termed the Divine Abilities 3rd realm because upon reaching this stage, one may cultivate a personal innate divine ability. In Chapter 24, titled Lunar and Solar, Chen Lin remarked, Xianxia, with your ice body, you are perfectly suited for my Tai Mountain's 9th-tier divine ability, Ice Roar. I shall now impart it to you. Thank you. Master, Xianxia exclaimed, filled with excitement. She could finally cultivate a high-tier divine ability. Although over the past month, Chen Lin had daily bestowed elixirs or taught her fundamental spells and techniques, none compared to the Tai sword technique. While Ice Roar may not rival the Tai sword technique or the Tai divine art, its value is not diminished. This divine ability seems tailor-made for her physique. Chen Lin had never cultivated this technique himself, yet he was thoroughly familiar with it and promptly taught it to Xianxia. Before long, Xianxia grasped the essence of this divine ability and entered into training. At that moment, the system chimed once more. The host imparts the 9th-tier divine ability Ice Roar to disciple Xianxia. It meets the critical hit return condition. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, awarding 6,000 times the critical hit return, acquiring the divine level True Fire divine ability, Lunar Divine Fire. What a remarkable Lunar Divine Fire. Boom! Upon receiving the cultivation method for the Lunar Divine Fire, Chen Lin was astounded. The Lunar Divine Fire is merely the first type of flame within a technique that consists of 3 tiers. The first tier is the Lunar Divine Fire, followed by the second tier, the Lunar Celestial Fire, and the third, the Lunar Blue Flame. Regrettably, this critical hit return only provided the first tier's cultivation method. However, this divine ability is capable of evolution and enhancement, and there will be ample opportunities for future critical hit returns. It is reputed to be one of the most formidable innate divine abilities. Once cultivated to the third tier, yielding the Lunar Blue Flame, even an emperor could be vanquished. If the first tier achieves divine level technique status, then surely the second tier reaches the 12th tier celestial technique level. As for the third tier, would it not surpass the 12th tier celestial technique? Chen Lin could hardly contain his eagerness to begin cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he said, Xianxia, do not rush into cultivating Ice Roar. I will impart to you a new divine ability as your innate divine ability, the Lunar Divine Fire. Thank you, Master. Gu Xianxia was filled with immense joy. This was indeed a divine-level skill, far surpassing the prowess of the 9th tier divine abilities. To transform it into her innate divine power would enhance her cultivation journey and combat techniques exponentially. Moreover, upon successful mastery of the Tianyuan Divine Fire, it would subtly alter her divine physique, evolving from her previous inferior cold ice divine body into the superior Tianyuan divine body. Without hesitation, Gu Qianxue immersed herself in comprehension, eager to cultivate the Tianyuan divine fire as swiftly as possible. Congratulations to the host for bestowing the disciple Gu Qianxue with the divine level ability Tianyuan Divine Fire, fulfilling the critical return conditions. Critical hit. Critical hit successful. As this skill is a critical reward technique, it cannot yield double critical returns, but provides an equivalent reward. The divine level ability Yang Divine Fire, Tianyuan and Yang. These were rewards of equal caliber. The same skill manifested in 3 tiers. The first tier being Yang Divine Fire, an 11th tier divine skill. The second tier, Yang Celestial Fire, a 12th tier celestial skill. And the third tier, Yang Golden Flame, transcending the 12th tier, with one disciple embodying the essence of Yin and the other the essence of Yang. These 2 divine fires were tailor-made for them. Yet, it seemed they were also perfectly suited for me, Chen Lin. Chen Lin was pleasantly surprised to discover that his primary focus on the 9 transformations of the mysterious art could seamlessly integrate with any divine technique. For others, wielding both Yin and Yang represented 2 extremes of power. Simultaneous cultivation could lead to catastrophic conflicts, resulting in madness and destruction. However, he experienced no such predicament, effortlessly achieving compatibility. The simultaneous harnessing of Tianyuan and Yang powers was not merely a matter of 1 + 1. It was exponentially greater. The system is indeed formidable. As Chen Lin reveled in his elation, the envious voice of Shen Linglong broke through. Master, may I ask what innate divine technique you plan to impart to your disciples? With a smile, Chen Lin assured her, rest assured, you shall not be left out. I will impart to you the same divine level skill, the Yang Divine Fire. Shen Linglong's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, thank you, Master. When the system remained unresponsive to the teaching of the Yang Divine Fire to Shen Linglong, it sufficed for Chen Lin at that moment. After all, Shenwan was still in the Qi refinement stage and needed only to diligently practice the Tai sword technique. As time flowed, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the master and disciples dedicated themselves to the cultivation of the Tianyuan and Yang divine fires. Chen Lin, practicing both divine fires, marveled at how the 2 techniques, under the suppression of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, complemented and assisted each other, making the path to mastery remarkably easier. Within just an hour, he glimpsed the initial understanding of the 2 divine fires. By the end of 3 days, he had thoroughly entered their realm, one hand wielding Tianyuan and the other Yang. In the face of adversaries, one's combat prowess can be significantly enhanced. The 2 disciples have indeed lived up to expectations, each having comprehended the profound mysteries of both the Yin Divine Fire and the Yang Divine Fire. Particularly remarkable is Gu Qianxue, who has seamlessly integrated the Yin Divine Fire with the essence of the Tai sword technique, amplifying her offensive power severalfold. Though she has only recently entered the condensation realm, her unique path allows her to contend with peak practitioners of the same realm. On the other hand, Shen Linglong, having only recently embarked on her journey with the Tai sword technique, has yet to fully harmonize the Yang divine fire with the Tai sword intent. However, with Gu Qianxue as her mentor, it is believed that she will soon reach a similar level of mastery. Naturally, amidst their training, Chen Lin has been diligent in providing guidance to Shen Wan. Despite the brief span of merely 3 days, Chen Lin, being a master in his own right, has enabled Shen Wan to achieve the 5th level of qi refinement. Within the bustling city of a province, 3 exquisite figures gracefully traverse the streets. For Gu Qianxue, this is her first encounter with such a vibrant metropolis. Although Shen Linglong hails from one of the 9 great families, this marks her inaugural visit to the provincial city, where everything appears novel and captivating to her. Miss, look at this delightful perfume. And here, they have rouge and powder. Wow, this garment is stunning. Even the usually aloof Gu Qianxue cannot help but smile. The presence of the 3 maidens instantly enlivens the entire street, their enchanting beauty and ethereal aura drawing throngs of admirers eager to catch a glimpse of their grace. News of the celestial maidens swiftly spreads throughout the city. 3 fairies have graced us with their presence. A young man, born and raised in Jingzhou, boldly steps in front of the trio, offering himself as their guide with a voice he deems charming. At that moment, Shen Linglong dismissively retorts, "No need for your assistance. We can navigate this small Jingzhou city without your help. Moreover, you are obstructing our way. Kindly step aside." "Senior sister, I have encountered many of this sort. A guide? I believe he is merely enamored by our beauty and wishes to court us," Shen Linglong scoffs. At Shen Linglong's blatant rudeness, Lu Chuan's expression darkens, igniting a surge of indignation within him. "Allow me to caution you, fair maidens. Although Jingzhou City appears prosperous, it conceals hidden dangers. With your exquisite beauty, you must remain vigilant against those with ill intentions." As the son of the provincial governor and a disciple of the Xianxia sect under Elder Zhao Buhai of the Shushan sword lineage, I assure you that no harm will befall you while I am present. As the son of a governor and a disciple of a revered sect, Lu Chuan exudes confidence and arrogance. He has always believed that any woman he desires is within his reach. If he cannot leverage his status as the governor's son, surely his identity as a disciple of the Xianxia sect will suffice. And if that too falls short, then the title of the elder's foremost disciple should be ample. He could hardly believe that the 3 ethereal beauties before him would resist his esteemed identity and status. "Have you finished?" Gu Qianxue inquired, her brow furrowed, seemingly oblivious to Lu Chuan's self-introduction. Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qianxue continued, "If you have concluded, then please step aside. Has my junior sister's message not been sufficiently clear? You are obstructing our path. We shall take our leave." With that, she disregarded Lu Chuan's presence entirely and departed. As Lu Chuan watched the 3 women retreat, an uncontrollable rage ignited within him, especially as he noticed the onlookers whispering and pointing, clearly mocking him. How could he, the son of a governor and a disciple of the celestial sect, be so blatantly overlooked? Anger and humiliation surged within him. "Find out who they are. I wish to see what backgrounds they possess that would lead them to disregard me. Lu Chuan," he bellowed. "No woman I desire can escape my grasp." Immediately, a squad of guards emerged from the crowd, ready to obey his command. At Fumin Lu, the finest establishment in Jingzhou City, the 3 women settled into a private dining room, ordering an extravagant feast. After a prolonged period of vanquishing demons and monsters, they had not indulged in a proper meal. Finally granted a day of respite by their master, they were determined to savor every bite. After a delightful feast, only remnants of the lavish spread remained. Shen Linglong inquired, "Sister, do you think that Scion Lu Chuan will be investigating us now?" Gu Qianxue replied coolly, "If he knows what is good for him, he will retreat. If he persists, a single sword strike will suffice." Shen Wan expressed her concern, "Eldest sister." Lu Chuan mentioned that his master is the elder Zhao Buhai of the Shuqing celestial sect's Shushan sword lineage. If we were to kill him, would it not bring trouble to our esteemed leader? Gu Qianxue scoffed, "No matter. That old man's strength is mediocre at best. I doubt he could withstand even a single strike from our master." Shen Linglong's eyes brightened. "Sister, you have encountered Zhao Buhai?" "Indeed, and he received a thorough reprimand from our master," Gu Qianxue responded. Instantly, Shen Linglong and Shen Wan felt reassured. Meanwhile, Xie Qingshan was feeling quite dejected. The last time he volunteered to slay demons in hopes of earning the court's favor and impressing his father, he narrowly escaped with his life, resulting in the family's elder, Lin, losing an arm. Upon returning, he was met with severe punishment from his father. Today, finally liberated, he sought to enjoy the fresh air. As he strolled down the street, he overheard thrilling news. 3 celestial maidens had arrived in Jingzhou City. They were breathtakingly beautiful, their allure surpassing that of the most poetic descriptions of beauty. Lu Chuan had attempted to approach them, but was turned away. Lu Chuan, you've met your match today. It's not just good fortune that granted you entry into the Xianxia celestial sect. It seems you've bitten off more than you can chew this time. However, given Lu Chuan's character, being rejected by 3 beautiful women would certainly not lead him to give up easily. If I were to appear at the right moment, could it be deemed a heroic act of saving a damsel in distress? Perhaps I might even win her heart. In Jingzhou City, the Xie family, to which Xianxia belongs, is one of the 9 prominent families of the Tang dynasty. Lu Chuan's father, as the governor of Jingzhou, is essentially a representative sent by the Tang royal family to keep the Xie family in check, and the 2 families have always been at odds. Although Xianxia is not intimidated by Lu Chuan and his father, they nonetheless represent the imperial authority, leaving him with little recourse. Now that Lu Chuan has encountered setback, it is only natural for Xianxia to seize the opportunity to exacerbate his misfortune. Find out where the 3 fairies are. Xianxia urged eagerly. Gu Qianxue and her companions attracted attention wherever they went. A few inquiries revealed that the 3 ladies were dining at Fumin Tower. Upon arriving at Fumin Tower, Xianxia made a grand entrance. The manager personally came out to greet him. Young Master Xia, please come in. It has been quite some time since your last visit. I've kept a private room reserved just for you. Indeed, it seems business is thriving today. Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard that 3 beauties have graced your establishment. Where are they? Take me to them. The manager, suddenly put in a difficult position, hesitated. Xianxia patted the manager on the shoulder, his voice cold. It seems your establishment is not keen on continuing operations. The manager broke into a cold sweat, hastily shaking his head. I will take you there at once, young Master Xia. As Xianxia proceeded towards the private room, the patrons of the restaurant began to murmur among themselves. Do you think Xianxia will meet the same fate as Lu Chuan and be rejected? Is that even a question? Of course, he struts in with arrogance, only to be humiliated shortly after, came the reply, which elicited uproarious laughter throughout the establishment. Hush! Do you wish to court disaster? This is young Master Xia we're speaking of. Xianxia cast a cold glance at the diners before striding purposefully towards the private room. Upon opening the door to the private chamber, he took a deep breath, adopting what he believed to be an air of sophistication, and entered with a smile. However, as soon as he stepped inside and beheld the countenances of the 3 ladies, his body stiffened. A wave of dread washed over him, his smile fading into an expression more grotesque than tears. I am sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn. I'll leave immediately. Xianxia stammered, attempting to retreat. The manager, bewildered, inquired, Young master, the 3 beauties are right here. Why don't you go in? Shut your mouth. Xianxia trembled with rage, berating the manager before hurriedly backing away. Gu Qianxue scoffed. Isn't this the young Master Xia who has an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child to care for? What is this? Prepared to leave before even arriving? Xianxia's face turned ashen in an instant, his heart sinking into despair, as though he were plummeting into an abyss, nearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 26. The Divine Fire Displays Its Might. It's over. Xianxia wished he could slap himself. Why was I released today? Only to find myself entangled with 3 celestial maidens? This is a dire predicament. Upon hearing Gu Qianxue's words, Xianxia could only muster a strained smile. Bowing low as he said, Indeed, it is you, celestial maiden. I recently heard that someone dared to plot against you, so I came promptly to heed your command. Gu Qianxue scoffed. If you are here to obey my orders, why did you attempt to flee upon seeing me? No, absolutely not. Xianxia hastily shook his head, exclaiming, Celestial maiden, you must be mistaken. Upon seeing the 3 of you dining, I feared to intrude, hence I retreated to the doorway to await your instructions. Why don't you eat first, and I shall wait outside, he proposed. Then stand at the door. Gu Qianxue waved her hand dismissively. Xianxia, drenched in sweat and trembling, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Almost collapsing, he hurried out of the private room and stood at the entrance, his heart racing. That was close. I nearly met my end. Hee, who is this person? Asked Chen Lin with a laugh. Gu Qianxue replied. He is said to be the legitimate son of the Xie family, one of the 9 prominent families of the Tang dynasty. I encountered him previously. and it seems our master frightened him considerably. Gu Qianxia recounted her encounter with Xianxia. Chen Lin scoffed. He deserves it. Who told him to be so pretentious? Mistaking our master and you for demons? Yet, our master is quite amusing. Look at how he terrified the poor fellow. He almost knelt before you just now. Outside, Xianxia's presence had already spread throughout the entire Jingzhou city, particularly in the Lu residence. Bang! Inside the Lu manor, Lu Chuan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You mean Xianxia is here too? To curry favor with those three insufferable women, he is willing to act as their doorman? When did Xianxia become so subservient? A waste of space, yet he thinks he can compete with me for the title of Jingzhou's foremost young master. Let's go to Fumin Tower. It is the perfect opportunity to humiliate this useless Xianxia and retrieve those three ignorant women for a proper lesson." With that, Lu Chuan led a group of skilled fighters straight to Fumin Tower. Upon his arrival, one of his subordinates promptly reported to Xianxia, "Young master, Lu Chuan has arrived with his men. Given his temperament, after his previous humiliation, he likely intends to resort to force against the three celestial maidens inside." Xianxia scoffed. Him? To use force against the three celestial maidens? He is courting death. One subordinate, curious, inquired, "Young master, what is the true identity of these three maidens? You seemed terrified upon seeing them before." "Silence," Xianxia rebuked. "Who said I was afraid? I was merely acting as their protector. Yes, I am protecting the three maidens, who are as beautiful as heavenly beings. Do you not think they need someone to safeguard them? Go, continue to monitor Lu Chuan." As he spoke, Xianxia turned and re-entered the private room. Lu Chuan actually dared to confront the three celestial maidens. Xianxia could almost envision the scene of Lu Chuan being reprimanded. And if things went awry, it might even implicate the Lu family. His master, Zhao Buhuai, had witnessed the defeat of his own master at the hands of that celestial being within. Upon entering the private room, Xianxia exclaimed in panic, "Celestial maidens, trouble is brewing. Lu Chuan has come with his entourage, threatening to snatch you away, which would be detrimental to you." Just then, the door of the room was kicked open. It was none other than Lu Chuan, striding in with a group. Lu Chuan, filled with fury, exclaimed, "I knew you three would reject me, but it seems it was you, Xianxia, who orchestrated this. You three celestial maidens might not be aware of a certain truth. Although Xianxia hails from one of the prominent families of the Tang dynasty, he is but one of many heirs, and even a waste like him qualifies to be the family head. I, on the other hand, have a father who is the governor of Jingzhou, with a promising future ahead. I have also taken the esteemed elder of the Shushan sword sect as my master, and I am destined to become an elder myself. Accompanying me will ensure you live a life of luxury, far better than following this good-for-nothing." Xianxia, filled with indignation, retorted, "Lu Chuan, you may speak as you wish, but you shall not offend the three celestial maidens." Lu Chuan sneered, "What if I do offend? Not only will I offend now, but I shall also seize you away and offend you slowly." Xianxia shouted, "Lu Chuan, you dare?" Lu Chuan waved his hand, commanding, "Teach this young master Xia lesson. Do not worry, young master, he is merely a waste. I can easily suppress him," replied an elderly man in his 50s who stepped forward from behind Lu Chuan. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. It was the thunderous hand. "Huangji. Indeed, it is I," Huangji snorted coldly. Xianxia hurriedly retreated to stand before Gu Qianxia, fear evident in his voice. "Celestial maiden, save me." This man is named Huangji, known as the Thunderous Hand, a formidable figure in the condensation realm. I wonder if immortal Chen Lin is present. Otherwise, none of us will be leaving here today. Gu Qianxia cast a cold glance at Xianxia and scoffed. He is but a condensation realm practitioner. There is no need for my master to intervene. I can handle it myself. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. What a disgrace for the illustrious young master of the CF family to hide behind a woman. Huangji, nodding, said, "Very well. Let me capture this woman, but be careful not to mar her beauty." With the thunderous hand, Huangji had inadvertently acquired a renowned skill, allowing him to ascend to the first level of the condensation realm. Once he made his move, it was akin to a thunderous strike, fierce and unyielding. As he attacked Gu Qianxia, "Little beauty, you might as well surrender. My fists are unpredictable, and I cannot guarantee that you will remain unscathed." Gu Qianxia scoffed. Such a waste of words. With a flick of her finger, a flame shot forth in an instant, the Tianyuan divine fire. since mastering it to the introductory level. She had not employed it until now. Though it appeared no larger than a fingertip, it harbored astonishing power, capable of incinerating anything in its path. Huang Ji disdainfully remarked, "Such a small flame, merely to light a fire." "Indeed, just to ignite," Gu Qianxue replied. The next moment, Huang Ji's body stiffened, emitting a piercing scream as the flame struck his fist. With a resounding boom, the fire enveloped him entirely, reducing him to a pile of ashes in mere moments. Astonishingly, the Tianyuan divine fire remained unextinguished, threatening to spread throughout the entire tavern. With a wave of her hand, Gu Qianxue summoned the flames back in her body, making them vanish without a trace. Chapter 27. The Contest of Masters. "Sister, you are truly remarkable," Chen Lin exclaimed excitedly. She recognized the Tianyuan divine fire and its immense power, while she herself possessed the same tier of the Yang divine fire. Gu Qianxue shared her exhilaration. The magnitude of its strength exceeded her wildest imaginings. A formidable figure, reduced to ashes in under 5 seconds. At that moment, Xianxia was overwhelmed with shock and fear. Swallowing hard, filled with relief. If he had previously feared Gu Qianxue due to her master, the immortal Chen Lin, now his fear of her was equally profound. "Run!" Lu Chuan, already petrified, turned to flee. Gu Qianxue snorted coldly, blocking his path with a flash. "What? Planning to escape?" Lu Chuan retreated in terror. "What do you want?" "My master is Zhao Buhai, an elder of the Xianxia immortal sect. If you dare to harm me, my master will not spare you." "And what of your master?" "Zhao Buhai. He will deal with me. But as for you, that will depend on whether my Tianyuan divine fire agrees." Gu Qianxue spread her palm, and the Tianyuan divine fire materialized in her grasp. The chilling flame nearly froze Lu Chuan in place. Thud. Terrified, Lu Chuan knelt before her, pleading, "Spare me, my lady. I recognize my ignorance in offending you. Please consider my aged mother and my 3-year-old child who relies on me." Gu Qianxue chuckled, turning to Xianxia. "What a coincidence. He is just like you, an aged mother above and a 3-year-old child below." Xianxia, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "My lady, do not listen to his nonsense. His mother has long passed, and he is not even married." Gu Qianxue said, "So you too have deceived me." Xianxia, now drenched in cold sweat, shook his head vigorously. "My lady, please hear my defense. Let me explain." Gu Qianxue withdrew the Tianyuan divine fire and coldly declared, "Lu Chuan, I shall spare you this time. However, if you take another step, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Begone." "Thank you. Thank you for the mercy shown by the fairy." Lu Chuan, having received such a reprieve, hastily rose and swiftly fled from the Fu man, Lu Xianxia. Filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Fairy, why do you let him go?" Lu Chuan is a man who harbors deep grudges. If you release him, he will undoubtedly gather formidable allies to seek revenge. Gu Qianxue, with a cold glint in her eyes, retorted, "If he is wise, he will let this matter rest. Should he dare to retaliate, I, Gu Qianxue, will not hesitate to unleash a massacre. And I, Chen Lin, and I, Shen Wan." The 3 women radiated an astonishing aura of lethal intent. They were not to be trifled with, especially since Chen Lin had consistently imparted one vital lesson: all adversaries must be eradicated at their inception. Showing mercy to one's foes is akin to cruelty towards oneself. In a previous life, Chen Lin often witnessed villains who, despite having the opportunity to eliminate the protagonist, chose not to, only to face their demise in the end. One might ponder, if one had decisively eradicated their enemies from the start, would there have been such turmoil? They would not have perished, after all. Of course, they were not villains, but rather champions of righteousness. Had they truly released Lu Chuan? There exists an adage: cast a long line to catch a big fish. Xianxia continued to frown. "Fairy, Lu Chuan's master is none other than Zhao Buhai." Chen Lin scoffed. "He has a master, but do we not? Our master is nearby. Should danger arise, we can shatter the communication jade talisman, and he will surely arrive." Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Ladies, if you would wait for the esteemed Chen Lin, why not stay at my CF family for a few days? After all, my family is one of 9 great families. Lu Chuan, no matter how arrogant, would not dare to cause trouble in my home. Moreover, it is a stroke of fate for me to have met the 3 of you. As the host in Jingzhou City, I must extend my hospitality." Gu Qianxue was about to decline when Chen Lin, intrigued, interjected, "Senior sister, why don't we stay for a few days?" Being from one of the 9 great families herself, Chen Lin had a keen interest in the CF family. Xianxia nodded, lead the way. Xianxia was overjoyed, ladies. Please follow me. As he respectfully escorted Xianxia and her companions away, the entire Jingzhou city erupted in excitement. People speculated, will Lu Chuan seek revenge after suffering such a significant loss? How could he not? If Lu Chuan were merely the son of a governor, he might hesitate, but one must not forget his other identity. In this chaotic world of demons and monsters, the three great sects and two ancient clans have sent their disciples to confront evil. Lu Chuan's master, Zhao Buhuai, is one such figure. These three enchanting women may also be disciples of a sect, but what of it? Lu Chuan's master is an elder of the sword sect, a formidable being in the harmonization realm. Xianxia believed he had forged a connection with the three fairies, yet he remained oblivious to the ticking time bomb that lay ahead. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. The CF family, one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty, has a legacy spanning a millennium, naturally possessing its own depth and influence. His son arrived at the Xie residence accompanied by 3 fairies, which startled Xie greatly. He immediately called his son aside, saying, Qingshan, how could you be so foolish? Although these 3 women are beautiful, you cannot bring them home. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Qingshan replied, Father, have you not always taught me to have a long-term perspective in life and in our endeavors? Xie furrowed his brows and asked, what do you mean by that? With a smile, Qingshan explained, Father, do you know the identities of these 3 fairies? They're disciples of the Yushu sect. Xie responded, and what of it? Lu Chuan's master is Zhao Buhai, an elder of the sword vein and a formidable figure in the harmonious path. Qingshan countered. The master of these 3 fairies could defeat Zhao Buhai with a single strike. How is that even possible? Xie was taken aback. The 3 great sects and the 2 ancient clans were the pinnacle of the Taishan realm. Despite the CF family being one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty, they were regarded as mere trash by the 3 sects and the 2 ancient clans. Even the imperial family of the Tang dynasty was not significantly stronger. In the eyes of disciples from the sects and ancient clans, worldly power was utterly crushed beneath them. Entering a sect was the aspiration of every secular force, and offending a sect was tantamount to courting death. Xie swallowed hard and asked, so the masters of these 3 fairies are? Xianxia replied, the Grand Master of the Yushu sect, Chen Lin, a transcendent being in the transformation stage. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, Chen Lin had already transcended to the transformation stage. In his perspective, defeating Zhao Buhai with a single strike could only be the work of a transcendent being. At this revelation, Xie trembled with excitement and exclaimed, no wonder you're my son, Qingshan. Quickly, go and properly entertain the 3 fairies. If you dare to neglect them, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Chapter 28, Identity Revealed. Lu Qingfeng, unaware of whether he would dare to rely on Zhao Buhai's presence to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the CF family. Would he regret his actions when he learned that the master of the 3 fairies was the Grand Master of Yushu, a transcendent being? Watching his son depart, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Xie. This was a perfect opportunity to eliminate Lu Qingfeng and restore control of Jingzhou to the CF family. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Chuan, feeling humiliated, sought out his father, Lu Qingfeng, immediately. Father, you must take my side. Lu Qingfeng coldly scoffed, you worthless fool. Reduced to kneeling before a woman, Lu Chuan, feeling wronged, protested, Father, you cannot blame me. The 3 of them are likely disciples of a sect, and they have even killed old Huang. If I hadn't knelt, I might have been killed myself. Lu Qingfeng frowned and said, since you know they're disciples of a sect, what do you expect me to do? Seek revenge. Lu Chuan declared angrily. I have already informed my master, who is near Jingzhou city and will arrive shortly. With my master intervening, what do the 3 of them matter, being disciples of a sect? As Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, he exclaimed, your master truly intends to come. Indeed, Lu Chuan affirmed with a vigorous nod. Excellent. Lu Qingfeng declared, slapping his thigh, and immediately summoned his men to the CF family, demanding the surrender of the 3 culprits responsible for the murder of our court officials. Should they refuse, they would not be spared his wrath. The CF family was to learn that being one of the 9 great families meant little. In Jingzhou city, Lu Qingfeng was the law. Before long, at the entrance of the Xie residence, Lu Qingfeng and his entourage surrounded the estate. Tension filled the air, charged with the anticipation of imminent conflict. Xie, surrender the 3 criminals, and I Lu Chengfeng, will depart immediately. Otherwise, do not expect me to show you any mercy as I force my way in. You dare? Xiet Ding retorted with a cold snort. My CF family is merely hosting 3 esteemed guests. There are no criminals here, and your accusations are nothing but slander. Lu Chengfeng replied. Those 3 esteemed guests you speak of are indeed the ones who murdered the court official, Colonel Huangji. I demand their arrest. Surely, you do not intend to obstruct me? Consider this carefully, he continued. Although the 9 great families are esteemed, they have long been a thorn in the side of the emperor of the Great Tang, who has sought an opportunity to deal with you. Now that you harbor those who have been marked by the court, do you not fear the emperor's retribution upon your CF family? Xie Qingshan, filled with rage, asserted. Lu Chengfeng, you despicable and shameless man. We shall not hand them over today. Let us see what you can do. Lu Chengfeng coldly responded. Xie Ding, your son's words reflect the will of your family. Indeed, Xie Ding admitted, having learned the true identities of Gu Qinxue and her companions. He was prepared to risk everything for the favor of the head of the immortal sect, unafraid of severing ties with the emperor. Very well then, Lu Chengfeng laughed. You choose the path to your own demise. Since you seek your own destruction, I shall oblige. The Xie family's harboring of wanted criminals warranted their demise. All troops, heed my command. Annihilate the Xie family along with their estate. Boom! The army amassed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense on the brink of eruption. Just as conflict seemed inevitable, a voice pierced the air. If you seek us, here we are. As the words fell, Gu Qinxue and her companions strode forward confidently. Xie Ding and his son were taken aback, hastily exclaiming, Esteemed guests, why have you come out? Gu Qinxue replied, When someone comes demanding our capture by name, is it not our duty to appear? Rest assured, esteemed guests, Xie Ding assured them, even if it costs the entirety of our family's strength. We shall not allow these men to harm you. Furthermore, my Xie family is not to be trifled with. Gu Qinxue shook her head, saying, We appreciate the sincerity of the Xie family. Since they seek us, this matter shall be resolved by us. Gu Qinxue's eyes sparkled with intensity as she swiftly spotted Lu Chuan standing behind Lu Chengfeng. With a cold snort, she remarked, Lu Chuan, the esteemed young master. You were fortunate to have your life spared last time, yet now you summon your father to seek revenge? This time, you shall meet your demise. Lu Chuan was taken aback, hastily retreating behind his father, feigning bravado as he declared, Vile woman, do not be so arrogant. Today, your fate is sealed. The 3 women were incensed by his insolence. How dare he insult them? Chen Lin scoffed, and, taking the initiative, launched herself at Lu Chuan. The Tai sword technique was swiftly unleashed, showcasing her formidable strength at the condensation realm. Lu Chuan, gripped by terror, cried out, Father, save me. Lu Chengfeng, infuriated, bellowed, How dare you attempt to harm my son before my very eyes? With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, striking out at Chen Lin with a powerful palm. Ah, a formidable expert of the Tianyuan realm, Chen Lin thought, her fear replaced by a flicker of excitement. The two engaged in fierce combat, neither able to gain the upper hand for the moment. Xie Ding, initially filled with concern, was now utterly astonished. Truly, she is a direct disciple of the Yushu immortal sect. Such prowess, condensation, and Tianyuan combined, he mused, his resolve to align himself with the 3 women growing stronger. Even if it meant securing a position for his son as an ordinary disciple within the Yushu sect, it was far better than remaining in the Xie family. After exchanging several blows, it became evident that Lu Chengfeng, possessing a higher realm and greater combat experience, exploited a momentary lapse in Chen Linglong's defense, forcing her to retreat. With a grave expression, Lu Chengfeng demanded, You are certainly no ordinary disciples of the sect. What is your true identity? Chen Linglong scoffed. Weren't you intending to capture us? What does our identity matter to you? Come and fight again. Lu Chengfeng, enraged, retorted, Do you truly believe that just because you are disciples of the immortal sect, Lu Chengfeng, would hesitate to end your lives? If you seek death, I shall oblige. In his mind, he deemed the 3 women to be mere core disciples. And what of that? Behind him stood Zhao Buhai, an elder of the Xianxia immortal sect's sword lineage. What was there to fear? With a sudden surge of killing intent, Lu Chengfeng brandished a long spear. Be cautious, fair maiden. That spear is a 7th grade treasure, Xie Ding warned urgently. Chen Linglong's expression shifted as, in an instant, a 7th grade treasure, the cloud lantern, appeared above her head, and she wielded a 6th grade immortal sword. As the sword emerged, a fierce blade of energy swept across the arena. The appearance of the sixth-grade sword prompted immediate recognition. Isn't that the long rainbow sword, a treasured artifact of the Shun family, one of the 9 great clans? I know who she is now. She is Chen Lin, the one who refused to marry the third prince and fled from her wedding. The emperor, enraged upon hearing this, issued a warrant for her capture. Who would have thought she would appear in our Jingzhou city? Chapter 29, My Master Has Arrived. Lu Chengfeng laughed heartily, exclaiming, Shun Linglong, "Is indeed you. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Just moments ago, I believe you to be a disciple of the celestial sect, only to discover you are but 3 deceitful women. The emperor has decreed that anyone who captures Shun Linglong shall be granted the title of Marquis and rewarded with a fortune." His words ignited fervor among all present. The allure of wealth, especially that which comes from the emperor, stirred their hearts. Xieding furrowed his brow in concern and questioned, "Qing Shan, are you certain that these 3 are disciples of the celestial sect, and not otherwise?" Qing Shan replied resolutely, "Father, would I deceive you?" Gritting his teeth, Xieding declared, "Very well, I shall trust you this once. Let us fight." As the crowd prepared to take action, Xieding stepped forward and bellowed, "Who dares to harm these 3 fairies? Such an act would mean enmity with the Xie family, and I shall not be courteous in return." Lu Qingfeng snorted derisively. "Xieding, it seems your family wishes to walk a dark path. Very well, I shall grant your desire. Execute my command. Capture Shen Linglong alive." Gu Qianxue was incensed, retorting, "If you seek battle, then let us engage." With a swift gesture, the yin and yang dual swords materialized before her, one dark, one light, one defensive, one offensive. How familiar these swords appeared. Were they not the famed yin and yang swords of the esteemed Tai Xianjinjuan of the Yushu sect? Tai Xianjinjuan was not only renowned among the ancient families of the celestial sect, but also celebrated in the tales of secular dynasties. With these 2 swords, he had vanquished countless demons and instilled terror in many foes. Most significantly, the yin and yang swords were the ceremonial blades of the successive leaders of Tai Yi Mountain within the Yushu sect. The appearance of such swords in Gu Qianxue's hands signified something profound. She was likely the next leader of Tai Yi Mountain. Her identity as a true disciple was unmistakable. Xieding was elated, having bet on a right horse. His steadfast adherence to principles had led him to make one of the wisest choices of his life. Yet, he acknowledged that the greatest credit belonged to his son. How would Lu Qingfeng respond now? How dare he disregard a true disciple of the celestial sect, especially one who was the heir to a mountain's leadership? Lu Qingfeng's complexion turned ashen, and panic surged within him, cold sweat trickling down his brow. How could this happen? Shen Linglong had allied herself with the Yushu sect, while he had brazenly called for violence against a true disciple. Even Lu Chuan, brimming with confidence, began to falter. "Father, what should we do now?" Lu Chengfeng scolded, "You ungrateful wretch. What have I taught you? To remain low-key and avoid trouble. Look at what you have done. Do you wish to bring ruin upon me?" Now, having offended a true disciple of the Yushu sect, whose status rivaled that of your master, Lu Qingfeng could hardly contain his frustration and felt an overwhelming urge to slap Lu Chuan. Yet, this was not the time for punishment. The priority was to quell Gu Qianxue and the others' wrath. 3 fairies. This must be a misunderstanding. I was unaware that you were disciples of the Yushu sect. By the way, my son Lu Chuan is a disciple of the Xianxia sect, under the elder Zhao Buhai of the Shushan sword lineage. We are all members of the immortal sects. Shall we put this misunderstanding to rest? Of course, I, Lu Qingfeng, acknowledge my fault and am willing to make amends. Gu Qianxue coldly retorted, "What if I choose not to forgive you?" Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart in turmoil. Lu Chuan, however, grew incensed, scoffing, "If you refuse to forgive, do not blame us for being ruthless. 3 despicable women. Do not presume that I, Lu Chuan, fear you. Let me inform you that my master is on his way. Even if you are genuine disciples, what does it matter? You are merely at the condensation stage. While my master is a harmonization realm expert, it would be child's play to dispose of you." Gu Qianxue found the situation laughable. Truly, a person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. "I do not care what your master does. All I know is that I intend to kill you." With that, Gu Qianxue lunged at Lu Chuan, aiming to strike him with her sword. Lu Chuan, terrified, dodged, calling out, "Father, save me." Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth, roaring, "Stop. Do not harm my son." He thrust his spear to intercept Gu Qianxue's assault. Anticipating his move, Gu Qianxue thrust her yang sword forward to counter Lu Qingfeng's attack. while her Yin sword swiftly pierced through the void, heading straight for Lu Chuan's heart. This strike was unavoidable for Lu Chuan. Certain death loomed. No, Fei, I implore you to spare my son. Lu Chengfeng was horrified, realizing he had gravely underestimated this true disciple. Regret washed over him as he lamented his own folly, thinking he could exploit this opportunity to ensnare the Xie family. Now, he could only watch helplessly as his son faced imminent death. Gu Qianxue paid no heed to Lu Chengfeng's pleas. Lu Chuan must perish. As Lu Chuan neared his demise, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed, "Stop." A wave of sword intent surged forth, slicing through the air. Gu Qianxue furrowed her brow. While this sword could surely slay Lu Chuan, she would inevitably be harmed by the sudden influx of sword intent, forcing her to withdraw. At that very instant, a figure appeared on the scene. "Master." Lu Chuan felt as though he had found a savior. "Immortal, you have finally arrived." Lu Chengfeng exclaimed with joy. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Buhai. "Master, you must stand up for me. I have invoked your name, yet she still seeks to end my life." Lu Chuan hurriedly complained. Zhao Buhai snorted. "I shall see who dares to disregard my authority." However, upon turning to face Gu Qianxue, his expression changed dramatically. The formidable, despair-inducing sword strike was still vividly etched in his memory. Damn it, how is she one of his disciples? A surge of fury ignited within Zhao Buhai as he glanced at Lu Chuan, delivering a slap. Rebellious disciple, quickly apologized to her. Lu Chuan was left utterly bewildered. What has transpired? To one's astonishment, the master unexpectedly struck his own disciple, compelling him to offer an apology to the adversary. Unless, perhaps, the master himself harbored a fear of the opponent. Despite feeling aggrieved, Lu Chuan obediently stated, "Esteemed fairies, I apologize." Zhao Buhai interjected, "Ladies, observe that my disciple has extended his apologies. In light of my standing, might we put this matter to rest? Please convey my regards to your master." Gu Qianxue replied. "Zhao Elder, I regret to inform you that your disciple has repeatedly provoked us. This time, I must exact retribution." Zhao Buhai's fury ignited. "Are you truly so audacious as to disregard my leniency? Do you think I, Zhao Buhai, fear Chen Lin?" The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with bystanders sensing the imminent eruption of an extraordinary clash. This involved two prominent sects, entailing true disciples and esteemed elders. "I shall grant you another chance to reconsider your words. Either accept my disciple's apology and let this matter be, or I shall not hesitate to intervene and teach you a lesson. Who dares to chastise my disciple?" At that instant, a voice imbued with lethal intent swept across the venue. Chapter 30, A Fortuitous Harvest. Hiss. Such formidable sword intent. Could it be that he is the master of the three ladies, the exalted Chen Lin of the Yushu sect? In an instant, a surge of violet sword intent pierced the air, enveloping the front of the Xie residence, as though seeking to pierce every individual present. The sword intent sliced through the crowd, targeting Zhao Buhai with unerring precision. Startled, Zhao Buhai hastily defended himself, unleashing a countering sword intent. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. Zhao Buhai let out a muffled grunt, his body soaring backward like a mere scarecrow, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The onlookers beheld the newcomer, calm and composed, emanating a formidable sword intent akin to a peerless celestial sword, suffocating the breath of all present. "Master!" The three ladies rejoiced, rushing forward to pay their respects. The arrival was none other than Chen Lin. As the assembly discerned Chen Lin's visage, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. The rumors were indeed true. He appeared remarkably youthful. With a single sword strike, he had vanquished Zhao Buhai, the elder of the sword lineage, truly formidable. A transformative being of divine essence, without a doubt. At that moment, Xie Ding was elated. In stark contrast, Lu Chengfeng and his son turned ashen, their hearts filled with dread. Their once hopeful Zhao Buhai was now rendered powerless against an unparalleled foe. Alas! Would they meet their demise here today? They had thought themselves the hunters, only to be blinded by the very prey they pursued. Chen Lin scoffed, "Zhao Buhai, I have heard you claim to fear me not." As Zhao Buhai rose to his feet, he heard these words and nearly collapsed to the ground. He hurriedly explained, "Elder Chen, this is a misunderstanding. Please allow me to clarify. I merely spoke in jest, and I hope you do not take it to heart. My words were unclear, and I sincerely apologize, offering compensation." With that, he produced a bottle of elixir, saying, "This is a 9th grade elixir from my Xianxia sect, the life creation pill. A sacred remedy for healing wounds. Xianxia scoffed. A single life creation pill? Do you think I could be appeased like a beggar? Such a lack of sincerity. If you truly wish to apologize, you ought to present at least 10 or 8 of them. Zhao Buhai felt an urge to curse, but he held back. He knew he couldn't contend with him. This was a 9th-grade elixir, one he had labored greatly to acquire. To quell his anger, he reluctantly offered it, only to have it dismissed as insufficient. 10 or 8. Did he think they were cabbages? It appeared that Elder Zhao had no intention of genuinely apologizing. So Chen Lin was prepared to take action. With a swift motion, a ball of golden flame materialized in his hand, radiating an intense heat that seemed capable of incinerating anything in its path. Wait, Zhao Buhai exclaimed, startled. Although he did not recognize the nature of this flame, its oppressive aura suggested that should it strike him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. I also possess a 9th-grade celestial sword, the Qinggang sword, and an 8th-grade herb, the spirit grass, as compensation. If so, I shall forgive you, Chen Lin declared with satisfaction. Zhao Buhai felt tears welling up. His life creation pill. His Qinggang sword is spirit grass. His heart bled at the thought. Chen Lin held the Qinggang sword and said, Shun Wan, since you have joined my Tai mountain and practiced the Tai sword technique, yet lack a suitable weapon, I bestow upon you this Qinggang sword. Shen Wan could hardly believe her ears and was overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, Elder, she said respectfully as she accepted the Qinggang sword. Ding. The host bestows the 9th-grade celestial sword, Qinggang sword, to disciple Shen Wan. Does it meet the criteria for a critical return? Critical hit. Critical success. A reward of 6,000 times the critical return is granted, resulting in the acquisition of the divine-grade celestial sword, 7-star sword. When this sword is drawn, it unleashes 7 stars, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors that renders enemies unable to open their eyes. This sword is extraordinarily formidable, undeniably a divine-grade celestial sword, surpassing even the Yin-Yang sword. What a magnificent sword! Seeing Shen Wan receive a 9th-grade celestial sword, Shen Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, you are biased. I also lack a suitable weapon. Chen Lin smiled and assured her, do not worry, you shall not be overlooked. This sword is named the 7-star sword, a divine-grade celestial sword, and I bestow it upon you. Thank you, Master. I knew you would treat me the best. The bestowal of a divine-grade celestial sword to a disciple left Zhao Buhai in a frenzy, realizing only now that Chen Lin had no regard for his celestial sword at all. Now even the divine-grade immortal swords are being given away. Observing the Xiankong immortal sect, where the Shushan sword line venerates the sword above all, it is only their sect leader who wields the divine-grade sword. Beside them, Xieding, Lu Qingfeng, and others could only swallow their envy, filled with admiration and jealousy, yet dared not harbor hatred. Ding. The host bestows upon disciple Shen Linglong the divine-grade immortal sword, the 7-star sword, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. This sword is a system reward. Only equivalent returns can be made. Will you receive the divine-grade immortal sword, the wandering dragon sword? I shall defer for now, Chen Lin decisively decided. The Ziyun sword, an immortal-grade sword, is supremely revered. Within the entire Yushu immortal sect, there exists but one, enshrined in the Sanqing Hall, and cannot be wielded unless the sect's survival is at stake. Should I reveal the Ziyun sword, the world would be rife with greedy gazes coveting it. If I can remain inconspicuous, I shall not flaunt it. The Wandering Dragon Sword is commendable, a divine-grade sword, perfectly befitting his position as sect leader. Although it still attracts avaricious stares, it ultimately commands respect due to the existence of the Yushu immortal sect. No one would dare to seize it. Immortal-grade swords are altogether different. No matter the ancient clan or sect, they would seize it without hesitation. Chen Lin then presented the Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan to Gu Qianxia, saying, this pill is bestowed upon you. Thank you, Master. The 9th-grade healing elixir could be a life-saving boon in a critical moment. Zhao Buhai had expended great resources to obtain it and was still lamenting the loss. Witnessing Chen Lin directly gift it to his disciple nearly suffocated him with heartache. How could he not feel aggrieved? This treasure of his, Zhao Buhai, was being given away as a mere favor. No, this grievance could not be swallowed. Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, he was entirely consumed by joy. Ding. The host bestows upon disciple Gu Qianxua the 9th-grade elixir, Shengsheng Zhao Hua Dan, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward a 10,000-fold critical return. receiving a drop of divine-grade elixir, the Fountain of Youth. A drop of the Fountain of Youth. This treasure extends one's lifespan. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Ultimately, every being has a lifespan limit. Foundation establishment grants 80 years, divine abilities 500, longevity 2,000, and ascension bestows 10,000 years. The Fountain of Youth can shatter lifespan limits, extending one's life by 100 years. For someone of Chen Lin's age, it is somewhat trivial, yet for those whose lifespans are nearing their end, it is an invaluable treasure, worth risking everything for a single drop. Chapter 31. Dread of the Martial Sovereign. At this moment, myriad thoughts flashed through Chen Lin's mind. How could he maximize the benefits of this drop of the Fountain of Youth? Setting aside other considerations, exchanging it for 3 to 5 pieces of divine-grade treasures would be entirely feasible. Chen Lin gazed coldly at Lu Chengfeng and his son, inquiring whether they wished to live or perish. Lu Chengfeng hastily replied, expressing his willingness to offer all his treasures, pleading for the immortal to spare their lives. He quickly presented his storage bag to Chen Lin. With a swift motion, Chen Lin accepted the bag, examining its contents with disdain, exclaiming, "Such trifles cannot possibly atone for the offense against a disciple of my immortal sect. You possess nothing of value. There is no reason to spare you both." He then prepared to strike down the father and son. "Chun Shidi, we must not engage in wanton slaughter." An elder suddenly arrived, traversing the air with ease. Zhao Buhai recognized him immediately. Wu Zongyuan, the head of the 5-Dragon Mountain of the Yushu Immortal Sect. Upon seeing Wu Zongyuan, Zhao Buhai was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Martial comrade, you must advocate for us." "What do you mean by that, Elder Zhao?" Wu Zongyuan inquired. Zhao Buhai promptly recounted the recent events. Wu Zongyuan, visibly enraged, turned to Chen Lin, demanding, "Chen Shidi, is what Elder Zhao claims true? Have you, relying on your formidable strength, seized his treasures? Do you intend to incite a conflict between the two immortal sects? Furthermore, those two are clearly officials of the Great Tang Court. How can you contemplate their execution? You must provide an explanation today." Chen Lin scoffed. "Martial brother, you lay an enormous accusation at my feet. By your reasoning, if I were indeed instigating a conflict between the two immortal sects, what of it? Yet here you are, blindly defending another sect. Do you not consider the Yushu immortal sect at all? Impudent." Wu Zongyuan retorted. "Listen well, Chen Lin. I declare here and now that you must immediately return the treasures you seized from Elder Zhao and offer an apology." Chen Lin shook his head defiantly. "What if I refuse?" Wu Zongyuan chuckled darkly. "Then I will have to represent Elder Zhao in reclaiming what you have stolen." Chen Lin dismissed him with scorn. "Is it merely because you have stepped into the transformation realm?" Ah. Wu Zongyuan laughed heartily. "Since you are aware of my strength, I have nothing more to conceal. I am indeed a formidable entity of the transformation realm now. The last time you invaded my 5-Dragon Mountain and plundered my resources. This time, you shall return every last item." Chen Lin taunted. "It seems you will be sorely disappointed. Do you think you alone have reached the transformation realm?" With a thunderous roar, Chen Lin unleashed his own formidable power, the might of the transformation realm erupting forth. Wu Zongyuan's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How long has it been since you reached the harmonization realm? I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion." Chen Lin coldly remarked, "Whether it is real or not, you will find out through combat." "Traitor," Wu Zongyuan shouted, "I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of our sect leader, so you may understand who truly stands with you." In an instant, the Yulong sword appeared in Chen Lin's hand, poised to strike down upon Wu Zongyuan. "The great Zhou Heavenly Sword Technique," he declared. This marked the first time he wielded this sword technique since acquiring it. Simple, direct, one stroke to vanquish the foe, only to return after the blood has been shed. This is a sword for killing, yet it also serves to instill fear in the adversary. Within the sect, where competition and treachery abound, such matters remain internal. However, once outside, unity is paramount. As for Wu Zongyuan, who aids outsiders instead of his own kin, Chen Lin harbored the deepest disdain for him. This strike would serve as a lesson. As the sword was drawn, Zhao Buhai was already terrified, his spirit shattered. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Had it struck him, death would have been inevitable. He realized that Chen Lin had merely shown restraint. Just moments ago, he had rejoiced at Wu Zongyuan's presence. Now, only fear remained. The sheer might of this sword suggested that Wu Zongyuan was no match for Chen Lin. Wu Zongyuan felt similarly. The instant Chen Lin moved, he sensed an inescapable binding, as if the sword intent aimed to pierce through him, flooding him with death, slaughter, and dread. The power within him felt frozen, utterly unable to mobilize under Chen Lin's formidable sword intent. Even the slightest movement felt insurmountable. Chen Shidi, do you truly intend to kill me? Wu Zongyuan's fear was palpable. Boom! Ultimately, the sword did not strike Wu Zong. It whizzed past him, directing its lethal intent toward Lu Qingfeng and his son. In an instant, they, along with their entourage, were pierced by the sword intent, leaving a scene of carnage and rivers of blood. The ground beneath them was gouged into a pit 2 men deep. Wu Zongyuan, I am relieved to share the same sect as you. Should there be a next time, I, Chen Lin, shall not show mercy, Chen Lin declared coldly. Begone, he commanded. Wu Zongyuan was left utterly dumbfounded, unsure how he had managed to flee. It was only after retreating several hundred kilometers that he emerged from the grip of death and terror, glancing back in the direction he had come from. Filled with dread for Chen Lin, Lu Qingfeng and his son were dead. Chen Lin's reputation loomed large in that moment. Zhao Buhai found himself in a quandary. Neither could he stay, nor could he leave. How foolish he had been to expect Wu Zongyuan to champion his cause, only to find him equally ineffectual. Chen Lin, the esteemed seat. Chen Lin replied coolly, begone. The command was a reprieve for Zhao Buhai, who bowed deeply, wishing he could sprout wings and depart swiftly from that place. At this moment, only the members of the Xie family remained. Xie Ding approached respectfully with Xie Qingshan. Having met the immortal, Xie Ding spoke. I have witnessed the presence of the immortal. Chen Lin nodded. Previously, you stood by my disciple despite the peril to your family. Your actions were commendable. I appreciate the goodwill of the Xie family. Xie Ding was overjoyed and quickly responded, I dare not. It is our duty. Since the immortal has come to Jingzhou City, might I invite you to my humble abode to rest? Chen Lin shook his head and said, no need. This descent from a mountain is solely to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. In this chaotic world, any delay could result in the loss of thousands of lives. Qinxue, Linglong, Xiaowan, let us depart. With that, Chen Lin waved his hand, and in an instant, he and the 3 women vanished from the spot. Xie Ding gazed in the direction Chen Lin had taken, overwhelmed with emotion. What a remarkable leader of the Yushu sect at Tai Mountain. His extraordinary talents have undoubtedly ensured the rise of Tai Mountain, and even the humble Tai Xian domain cannot contain this individual. Qingshan, you have accomplished the wisest decision of your life by befriending immortal Chen Lin. Previously, I harbored concerns about your succession as the head of the family. However, the situation has changed. If you can firmly grasp today as choice, it will safeguard my Xie family for a millennium without worry. Chapter 32. 3 months. Time has swiftly passed, and over 3 months have elapsed. The 4 of them, master and disciples, have diligently cultivated, slaying demons and eliminating evil, yielding abundant rewards. Both Gu Qinxue and Shan Linglong have reached the pinnacle of the refinement stage, merely a step away from entering the 5th realm of martial arts, the Tian Gang. Shenwan has also made significant progress, having entered the spirit refinement realm. During this time, Chen Lin imparted the Tai divine art to Shen Linglong, naturally triggering a critical success return. Host critical success activated, rewarding a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the 12th grade celestial level technique, the Heavenly Sun's Qi observation art. The Heavenly Sun's Qi observation allows one to perceive and even sever the myriad forms of Qi, fortune, breath, and more. Regrettably, it did not yield a transcendent celestial level technique like the 9 Revolutions profound art, as it did during the initial teaching to Gu Qinxue. It appears this was the result of the first critical strike system's doubled reward. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Sun's Qi observation art is a 12th grade celestial level technique. By observing and severing Qi, one can eliminate luck, leading to misfortune. Severing breath can extinguish life. Truly worthy of its rank. This technique far surpasses even the spirit communication techniques and the great Zhou Tian sword techniques. With this celestial art, Chen Lin's combat prowess has increased exponentially. Over these 3 months, the 3 women's swordsmanship has progressed remarkably under Chen Lin's guidance. Gu Qinshue's Tai sword technique has reached perfection. Historically, it took a full decade for anyone at Tai Mountain to master the Tai sword technique to such an extent, yet she accomplished it in just 5 months. Chen Lin seized this opportunity to teach her the great Zhou Tian stellar sword technique, which also triggered an equivalent return. Host teaches disciple the divine level sword technique. Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique. Due to system critical strike return, equivalent return activated. Acquiring the divine level sword technique. Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique. The Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique consists of a single move, akin to the Great Zhou Tian Draw Sword Technique, yet it emphasizes swiftness. The Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique emphasizes power. It is a method that swiftly vanquishes foes with speed, striking them down in an instant. Another approach employs unparalleled magical force to obliterate enemies, breaking through with sheer strength. The myriad celestial techniques are invincible, with only speed being unbreakable. These two sword techniques perfectly illustrate this principle. However, Chen Lin realized he had seemingly fallen into the realm of the Great Zhou Tian Sword method. The three Great Zhou Tian Sword techniques were before him. At that moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that these three sword techniques all originated from the same source? A singular sword method with more than just 3 moves? Setting aside the Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique for the moment, the more he delved into the Great Zhou Tian Draw Sword Technique and the Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique, the more he discovered that they were profound and intricate, complementing each other seamlessly. At this point, Chen Lin had perfected both techniques through critical returns. This sensation intensified, yet he had yet to uncover the key to it all. Suddenly, he recalled a record he had chanced upon in a text. A certain mystical technique suggested that the perfected realm was not his ultimate destination. There existed a deeper, transcendent level beyond it, one he had yet to comprehend. Since he had imparted the Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique to Xianxia, naturally, Shen Linglong received the same instruction. Regrettably, however, Shen Linglong did not trigger the critical return. Given that she had begun her training in the Tai sword technique later, she was still a step short, having only reached the major achievement stage. As for Shen Wan, Chen Lin did not pass on the Tai divine art. Instead, he taught her the slightly inferior 9th rank Tai Qinglian technique. It was not that Chen Lin was unwilling to teach her the Tai divine art, but its cultivation requirements were exceedingly high, necessitating at least a 10th rank royal physique. Although she had received some medicinal pills to enhance her constitution over the past 3 months, she had only managed to attain a 7th rank physique. The host imparts the 9th rank Tai Qinglian technique to his disciple Shen Wan, receiving an 8,000-fold critical return and acquiring the divine level secret technique, Zhiqi Tianya. This is an absolute speed divine art, allowing one to traverse vast distances in an instant, moving freely from one corner of the world to another. Of course, achieving this requires an absolute realm and profound insight into the technique. Chen Lin recalled that within the sect, there existed a 9th rank divine technique that allowed one to travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Once mastered, the Zhiqi Tianya would enable one to traverse the entire Tianyuan continent in a heartbeat. However, with his current cultivation, he could only cover a few hundred kilometers at most in an instant. During these 3 months, this was merely a portion of his harvest. In his spare time, Chen Lin, much like when he taught Xianxia, imparted knowledge of alchemy, tool forging, talisman crafting, and formations to the 3 women, simultaneously reaping various critical returns for himself. On the original foundation, whether it be alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman creation, or array formations, all have attained the remarkable 7th tier level. While there are indeed those within the Yushu immortal sect who surpass him, none can claim to be as versatile as he is. Thus, Chen Lin's attribute panel underwent astonishing transformations. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, supreme immortal body, a pinnacle physique recognized by the Tianyuan World. Realm, 7th stage of martial arts. The transformation realm, officially entering the mid to high echelons of the Yushu immortal sect, ranked 5th among the 12 mountain masters, firmly seated as the master of Tai Mountain. In the entire Tai Xian domain, one might be considered a minor expert. Techniques, 9 transformations of the mystical arts. A supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms, though its cultivation is exceptionally arduous, with a high starting point and an uncertain upper limit. Given your current talent and resources, significant achievements may prove challenging. Divine powers, Imperial Qi observation technique, spiritual communication immortal arts, Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique, Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing Technique, Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Tome, Limitless Distance, Lunar Fire, Solar Fire. Appearance, enhanced strength, increased aura, barely qualifying as an above-average presence within the Yushu immortal sect. Indeed, Firstly, his appearance has finally received affirmation. Yet, despite his striking handsomeness, he is merely ranked as above average. The system must be sincere. What astonished Chen Lin the most was the formidable strength of the Yushu immortal sect, housing transformation realm powers, and not just any ordinary ones. In just over 3 months, he too had entered the mid-transformation realm, astonishingly ranking 5th. He recalled that Wu Zhongyan was also at the transformation realm, and he was well aware that the Yushu immortal sect, as a sect of cultivation, encompassed far more than just the visible high-ranking elders of the 12 mountain seats. With 5th place among the 12, the overall ranking within the Yushu immortal sect must be considerably lower. It was evident that diligence was imperative. Of course, realm and combat power are distinct. Chen Lin was confident that, armed with the formidable 9 transformations of the mystical arts and an array of divine techniques, he need not fear anyone in the transformation realm. While he would not claim to be invincible, he certainly believed himself to be among the few with few rivals. Lastly, the 9 transformations of the mystical arts proved insufficient even for his supreme immortal body's qualifications. Chapter 33. Gazing upon higher realms. On the outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains, Chen Lin, accompanied by 3 women, vanquished demons and monsters, diligently cultivating as they advanced to this location. Deep within these mountains lay the lairs of demons, spanning 1/3 of the Tianyuan World. The dangers here were immense, teeming with countless demons. Especially at night, when innumerable creatures roamed, any who carelessly intruded would surely become prey. Indeed, during this time, you have not disappointed your master, particularly you, Xianxia, whose sword techniques have seen significant progress. Linglong, you must strive diligently. Xinwan, your talent still lags a bit, but with sufficient effort. Do not emulate your young lady. Perhaps one day you shall surpass her. Chen Lin observed the 3 women slaying the demons before them, and he praised them with great satisfaction. Shen Linglong pouted and said, "Master, I have worked diligently. You can see that my cultivation is not inferior to that of senior sister." Chen Lin shook his head. In truth, Shen Linglong had indeed put in considerable effort, though it depended on whom she was compared to. Gu Qianxue, whose family had been annihilated, harbored a deep-seated hatred and a belly full of grievances, striving diligently to cultivate with the hope of avenging her family. Xinwan, born a servant, had the opportunity to enter Tai Mountain and change her fate. Thus she grasped it tightly and practiced relentlessly. In contrast, Shen Linglong, a legitimate daughter of one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty, enjoyed a privileged background and maintained a calm demeanor, often indulging in playful whims. Chen Lin remarked, "Well, we have been down the mountain for over 4 months. The martial arts competition is about to commence. It is time to return to the mountain. Senior sister, what is the martial arts competition?" Shen Linglong inquired with curiosity. Gu Qianxue promptly began to explain. 2 days later, Chen Lin led the 3 women back to Tai Mountain. Upon seeing the mountain, which resembled a paradise, Shen Linglong and Shen Wan were instantly awestruck. The landscape was picturesque, brimming with spiritual energy, a sight to behold. This truly was a celestial sanctuary, a place for cultivation. Compared to this, the Shen family appeared utterly insignificant. "Master, will this be our home from now on?" Shen Linglong asked excitedly. Chen Lin smiled and replied, "Indeed. Qianxue, take Linglong and Shen Wan for a tour, tidy up their living quarters, and explain the rules of Tai Mountain. Tomorrow morning, we shall pay homage to the ancestors of Tai Mountain. Rest assured, Master, I will take care of my junior sisters," Gu Qianxue said. "Come, junior sisters, I will lead you to your rooms. Currently, we have few disciples at Tai Mountain, so you may choose any room you like." "Thank you, senior sister." Watching the 3 depart, Chen Lin eagerly returned to his own room. He retrieved a jade box from his Qianquan ring. Upon opening the box, a surge of demonic energy erupted forth. Fortunately, he was prepared. With a wave of his hand, a protective shield swiftly enveloped the demonic force. It then became clear that the jade box contained a ring. The demonic energy emanated from it. This ring was obtained by Chen Lin after slaying a demonic creature at the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The ring appeared ordinary, yet was quite special, classified as a treasure without a grade. This was Chen Lin's first encounter with such an artifact, which was said to serve a singular purpose: amplification. It enhanced the power of specific techniques, benefiting only those who cultivated such techniques. Conversely, for those who did not practice the relevant techniques, the ring was rendered useless. What truly piqued Chen Lin's interest was the single character engraved on the ring: death. What could this word signify? It was of demonic origin. He recalled the words of the demonic creature he had slain earlier, uttered just before its demise, to pursue a person, and to seek a particular object. Is it related to this ring? Never mind. I shall not dwell on it, for it bears no significance to me. Time to rest. After more than 4 months of enduring the elements, I have not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. Chen Lin immediately put away the ring. The next day, after a refreshing slumber, Chen Lin rose early. To his surprise, he discovered that the 3 women were already awake. Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong were diligently practicing the recently imparted Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique, given that they had only recently begun their training. The 2 were still at the initial stages of mastery. Meanwhile, Shanwan was engaged in the Tai sword technique, demonstrating considerable proficiency, having evidently reached a minor success. Upon Chen Lin's arrival, the trio ceased their training. Master, esteemed leader, they greeted him. Chen Lin nodded in approval. Indeed, your diligence and perseverance are the bedrock of success. You have excelled in this regard. The Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique is a divine art that simplifies complexity, encapsulating the essence of all sword styles. It can be described as an all-encompassing sword technique. To achieve mastery, one must first embrace the complexity. However, this is merely the initial phase. Only by transforming complexity into simplicity can one attain greatness in this art. You have a long way to go in achieving this. For now, I shall impart to you the essential intricacies of the Great Star Sword technique, wherein complexity corresponds to the myriad stars of the heavens. As Chen Lin elucidated, the 3 women gleaned profound insights. The Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique is indeed vast and intricate. Though Shanwan continued her practice of the Tai sword technique, she nonetheless comprehended numerous truths of the sword path, reaping considerable benefits. Naturally, the greatest beneficiary was Chen Lin himself. Ding! The host imparts the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique experience to disciples Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, and Shanwan, triggering a critical return. Would you like to activate the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. A 3,000-fold critical return, acquiring substantial knowledge of the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Boom! As a torrent of swordsmanship experience surged into him, Chen Lin was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy. Indeed, his prior speculation had been validated. Beyond the realm of perfected swordplay lies an even greater domain, the transcendental saintly sword technique. To unleash its full potential, one must not merely rely on the teachings of predecessors. True mastery arises from personal innovation. Even upon achieving the highest state of perfection, one can only wield 80 to 90% of the power possessed by its original creator. The transcendental saintly state signifies a complete comprehension of the essence and might of this divine sword technique, allowing one to manifest its full potency. This is the ultimate goal, the epitome of perfection. At this moment, Chen Lin glimpsed the possibility of transcending this level of mastery. Alas, recognizing the path is one thing. Traversing it is another matter entirely. To shatter limits is a daunting task. However, having seen the glimmer of hope, Chen Lin remained confident in his ability to reach this pinnacle. Before long, half a day had passed. The 3 female disciples ceased their cultivation, and Chen Lin then escorted Shen Linglong to the ancestral hall to pay homage to the great Xianxia and the ancestors of Tai Mountain, formally accepting her as his second disciple and placing her among the true inheritance. As for Shenwan, having reached the realm of spirit refinement, she also became a core disciple of Tai Mountain. At that moment, a communication jade talisman suddenly flew in. Chen Lin received the talisman and couldn't help but smile. This talisman had been transmitted from the reception hall of the Yushu Immortal Sect. Master, is this the jade talisman from the reception hall? Gu Qianxue inquired. Chen Lin nodded. Do you remember Xie Qingshan from Jingzhou City? Master, could it be that he has come to our Yushu Immortal Sect? Gu Qianxue asked. Indeed, is he? And he has been here for over 2 months, Chen Lin replied. Gu Qianxue, curious, asked, Master, how do you intend to deal with him? Chen Lin responded, Naturally, I shall meet him. Given the choices made by his family in Jingzhou City, and the fact that he dares to visit me at Yushu Immortal Sect after waiting for 2 months, what harm could it do to meet him? As he spoke, Chen Lin waved his hand, sending a message into the jade talisman, which was promptly dispatched. Soon, Xie Qingshan, under the guidance of a disciple from the reception hall, arrived at Tai Mountain, followed by a large entourage carrying dozens of substantial chests. Gazing upon the celestial scenery before him, Xianxia was profoundly moved. This is the true sanctuary for cultivation. If only I, Xianxia, could cultivate here, he mused, and his followers were left utterly astonished. Before long, Xianxia encountered Chen Lin and bowed deeply. Disciple Xianxia pays his respects to immortal Chen Lin. Chen Lin inquired, "You wish to see me?" Xianxia responded eagerly. "Quickly, bring forth the offerings." Immediately, his subordinates began to unveil the chests before Chen Lin, revealing an array of spirit stones, medicinal herbs, jade, and treasures, totaling over a dozen chests, each clearly of considerable value. Even Chen Lin, as the head of Tai Mountain, was taken aback by the lavish display. "What does this mean?" he asked, puzzled. Xianxia smiled and explained, "It is merely a token of my profound admiration for you, esteemed immortal. I humbly request that you accept it." Chen Lin quickly grasped the situation and remarked, "You wish to become a disciple of Tai Mountain." Xianxia's face lit up with joy. His intent in bringing such precious offerings to Tai Mountain was indeed to seek acceptance as a disciple. "If I am fortunate enough to join Tai Mountain, it will be truly splendid," he exclaimed. Chen Lin contemplated this. Accepting him as a disciple, much like Shenwan, was not something he could easily refuse, especially with the lavish gifts Xianxia had brought. Tai Mountain had always struggled with poverty since the time of his master. Accepting this offering would elevate its wealth to a new level. To recognize that I possess a critical return system, yet lack any worthy treasures for investment, is indeed disheartening. Although I am skilled in alchemy and artifact forging, the absence of materials hinders my progress. This offering of a master-disciple relationship could very well usher in a new cycle of critical returns for me. Is it not merely the act of accepting a disciple? Observing the various sects, one cannot help but notice that each is populated by dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of disciples, while my own Tai Mountain boasts a mere trio. This hardly resembles a proper sect. In that moment, Chen Lin decisively proclaimed, "Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple, but you must start as an ordinary disciple." Xianxia, filled with joy, hastily bowed in reverence, declaring, "Disciple pays respects to the esteemed master." The thought of being a true disciple had never crossed his mind. He was fully aware of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, this is the realm of immortals. Even as an ordinary disciple, one's social standing in the secular world would ascend significantly. "Congratulations, esteemed uncle, on the addition of a new member to Tai Mountain," remarked Xiao, who had just emerged, his demeanor respectful. Chen Lin nodded in approval, noting, "Indeed, in just over 5 months, my nephew Xiao has advanced to the late stage of condensation, truly a testament to his innate divine physique." All credit belongs to the master's teachings. His attention soon shifted to Chen Linglong, and he trembled slightly. "Esteemed Uncle Chen, this junior sister must be your second disciple, correct?" This marked Xiao Yi's second visit to Tai Mountain, and, unlike his previous visit when he had come merely to spectate, he was now filled with awe. To his astonishment, the esteemed Uncle Chen Lin was a formidable figure in the realm of transformation. Following the acceptance of his first disciple, Xianxia, he had now taken on a second disciple. It was his own master who had sent him to observe. Xianxia, like himself, possessed an innate divine physique, and now he was eager to discern the extraordinary qualities of this newly accepted second disciple. To his surprise, he discovered that this second disciple also bore a divine physique. When did such divine physiques become so prevalent? Regarding his junior brother Chen Lin, Su Yuan was imbued with curiosity, particularly after the recent incident where Wu Zongyuan returned to the sect to lodge a complaint against him, revealing that his junior brother was, in fact, a figure of great prowess in the realm of transformation. After a decade of concealment, he had suddenly risen to prominence, astonishing the world. It is noteworthy that Chen Lin had only been in the sect for 10 years and had already attained the transformation realm, while it had taken Su Yuan over 50 years to reach his current level. He could almost envision the resurgence of the Yushu immortal sect, restoring its ancient glory. Xiao Yi introduced himself, saying, "I am Xiao Yi from the sect of the headmaster, and it is an honor to meet my junior sister. May I inquire your name?" Shen Linglong's eyes sparkled as she replied, "You are indeed the first prodigy of Yushu immortal sect, the headmaster disciple Xiao Yi. My name is Shen Linglong. I am honored to meet you, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Yi responded, "Ah, so you are junior sister Shen. No wonder you were accepted by esteemed Uncle Chen. Possessing a divine physique is indeed a blessing for Tai Mountain and Yushu immortal sect." Shen Linglong humbly replied, Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. For me, the true fortune lies in being able to study under Master. Xiao Yi turned to Gu Qianxue and inquired, Junior Sister Gu, when I first joined the Yu Su Xian sect, I completely overlooked your exceptional talent. My master still regrets that oversight. However, I hear that you have recently entered the refining spirit stage in just 5 days, which is truly astonishing. I wonder what level you have attained now. Gu Qianxue furrowed her brow. What was Xiao Yi implying with such pointed questions? She glanced at Chen Lin, and upon seeing her master nod slightly, she replied, I have merely reached the pinnacle of the condensation stage. In 5 months, she had ascended to the refining spirit pinnacle. Indeed, she was worthy of her ice god physique. Shen Linglong huffed in displeasure. What nonsense! Senior sister clearly stated she is at the pinnacle of the condensation stage. Though her voice was soft, Xiao Yi heard her clearly. Pinnacle of the condensation stage? Wait a moment. Did Gu Qianxue truly claim to be at the pinnacle of the condensation stage? How could that be? Xiao Yi asked uncertainly. Junior Sister Gu, did you just say you have reached the pinnacle of the condensation stage? Yes, Gu Qianxue nodded. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. This was impossible. In just 5 months, how could she have reached the pinnacle of the condensation stage? He himself had only recently entered the late stages of condensation. Gu Qianxue asserted, why is it impossible? Of course, if I had cultivated in the same manner as you, I wouldn't have achieved my current level. But I have my master guiding me. If it weren't for my master's concern that I might advance too rapidly and destabilize my mindset, I would have already reached the celestial boundary. Indeed, our master is the best in the world, Shen Linglong declared proudly. Is this all due to my master's efforts? Xiao Yi felt a pang of bitterness. He then turned to Shen Linglong and asked, Junior Sister Shen, what is your current level of cultivation? Chapter 35, Enlightenment and Opportunity. Shen Linglong pointed to herself and said, I'm slightly behind Senior Sister, merely at the pinnacle of the condensation stage. Merely at the pinnacle of the condensation stage? Xiao Yi felt himself teetering on the edge of madness. He should never have come to Tianyuan Mountain, nor should he have inquired about their realms of cultivation. After 10 years of training, he had only reached the late stages of condensation, while they had accomplished the pinnacle in mere months. Was the disparity between those of the divine physique truly so vast? They were all at the pinnacle of condensation. What difference could there be? Shen Linglong remarked, of course. There's a difference. Senior Sister can enter the celestial boundary at any time, while I still need to consolidate my foundation a bit more. Xiao Yi slapped himself in frustration. He had vowed not to ask, yet here he was, inquiring again. It was no surprise he felt dejected. Shen Linglong asked, Senior Brother Xiao, why are you hitting yourself? Xiao Yi quickly shook his head. I did not strike myself. I was merely swatting a mosquito. Yes, that's right. I was swatting a mosquito. Mosquito? There are no mosquitoes on Tianyuan Mountain, Shen Linglong retorted unhappily. At that moment, Xiao Yi wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. This was utterly demoralizing. No, I must leave. Xiao Yi shall never return to Tianyuan Mountain again. Whoever wishes to come can do so. This is too disheartening. After 10 years of cultivation, I find myself unable to compare with those who have only been training for half a year. Feeling disheartened? Chen Lin smiled. After a decade of dedication, the foremost prodigy of the Yushu immortal sect, Xiao Yi, found himself astonished to discover that he was outshone by his junior sister, who had only been initiated for a few months. With a bitter smile, he remarked, Master Uncle, your words are rather blunt. Chen Lin shook his head and replied, Blunt? Am I not speaking the truth? Each individual has their own destiny. One must recognize oneself, harbor reverence, and remain true to one's original intentions. This is the mindset that cultivators should possess. Temporary glory is not true glory, and a momentary failure does not equate to genuine defeat. The way of heaven diminishes the excess to replenish the insufficient. The way of humanity diminishes the insufficient to benefit the excess. The way of heaven is beneficial yet not harmful, while the way of humanity acts without contention. Chen Lin's words immediately left Xiao Yi in a state of profound shock. Upon contemplation, he suddenly realized that these were indeed principles of utmost wisdom, embodying the great truths of the universe. Chen Master Uncle's understanding of the Tao had reached an astonishing level. 10 years of patience had led to this moment of enlightenment. In an instant, Xiao Yi felt as though he had entered a realm of extraordinary sensation. A tremendous aura surged forth from him, as if the spiritual essence of Tianyuan Mountain was being drawn towards him. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Yi completely. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to contain an expletive. Damn it, my ramblings have actually led this lad to enlightenment. Enlightenment is a miraculous state, elusive and yet profoundly transformative, aligning oneself with the Tao of heaven. In that moment, the Tao of heaven became Xiao Yi, and he became the Tao of heaven. For many cultivators, the opportunity for such enlightenment may never arise in a lifetime. Once attained, the laws of the Tao open up to you, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth becomes your tool, far more potent than consuming any elixir. As Xiao Yi experienced this moment of enlightenment, the entire Yushu immortal sect was set into commotion. Within the sect master's lineage, Su Yuan, who was deep in meditation, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Someone had attained enlightenment. It originated from the direction of Tai Mountain. If enlightenment were merely a simple elevation of cultivation, it would not be regarded with such reverence and awe. Enlightenment involves comprehending the universe. Enhancing one's cultivation and understanding of the great Tao are merely the most basic benefits. The longer and deeper one engages in the process of enlightenment, the greater the benefits reaped, such as improved aptitude and enhanced fortune. Uncertain whether it was the doing of Chen Lin or his disciple, Su Yuan could no longer remain seated. With a flash, he soared towards Tai Mountain. Meanwhile, the Miaoshan fairy of the mountain gazed towards Tai Mountain, her heart equally filled with astonishment. This was enlightenment. After a century of cultivation, not one of the numerous disciples from Luojia Mountain had achieved such success in enlightenment. Yet, someone from Tai Mountain had. Taking a deep breath, the Miaoshan fairy commanded, "Chiue, Xiaowan, accompany me to Tai Mountain." Such a phenomenon had already stirred the entire Yushu immortal sect, inciting animated discussions among all. There is astonishment, envy, and even jealousy. All eyes are drawn to Tai Mountain. Since the passing of the previous Grandmaster, the illustrious Tai Xianxia, over a decade has elapsed without anyone being awed by Tai Mountain. Only derision and disdain have been bestowed upon it. Now, they realize that the true jesters are themselves. Meanwhile, the martial sect leader of Wulong Mountain, Yuan, watches the extraordinary phenomenon at Tai Mountain, trembling with rage. He bellows in fury, "Chen Lin." His animosity is palpable. Chen Lin is his nemesis, repeatedly opposing him, showing no regard for his dignity in Jingzhou City, and humiliating him harshly. Upon returning to the immortal sect, he promptly reported the incident to the sect leader, only to be met with scorn and punishment. He is indignant. Yet what can he do? Even the sect leader sides with Chen Lin. As the extraordinary event continues, Chen Lin is nearly a loss for words. Countless figures arrive at Tai Mountain. In a brief span, dozens have gathered. It has been ages since so many visited Tai Mountain. At this moment, sect leader Su Yuan also arrives. He is oblivious to who has attained enlightenment at Tai Mountain. Those who step into the realm of comprehension are invariably prodigies, possessing extraordinary talent. Once they achieve enlightenment, they gain immense benefits from the heavenly way, resulting in significant enhancements to their aptitude and fortune. Chen Lin, could it be that Gu Qianxue has entered the martial opportunity? The enchanting fairy Miaoshan hurriedly inquires. I haven't yet congratulated you, Chen Lin, for acquiring such a remarkable disciple. The rise of Tai Mountain is now inevitable. It will not tarnish the illustrious reputation of our esteemed Master Tai Xian. Xiaowan, brimming with excitement, scans the surroundings as if to confirm whether their lady has indeed attained enlightenment. Su Yuan queries, Chen Lin, do not keep us in suspense. Who has achieved this enlightenment? Chen Lin smiles and replies, Sect leader, this time it is not one of Tai Mountain's disciples who has attained enlightenment. Su Yuan is taken aback. Chen Lin, that cannot be right. Aside from you and your disciples, who else could it be? Chen Lin nods affirmatively. Indeed, there is another individual. Have you perhaps forgotten? Su Yuan, puzzled, asks, Chen Lin, you cannot be suggesting that the enlightened one is my disciple, Xiao Yi? His own disciple? Surely it is a jest. Chen Lin asserts, is indeed your disciple, Xiao Yi. Chen Lin, this is no joking matter. How can my disciple achieve enlightenment at Tai Mountain? Indeed. Are you perhaps reluctant to reveal your own disciple? Luo Bad Dao interjects. Brother, you have endured in silence for 10 years. You should not make your disciple lead a low-profile life, especially considering the grand phenomenon we all clearly witnessed. Menghao chuckles. Chapter 36. The Provocation of Martial Sect Leader Yuan. Chen Lin retorts, if you gentlemen do not believe me, you are welcome to witness it for yourselves. At this moment, his nephew, Xiao Yi, is in the courtyard, immersed in the opportunity for enlightenment. Su Yuan is already eager with anticipation. Was it truly the case that his own disciple had entered a moment of enlightenment? The gates of the academy swung open, revealing Xiao Yi standing steadfast, enveloped in a radiant beam of light, exuding an extraordinary aura, with celestial phenomena erupting from his very being. Indeed, Xiao Yi, the disciple of the master, was deserving of being hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Yushu Xinzong. Congratulations, esteemed master, congratulations. Our sect has a worthy successor. It is likely that the future achievements of Xiao Yi will surpass even your own. Su Yuan expressed his satisfaction, remarking, I never anticipated that he would attain such enlightenment. Junior brother Chen Lin, he continued, my disciple has unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment on Tai Mountain, and it must be attributed to your guidance. Chen Lin nodded in acknowledgement, stating, indeed, Xiao Yi possesses remarkable comprehension. I merely offered a few casual pointers, and he genuinely achieved enlightenment. An uncomfortable silence fell upon the assembly, as it was clear to all that the Master's words were mere flattery. How convenient for you to claim credit for yourself. A voice remarked, you might as well say you too have entered a state of enlightenment. Huh, Wu Zongyuan scoffed. In my several centuries of existence, I have yet to encounter someone as shameless as junior brother Chen Lin. Xiao Yi's enlightenment is a testament to his own high comprehension and innate talent. What does it have to do with you? If your mere suggestions could lead to such enlightenment, why haven't you demonstrated your own enlightenment for us to witness? Without a doubt, Wu Zongyan's words garnered the approval of many present, prompting a flurry of discussions. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. Enlightenment? It was not beyond the realm of possibility. A smile graced Chen Lin's face as the system unexpectedly chimed to life. Ding! The host has guided his fellow disciple Xiao Yi to attain a moment of enlightenment, fulfilling the conditions for a critical return. Would you like to activate the critical return? Critical return activated. Critical success. Reward. 1,000-fold critical return, granting 2 hours of enlightenment time. Excellent. Indeed, a remarkable system. Enlightenment opportunities can also yield critical returns. Calculating the time, Xiao Yi must have been in a state of enlightenment for 5 or 6 minutes. Just as Chen Lin was about to respond, Xiao Yi suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, his cultivation breaking through instantaneously to the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as he surged towards the heavenly gang realm. This is not good. Xiao Yi is on the brink of breaking into the heavenly gang realm. Brother, does Xiao Yi possess the heavenly gang qi? Meng Hao exclaimed anxiously. Su Yuan nodded affirmatively, stating, my disciple possesses the Tai Xian divine body, and the finest heavenly gang qi is the Tai Xian gang qi, which I have prepared for him long ago. Now is the perfect time to utilize it. With a wave of his hand, a stream of Tai Xian gang qi shot toward Xiao Yi. The Tai Xian divine body, a superior divine physique, far surpasses Gu Qianxue's ice divine body and Shun Linglong's flame divine body in strength. As the Tai Xian gang qi entered his body, Xiao Yi immediately subdued it, transforming it into an integral part of his cultivation. With a crisp sound, a breakthrough was achieved. The early stage of the celestial realm. Everyone rejoiced. What a fortuitous opportunity for enlightenment. Directly ascending from the late stage of the mortal realm to the early stage of the celestial realm, transcending 2 realms. Yet, Chen Lin shook his head in disapproval. Absorbing the powers of the earthly and celestial forces, while seemingly essential for breaking through realms, was merely a shortcut. Before reaching the 3 stages of ascension, it may not seem significant, but attempting to transcend those stages would undoubtedly present exponentially greater challenges. One path is arduous at first and easy later, while the other is easy initially, but becomes increasingly difficult. At this moment, as Xiao Yi's realm advanced, the celestial phenomena dissipated, and he immediately awoke from his extraordinary state of enlightenment. Upon regaining his senses, Xiao Yi bowed deeply to Chen Lin. Disciple thanks Uncle Master for your guidance. Su Yuan frowned, feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, he was present as the master, yet Xiao Yi expressed gratitude to another. Wu Zongyan interjected, Xiao Yi, you are mistaken. Your insight is largely thanks to your master's teachings. He is the one you ought to thank, not Chen Lin. Besides, did he not merely offer a few casual pointers? How could that truly lead to your enlightenment? Xiao Yi, feeling embarrassed, replied, Uncle Wu is right. I should indeed express my gratitude to my master. Yet this time, my enlightenment was indeed inspired by Uncle Chen Lin's guidance. Wu Zongyuan snorted. If he could truly guide others to enlightenment, why have his two disciples not reached such a state? Yet, it is you who has achieved it. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, seeking the system. The enlightenment opportunity one received can be granted to others. Yes. With the system's response, Chen Lin smiled. Was it not simply about guiding disciples to enlightenment? What would be difficult about that? Wu Zongyuan, if I can lead my disciple to enlightenment, what then? Wu Zongyuan retorted mockingly. If you can indeed bring your disciple to sudden insight, I will kneel before you right here. Very well, Chen Lin replied. You have made your claim. Since you wish to witness how I guide my disciple to enlightenment, I shall oblige. Xianxia, come here. Gu Xianxia felt a surge of urgency. Master? Chen Lin reassured her with a smile. Do not worry. I am not one to embark on ventures without confidence. It is merely sudden insight. Saying this, Chen Lin promptly contacted the system and pointed toward Gu Xianxia. A tremor coursed through her body as an ineffable sensation enveloped her heart. Celestial phenomena manifested. The Tao revealed itself, and spiritual energy returned to its essence. This undoubtedly signified that Gu Qianxue had also entered a state of enlightenment. At this moment, all present were left astounded, particularly Wu Zongyuan, who staggered back, muttering, "This is impossible. It must be a deception." Gu Qianxue's enlightenment evidently yielded greater benefits, lasting an impressive 2 hours. The fortune was elusive as mist, leaving no one able to articulate its nature. However, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the Ice God body achieved the mid-grade divine body, the Ice Soul divine body. This remarkable transformation was partly due to the effects of the previously consumed Ascending Dragon Pill, which accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy and medicinal potency. Consequently, the attendees were left astounded. The talent had indeed been elevated. Furthermore, Gu Qianxue's cultivation reached the mid-stage of the Heavenly Gang, surpassing Xiao Yi by yet another realm. Remarkably, this was witnessed by all present, as if she had entered a state of sudden enlightenment spontaneously. Chen Lin turned to martial brother Wu Zongyuan and remarked, "What do you have to say now?" Just as Gu Qianxue experienced her epiphany, the critical return of energy arrived punctually. The host grants Gu Qianxue 2 hours of enlightenment time, meeting the criteria for a critical hit. Is it a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Due to system rewards, an equivalent return is obtained, granting 2 hours of enlightenment time. Wu Zongyuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with a sense of resentment and humiliation. Chapter 37. Resistance is futile. I refuse to accept this. Although Gu Qianxue has entered a state of enlightenment, who can say it was due to you? Wu Zongyuan made a final desperate struggle, kneeling on the spot, but it was for Chen Lin. He found himself unable and unwilling to do so. Chen Lin snorted coldly. Martial brother Wu, are you trying to be unreasonable? Everyone present has seen and heard it all. Senior brother, you must speak fairly. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and stated, Martial brother. This time it was indeed you who said if junior brother Chen could guide others into a state of enlightenment, you would kneel and apologize. Luo Bideo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Martial brother did say so. Meng Hao added, this time, Martial brother, you were in the wrong. Fairy Miaoshan shook her head disapprovingly. Wu Zongyuan's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. Yes, I did say that, and I acknowledge it. I can kneel, but I still refuse to accept it. Chen Lin snorted. Refusal? Then I shall ensure your complete submission. Linglong, come here. Since the master has granted your senior sister the opportunity for enlightenment, let us bestow upon you a chance as well. Shen Linglong's eyes brightened. Master, may I truly have the opportunity for enlightenment? Of course, Chen Lin replied confidently. Thank you, Master. Shen Linglong rejoiced, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Zong. Master, by granting me the opportunity for enlightenment, surely some individuals will be compelled to acknowledge the truth. Chen Lin smiled slightly and pointed towards Shen Linglong, murmuring incantations reminiscent of Taoist classics he had encountered in his past life. Internally, he silently connected with the system, wishing, grant disciple Shen Linglong the opportunity for enlightenment. With a resounding boom, as the phenomena of heaven and earth manifested and the Tao revealed itself, spiritual energy converged. And Shen Linglong, much like Xiao Yi and Gu Qianxue, entered a state of enlightenment. Chen Lin's second disciple was unexpectedly also a divine body, the blazing flame divine body. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Previously, I was only aware that Chen Lin was accepting a new disciple. I never expected that, like Gu Qianxue, this individual would also possess a natural divine body, one embodying ice and the other flame. It is noteworthy that among the 12 mountain sects, the lineage of the sect leaders possesses merely 2 or 3 divine bodies collectively. Yet, Tai Mountain astonishingly boasts 2 disciples with innate divine bodies. One cannot help but feel envy and resentment. As for Chen Lin, one can only conclude that Chen Lin is fortunate. Xianxia, who had been disregarded by everyone, was awakened by Chen Lin's disciple, transforming her from a cold ice body into an ice soul body through a moment of enlightenment. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Lin, however, did not enjoy the prior opportunities that Xianxia had, having consumed the ascending dragon pill. Her aptitude was enhanced, yet her realm barely reached the initial stage of heavenly gang. Nonetheless, Chen Lin was aware that during this moment of enlightenment, she did not fully comprehend her cultivation, but chose to augment her swordsmanship instead. The Tai sword technique finally reached perfection, and the Great Zhou Star sword art also saw considerable advancement. Such moments of realization are rare and elusive. Martial brother, I wonder if you can concede now. Chen Lin remarked coldly. Wu Zongyuan was filled with unwillingness. He could hardly fathom that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for enlightenment could be so casually bestowed upon Chen Lin, as if it were a commonplace occurrence. To deny it, yes, even if he were to argue, he realized that upon raising his gaze, he would meet the cold stares of the sect leader and the heads of the various mountains present, making it clear that he could no longer argue his case. Any further attempts at justification would likely lead to universal disdain among those present. Gritting his teeth, Wu Zongyuan declared, "Very well, I concede. I shall kneel." The humiliation of kneeling before the entire assembly of disciples from the Yusu immortal sect was palpable. "Chen Lin, you have won," he said, preparing to kneel. Yet Chen Lin interjected, "Hold on." Wu Zongyuan fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Lin and demanded, "Chen Lin, what do you mean? Do you intend to humiliate me further?" Chen Lin shook his head and replied, "We are both part of the Yusu immortal sect. If you truly kneel before me, it may indeed render us the laughingstock of the entire sect, or even the 3 great immortal sections. How about this? There is no need for kneeling. Instead, as we wagered before, simply present the 7 treasures golden lotus secret technique from your 5 dragon mountain lineage." "Impossible," Wu Zongyuan interrupted. "The 7 treasures golden lotus secret technique is a royal level secret of my 5 dragon mountain, only to be practiced by the successive heads of our lineage, and it is never imparted to outsiders." Chen Lin shrugged, saying, "Suit yourself. Either present the 7 treasures golden lotus secret technique as an apology, or kneel and lose all dignity. Besides, as fellow disciples of the sect, what is there to discuss about imparting secrets? Our divine techniques and secret arts across the 12 mountain sects should be explored collectively rather than hoarded jealously." The fair and benevolent fairy nodded, saying, "Indeed. Chen Lin's perspective is profound. We are humbled in comparison." "I also concur with Chen Lin's assertion," Luo Badao added. "Furthermore, as fellow disciples of the sect, what harm is there in sharing secret techniques? It is far better than suffering disgrace." The sect leader, Su Yuan, expressed his agreement as well. "The vitality of Master Wu Zong has waned significantly. Emotions are not mere tools for you to flaunt your sect's treasured secret techniques, while remaining aloof from the consequences." However, the thought of kneeling before Chen Lin in public fills him with profound reluctance. Gritting his teeth, he declares, "Very well. I shall present the 7 treasure golden lotus secret technique as an apology." With that, he retrieves a jade slip from his person and tosses it toward Chen Lin. "Here, it is, the method of the 7 treasure golden lotus. Take it." Chen Lin's satisfaction is evident as he smiles. The only aspects of 5 Dragon Mountain that truly captivate him are the point spirit technique and the 7 treasure golden lotus method, particularly the latter, known for its unparalleled defense. This is a divine ability that merges secret arts with magical treasures. Standing upon the 7 treasure golden lotus allows for defense, the ability to repel enemies, and flight, akin to his most formidable divine ability from Tai Mountain, the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield. Regrettably, it has long been lost to time, leaving only fragmented remnants. His master once devoted much effort to its restoration, but alas, he passed away without achieving that goal. Ding! The host has thoroughly humiliated Wu Zongyuan, showcasing your prestige to the onlookers, and has been rewarded with a critical return opportunity. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit return. Chen Lin is instantly filled with joy. It remains uncertain whether the critical return is due to a moment of enlightenment or the recently acquired 7 treasure golden lotus method. regardless of its source. It is precisely what he desires. Undoubtedly, it is the moment of enlightenment he craves. Such opportunities are rare beyond measure, already yielding 1,000-fold return. Another similar return would lead to his fortune. Critical hit. Critical hit successful, receiving a 5,000-fold critical return and a reward of half a day's enlightenment opportunity. However, something feels amiss. Chen Lin furrows his brow. System, are you mistaken? Previously, a 1,000-fold critical return granted 2 hours of enlightenment time. How is it that now a 5,000-fold return only provides half a day? This system is not in error. The 5,000-fold critical return pertains to the enlightenment time of Xiao. Very well. He acknowledges his own flights of fancy. Half a day's enlightenment is still sufficient. Chapter 38, Utter Despair. Chen Lin smiled and said, Master Wu, how about I perform another moment of enlightenment for you? Master Wu Zong's spirit is utterly depleted. Chen Lin, do not overstep your bounds. Chen Lin shook his head, replying, I'm not bullying you. As he speaks, he silently invokes the moment of enlightenment. Boom! The heavens and earth tremble, spiritual energy converging into reality. As an extraordinary phenomenon manifests before the audience, a giant holding a colossal axe, standing tall and exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. This scene is all too familiar to them, having just experienced it 3 times. This marks the 4th. Enlightenment. An opportunity for enlightenment that occurs once in a century is now as commonplace as cabbage on Taiyu Mountain. What a terrifying presence. They had not anticipated that Chen Lin, their junior, had already ascended to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. I recall that junior brother Chen Lin has only been in the fold for a mere decade. Silence enveloped the crowd, who could not suppress their bitter smiles. In a span of 10 years, had they not cultivated for hundreds, even thousands of years, yet had merely reached the realms of transformation and profound void? In this brief decade, had they attained the 3rd level of divine abilities? Not only did the esteemed leaders feel a sense of shame, but even the so-called prodigies among the various sects were overwhelmed with a desire to find a hole in the ground to hide in. But wait, did you not notice that the celestial phenomena surrounding junior brother Chen Lin were extraordinary? The shadow behind him. Junior brother Chen Lin possesses a 12th grade immortal physique. Master Su Yuan seemed to have an epiphany, unable to contain his astonishment. Boom! The moment the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, finding it hard to catch their breath. Truly, it is an immortal physique, the most formidable constitution in the Tianyuan continent, without comparison. This is a physique capable of transcending the mortal realm and ascending to immortality. Su Yuan mused. No wonder Master Tai Xian had never taken a disciple in his lifetime, only to suddenly bring back junior brother Chen Lin a decade ago. Initially, it seemed he could not bear to see the Taoist lineage of Tai in Mountain fall. In reality, Master Tai Xian must have recognized that junior brother Chen Lin was an immortal physique. It is no surprise that he reached the transformation stage in just 10 years. This constitution explains everything. The gazes directed at Chen Lin transformed, as if they could envision the moment he ascended to immortality, and likewise, they could foresee the resurgence of the ancient glory of the Yu Su immortal sect. At this moment, Wu Zongyuan felt a tumult of emotions. Having been publicly humiliated, he was compelled to resort to the 7 treasures golden lotus technique, his heart brimming with resentment as he contemplated revenge. Yet, he ultimately realized he was merely a jester in this grand spectacle. Previously, he had believed he had a chance for vengeance, but now, the very courage to seek retribution had fled him. Chen Lin, with his 12th grade immortal physique, presented a chasm between them so vast that it would only widen with time. He feared that he would never see the day of vengeance, and instead, would be subjugated by junior brother Chen Lin. Rumbling thunder filled the air. As the crowd marveled, dark clouds gathered, and a flash of lightning struck down with a resounding crack. In an instant, the entirety of Tai Mountain was enveloped in lightning. This is dire. Why has thunder appeared? Could it be that the heavens have discovered junior brother Chen Lin's 12th grade immortal physique and have descended punishment upon him? Su Yuan's Jiaotif, everyone. Remain calm. Junior brother Chen Lin must possess the most supreme immortal physique among immortal bodies. This lightning is not a punishment, but a means to aid him in comprehending the opportunity for enlightenment and refining his constitution. Understanding this, the crowd began to distance themselves from Chen Lin, preparing to shield themselves from the potential impact of the lightning. Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong were utterly astounded. They had thought their innate divine physique was remarkable, only to discover that their master was, in fact, a legendary immortal physique. Truly, their master is unparalleled. 9 bolts of thunder descended, yet Chen Lin exhibited neither fatigue nor injury. Rather, he radiated vitality and an imposing aura, resembling a celestial being, exuding an astonishing presence. All present recognized that Chen Lin had ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. As the 9 thunderbolts dissipated, the celestial phenomena vanished, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth returned to tranquility. Chen Lin remained with his eyes closed, suspended in the air, comprehending the way of the sword. This moment of enlightenment proved immensely beneficial, greatly enhancing his proficiency in the 9 revolutions mystic art, allowing him to reach the zenith of the transformation stage, while his mastery of the Great Zhou heavenly sword technique advanced significantly. Not only did he perfect the Great Zhou destruction sword technique after mastering the Great Zhou celestial sword technique and the Great Zhou sword drawing technique, but he also elevated the Great Zhou celestial sword technique to an extraordinary level, achieving true perfection in the way of sword. He had finally discovered the connection among the 3 sword techniques. They indeed stem from a singular sword art. However, to unify the 3 sword techniques, one must either complete this set of sword techniques or elevate all techniques to the transformation stage. Half an hour later, Chen Lin fully regained his senses and promptly summoned his attribute panel. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, Supreme Celestial Body, 12th rank Celestial Body, top-tier physique of the Tianyuan World. Realm, 7th level of martial arts, pinnacle of the transformation stage, officially entering the mid to high tier of the Jade Void sect, ranked 3rd among the 12 mountain lords. Firmly holding the position of Mountain Lord of Tai Mountain. In the entirety of the Tai Xian domain, you remain a minor expert. Technique, 9 revolutions mystic art, a supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms. However, its cultivation is exceedingly difficult, with a high starting point, and the upper limit remains uncertain. Given your current talent and resources, achieving significant progress is challenging. Divine Ability, Événements on-site technique, Spirit Communication Célestiale technique, Great ou Célestial Sword technique. Great Zhou sword drawing technique, Great Zhou destruction sword technique, distance of 1,000 miles, lunar divine fire, solar divine fire. Appearance, having gained enlightenment and undergone the baptism of 9 thunderbolts, your appearance has significantly improved. You are now sufficiently attractive to rank among the top 20 within the Jade Void sect. Alas, even now my appearance has not made it into the top 10. System, come forth. Your evaluation of appearance is flawed. Junior Brother Chun, you astonish us all. Your enlightenment comes as easily as drinking water, the celestial maiden Miao Shan remarked. Luo Ba Dao shook his head, stating, in my several hundred years of existence, I have only experienced enlightenment once, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Compared to Junior Brother Chun, I feel utterly ashamed. Meng Hao chuckled wryly, saying, I have never experienced enlightenment. Does that mean I should be too embarrassed to live? Junior Brother Chun, since you can assist your disciples in achieving enlightenment and can easily attain it yourself, would you be able to help us experience enlightenment as well? Meng Hao suddenly inquired. His words undoubtedly ignited the eyes of all present, who gazed at Chen Lin with eager anticipation. Chen Lin shook his head and said, I apologize, but I fear I must disappoint you all. Achieving enlightenment is not something that can be encountered so easily. Indeed, if it were not for the critical strike return from my system, I would not have had the fortune to enter such a state of enlightenment. Now that the critical strike return has been exhausted, I find myself devoid of any opportunity for enlightenment. His words evidently did not convince the others. Rather, they believed Chen Lin was intentionally refusing, and their expressions shifted noticeably. In Chapter 39, The Secret Method of the 9-Tiered Golden Lotus, one of the disciples remarked, Chen Lin, as fellow members of the Yushu sect, we ought to assist one another. Since you possess a method to guide us into enlightenment, why not share it with everyone? Wu Zongyuan spoke eagerly. If he had felt despair when facing Chen Lin before, now the prospect of mastering the method of enlightenment seemed like a feasible way to catch up with Chen Lin. Chen Lin internally scoffed. I'm afraid I truly cannot assist you. The reason I was able to help my 2 disciples, including myself, enter the state of enlightenment is solely due to practicing the Tai Mountain technique. Once this technique reaches a certain level, there is hope of stepping into enlightenment. As for you, I cannot be of assistance unless you willingly abandon your current cultivation and practice my Tai Mountain technique. reaching a specific realm before I can help you attain enlightenment. The notion of abandoning one's cultivation to start anew and then reaching a certain level was ludicrous. Meng Hao questioned, Chen Lin, did you not assist the disciple Xiao Yi in entering the state of enlightenment previously? It is worth noting that he has not practiced your Time Mountain technique. Indeed, another added, could it be that you are unwilling to share the method of enlightenment? Chen Lin furrowed his brow. While it is true that Xiao Yi has not practiced my Time Mountain technique, his attainment of enlightenment was merely due to my guidance. How about this? I will organize the insights I previously imparted and propose a transaction with all of you. Su Yuan nodded. Very well. Let us proceed, as Chen Lin suggests. Chen Lin, I have an 8th-tier treasure, the Jade Rui, a fortune-attracting artifact, to offer in exchange. The fortune-attracting artifact was indeed a remarkable item, capable of suppressing fortune and rivaling even the finest royal treasures. What a generous offer from the sect master, Chen Lin thought, recognizing the gratitude behind the gesture, as it was he who had provided the opportunity for the sect master's most favored disciple to attain enlightenment. Chen Lin promptly recorded the insights shared by Xiao Yi and handed them to Su Yuan. Upon receiving the jade slip, Su Yuan eagerly began to study it. In an instant, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Excellent! What profound wisdom this is! It is truly enlightening. Thank you, Chen Lin. Fellow disciples, I must return to seclusion now, so I bid you farewell. With that, he hurriedly departed from Tai Mountain, evidently having gained much from the encounter. Following the sect master's lead, Luo Badu, Meng Hao, and others also began to present their treasures for exchange. Luo Ba Dao produced a 7th-grade celestial sword, the Wind Thunder Sword. Meng Hao presented a vial of 7th-grade elixir, while the enchanting immortal Miao Shan revealed a bottle of spirit mushroom nectar. Soon, everyone eagerly exchanged for jade slips. Upon glimpsing the contents of the jade slips, they were profoundly astonished and captivated, hastily bidding farewell. Only Wu Zongyuan remained at the scene. Clenching his teeth, Wu Zongyuan produced a rope and handed it over, an 8th-grade magical artifact, the Demon Binding Rope. Chen Lin shook his head and said, Brother Wu, if you wish to exchange for foresight, I require your genuine Demon Binding Rope, not a replica. Wu Zongyuan exploded with disbelief, exclaiming, Impossible! The authentic Demon Binding Rope is a king-grade treasure. Besides, why should they, with their 7th and 8th-grade artifacts, be able to trade while I cannot? Chen Lin scoffed. Can you truly compare yourself to them? If you don't want to trade, then so be it. Wu Zongyuan recalled the joyous scene of the sect leader and others receiving the jade slips. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Fine, I will make the exchange. With that, he produced the genuine Demon Binding Rope. Chen Lin smiled. Having acquired 3 of the 5 great treasures of 5 Dragon Mountain and 2 major secret techniques. What delighted him most was that he had recorded some so-called Taoist aphorisms from his previous life in Blue Star, which had garnered such excitement, as if they were treasures. This haul was indeed substantial. Most importantly, the Demon Binding Rope, a king-grade treasure, naturally counters the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Master, why have you and Master Wu of 5 Dragon Mountain always been at odds? Chen Linglong asked curiously. Chen Lin replied, It's evident. This matter traces back to your ancestral master, Chen Taixian, who was a true lord of creation, wielding 2 swords that commanded the Taixian domain. He was fiercely righteous, yet Wu Zongyuan's master, being unsatisfied, repeatedly provoked him. Each time he challenged, he was soundly defeated by your ancestral master, who would give him a beating. The enmity persisted after Wu Zongyuan's master passed away. 10 years ago, after your ancestral master's demise, Wu Zongyuan saw it as an opportunity for revenge and trouble me on Tai Mountain, withholding resources and the like. For a decade, I, your master, had endured quietly, but recently, having made significant progress in strength, I finally retaliated, which ignited his resentment towards Tai Mountain and myself. Gu Qinshu interjected, Sister, are you aware that the martial arts competition among the 12 mountain gates of our Yusu immortal sect is approaching? A few months prior, Master Wu wagered with our master that if I placed in the top 10, he would concede a treasure of equal rank. If I failed to place, I would forfeit my Yin-Yang twin swords to 5 Dragon Mountain. Shun Ling Long chuckled. Master, if I manage to secure a position in the top 10 at the competition, what reward shall you bestow upon your disciple? Chen Lin rolled his eyes. How can you even ask? Both of you are celestial strongholds, historically. The top 5 in the competition's Haven Tea always been entirely composed of those in the condensation realm. Why would you enter? Your sister can easily deal with the younger disciples. You need not concern yourself with it. Master, I still wish to participate, the disciple insisted. Perhaps one could secure a place among the top 3, along with a reward. By the way, Master, what are the prizes for this year's martial arts tournament? Moreover, as a disciple, I would also like to receive some form of reward from you, Master. Chen Lin replied with a hint of annoyance. All right, let us proceed this way. I have just acquired the 7-treasure golden lotus secret technique from your martial uncle, and I shall impart it to both of you. Although this technique is merely of royal grade, it requires diligent practice. The 7-treasure golden lotus secret technique embodies the strengths of both Buddhism and Taoism, integrating offense and defense, and is not inferior to the most powerful secret techniques of Tai Mountain. As he spoke, he began to teach this technique to his 2 disciples. B. The host imparts the royal grade secret technique, 7-treasure golden lotus secret technique, to disciple Xianxia. A critical return condition is met. Would you like to trigger a critical return? Critical hit. Critical success. You receive a 5,000-fold critical return, acquiring the 12th grade celestial level technique. The 9th grade golden lotus secret technique. B. The host imparts the royal grade secret technique, 7-treasure golden lotus secret technique, to disciple Chen Lin. A critical return condition is met. Would you like to trigger a critical return? Critical hit. Critical success. You receive a 5,000-fold critical return, acquiring the 9th grade golden lotus secret technique, golden lotus body protection. In an instant, 2 streams of memory flooded Chen Lin's mind. What a remarkable 9th grade golden lotus secret technique. It forges supreme magical treasures and achieves the 9th grade golden lotus, integrating offense and defense. Chapter 40. The Kingly Way Killing Fist. The critical return of the 9th grade golden lotus secret technique requires the cultivation of this magical technique to forge the 9th grade golden lotus, yet it lacks offensive means. Conversely, the golden lotus body protection stands as one of the 3 principal offensive techniques of the 9th grade golden lotus. The 3 characteristics of the 9th grade golden lotus are protection, attack, and traversing the void. Chen Lin smiled and said, You both must devote yourselves to practice. Once you have mastered the 7-treasure golden lotus technique, I will impart to you an even more formidable 9th grade golden lotus secret technique. Chen Lin inquired, Master, why not directly teach us the 9th grade golden lotus secret technique instead of going through all this trouble? Chen Lin, slightly irritated, replied, The essence of the 9th grade golden lotus secret technique lies in the power of merit. Do you possess such merit? To which he thought, Indeed there exists some. The Emperor's Qi observation technique observes fortune and merits. Unlike the ethereal nature of fortune, merit is tangible and can be discerned. Some eminent figures in Buddhism and Taoism possess the ability to perceive the merits on your person. For over 3 months, Chen Lin has been slaying demons and dispelling evil with the 2 women, thus accumulating a modicum of merit, though still insufficient for refining a 9th grade golden lotus. At Wulong Mountain, Wuzong Yuan returned to the mountain gate and immediately confined himself within his chamber. Roars echoed continuously from within, resonating throughout Wulong Mountain. They could vaguely hear 2 words, Chen Lin. Did Master encounter bullying from Uncle Chen Lin during this trip to Tai Mountain? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to get yourself killed? Can we use the term bullying? Yes, I spoke without thinking. I deserve it. Oh no, Senior Brother Wuya is coming, run. The disciples scattered in haste, fearing the wrath of Senior Brother Wuya. Wuya furrowed his brow, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Approaching the door, he called out loudly, Father, I seek an audience. Enter, came the voice of Wuzong Yuan from within. Upon stepping inside, Wuya was met with a scene of utter disarray, intensifying his murderous resolve. Father, he spoke. Wuzong Yuan responded, You have arrived, and you must have surmised some of the situation. Indeed, I have suffered a complete defeat. Who would have imagined that Chen Lin would be so treacherous, biding his time for a decade, causing me to miss a golden opportunity? Now, he has risen in one fell swoop, and all is lost. Father, are you truly prepared to resign yourself to this fate? Wuya questioned. With a bitter smile, Wuzong Yuan replied, What good would it do to linger on? I am but an early-stage transformation adept, while Chen Lin has ascended to the pinnacle of transformation. What can I possibly use to contend with him? Wuya countered, Father, have you forgotten the martial arts competition? I have not disappointed your expectations. I have become a formidable condensation expert. Had it been before my journey to Tai Mountain, you would have been elated to witness my progress. Yet now, You merely shake your head. Do you know the cultivation level of Gu Qianxue? Wuzhongyuan inquired. Mid-stage, heavenly gang. Wu Ye stammered, feeling a deafening roar in his mind, utterly bewildered. How could it be mid-stage, heavenly gang? She has only been practicing for half a year. With clenched teeth, Wu Ye declared, Father, I refuse to accept this. I must win the martial arts competition. Not for the rewards, but to restore justice for you and to let the entire Yushu Xinzong recognize the might of Wulong Mountain. I implore you to assist me. Wuzhongyuan took a deep breath and replied, Very well, I shall help you this once. In my youth, I inadvertently acquired a secret technique known as the nine-needle acupuncture. It allows you to gain immense power at the cost of depleting your life force. The greater the depletion, the stronger the combat capability. Given your current disparity with Gu Qianxue, you would need to exhaust at least 200 to 300 years of your life force. You must contemplate this carefully. With determination, Wu Ye replied, Please, Father, impart the nine-needle acupuncture to me. Wuzhongyuan sighed. I will do my utmost to find elixirs to replenish your life force. Of course, the best method to restore is to step into the realm of eternal life. Wu Ye resolutely stated, Do not worry, Father. I will undoubtedly triumph over Gu Qianxue in the martial arts competition. As time passed, the competition drew ever closer. Gu Qianxue's formidable prowess instilled fear among all the sect leaders. Winning first place was no longer a feasible thought. However, securing a position in the top 5 remained within reach. Achieving this would not only yield rewards from the sect, but also enhance one's reputation within the Xinzong, providing an opportunity to access powerful techniques from the Yushu Xinzong's library. Meanwhile, within Tai Mountain, Chen Lin was conducting a special training session with Gu Qianxue. In terms of swordsmanship, Gu Qianxue was nearly on par with the head of the first mountain. However, her skills in martial arts were somewhat lacking. Techniques such as Tai Eternal Life Fist, Crushing Heart Palm, and Bone Transformation Soft Palm were all 5th to 6th tier martial arts, which, while impressive in the secular world, paled in comparison within the Yushu Xinzong. Chen Lin remarked, Qianxue, today I shall impart to you a martial art technique. The 9 ranks fist technique, the Tai Kong Ming Fist. The Tai Mountain is naturally replete with a legacy of martial arts. The Tai 9 techniques encompass the Tai Divine Skill and the Tai Swordplay, with the 9 ranks fist technique, the Tai Kong Ming Fist, standing as its eminent successor. Most importantly, this Tai Kong Ming Fist seamlessly connects with the Tai Longevity Fist, aptly aiding in the cultivation of the 3 realms of divine powers and the 3 realms of longevity. At once, Chen Lin demonstrated this technique. The movements were ethereal and fluid, as a vast Taiji symbol manifested upon his back. Each strike sent the Taiji symbol into a fervent whirl, drawing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth into Chen Lin's being. Everything was illuminated. The Taiji transformed into wholeness. This was the remarkable essence of the technique. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle. To those versed in the craft, it revealed its true nature. Gu Qianxue, having previously trained in the Mighty Bull Demon Fist and the Tai Longevity Fist, immediately recognized how this technique would benefit her. Her eyes radiated a fierce brilliance. As Chen Lin withdrew his fists, the Taiji symbol dissipated and the spiritual essence returned to tranquility. Chen Lin inquired, Have you committed it to memory? Gu Qianxue nodded, declaring, Disciple has memorized it entirely. She then proceeded to practice before him. Indeed, witnessing the reappearance of the Taiji symbol and the ensuing spiritual essence, Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. This moment of enlightenment not only enhanced Gu Qianxue's fortune and aptitude, but also her memory and comprehension. Previously, she possessed the physique of a divine body, yet lacked the insight that accompanied it. This epiphany fully rectified that deficiency, rendering her worthy of the title of divine body. Ding! The host imparts the 9 ranks fist technique, the Tai Kong Ming Fist, to disciple Gu Qianxue, qualifying for a critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 3,000-fold critical return. Receiving the supreme fist technique, the kingly killing fist. Claiming the reward. A torrent of profound memories flooded Chen Lin's mind. He furrowed his brow. It was merely a single technique, devoid of rank. This martial art was peculiar, yet formidable, embodying the kingly path of slaying. Most significantly, it was but one strike from a singular technique. As Chen Lin delved deeper into the intricacies of this martial art, he became increasingly astonished by its potency. With a single punch, unleashed, the intent to kill surged forth. Chapter 41. the martial arts tournament. In the days that followed, Chen Lin continued to guide his two disciples, extracting every ounce of potential from them. He instructed Shen Linglong in swordplay and taught Gu Qianxue the intricacies of the fist technique. The host discovers the martial prowess of disciple Gu Qianxue, rewarding a 5,000-fold critical return, receiving substantial experience in fist techniques. Would you like to claim it? The host discovers the martial prowess of disciple Shen Linglong, rewarding a 5,000-fold critical return, receiving substantial experience in sword techniques. Would you like to claim it? This continued for several days. Under the guidance of Chen Lin, both the martial arts and swordsmanship have made significant advancements. Wang Dao's killing fist has reached a minor success, while the great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique has achieved a major completion. On this particular morning, the disciples of Tai Mountain gathered together, totaling merely 5 individuals, including Chen Lin, the esteemed leader of Tai Mountain, Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, Shen Wan, and Xianxia. Xianxia, brimming with excitement, had recently learned of a long-standing tradition within the Yushu Xian Zone, where the sect master lineage holds a martial arts competition with the 12 mountain gates, occurring once every 5 years. Each competition attracts the most extraordinary talents of the younger generation from the entire Yushu Xian Zone. Master, esteemed leader, upon Chen Lin's arrival, the 4 disciples offered their greetings. Chen Lin nodded. Excellent, everyone is here. Let us depart for the Sanqing Hall. Yes, with a wave of his hand, Chen Lin led the 4 and vanished from their location. In the next moment, they appeared before the Sanqing Hall. Master, what kind of divine ability is this? It's astonishing. Just a moment ago, we were still on Tai Mountain, and now we find ourselves at the Sanqing Hall in the blink of an eye, Shen Linglong inquired excitedly. Chen Lin smiled and replied, This is a divine-level technique known as 1,000 miles in an instant. When you reach the transformation realm, I shall impart it to you. 1,000 miles in an instant. One can tell it's impressive. Shen Linglong exclaimed with enthusiasm. By now, the area before the Sanqing Hall was a bustling sea of people. The sect master lineage and the 12 mountain gates were represented by thousands, with only a select few participating in the competition, while a multitude of disciples had come to observe. In clusters of 3s and 5s, they engaged in animated discussions. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this martial arts competition? Needless to say, it will undoubtedly be senior brother Xiao Yi. He possesses a natural divine physique and is a disciple of the sect master. Not long ago, he also had a moment of enlightenment. If he is not the first, then who could be? But you may not be aware, senior brother Xiao, he does not intend to participate in this competition. Surely you all know that no one can rival senior brother Xiao Yi for first place. What significance does it hold for him to participate in this competition? If he does not enter, then the outcome for first place remains uncertain. Senior brother Wu Lai from Wulong Mountain is said to have reached the condensation realm, as well as senior brother Yang Long from Yuchuan Mountain, senior brother Yin Jiao from Kongtong Mountain, senior brother Luo Tong from Taiwan Mountain, and senior sister Lin Xiuyu from Luojia Mountain. Each of them has attained the condensation realm. Our Yushu Xinzong has held this martial arts competition over 300 times in the past 5 years, and this edition's significance ranks among the top 10 of all previous competitions. Have you forgotten about Tai Mountain? Someone suddenly interjected. Tai Mountain. The expressions of the disciples turned peculiar. Junior brother, you are still too young. Tai Mountain has long since declined. Do you think we're still in the days of 10 years ago when Uncle Master Tai Xian was around, single-handedly elevating Tai Mountain to the foremost position among the 12 mountain gates? That Chen Lin, not long ago, was defeated by senior brother Wu Lai from Wulong Mountain and became a subject of ridicule. What outstanding disciples could possibly emerge from Tai Mountain? The disciple remarked. What you speak of is merely an outdated tale. Master Chen Lin is by no means a laughingstock. Furthermore, he accepted a disciple during the apprentice ceremony 6 months ago. I have heard that this martial arts tournament will feature a spot from Tai Mountain. A chorus of disciples shook their heads, retorting, in just 6 months. What level of cultivation can one truly attain? Tai Mountain is merely a supporting role in this affair. As the disciple was about to respond, a brilliant beam of light suddenly pierced the sky, and dozens of figures soared through the air, their formidable presence engulfing the entire Sanqing Hall. Look, isn't that senior brother Wuya? Truly, he is the son of Master Wu, a favored contender in this martial arts tournament. Few present can rival such an aura. And the disciples were left in awe. Meanwhile, seated at the head of the 12 mountain gates was Wu Zeng, who had arrived ahead of the others. Beside him, Luo Badu expressed his admiration, saying, "Brother Wu, you have indeed sired a remarkable son. He stands a strong chance of placing in the top 3 of this tournament." Wu Zongyuan frowned, countering, "Brother Luo, your words are misguided. Why should my son not claim the first place in this martial arts tournament?" Luo Badu shook his head. "That is impossible. The first place will undoubtedly go to our esteemed Chen Lin's disciple, Gu Qianxue. The second will be my disciple, Luo Tong. Ah, and I almost forgot. Brother Meng, your disciple Yang Long is also formidable. Not to mention the presence of Yinjiao from the sect of the Master, who is second only to Master Xiao Yi's nephew." Wu Zongyan scoffed. "Then let my son seize the first place in this tournament, and we shall see who prevails." The others chuckled lightly. Had they not met Gu Qianxue, they might have believed him. But now, their skepticism was profound. Indeed, Wu Lai was exceptional. Yet he was merely in the condensation realm, while Gu Qianxue had reached the celestial realm. In their respective sects, none among the next generation had achieved such heights. Meng Hao interjected, "Brother Wu, I recall rumors of a wager between you and Brother Chen Lin. If Gu Qianxue fails to enter the top 10, you would surrender the Tai Mountain's treasured Yin-Yang twin swords to him. If she does make it into the top 10, you would owe him a magical artifact of the same level. The Yin-Yang twin swords are a royal-grade treasure. It seems you may have to part with a significant prize this time, Brother Wu." Wu Zongyuan's expression shifted, and he retorted coldly, "If Gu Qianxue encounters my son early on and is eliminated by him, she will naturally have no chance of reaching the top 10. The laughter that erupted from the crowd was uncontrollable, as they found amusement in his words. What could possibly amuse the brothers so? At that moment, the enchanting Miao Shan approached gracefully. Luojia Mountain, known for having the most female disciples among the 12 mountain gates, was a sight to behold, filled with stunning beauties that had captivated everyone's attention. Miao Shan was also the sole woman among the leaders of the 12 mountain gates. "Ah, Sister Miao Shan, congratulations. You have also reached the realm of divine transformation. Thus, my Yushu Xianzong has gained another formidable deity of the transformation stage." Miao Shan smiled and remarked, "It is merely by chance that I have managed to break through during this secluded meditation. I cannot compare myself to all of you, my esteemed senior brothers." At that moment, a colossal vortex suddenly manifested in the sky. A chilling aura swept through the atmosphere, accompanied by resplendent golden light and an overwhelming pressure, compelling all present to involuntarily feel an urge to kneel. Several figures emerged, and only then did the crowd discern their identities. ISNT that junior brother Chen Lin and his disciples? Chapter 42, Abundant Rewards. This is a peak transformation stage expert. Truly, junior brother Chen Lin is deserving of his celestial physique. After merely a decade of cultivation, he has surpassed us who have toiled for hundreds of years. The heads of the sect felt a tumult of emotions within. Envy, joy, jealousy, and even a seething animosity, particularly from Wu Zongyuan. Yet, this hatred flickered and faded quickly. Nevertheless, how could such sentiments remain concealed from Chen Lin? With the Emperor's gaze technique at his disposal, no one's emotional fluctuations could escape his keen perception. A chill surged within him as he mused. Wu Zongyuan, is the lesson from a few days prior insufficient? If so, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. So, this is Uncle Master Chen Lin? That earlier aura was so potent, at least a transformation stage expert. Surely, this is no jest. How could it be false? Chen Lin did not deliberately obscure his strength. His imposing presence swept through the hall, thoroughly shocking those disciples who had lingered in the past, treating him as a mere jest. Who would dare mock Uncle Master Chen Lin? They would truly be the jesters. Look, who are the 3 enchanting beauties accompanying Uncle Master Chen Lin? So beautiful. One among them I recognize. She is Gu Qianxue, also participating in this martial arts competition. I did not expect such beauties to emerge from other sects beyond Luojia Mountain. And furthermore, they are all fellow disciples. Chen Lin exchanged a few words with Gu Qianxue and her companions before soaring toward the main stage. Greetings to all esteemed senior brothers. Congratulations, Sister Miao Shan. The crowd responded in unison. Wu Zongyuan snorted coldly. Junior brother Chen, you certainly possess a grand demeanor. It seems that the 12 mountain sects are lacking only Tai Mountain in attendance. Are you afraid? Chen Lin furrowed his brow and replied, Senior brother Wu, since my arrival here, you have harbored hostility towards me. Is it that you still resent our previous encounter? Or do you intend to take advantage of the martial arts competition not yet commencing to engage in a battle, stirring excitement for everyone? As he spoke, His battle intent erupted instantly, his entire being akin to a sword poised to unsheath. Should Wu Zongyuan show any sign of weakness, he would draw his blade without hesitation. You! Wu Zongyuan's expression shifted abruptly, a hint of trepidation rising within him. Chen Lin coldly retorted, "What of it, senior brother Wu Zongyuan? I, Chen Lin, do not seek trouble, nor do I fear it. Likewise, I abide by the principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend him. However, should one provoke me, I shall retaliate with greater force. You should consider yourself fortunate that we are fellow disciples. Had we been adversaries, you would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse." Hiss! Everyone was utterly astonished by Chen Lin's display of power. In the square, Xianxia witnessed Chen Lin's formidable prowess and could not help but burst into laughter. How absurd! Who does he think he is to provoke our esteemed leader? Now he understands the might of our revered master, does he not? Xianxia's words were overheard by Wu Lai and his companions, who were consumed with rage, wishing they could silence Xianxia with a single strike. Xianxia dismissively remarked, "What are you staring at? Am I not speaking the truth? Shut your mouth, or I shall tear it apart." Wu Lai seethed with fury, disregarding the surroundings. As Wu Lai prepared to strike, Xianxia, terrified, swiftly retreated behind Gu Qianxue, exclaiming, "Senior sister, save me." Gu Qianxue replied with irritation, "Who told you to speak so recklessly?" With Gu Qianxue backing him, Xianxia regained his courage, plaintively stating, "Senior sister, am I wrong? It is indeed the truth. It is only because our master is benevolent that you are spared. Otherwise, humph, one must possess self-awareness." Wu Lai trembled with rage. "I shall kill you." With a swift motion, a powerful sword imbued with fierce intent appeared in his hand, and he lunged towards Xianxia. The action immediately captured the attention of everyone present, for this was the arena of the martial arts competition. The competition had yet to commence, and someone dared to strike. Brazen. No fighting is permitted before the Sanqing Hall. Those who defy this command shall face the consequences. A thunderous voice rang out, accompanied by an overwhelming aura directed at Wu Lai. Just as Wu Lai was about to strike Xianxia, he froze, his expression shifting dramatically, and he retreated at once. Hastily sheathing his sword, he bowed to a middle-aged man nearby, saying, in a moment of anger, "I have recognized my error. I implore the elder to forgive me." The middle-aged man was one of the elders of the sect, possessing the transformative realm, and was one of the overseers of this martial arts competition. The elder coldly responded, "Your sincere acknowledgement of wrongdoing and the fact that you did not truly strike will spare you this time. However, should there be a next time, the sect's rules will be enforced." "Yes, I shall remember," Wu Lai quickly replied. As the elder departed, Wu Lai turned to Xianxia and said, "You are fortunate today. Had it not been before the Sanqing Hall, you would undoubtedly be dead." Xianxia scoffed, "And what of it? Do you think I fear you? Look, my two senior sisters are present. With them here, you would still find yourself weeping like a child." Chen Lin added, "Indeed, Xiaoshan is correct. Who dares to bully you? I shall stand up for you." Xianxia exclaimed with excitement, "I knew my senior sister would not abandon me." Just then, a beam of light descended from the heavens. The sect leader slowly emerged, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly and declaring loudly, "I hereby announce the commencement of the 325th Martial Arts Competition of the Yushu Xinzong. This competition features a total of 102 participants, from which the top 10 disciples will be awarded. The first-place winner shall receive a reward from their affiliated mountain, comprising 100,000 spirit stones, a total of 1,000 pills ranging from 1st to 9th rank, 100 magical artifacts, and 3,000 spiritual herbs. Additionally, the first-place individual will have the privilege to select one divine-level technique from the library of the Yushu Xinzong, as well as one king-grade artifact from the treasure vault, and a king body pill for swordsmanship. Upon the announcement of these rewards, an uproar ensued. Such bountiful prizes. In the 300-plus iterations of this competition, the current rewards are the most generous ever offered, whether for the affiliated mountains or the individuals. Obtaining such accolades would undoubtedly elevate one's status, making the attainment of divine transformation or even the capabilities of an ethereal giant easily achievable. The prominent leaders had already anticipated the exceptional nature of this reward, yet the extent of its generosity surpassed all expectations. Particularly, the king body pill for swordsmanship, once consumed, it would instantly bestow the recipient with a sword king physique. Even Chen Lin felt a stirring desire. Although Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong both possessed divine physiques, The remarkable quality of the King Body Pill lies in its ability to be compounded with any physique. The King Body enhances one's cultivation physique, whereas the King Body Pill for swordsmanship augments one's comprehension of the sword path. Securing the King Body Pill could lead to even more formidable elixirs. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enamored with the prospect of the King Body Pill for swordsmanship. Although she may not use it herself, it could certainly be entrusted to her master. Xianxia was determined to claim the first prize in this competition. On the other hand, Wu Lai was brimming with enthusiasm. His father had indeed spoken the truth. The first prize was indeed the King Body Pill for swordsmanship. Once he achieved the Sword King physique, combined with his innate royal body constitution, his aptitude would rival that of any natural divine body. Soon, Yin Jiao Yanglong and Xiaoi would all find themselves beneath his feet. Wu Lai would stand as the foremost disciple of the 10th generation of Yushu Xinzong. With the announcement of the rewards, excitement rippled through the crowd. Not only Wu Lai, but also Yang Long, Yin Jiao, and Luo Tong, all of them shone with ambition, each vying for the coveted first position. Unlike Xiao, Yi, and Gu Qianxue, who possessed divine bodies for them, achieving the Sword King physique would significantly narrow the gap between them and those endowed with natural divine bodies. Junior brother Chen, if I recall correctly, Qianxue possesses a natural divine body. Thus, the King Body Pill for swordsmanship would be of little use to her. Why not let me have it instead? Rest assured, I will certainly treat Qianxue fairly, Luo Bad Dao proposed with a grin. Brother Luo, you are mistaken. My little sister also wishes to negotiate this deal with junior brother Chen. You cannot monopolize it, the fairy Miaoshan interjected. Meng Hao, caught in a dilemma, suggested, since everyone desires the King Body Pill for swordsmanship, how about we each present a trading proposal, and the highest bidder shall prevail? Indeed, I find that proposal agreeable. Fairy Miaoshan concurred. Luo Bad Dao and others nodded in agreement. Wu Zhongyin snorted coldly, remarking that some individuals might be rejoicing prematurely, as the identity of the victor of the martial arts competition remained uncertain. Luo Bad Dao responded, Martial brother, you were present during the recent events at Tai Mountain. Do you truly believe that any of the numerous 10th generation disciples present could rival Gu Qianxue? Is it possible your son stands chance? Wu Zongyuan confidently declared, it is indeed plausible that my son may attain the first place in this martial arts tournament. Laughter erupted among the group. Wu Zongyuan's expression shifted abruptly, and he coldly dismissed the others. Soon, the drawing of lots commenced. 102 participants were paired off for combat. For Gu Qianxue, this was hardly a challenge. Being in the mid-stage of the Tian Gang realm, had it not been for the necessity of Tai Mountain to send a disciple and a wager made with Wu Zongyuan, Chen Lin had not even intended for his disciples to participate, as it would be tantamount to bullying. One by one, Gu Qianxue swiftly advanced into the top 10, with none of his opponents able to last even a single move against him. Yin Jiao, Yang Long, Luo Dong, Wu Lai, and Lin Shiyue all made into the top 10, along with Huang Chao from Urshan Mountain. In total, 6 formidable experts emerged. Huang Chao, typically unassuming, showcased his prowess at the condensation realm, entering the top 10 like a dark horse, much to the delight of Long Zixing, the head of Urshan Mountain. As the 12 celestial sects witnessed Chen Lin, Wu Zongyuan, and Miaoshan ascend to the realm of divine transformation, Long Zixing became one of the 2 heads who had yet to reach such heights. Brother Long, you have indeed taken in an exceptional disciple, praise Su Yuan. Long Zixing smiled modestly, replying, it is merely luck, merely luck. Su Yuan nodded, stating, after a day of the martial arts competition, the top 10 outstanding disciples have been selected. The specific rankings and the determination of the top 3 will take place tomorrow. However, the top 10 will undoubtedly receive their rewards. The sects of the top 10 disciples would be granted 10,000 spirit stones, a total of 200,000 pills ranging from 1st to 9th grade, 10 magical artifacts, and 300 spirit herbs. Individually, they could choose one king-level technique from my Yushu Immortal Sects library and select one 9th grade artifact from the treasure pavilion. Following the conclusion of the competition, the observing disciples departed, discussing the events of the day. Meanwhile, the top 10 disciples accompanied their respective masters to the library and treasure pavilion of the Yushu Immortal Sect. The treasure pavilion housed countless treasures collected over the eons by the Yushu Immortal Sect, including innumerable magical artifacts, either acquired from vanquished foes, discovered in secret realms, or left by ancestors after their passing. The library contained an extensive collection, recording all martial arts techniques, including the unique methods of various sects, such as the Tai sword technique and the Tai divine art exclusive to Tai Mountain. However, in the realm of Tai, there exist various martial arts, such as Tai Changshan Quan and Tai Kongming Quan, which can also be found within the repository of ancient texts. Chen Lin has imparted to the two young women the techniques of Taiyin Xinhua and Taiyang Xinhua, which will eventually be transcribed for inclusion in the library. The Celestial Sect supports you, and in turn, you shall also support the Celestial Sect. The 12 Mountain Gates and the Yushu Celestial Sect are one and the same. Their fortunes are intertwined, sharing both glory and misfortune alike. Gu Qianxue made her first choice at the Treasure Pavilion. Upon entering, she was utterly mesmerized by the dazzling array of magical artifacts before her. Each artifact was protected by restrictions. The Treasure Pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first level contained artifacts of grades 1 to 9. The second level housed royal grade artifacts. And the third level was reserved for divine grade artifacts. On this occasion, they were only permitted to select one artifact from the 9th grade area on the first level. Gu Qianxue, possessing the dual swords of Yin and Yang, found herself lacking a suitable artifact. As she surveyed her surroundings, her attention was immediately drawn to a pair of bells. The 9th grade artifact, the soul-capturing bells, could be worn on the hands. When shaken in battle, they emitted a sound capable of ensnaring souls, causing disorientation and mental impairment. In a duel among masters, even the slightest vulnerability could prove fatal. She decided on this artifact, feeling quite satisfied as she secured it. After leaving the Treasure Pavilion, Gu Qianxue proceeded to the library. The library was not smaller than the Treasure Pavilion, containing a vast array of texts, ranging from human geography to various secret martial arts manuals. Soon, Gu Qianxue selected a secret technique. The primary focus of her cultivation was the Tai divine art, a divine-grade technique in itself, along with the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique, also a divine-grade swordsmanship, and Tai Kongming Quan. The secret technique she chose was called the Crystal Meditation Method, designed to enhance one's spiritual consciousness. This consciousness is the hallmark of transformation into a divine being. Intriguingly, the Crystal Meditation Method allows one to attain spiritual consciousness even before reaching the embodiment stage. And it aids in the cultivation of consciousness even after one has entered the realm of divine transformation. Upon returning to Tai Mountain, Gu Qianxue presented her acquired techniques and artifacts to Chen Lin. After examining the items, Chen Lin nodded in approval, stating that both the Crystal Meditation Method and the soul-capturing bells would provide significant assistance to her. He then returned the 2 treasures to Gu Qianxue. Ding! The host has gifted the disciple Gu Qianxue the artifact, soul-capturing bells, qualifying for a critical return. Would you like to trigger the critical return? This is quite remarkable, Chen Lin marveled. It seemed that this was inherently a reward for Gu Qianxue's achievement of a top 10 placement in the martial arts competition. And by merely passing through his hands, it triggered a critical return. He had been contemplating how to benefit if Gu Qianxue secured first place in the competition. Yet this issue was effortlessly resolved. Chapter 44. Aiming for the Empress. Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 10,000 times critical return. Acquiring the divine grade artifact, the Desolate Bell. Would you like to claim it? Boom! Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. What an extraordinary artifact, the Fallen Bell. It seems that it is one of the 2 supreme magical treasures belonging to his Yushu Xianzong at Kongtong Mountain. I wonder what the distinctions between the 2 might be. This bell is specifically designed to target enemies possessing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, resembling a copper bell and imbued with wondrous powers. When wielded, it induces a state of disorientation, rendering its victims unable to resist. Its might surpasses that of the soul-capturing bell by countless magnitudes. Ding! The host bestows upon disciple Gu Qianxue the royal grade secret technique, Crystal Meditation Method, which meets the criteria for a critical hit. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 8,000 times the critical hit, obtaining the God-level secret technique, Laurel Visualization Method. Laurel, one of the 10 spiritual roots between heaven and earth, transcends the immortal level. Regrettably, it is merely a visualization method modeled after the laurel tree. Nonetheless, the power of this technique is still 8,000 times that of the Crystal Meditation Method, an ordinary royal grade method versus a pinnacle God-level one. Chen Lin remarked, Qianxue, since you have chosen a meditation method, the Crystal Meditation Method, though exquisite, still falls short in efficacy. Thus, I shall impart to you a new secret technique called the Laurel Visualization Method. With a flick of his finger, The visualization method was instantly grasped by Xianxia. She trembled with exhilaration, immediately recognizing the extraordinary nature of this secret technique. When compared to the method she had chosen, the crystal meditation method seemed utterly inferior. The laurel visualization method not only enables the generation of divine thoughts and the birth of numerous supernatural abilities, but also accelerates the cultivation of the lunar divine fire, enhancing both its speed and potency. Ding! The host imparts the god-level secret technique, laurel visualization method, to disciple Xianxia, which meets the conditions for a critical hit return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Since the laurel visualization method was obtained through a system critical hit, the same level critical hit return is granted, resulting in the Fusong visualization method. The laurel is associated with the moon, while Fusong is linked to the sun. The previous laurel visualization method was indeed not suitable for Chen Lin. Now, it is well balanced. Most importantly, he himself cultivates both lunar and solar energies. Initially, having only the laurel visualization method was inconsequential, but over time, it would lead to a polarization of yin and yang, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences. With the Fusong visualization method, this dilemma can be entirely resolved. As expected, when he imparted the Fusong visualization method to Chen Lin, he did not receive a critical hit return. After bestowing both visualization methods upon his disciples, Chen Lin eagerly retreated to seclusion, striving to master both techniques as soon as possible. At Wulong Mountain, Wu Zhongyin addressed Wu Lai. Today, you have witnessed Xianxia's strength. Do you believe you could defeat her tomorrow? Yes, Wu Lai replied firmly. Wu Zhongyin retorted with rage. It is not merely a matter of belief. You must defeat Xianxia. Tai Mountain. Chen Lin, too arrogant. Before the martial arts tournament had even concluded, he boldly proclaimed his intent to seize first place. If you defeat Xianxia, I wonder where that leaves Chen Lin's dignity. Wu Lai declared fiercely, Father, rest assured if I do not succeed, I shall perish in the attempt. Very well, such confidence is commendable, Wu Zongyuan responded loudly. This time, you have wisely chosen the 9th grade treasure, the purple jade immortal garment. Its unparalleled defense is commendable. However, to ensure your absolute safety, I bestow upon you a 9th grade hidden weapon, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. Remember, this set of hidden weapons is a one-time artifact. Strike at the right moment for a guaranteed kill, with the power amplified by the 9 needles striking the acupoints. Even Xianxia, a master of the Tianyuan realm, will surely fall before you. Do not worry, Father. I know what must be done, Wu Lai said, his killing intent palpable. Wu Zhongyin snorted coldly. Chen Lin, do not celebrate too soon. Tomorrow, you shall have cause to weep. Time passed swiftly. Soon, a night had elapsed, and Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes. Behind him appeared 2 flames, one cold and dark, the other hot and bright. These flames are the yin fire and the yang fire, forming an eerie yet formidable taiji pattern. A powerful aura flickered and then vanished. Chen Lin's expression brightened. Indeed, it was effective. He believed that it would not be long before he could break through to the transformation realm and step into the void realm. The void realm, also known as the Giant of the Void, was among the top 5 ranks of the 9 generations of disciples of the Yushu immortal sect. I recall that the cool-down period for passing down teachings once a month must have long since elapsed. In the foundation establishment stage, one can impart teachings for 10 years. In the divine ability stage for 100 years, and in the longevity stage for 1,000 years. Each impartation requires a cool-down of at least 1 month. Now, as he is in the first stage of the longevity realm, a transformation master, he should be able to impart teachings for 1,000 years. However, there is no rush to impart them. I shall wait until the tournament concludes. Stepping out of the room, Xianxia and her 3 companions were already waiting at the door. Master, first seat, today is the day we determine the ultimate victor. The top 10 contestants had already emerged yesterday. Xianxia, Luo Tong, Yang Long, Lin Xia, Yin Jiao, Huang Chao, and the disciples of the sect leader, Su Yu and Nangong Wentian, with the last being Li Yuanhua of Qingfeng Mountain. In Chen Lin's eyes, Xianxia was destined for first place, while the others would vie for the second position. Today's competition offered rewards for the top 3. Chen Lin nodded. The time is nearly upon us. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, he and the 4 vanished from their location, reappearing an instant later. Chen Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, once I cultivate to the transformation realm, you must impart this miraculous ability of traversing distances with mere thought to me. is truly wondrous. If I wish to go somewhere in the future, would it not be a mere thought away? Chen Lin chuckled. That is only natural. However, to traverse the celestial realms with ease, one must become a renowned empress. Shen Linglong hastily shook her head, replying, I do not dare to aspire to be an empress. If I can cultivate to the realm of true monarch of creation in this lifetime, I would be utterly satisfied. Chen Lin's expression turned grave as he stated, For my disciple, being an empress is merely the beginning. Lacking such confidence, you ought not to be my disciple. Shen Linglong trembled at the mention of the empress. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Master, I was mistaken. I vow to diligently cultivate and one day ascend to the status of empress. I shall be known as Empress Linglong, and my command shall be obeyed without question. As for that so-called emperor of the Tang dynasty, should he pursue marriage, I would strike him down with a single blow. Such might for my senior sister. Xianxia flattered. I knew without a doubt that you would become a legendary empress. Junior brother Xianxia pays his respects to Empress Linglong. Please, rise, Shen Linglong replied, her heart swelling with joy. At that moment, she silently vowed to herself that she would, indeed, become a legendary empress. Miss, I firmly believe you will achieve that status, Shenwan affirmed resolutely. Chapter 45. I am no match upon arriving at the Sanqing Hall. Chen Lin proceeded to the podium, while Xianxia made her way to the martial arts platform to draw lots. Senior sister, who is your opponent? Shen Linglong inquired as she approached after the drawing. Xianxia pointed to a figure in the distance. That should be him. Yang Long, sensing a gaze upon him, lifted his head and caught sight of Xianxia revealing her lot. Number 3. He was also number 3. There were a total of 5 numbers. 2 would battle at a time, with the victors advancing to the top 5, while the defeated would be eliminated. How could I be facing her? Yang Long lamented inwardly. Just yesterday, they had been unfamiliar with each other's strengths, but today was a different story. Xianxia's prowess had already become legendary among the 10th generation disciples. No one could withstand even a single strike from her. Even his master had cautioned him that if he encountered Xianxia in the first match, he should surrender immediately. Brother, it seems you are in for a tough time. Tai Mountain's Xianxia, one of the 4 beauties of the Yushu immortal sect. I witnessed her performance yesterday, and even Brother Zhu Shuang was defeated by her with a single move. Although you are at the condensation realm, your strength is formidable. I dare say you may not be her match. Preposterous. Yang Long retorted angrily. Who says I'm not her equal? The surrounding disciples exchanged awkward smiles, saying, Brother, forgive us. This martial arts tournament's champion will undoubtedly be you. What is Xianxia after all? Merely a pretty face. Once you take the stage, you will easily suppress her. Perhaps, in your magnificent triumph, you may even win her heart and bring her back to Tianyuan Mountain. Enough. Yang Long bellowed, enough. She's truly no match for Xianxia. A wave of silence washed over the disciples of Tianyuan Mountain. At that moment, an anxious attendant from the celestial sect rushed over, exclaiming, Sect leader, esteemed elders, we have just received news that a formidable demon has emerged from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, wielding a colossal cauldron and accompanied by countless fiends. They are assaulting our human territories, demanding the surrender of a precious artifact belonging to their kind, a jade thumb ring. Various empires are dispatching forces to resist this threat and have sent out distress signals to our sect. The critical issue remains that no one knows the whereabouts of the jade thumb ring. The mention of the jade thumb ring stirred Chen Lin's heart. Could it be the very artifact he had inadvertently acquired on the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains? It was indeed mysterious. When he first obtained it, he had conducted some research but yielded no results. It currently lay dormant within his Qingquan ring. Lo Ba Dao seemed to have an epiphany and promptly inquired, Sect leader, could this jade thumb ring be related to the Demon Emperor's tomb at the edge of the 10,000 great mountains? The Demon Emperor's tomb, a place of imperial significance, stirred the hearts of all present. Su Yuan nodded and asserted, the jade thumb ring is likely a symbol of the Demon Emperor of the 10,000 great mountains and one of the keys to unlocking the tomb. This makes sense. There have been rumors that the old emperor of the demon court has passed away, and the new emperor has taken his place, leading to fierce battles among the princes vying for the throne. Under such circumstances, the jade thumb ring was likely taken from the 10,000 great mountains, and the recent demon invasion was probably an attempt to reclaim it. As Su Yuan spoke, his demeanor turned serious. We must closely monitor the movements of the demons and report any news immediately. Understood, the attendant replied, promptly taking his leave. At that moment, Chen Lin was struck with a profound sense of shock. From a few words shared by the sect leader, he realized the jade thumb ring's significance. It was linked to the imperial tomb. It seemed inevitable that once the martial arts tournament concluded, he would need to descend the mountain. However, the tournament at present took precedence. The revelation concerning the Demon Emperor's tomb had evidently diverted the attention of all the elders from the competition. Yet, this martial arts tournament, held once every 5 years, was crucial for the future of a Yushu immortal sect, and they could not afford to be negligent. Before long, the drawing of lots was completed and the tournament officially commenced. The format remained one of head-to-head combat to select the top 5 contenders, from which the final 3 would be chosen. In the first match, Lin Xiaoyue faced off against Nangong Wentian, with Lin Xiaoyue emerging victorious. The second match saw Yin Jiao contend with Li Yuanhua, and again, Yin Jiao triumphed. Soon, it was time for the third match, where Gu Qinxue would battle Yang Long. As the contest began, both Gu Qinxue and Yang Long ascended the arena, igniting excitement among all the disciples. Yang Long of Taiwan Mountain and Gu Qinxue of Tai Mountain were both favored contenders for the championship. Who would prevail in this showdown? Yang Long, the 10th generation disciple of Taiwan Mountain, possesses a natural royal physique, a paragon among men, a dragon among phoenixes. His mastery of the mountain's foundational technique, the Yunxiao method, has reached an extraordinary level. Moreover, it is rumored that as the successor to the next generation's leader, his master has bestowed upon him the royal-grade treasure, the water and fire blades, in preparation for this martial arts tournament. On the other hand, Gu Qinxue, despite being endowed with a divine constitution and remarkable talent, has only been practicing for a mere 6 months. Although it is said she has also attained the 3rd realm of supernatural powers, I believe that senior brother Yang Long surpasses her. Based on your analysis, I too concur that senior brother Yang Long has the greater chance of victory. No, I firmly believe that junior sister Gu Qinxue will undoubtedly prevail. This assertion, surprisingly, emerged from the lips of a Taiwan Mountain disciple, leaving others from various sects in astonishment. Is it possible that you fail to recognize your own senior brother? Just wait until senior brother Yang Long learns of this. I wonder how you will explain yourselves. The Taiwan disciple merely smiled, refraining from further comment, for it seems they held knowledge that senior brother Yang Long himself acknowledged he was inferior to Gu Qinxue. Nevertheless, since a wager had been placed, it was only fitting that they partake in it. Disciple groups began to gather below the arena, placing their bets. Meanwhile, on the podium, the sect leader and various esteemed elders began to murmur amongst themselves. Gu Qinxue was indeed their disciples' greatest rival, and they were eager to witness the extent of her abilities. Meng Hao remarked, "Junior brother Chen Lin, do ensure that your disciple shows some mercy." Chen Lin chuckled in response, "Senior brother Meng, you exaggerate. Although Qinxue possesses slightly higher cultivation, her time in training has been limited, and she is still unfamiliar with many techniques. The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. It may even require senior brother Yang Long to exercise restraint." At this moment, Wu Zongyuan sat upright, discreetly transmitting a message to his son. Wu Lai observed carefully and analyzed thoroughly. Though Gu Qinxue has advanced to the Tianyuan realm, her achievement is merely a case of premature advancement. The martial arts tournament evaluates not only cultivation levels, but also the importance of skills and techniques. This is your opportunity. Wu Lai replied earnestly, "Father, rest assured, I know what to do." Wu Zongyin nodded with satisfaction, casting a cold glance at Chen Lin, filled with disdain. "Chen Lin, do not rejoice too soon. Do you truly believe your disciple's victory is assured?" Chapter 46. Your master has visited the Demon Emperor's tomb. Yang Long of Taiwan Mountain, I seek your guidance. As the tournament commenced, Yang Long conjured a pair of golden flails in his hands. These flails, known as the water and fire blades, are the treasured artifacts of Taiwan Mountain, embodying the principles of yin and yang, one water, one fire, one offense, one defense, remarkably akin to the dual swords of yin and yang. Historically, the water and fire blades have been wielded by the sect's leaders. Their bestowal upon Yang Long signifies Meng Hao's profound favor, indicating he is being groomed as the next leader. Yang Long did not disappoint, having entered the essence gathering realm in less than a decade of training. Gu Qinxue's fighting spirit surged forth as she declared coldly, "Tai Mountain, Gu Qinxue." The dual swords of yin and yang soared from her body, spiraling above her head. A formidable sword intent enveloped her entire being, an icy aura surging forth, And in that moment, Gu Qianxue appeared as a tempestuous goddess born from a snowstorm. Such an imposing presence caused all present to collectively gasp in awe. How powerful! This is the innate divine body. On the podium, Su Yuan nodded and remarked, indeed, as expected of the ice-soul divine body, it exhibits a tendency to ascend towards the wind and snow divine body. Junior brother, Chen Lin, you have truly astonished me lately. Chen Lin smiled and replied, this is all thanks to Qianxue's exceptional talent. As her master, I merely bask in her glory. Meng Hao chuckled wryly. Junior brother Chen, do you think it is too late for my disciple to concede? Wu Zhongyan snorted disdainfully, as the chief of Taiwan Mountain. When has senior brother Meng ever shown fear before a battle? What if it is merely the ice, soul, divine body? So what? As cultivators, we must possess an indomitable spirit. If Gu Qianxue had encountered my son Wu Lai, she would soon realize that being born with a divine body does not guarantee victory in this martial arts tournament. Chen Lin retorted coolly, senior brother Wu, you are rather confident, yet there is a saying, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is folly. You. Wu Zongyuan was infuriated. On the arena, after an exchange of pleasantries, Gu Qianxue and Yang Long immediately engaged in battle. One unleashed the Tai sword technique, while the other wielded the golden twin hammers. Their movements were orderly, a seamless blend of offense and defense, leaving the audience dazzled and breathless. The entire arena was suffused with their formidable presence. Had it not been for the protective barrier, they would have been overwhelmed by the sheer force of their energies. Gu Qianxue is truly remarkable. She wields the yin-yang twin swords, yet dares to face her opponent with a single sword. Someone suddenly shouted, drawing the crowd's attention. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. The Tai sword technique, inherently embodying both yin and yang, combined with the dual swords, formed a powerful synergy. Wielding a single sword was less than a third of the combined might of the twin swords. Yet, even so, she was engaged in a fierce contest with Yang Long. Yang Long was painfully aware of his predicament. Only through first-hand experience could one truly grasp Gu Qianxue's prowess. With all his strength unleashed, he wielded the golden twin hammers to their utmost, his back drenched in sweat, his internal energy in disarray. In contrast, Gu Qianxue wielded her sword with effortless grace, skillfully suppressing him from all angles. Am I to be defeated in such a disheartened manner? He thought. No, even in defeat, I cannot afford to be so easily overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, Gu Qianxue, receive my strike. Fivefold golden slash. Yang Long leaped in the air, merging his golden twin hammers into a single massive hammer over 10 meters long, and brought it crashing down upon Gu Qianxue. Junior brother Ming. Yang Long's technique is truly astonishing. This must be the golden slash, the strongest killing move of the golden twin hammers. Moreover, he has mastered it to the level of fivefold transformation. The sect leader Su Yuan remarked with satisfaction. The golden slash, at its peak, could unleash ninefold transformation, equating to an explosive ninefold increase in attack power. At this moment, Yang Long unleashed the quintuple transformation force, indicating that his strike was equivalent to 5 times his own attack power. The formidable strength instantly tore through the void, as the golden mace swung around and came crashing down towards Gu Qianxue's forehead. Yet, despite its might, this technique would deplete all of his internal magical energy upon execution. It was a strike meant to kill. Failure would result in dire consequences. Meng Hao expressed his surprise and delight, exclaiming, I never imagined that this child, Yang Long, would master the quintuple transformation force. I only grasped it when I reached the celestial realm. He turned to Chen Lin, saying, what I previously told you is now null and void. Although your disciple Gu Qianxue is at the celestial realm, she has only been training for 6 months, and the power of her quintuple transformation attack is not inferior to that of a celestial realm expert. Chen Lin cautioned, Brother Meng, do not celebrate too soon. I do not believe your disciple can prevail. Meng Hao chuckled. Ah, Chen Lin, you do not understand the true power of the quintuple transformation force. However, the very next moment, Meng Hao's expression shifted dramatically, his face overwhelmed with shock as he muttered, how is this possible? The quintuple transformation force has been defeated. Just then, as Yang Long's attack was about to strike Gu Qianxue, her brow furrowed, and her demeanor turned serious. For the first time since the martial arts tournament began, she felt an intense threat. The overwhelming magical energy seemed poised to crush her in an instant. At that moment, Gu Qianxue realized she could no longer hold back. With a thunderous roar, A tremendous force surged forth as she invoked the Grand Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique. Compared to the Tai E Sword Technique, the Grand Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique was far more formidable, combining offense and defense in a seamless manner. Each move resembled a constellation of stars. As the sword technique was unleashed, the heavens shimmered with brilliance, and an intense sword intent erupted forth, targeting the golden mace. The colossal forces collided violently. Xianxia staggered back a step, while Yang Long was sent flying like a straw man, hurtling dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yang Long was defeated. This was the reason for Meng Hao's profound shock. This was the quintuple transformation force, backed by fivefold magical energy. Chen Lin was quite pleased, noting, "Indeed, Xianxia has mastered the Grand Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique, achieving great success and simplifying its complexity. The Grand Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique is profound and intricate, comprising initial mastery, minor success through simplification, and great success through complexity into simplicity, culminating in a singular strike from its 1960 variations." The sect leader, Su Yuan, inquired, "Chen Lin, what sword technique is this? Its power is astonishing. Could it be the legacy of Master Tai Xian?" Chen Lin, contemplating how to explain, was taken aback when the sect leader seemed to have already deduced its origin. With a slight smile, he replied, "This is the technique left by my master before his passing, known as the Grand Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique, a divine-level sword art." Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is indeed the case. It has long been rumored that Master Tai Xian has visited the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Could it be that this set of great Zhou celestial sword techniques was brought back from there?" Chen Lin was taken aback, realizing that his master had been to the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 47, Chen Lin's Anecdote. Congratulations, junior brother Chen Lin. Tai E Mountain has now acquired another divine-level technique. The assembly of esteemed elders was filled with envy and jealousy. Each of the 12 mountain sects possessed their own legacies, with at least one or two royal-level techniques. However, divine-level techniques were scarce, and several sects lacked any such existence. Tai E Mountain originally had one divine-level technique, and now another had emerged. The subsequent match featured Wu Lai battling Su Yu, with Wu Lai emerging victorious. The final duel showcased Luo Tong against Huang Chao, both at the Condensation Realm, making it the most thrilling match of the day. The two fought fiercely until Luo Tong narrowly claimed victory with a single decisive move. The top 5 contenders were determined: Gu Qianxue, Yin Jiao, Luo Tong, Wu Lai, and Lin Shiyue. Tomorrow would reveal the final rankings, and the top 5 would undoubtedly receive rewards from the sect. Su Yuan stood to announce, "The 5 individuals mentioned will each receive a reward of 20,000 spirit stones, 200 pills, 10 magical artifacts, and 500 spirit herbs from their respective sections. Additionally, there will be individual rewards of a royal grade pill, the divine ability pill, which allows one to cultivate a unique personal divine ability. However, when one truly embarks on this path, they will realize the arduous nature of mastering such a divine ability. It is possible that one may never attain its perfect form in a lifetime. The divine ability pill, however, accelerates the cultivation of this personal divine ability, significantly enhancing combat prowess for those in the divine ability third realm." The martial arts tournament would continue the next day. Chen Lin prepared to leave with his disciples, intending to seize another opportunity for gain, when he was unexpectedly halted by Fairy Miaoshan. "Junior brother Chen Lin, this great Zhou celestial sword technique you possess is indeed the swordplay that vanquished demons with a single strike," she inquired with curiosity. "I should have realized that only a divine-level sword technique could wield such power." Chen Lin shook his head, responding, "What does this compare to other sword techniques? I possess even more formidable swordplay." Fairy Miaoshan pressed, "What sword technique could possibly surpass a divine-level one?" With a mischievous grin, Chen Lin replied, "Certainly. This sword technique is remarkable. When cultivated to its profound depths, it may even surpass celestial-level sword techniques." Intrigued, Fairy Miaoshan urged, "Do tell, what is this sword technique?" With a subtle smile, Chen Lin leaned closer to Fairy Miaoshan's ear, inhaling deeply before whispering, "This move is called." As he spoke, he declared with confidence, "Even if you command 1,000 troops and possess myriad tactics, you will be ensnared by this single strike." Fairy Miaoshan gasped in astonishment. Such a sword technique truly exists in this world. Dragons, masters of the clouds and rain, roam the heavens and the earth, ruling over rivers, lakes, and seas. Any entity associated with them, whether in martial prowess, elixirs, or magical artifacts, is undoubtedly remarkable. Brother Chen Lin, without a doubt, possesses an exceptionally formidable sword technique. Chen Lin chuckled, captivated by the curious gaze of the enchanting fairy Miaoshan, feeling an irresistible pull towards her beauty. Truly, she embodies the goddess who once stirred his heart. At this moment, he too felt a flutter of emotion. With a smile, he declared, of course, the first move, the initial stance, is so powerful that it could pierce the heavens with a single sword strike. Following that is the second move, guaranteed to vanquish foes. The third move, oh, that is truly formidable. Every strike is lethal. Fairy Miaoshan was utterly astonished, realizing such martial arts existed in the world. Yet, she couldn't shake an odd feeling that something was amiss. She inquired, Brother Chen Lin, the techniques you describe, they do not resemble swordsmanship. Chen Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Sister, you've seen through it. Haven to you? I was just about to express my feelings, but you interrupted me. It is indeed akin to a form of boxing. Chen Lin paused for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, this is a style of boxing. Just boxing. Fairy Miaoshan asked, Are there more subsequent moves? Subsequent moves? Chen Lin replied. The final move is the Dragon's Fury. Fairy Miaoshan was completely captivated by his explanation. Brother Chen Lin, I am eager to witness the might of this move. Come, let us find a place to spar. Spow. Chen Lin hesitated. Is that truly appropriate? Perhaps we should reconsider. Fairy Miaoshan insisted. What is there to ponder? I can hardly contain my excitement to experience its power. Chen Lin awkwardly countered, Sister, perhaps you should think this over again, for instance. She stamped her foot in frustration. Chen Lin, I never realized you could be so mischievous. You dare. If you say so, I shall ignore you. With a huff, Fairy Miaoshan stormed away. Upon the return of their master, the disciples of Luojia Mountain hurriedly approached. Master, Fairy Miaoshan, with a dark expression, replied, Back to the mountain. The disciples exchanged glances, puzzled. Who upset the master? One recalled, I remember the master went to meet Uncle Chen. Could it be that Uncle Chen angered the master? Suddenly, Xiaowan remarked, Have you all not noticed? It is quite possible our master has taken a liking to Uncle Chen. The disciples fell silent, taken aback. Surely not. Liking Brother Chen Lin? Xiaowan, when did this happen? How could a master possibly like Brother Chen Lin? Xiaowan chuckled. It was during that encounter in the small town with Brother Chen Lin. Chapter 48, Burning Life. Gao Xiaowan rambled on upon our return. I shall rewrite the sect rules 1,000 times. Just then, Fairy Miaoshan's icy voice echoed through the air. Gu Xiaowan's face turned as pale as death, pleading, Master, I have committed 1,000 infractions of the rules. I was wrong. Please spare me. Upon returning to Mount Luojia, the enchanting Xianxia Miaoshan confined herself within her quarters. Reflecting on Gu Xiaowan's earlier words, she realized she had developed feelings for Chen Lin. Ugh, how could I ever like him? I did not perceive that he was so frivolous. The mere thought of Chen Lin brought his countenance vividly to her mind. At Tai Mountain, upon arriving at the mountain gate, Chen Lin immediately requested the Shantong Dan from Gu Qianxia, took a fleeting glance, and then returned it to her. Indeed, the system responded. Ding. The host bestows upon disciple Gu Qianxia a royal grade Shantong Dan, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. A return of 9,000 times. Receive an experience pill of celestial grade. What manner of elixir is this? An experience pill? No less. When Chen Lin finally grasped the so-called experience pill, he was instantly elated. True to its name, the celestial grade pill could elevate a practitioner's mastery of any skill below celestial level to perfection in an instant. This was far superior to the Shantong Dan, which merely accelerated cultivation speed. The experience pill directly propelled one to mastery. The system truly was remarkable. With the elixir in hand, Chen Lin hurried back to his chamber and eagerly consumed it. Ultimately, he did not opt for the Tianyuan Divine Fire or the Sun Divine Fire. Although the experience pill was extraordinary, it merely perfected one skill. For him, the Tianyuan and Sun energies were in a delicate balance. Consuming the pill would disrupt this equilibrium, regardless of which skill attained mastery. In the end, he chose the Imperial Gazing Technique. The Imperial Gazing Technique is divided into 3 realms. The first realm, observing people and gazing, was where he had previously stood. The second realm, gazing with intent to kill, was where he found himself now, capable of sensing the aura and fortune of his adversaries. thus wielding lethal power with ease. It was only at this juncture that the true prowess of the imperial gazing technique was revealed. Alas, being a celestial grade technique, it still fell short of achieving the third tier. Soon, a night passed without incident. The following day, the group arrived early at the martial arts arena of the Sanqing Hall. This was the final day of the competition, where the top 3 would be determined. The matches continued in pairs, with one participant inevitably falling short. In the path of cultivation, luck itself is an integral aspect. The remaining 5 contenders were Gu Qianxue, Lin Shiyue, Wu Lai, Luo Tong, and Yin Jiao, all distinguished members of the Yushu Shinzong. As Chen Lin approached the dais, he found Xinzi Miaoshan had arrived before him, her face shadowed by dark circles. Concerned, he walked over. "Sister, you did not sleep well last night?" Miaoshan retorted with ire. "Isn't it your fault?" Chen Lin instantly comprehended the situation, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Still laughing, "You are nothing but a calamity," remarked the celestial maiden Miaoshan. Chen Lin quickly waved his hand and suggested, "Senior sister, why don't we find a place to spar earnestly? This way, you're guaranteed a good night's sleep." "Get lost," Miaoshan exclaimed, raising her hand to strike. Chen Lin hastily retreated, thinking, alas, today is a crucial moment for vying for the top position, and I have yet to remind Qianxue of some precautions. With that, he swiftly escaped to a corner. Oh my, women are indeed to be approached with caution. As the esteemed leaders and disciples from various sects continued to arrive, discussions erupted around the arena. Who do you think will claim the first place this time? Isn't it obvious? Have you forgotten Yang Long's fate? Gu Qianxue is no simple character. Indeed, I only learned yesterday that she is at the celestial phenomenon level. How can anyone else possibly compete? The question now is who will secure the second position. Naturally, it will be senior brother Yin Jiao. I believe it will be senior brother Wu Lai. Amidst the chatter, the drawing of lots concluded swiftly. Gu Qianxue was fortunate enough to draw the number 3, which meant she had a bye. Meanwhile, Wu Lai was set to battle Luo Tong, and Lin Shiyue was matched against Yin Jiao. After this round, the top 3 would be determined, followed by head-to-head confrontations. Upon seeing Gu Qianxue draw the 3rd number, Wu Zongyuan slammed the table in frustration and scoffed. So what if she has a bye? It's nothing remarkable. She will just be eliminated a bit later. Chen Lin replied nonchalantly. Senior brother Wu seems quite confident. While my disciple's fortune is indeed commendable, does that not apply to your son as well? In yesterday's battle, Luo Tong was already injured, despite a night's rest. He has yet to recover. Your son is merely reaping the benefits. Wu Zongyuan coldly retorted. Isn't luck a part of strength? The competition commenced swiftly. Lin Shiyue ultimately fell short against Yin Jiao, while Luo Tong was also defeated by Wu Lai. Thus, the 3 strongest competitors were established. Gu Qianxue, Wu Lai, and Yin Jiao. The ensuing battles would be direct confrontations. 2 wins would secure the title of champion in this martial arts tournament. Having had a bye in 1 round, Gu Qianxue was allowed to select her opponent. Pointing at Wu Lai, she declared, Senior brother Wu Lai, please bestow your guidance upon me. In response, Wu Lai coldly snorted, If you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. With that, he stepped onto the stage, casting a disdainful glance at others before producing 9 silver needles from his hands and abruptly plunging them into his own chest. With the 9 needles embedded, Wu Lai's eyes instantly turned crimson, and he bellowed, his once dark hair gradually turning gray as an aura of senescence enveloped him, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Gu Qianxue, do you dare to engage in a fight to the death with me? Wu Lai roared like a demonic god, 9 needles piercing the acupoints. Have you lost your mind, junior brother Wu? Is this martial arts tournament truly so significant that you would sacrifice your own son's life force for power? The crowd was left in stunned silence, a wave of disbelief washing over them. Is it worth it? In pursuit of the championship title at the martial arts competition, Wu Lai's condition indicated that he was willing to sacrifice over a century of his lifespan. Wu Zongyuan gritted his teeth and declared, This is no longer merely a matter of victory or defeat. It pertains to the honor of my 5-Dragon Mountain. I wish to ask all present, who among you holds me in esteem? Who among you does not believe that the champion of this martial art competition will be Gu Qianxue? Today, I shall demonstrate before you all who the true victor is. Chen Lin, disciple, the Tai Mountain's Yin-Yang twin swords shall henceforth belong to 5-Dragon Mountain. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. Although he was filled with confidence in his disciple, the Heavenly Emperor's Qi observation technique revealed that Wu Lai was indeed ruthless. directly sacrificing 300 years of his lifespan to elevate his combat prowess to a level comparable to that of a celestial warrior. The assembly of sect leaders exchanged glances. Gu Qinshua's expression was grave yet resolute, her fighting spirit ablaze as the yin-yang twin swords radiated a formidable sword intent around her. She proclaimed, "If battle is what you seek, then let it commence." Chapter 49, A Sneak Attack from Behind. Wu Lai bellowed, "You speak with audacity, yellow-haired girl. Having only been initiated for half a year, today you shall witness how I, Wu Lai, shall defeat you." In the next moment, 5 golden dragons soared from Wu Lai, transforming into a celestial sword, the 5-Dragon Sword. This sword, the signature weapon of 5 Dragon Mountain, is a king-grade artifact. As the 5-Dragon Sword emerged, Wu Lai immediately launched an attack against Gu Qinshuo. One man, one sword. Legend has it that the 5-Dragon Sword is forged from the bones of 5 flood dragons. And with each unleashed strike, the attack splits into 5, akin to 5 flood dragons assailing their foe. Gu Qinshuo maintained a serious demeanor. The murderous aura and the twilight spirit emanating from Wu Lai merged flawlessly, unleashing a terrifying presence that pressed down upon her. The Tai sword technique was executed instantaneously. Although both their sword styles belonged to the king grade category, they appeared distinct, yet, in essence, they were intertwined. The founder of the Yushu Immortal sect had accepted 12 disciples, leading to the establishment of the current 12 mountain gates. Over the vast expanse of time, through the cycles of rise and fall, each sect evolved its own unique mystical arts, yet their core principles remained harmoniously aligned. As the confrontation commenced, Wu Zongyuan expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, my son is worthy of my lineage. The 5-Dragon Sword technique has been cultivated to a consummate level. Chen Lin, what a pity your disciple, having only been initiated for half a year, ultimately falls short." Chen Lin shook his head, unwilling to engage with Wu Zongyuan. This Wu Zongyuan was nothing short of a madman, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals. In his quest for victory, he had even imparted the forbidden technique of 9-needle acupuncture to his son, willing to expend his own life force to attain formidable prowess and power. Even if victory were to be attained, what would it signify? His son would be rendered a cripple. No, how could this be? In one moment, Wu Zongyan was brazen and arrogant. In the next, his face was a canvas of shock and disbelief. In the clash of sword techniques, it was evident that Gu Qinshuo held the upper hand, pressing the attack against his son. Chen Lin, my dear junior, you must impart some of your teaching wisdom. I recall that Gu Qinshuo, merely 6 months into her training, has astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Tai sword technique. The sect leader, Su Yuan, was left utterly astounded, exclaiming his admiration. Clearly, Gu Qinshuo's remarkable prowess has taken everyone by surprise. Chen Lin, you have concealed your brilliance so well. Not only are you a prodigy, but your ability to mentor your disciples is extraordinary as well. The gaze of the benevolent fairy Miaoshan towards Chen Lin momentarily revealed a hint of embarrassment. Previously, she had boasted that he would be incapable of teaching disciples and even contemplated taking Gu Qinshuo under her wing. The truth has emerged. Had Gu Qinshuo sought to become her apprentice, she would have likely led her to ruin. Wu Zongyuan's countenance turned pallid. Disbelief etched on his face as he confronted the unfolding scene. This cannot be real. It's all a deception. Chen Lin, what sorcery are you employing? Chen Lin retorted with a disdainful snort. Sorcery? If you deem this sorcery, I believe my esteemed seniors would gladly embrace its existence. Indeed, if there were truly a sorcery that could elevate a disciple to the zenith of a royal sword technique within half a year, I would eagerly embrace its teachings, declared Luo Badu loudly. I echo Chen Lin's sentiment. If such sorcery existed, it would be a boon. Initially, the assembly of sect leaders had merely felt contempt for Wu Zongyuan's provocations. However, upon witnessing him urging his own son to unleash potential at the cost of his vitality for the sake of victory, their disdain morphed into revulsion. Such a heartless individual, willing to sacrifice his own son, stood as one of their ranks. Gu Qinshuo scoffed, and what of burning vitality? With such feeble skills, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Wu Lai bellowed in disbelief. Impossible. How can your swordsmanship be so formidable? I, Wu Lai, have trained since childhood for over 20 years, yet have only attained the realm of great accomplishment. What grants you the audacity to surpass me? Deception. All of it is an illusion. Witness how I shatter this facade. Behold my 5 dragons' annihilation. Gu Qinshuo shook her head. Illusion? You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. With a resounding clash, their swords were unleashed simultaneously, transforming into two serpentine dragons that surged toward Wu Lai. Much like the Five Dragons' sword-s ultimate technique, the Tai sword technique also possesses its own lethal maneuver, the twin sword entanglement, capable of annihilating any foe. This technique, known as the Golden Dragon Scissors, was said to have been conceived by the founder of Tai Mountain after witnessing an unparalleled celestial treasure vanquish its enemies. Countless adversaries have perished beneath its might since its inception. However, this was, after all, a contest within the celestial sect. Gu Qinshue's twin swords did not strike at Wu Lai, but rather targeted his five-dragon sword. With a thunderous crash, the dual blades viciously clashed against the five-dragon sword. The five serpentine dragons were instantly obliterated, causing the five dragons' sword to slip from Wu Lai's grasp. Crashing to the ground, struck by the overwhelming force, Wu Lai's spirit waned, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, retreating until he collapsed onto the ground. The individual appeared utterly drained of vitality, murmuring to himself, "No, it cannot be. My five dragons of annihilation, my five dragons' sword." Wu Zongyuan's face turned ashen as he fixed a piercing glare at Wu Lai. The assembly of esteemed elders was left in complete shock. What a remarkable golden mantis scissors technique. Chen Lin's disciple. This move was indeed executed to perfection by Gu Qianxue. Meng Hao sighed, reflecting on the fact that Gu Qianxue had only been practicing for 6 months. Imagining his own disciples, and then considering himself, he mused that after 6 months, he was likely still in the body refinement stage. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined. Gu Qianxue had triumphed. Not necessarily, Wu Zongyuan retorted coldly. Meng Hao remarked, "Why does Wu Shidi remain so obstinate? I am eager to see what further abilities your son possesses." Despicable. Wu Zongyuan, you've raised a son who resorts to underhanded tactics, came the response. Just then, as the announcement of the duel's conclusion was about to be made, the despondent Wu Lai suddenly stirred, resembling a man possessed, bellowing, "Gu Qianxue, who said I have lost? I have not yet been defeated. Plapa to die." In a sudden frenzy, Wu Lai produced a black cylindrical object, launching an attack toward Gu Qianxue. In an instant, a deluge of flying needles descended upon her, a 9-rank hidden weapon known as the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. Gu Qianxue was in peril. "Wu Lai, you seek death." Chen Lin's expression changed dramatically, realizing that it was too late to intervene. He shouted at Wu Zongyuan, "If anything happens to my disciple, I will kill you." Wu Zongyuan scoffed. Is there not a rule against using hidden weapons in the martial arts competition? It appears there is none. If Gu Qianxue is defeated, it is due to her lack of skill. Who can she blame? Chen Lin, if you wish to kill me, come forth, but do not forget we are within the domain of the Yushu celestial sect. Furthermore, this time, my son is assured victory. Facing the barrage of needles, Gu Qianxue maintained an expression of solemnity, exuding an aura of murderous intent. With a cold snort, she unleashed a surge of flames that swept toward the oncoming needles. Chapter 50, Seizing the First Position. Well done, my disciple Chen Lin. Upon witnessing Gu Qianxue's response, Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Utilizing the Tianyuan Divine Fire as a catalyst, she executed the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique. The Tianyuan Divine Fire transformed into a constellation of stars, enveloping her entire being. As the pear blossom needles made contact with the Tianyuan Divine Fire, they instantly turned to ashes, and in but a moment, all of Wu Lai's attacks dissolved into nothingness. A ball of Tianyuan Divine Fire tore through the void, crashing fiercely into Wu Lai. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his body hurtling backward as the flames instantly reduced his clothing to cinders. The inner layer, the purple jade celestial garb, was laid bare. Yet, the Tianyuan Divine Fire continued to burn relentlessly, threatening to ignite the purple jade celestial garb, causing Wu Lai to panic. This is Tianyuan Divine Fire. Wu Zongyuan could no longer remain seated. He instantly materialized on the arena, attempting to extinguish the flames. However, the Tianyuan Divine Fire was not so easily quelled, instead surging toward him and forcing him to dodge hastily. Gu Qianxue promptly retracted the Tianyuan Divine Fire. Gu Qianxue furrowed her brow and said, "Martial uncle, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot retract the Tianyuan Divine Fire until the elders announce the results of the match. In a contest, the battle concludes only when one party voluntarily concedes, or one is incapacitated, or fails to retaliate within 30 seconds. Having learned from the previous lesson, I dare not be careless." Wu Zongyuan bellowed. "Immediately return the Divine Fire to me, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Boom! A 7 treasures golden lotus materialized above Wu Zongyuan's head, radiating beams of golden light. You dare! Chen Lin seethed, enraged by the audacity to harm his disciple. An overwhelming fury ignited within him as he stepped forward and appeared before Xianxia, shielding her behind him, and struck towards Wu Zongyuan with a powerful fist. The supreme divine fist, the king's path to destruction. Wu Zongyuan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned the 7 treasures golden lotus to counter Chen Lin's attack. Boom! The fist collided violently with the golden lotus. In an instant, the lotus shattered, yet the momentum of the fist remained undiminished, striking Wu Zongyuan directly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. Chen Lin! Wu Zongyuan roared. Chen Lin regarded Wu Zongyuan coldly. If you wish to engage, I'm always ready. The two formidable presences clashed fiercely. Just as an all-out confrontation loomed, the sect leader, Su Yuan, appeared between them, declaring, Junior brothers, I implore you to cease. With his commanding aura sweeping through the air, the tensions between the two were instantly quelled. An immense pressure radiated forth. Senior brother. Both Chen Lin and Wu Zongyuan's expression shifted. Wu Zongyuan gritted his teeth and said, Since senior brother has intervened, I shall naturally give face to you, Chen Junior brother. Su Yuan turned to Chen Lin and said, Chen Junior brother. Chen Lin replied, Of course, I will heed your words, senior brother. Su Yuan nodded and announced thus, I declare that the victor of this match is Xianxia from Tai Mountain. With a wave of his hand, the Taiyan divine fire on Wu Lai was extinguished. He then produced a jade vial and handed it over, saying, Martial brother Wu. The 9-needle acupoint technique is a forbidden art that exacts a heavy toll on one's life force. It is exceedingly malevolent. I advise against passing it on further. Here, I have a vial of vitality elixirs that should help restore some of the lost vitality. Wu Zongyuan accepted the jade vial, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yuan then turned to Chen Lin and inquired, Do you have any objections, Chen Junior brother? Chen Lin shook his head and replied, None. Had it not been for Martial brother Wu's disrespectful actions towards my disciple, I would not have intervened. Su Yuan stated, Very well. Then both of you may return to the podium. Wait, Chen Lin interrupted. Senior brother, do you still recall the wager I made with Martial brother Wu 6 months ago at Tai Mountain? Is it not time for him to fulfill his end of the bargain? Su Yuan frowned and asked, Martial brother Wu? With gritted teeth, Wu Zongyuan declared, All right, I concede. I accept the terms of our wager. Speak, what treasure from Wulong Mountain do you desire? Chen Lin replied with a smile, Let it be the Wulong sword. The Wulong sword? Impossible. Wu Zongyuan erupted in disbelief. The Wulong sword is a symbol of my Wulong Mountain. Only the sect leader and their rightful heir hold the privilege to wield it. Chen Lin scoffed. Are you perhaps attempting to evade your obligations, brother Wuzong? Master, you were a witness to this agreement. You must uphold my claim. He turned to Su Yuan for support. Su Yuan offered a wry smile and said, Brother Wuzong, if the Wulong sword cannot serve as the wager, then present a treasure of equal worth instead. With a clenched jaw, Wu Zongyuan produced a lotus seed, stating, This is a seed from the 7-treasure golden lotus. Take it. Ah, quite commendable, yet still insufficient, Chen Lin remarked. The seed was indeed cultivated from the 7-treasure golden lotus, a unique skill of Wulong Mountain that combined both offense and defense, rivaling the long-lost 9-dragon divine fire shield of Tai Mountain. It was the very essence of Wulong Mountain's mystical arts. Originally, Wu Zongyuan intended to bestow this seed upon Wu Lai. Now, apart from the Wulong sword, he could not offer an equivalent treasure and was left to settle for less. With a huff, Wu Zongyuan produced a jade vial, declaring, This is a stalactite aged for 10,000 years, a 9th-grade spiritual herb. Surely this suffices. Indeed, I appreciate your generosity, brother Wuzong, Chen Lin replied. The 7-treasure lotus seed was perfect for cultivating the 7-treasure golden lotus technique, while the stalactite would enhance his training speed with daily consumption. Wu Zongyuan had indeed made a significant sacrifice this time. With the duel concluded, Wu Lai was effectively incapacitated. His match against Yin Jiao was subsequently cancelled, but he still secured 3rd place. After a brief respite, Xianxia faced her final opponent, Yin Jiao. The victor would claim the championship of this martial arts tournament, while the loser would settle for the runner-up position. Yin Jiao hailed from Kongtong Mountain, the foremost among the 12 sects, second only to the lineage of the sect leader. The Yushu Immortal sect was divided into the leader's lineage at Yushu Mountain and the 12 Immortal Gates, making it effectively 13 sections. The leader's lineage had originally branched off from Kongtong Mountain. As the foremost disciple of the 10th generation of Kongtong Mountain, Xianxia possessed remarkable abilities. Not only did he cultivate the divine-level lifespan technique, but he had also mastered the divine-level skill, the heaven-subduing seal, to an extraordinarily profound level. Unfortunately, he remained at the mid-stage of condensation and, upon facing Gu Qianxue, could only settle for second place. Thus, Gu Qianxue naturally emerged as the champion of this martial arts tournament. With the announcement of the victors by Master Su Yuan, the entire Yushu Immortal sect erupted in jubilation. Tai Mountain had truly outdone itself this time. It had been over 30 sessions since they last participated in the tournament. To think they could return and seize the first position once more. I have resolved it. From this moment on, Gu Qianxue shall be my goddess. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the tournament. Long live Tai Mountain. Long live senior sister, Gu Qianxue. In the crowd, Xie Qingshan was utterly elated, shouting loudly as if he himself had claimed victory in a martial arts competition. This disciple hails from Tai Mountain, an onlooker inquired. With pride, Xie Qingshan responded, I am Xie Qingshan of Tai Mountain. Please enlighten me. I dare not claim such a privilege. I am merely Zhou Hao, a junior from Tai Mountain, came the reply. Instantly, a throng gathered around Xie Qingshan, eager to introduce themselves and forge connections. This tournament marked a turning point for Tai Mountain, transforming its fortunes from scarcity to abundance. Gu Qianxue ascended to become one of the two extraordinary prodigies of Yushu Xianzong, alongside the absent Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, on the podium, Chen Lin was graciously receiving the congratulations of his fellow disciples. The sect leader, Su Yuan, sincerely remarked, Chen, congratulations. I once feared that after the fall of Master Tai Xian, Tai Mountain would falter and possibly be expelled from our Yushu Xian sect. Yet in just a decade, you have revitalized Tai Mountain's reputation. Not only is your strength formidable, but your ability to teach is also unparalleled. Chen Lin smiled modestly, replying, it is merely luck. Su Yuan chuckled. This is no mere stroke of luck. It is your true skill. Returning to the podium, Su Yuan announced with a booming voice. The martial arts tournament has concluded successfully. In third place, we have Wu Lai from Wulong Mountain. Please come forth to receive your rewards. The third place reward includes 10,000 spirit stones, 300 assorted pills from grade 1 to 9, 10 magical artifacts, and 100 spiritual herbs. The personal reward is the king grade artifact, the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, forged from Tai True Gold and infused with 6 Ding True Fire, possessing formidable power, resembling a bronze mirror capable of both offense and defense. Though Wu Lai's Ziyu Xian, he was destroyed, and he lost the 7 treasure golden lotus seeds. This serves as an alternative compensation for him. Chen Lin, however, remained unperturbed. The sect leader continued. In second place, we have Yin Jiao from Kongtong Mountain, who will also receive 10,000 spirit stones, 300 assorted pills from grade 1 to 9, 10 magical artifacts, and 100 spiritual herbs. The personal reward is the divine level technique, the separation and union divine light. This technique, forged from the innate powers of separation and union, releases a beam of divine light during combat, capable of penetrating any defense. Should Yin Jiao master this technique, it will undoubtedly enhance his personal combat prowess significantly. Now, we turn our attention to the much-anticipated champion of this tournament, Gu Qianxue from Tai Mountain, who shall receive 100,000 spirit stones, 1,000 assorted pills from grade 1 to 9, 100 magical artifacts, and 3,000 spiritual herbs. Her personal rewards include the divine level technique, the Yushu escape technique, the king grade artifact, Tai Cloud Smoke, and 1 king grade pill, the Sword Dao King Body Pill. It must be noted that this year's rewards, amidst over 300 tournaments held by Yushu Xianzong, are indeed remarkably generous, and the sect leader's direct designation of these rewards carries significant implications. The Yushu escape technique, renowned as the foremost evasion method of the Yushu Immortal sect, allows one to traverse vast distances in an instant, significantly differing from the concept of a stone's throw away, which pertains to spatial laws. The essence of the Yushu escape technique lies in its swiftness, while a stone's throw away primarily facilitates travel. The Yushu escape technique can be employed in combat. Furthermore, the Tai Cloud Smoke can be both expansive and diminutive, enveloping the user for unparalleled defense. Unless an opponent possesses a combat prowess surpassing that of the wielder by an entire level, penetrating this defense is nearly impossible. Undoubtedly, The most precious treasure for everyone is the Sword Tao Royal Body Pill. A single consumption of this pill bestows the user with the Sword Tao Royal Body. Enhancing one's aptitude is notoriously arduous, and a pill that augments such qualities is valued at the equivalent of 10 or even 20 pills of the same grade. Joy and sorrow coexist among the sections. Those who did not secure a ranking were reluctant to linger at the mountain for even a moment longer and hastily departed with their disciples. Wuzong Yuan, in particular, left without collecting his sect's rewards, taking his son with him. Having burned through an entire 300 years of vitality, compounded by the scalding of the Tianyuan divine fire, Wuye was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Fortunately, with the essence pill gifted by the sect leader, he managed to barely cling to life. Yet restoring his former state would be a formidable challenge. Chen Lin, having received the rewards belonging to Tai Mountain, joyfully approached the enchanting Miao Shan and remarked, "Sister, the martial arts tournament has concluded. When shall we engage in a sparring session? It would provide you with a glimpse of the might of the colossal dragon." Rogue. Miao Shan instantly flushed, casting a fierce glare at Chen Lin. She turned to the disciples of Luoja Mountain and commanded, "Return to the mountain." With that, she departed from the Sanqing Hall. Chen Lin touched his nose and chuckled softly, suddenly sensing that perhaps Miao Shan was not as aloof as she appeared. Perhaps a fervent warmth surged within him. In his previous life, he was single for 30 years. He could not afford to repeat that in this life. Persevere, Chen Lin. You can do it, he silently encouraged himself. Master, have you developed feelings for Senior Miao Shan? Shen Linglong approached with a mischievous grin. Do not speak nonsense. We must not tarnish Senior Miao Shan's reputation. Chen Lin exclaimed, startled, and hastily denied it. Shen Linglong pouted and said, like as like, why not admit it? Can't you see? Just now, your gaze towards Senior Miao Shan nearly caused your eyes to fall out. Sister, did you see that? Gu Qinshu gently nodded before shaking her head. Shen Linglong stomped her foot in frustration and declared, Sister is clearly too timid to speak. Xiao Huan, Xia. What do you say? Am I right? Indeed, what the lady says is correct, replied Shen Wan, nodding. Xia Qingshan, looking innocent, added, Sister, I'm afraid. Shen Linglong scolded furiously. Xia Qingshan, just you wait. Chen Lin interjected. All right, let us return to the mountain. With a wave of his hand, he led the four back to Tai Mountain. Upon their return to Tai Mountain, Chen Lin first produced the Sword Tao King Body Pill and said, Qinshu, Linglong, both of you possess innate divine bodies. This pill will not be of considerable benefit to you. Although Shan Wan is not my direct disciple, she is a core disciple of our sect. Her aptitude has been enhanced by me several times, yet it remains at the 8th tier. Therefore, I shall bestow this Sword Tao King Body Pill upon her. What do you think? Gu Qinshu shook her head and replied, I defer to Master's judgment. Senninglon Yui Felix Glamd, Xiao Huan. Do not forget to express your gratitude to Master. Ah, the Sword Tao King Body Pill is granted to me? Shen Wan was taken aback and quickly shook her head, saying, Master, that is not appropriate. This is a reward for Senior Sister Qinshu from the Martial Arts Convention. I cannot accept it. Gu Qinshu reassured her, Junior Sister. Since Master has bestowed it upon you, you should accept it. Master is right. It is of little use to me. What truly matters is your achievement of the Sword Tao King Body and the enhancement of your aptitude. Shen Linglong added, Xiao Wan, since Senior Sister has spoken, you should accept it. Shen Wan nodded and replied, Senior Sister, I am immensely grateful to you. Chapter 52, The Calamity of Humanity. Now take this pill, and I shall assist you in refining it, Chen Lin instructed. Shen Wan nodded and swallowed the Sword Tao King Body Pill. In an instant, a tremendous sword intent erupted from within her, radiating like beams of light, and a look of agony crossed her face. Master, what is happening to Xiao Wan? Shen Linglong asked, her face pale with fear. At first, the unusual phenomenon startled Chen Lin, but thanks to his Heavenly Emperor's divination technique, he quickly discerned the situation and relaxed. Fear not, this is merely the Sword Tao King Body Pill, transforming her aptitude. After all, her innate talent is somewhat lacking. Let me lend her a hand. Chen Lin infused a surge of spiritual energy into Shen Wan's body. With this infusion, the pill was swiftly refined within her, accelerating the transformation of her physique and enhancing her aptitude. Her quality continuously improved. 9th tier aptitude, lower grade king body, middle grade king body, upper grade king body. Finally, she achieved the Sword Tao King Body. As the medicinal effects gradually dissolved within Shen Wan, the spiritual energy Chen Lin had imparted still lingered in her body. With a thought, Chen Lin directed the energy to surge toward Shun Wan's cultivation level. A crisp sound resonated, and Shun Wan's cultivation broke through, instantly reaching the condensation realm. She had not merely condensed the vital energy to step into the condensation realm. Instead, she had forcefully shattered through it. The immense spiritual energy coursed through Shun Wan, and the pressure characteristic of the condensation realm erupted forth. Thank you, esteemed master. Feeling the overwhelming sword intent and the power of her newly attained cultivation, Shun Wan knelt before Chen Lin in gratitude. Ding! The host has transmitted teachings to Shun Wan, a disciple of Tai Mountain, for 12 years, qualifying for a critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical return? Critical return confirmed. Shun Wan was already at the pinnacle of divine refinement. And with Chen Lin's spiritual energy, which was of a higher quality than foundational energy, her potential was greatly enhanced. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 4,000-fold return. Receiving 2,000 years of longevity mana. Will you accept? Not for now. At this moment, Chen Lin had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. 2 years' worth of mana could significantly elevate his cultivation, yet he still could not break through to the profound cave giant realm. For others, receiving 2,000 years of mana would guarantee a breakthrough. However, he practiced the 9 turns mysterious art, where even a minor breakthrough demanded mana in hundreds or thousands of times more than that of ordinary techniques. It is prudent to save it all up and use it in one go to achieve a breakthrough to the profound cave realm. Ding! The host grants the disciple Shun Wan of the Tai sect a Sword Dao King body pill, qualifying for a critical return. Will you activate the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 5,000-fold return, receiving 1,000 9th-grade damn medicines, god forging pills. No way. Chen Lin was stunned. A 5,000-fold critical hit on the Sword Dao King body pill. Yet I received 9th-grade damn medicines? Not to mention 1,000. Even 10,000 would not suffice. But in the next moment, Chen Lin smiled. Oh, so this is what the god forging pill means. 1 pill a day can gradually enhance the quality of the divine body. This is indeed a 9th-grade damn medicine. Even a king-grade damn medicine would not be excessive. The system has not abandoned him after all. Nevertheless, Chen Lin did not rush to bestow the god forging pills. A maximum of 4 critical hits per day, and he had already used 2. Patience is key in reaping rewards. Chen Lin turned to Xianxia and asked, "You have been a disciple of Tai for some time now, haven't you?" Xianxia rejoiced, having joined the Tai sect for 11 days. Chen Lin nodded, indeed, 11 days. Speaking of which, I have yet to impart any divine abilities or spells to you. How about I teach you a Hunyuan divine skill now? The Tai 9 arts, with the Tai divine skill being the foremost. Only the first seat, elders, and true disciples of past generations are qualified to cultivate it. The Hunyuan divine skill is second only to the Tai divine skill, reaching a high grade of 9. It is accompanied by a set of Hunyuan palm, also a 9-grade technique. Thank you, esteemed leader. Xianxia was overjoyed. This marked the beginning of his complete recognition by the leader. He was aware of the Hunyuan divine skills caliber, far superior to his own 6th-grade martial arts. This was indeed a 9-grade technique. Moreover, with diligent effort, the leader would surely impart even more powerful techniques to him. Just look at Shun Wan, who, like himself, practiced the Tai sword technique and was now granted the Sword Dao King body pill, achieving the Sword Dao King body. Ding! The host grants the disciple Xianxia of the Tai sect the 9-grade technique Hunyuan divine skill, qualifying for a critical return. Will you activate the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 5,000-fold return, receiving the divine level secret technique Mist Shadow Art. This is a secret technique of concealment. Once mastered, outsiders are utterly unable to discern the level of your cultivation. To them, you appear to be an ordinary person. Chen Lin pondered whether to seek such a technique to practice when he was abruptly struck back. Indeed, today presented yet another opportunity for a critical strike, and Chen Lin had no intention of letting it slip away. However, at that very moment, a voice resonated throughout the Yusu Immortal sect, calling for the 12 Mountain Gate leaders to assemble in the Yuqing Hall. It was the voice of the sect master. Chen Lin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Normally, the sect master would relay messages through disciples from each major sect, much like during the last disciple recruitment ceremony or the demon-slaying expedition. Yet this time, the summons was broadcasted directly to the entire Yusu Immortal sect, indicating that an urgent matter was at hand. Chen Lin had no time to waste on trivial pursuits and hurried to the Yuqing Hall. Within the Grand Hall, Su Yuan bore a solemn expression, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Upon entering, Chen Lin discovered that he was the first to arrive. "Master Su, what has stirred such fury within you?" he inquired. Su Yuan replied, "Please take a seat. We shall discuss matters once everyone has arrived." Chen Lin nodded and took his place in the area designated for Tai Mountain. Soon, the other prominent leaders arrived one after another, and upon realizing that Chen Lin was the first to appear, they all wore expressions of surprise. Su Yuan surveyed the assembly, his killing intent unwavering. He had just received news that, mere hours ago, several ancient demonic beasts had emerged from the 10,000 mountains, leaving devastation in their wake, with no vegetation surviving in their path. The demon suppression pass, which guarded the 10,000 mountains, had been destroyed, resulting in heavy casualties among the human army. Within a radius of thousands of miles from the pass, the populace was left in despair, with countless human compatriots displaced and corpses strewn across the land. Preliminary estimates indicated that approximately 30 million people had been affected, with casualties soaring to 5 million. A stunned silence enveloped the room. A calamity. No, this was an existential crisis for our race. The demon monarch dynasty dared to breach the treaty and invade human territory, seemingly intent on waging war against us. This is preposterous. The demons are detestable and must be eradicated. As an immortal sect of the human race, it is our sacred duty to exterminate these vile beings. Master, issue your command. Chapter 53. Transmitting Knowledge for a Millennium. Su Yuan spoke gravely. This time, the Demon Monarch dynasty has not only deployed a demon commander of the transformation realm, but has also unleashed several demonic beasts. The creature that breached the demon suppression pass is an ancient beast known as Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, one of the primordial beasts, resembles a fearsome ape with a white head and red feet. It is said that wherever Zhu Yan appears, great battles ensue. This particular Zhu Yan from the Demon Monarch dynasty had once gained notoriety hundreds of years ago. At that time, it was merely a formidable being of the cave, profound realm, yet it relied on its innate abilities and physique to defeat countless human transformation true monarchs. In the last encounter, humanity was compelled to dispatch several transformation true monarchs in an attempt to subdue it, but at a critical moment, it was rescued by a king of the Demon Monarch dynasty. Once again, a great calamity has befallen humanity. Su Yuan continued. In this chaotic era of demons and monsters, countless lives have been lost among our kind. As cultivators, it is our solemn duty to exterminate these fiends. Hence, I have summoned you all to deliberate on our descent to eradicate the demons. Do any of my fellow brothers and sisters have differing opinions? Indeed, brother. This is a time when humanity desperately needs us cultivators. We must descend and vanquish the likes of Luo Badeo, came the reply. I, Meng Hao, shall not shy away from this responsibility. Chen Lin nodded, saying, what of Zhu Yan? Last time, we were fortunate to let him escape, but this time, we must ensure he does not return. I am willing to heed your command, brother, said the celestial maiden Miaoshan. In that moment, the 12 leaders were filled with fervor. Protecting humanity is the very essence of the existence of the celestial sect, is it not? The time for decisive action has arrived in this perilous moment for our kind. To sacrifice oneself is to reveal the true nature of a cultivator. Very well, Su Yuan proclaimed loudly. You all are worthy of the title of chief of the Yushu celestial sect. Seeing your confidence, I hereby announce that each of you shall lead the elite of our sect down the mountain to slay the demons. However, upon encountering the beast Zhu Yan, do not act recklessly. Report back to the sect immediately so that I may inform the elders to deal with it. 500 years ago, this Zhu Yan was at the peak of the Dongxian realm, capable of defeating true monarchs of creation. Today, it will be even stronger. Understood, the crowd chorused in unison. Yet, Chen Lin narrowed his eyes, feeling no fear but rather a surge of battle spirit. Zhu Yan, one of the 10 ancient demon beasts, possesses an indestructible body, capable of manifesting the heavens and earth, with 3 heads and 6 arms. These supreme abilities are but a manifestation of the 9 transformations' profound art. At this moment, having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the 9 transformations' profound art, he has grasped the essence of the indestructible body and the manifestation of the heavens and earth, yet the 3 heads and 6 arms remain elusive. If I were to encounter Zhu Yan, perhaps I could gain some insight from him. Let us descend, for delay is unwise. Returning to Tai Mountain, Chen Lin promptly gathered 4 individuals, conveying the command of the master of Yuqing Hall to Gu Qianxue and the others. Master, please take us down with you. Gu Qianxue implored. Indeed, these demons are exceedingly ferocious. We are willing to accompany you, Master, to eradicate them, Chen Lin exclaimed with excitement. Both Shen Wan and Xianxia displayed hopeful expressions. Chen Lin shook his head, saying, No, none of you shall descend this time. Oh, why not? Shen Lin asked anxiously. Gu Qianxue frowned. Master, I wish to go down. Chen Lin replied, Now is not the time for you to descend. Your primary focus should be on your cultivation. I am to confront the ancient beast Zhu Yin, a matter not to be taken lightly. Bringing you along would only be a burden. Instead, since we are descending, I shall assist you. Each of you shall receive 200 years of cultivation imparted to you. Ah, Master, you mustn't. The four were suddenly alarmed. Master, if you bestow your power upon us now, your cultivation will inevitably decline, and we cannot allow you to descend the mountain alone, Chen Lin remarked. Why waste words? Are you disregarding my instructions? It is merely 1,000 years of cultivation. I may not possess much, but I do have ample power. Focus your mind, cultivate your spirit, and diligently refine the strength I have imparted to you. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lin lifted the four into the air, dividing the 1,000 years of his power into 4 portions, which he transmitted to each of them. 200 years to Xianxia, 200 years to Shen Wan, 300 years to Gu Qianxue, and 300 years to Chen Lin. As the 1,000 years of power was dispensed, Chen Lin's cultivation level visibly diminished. From the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, he descended through the late, mid, and early stages of the transformation god realm, then into the celestial gang realm, the condensation realm, the refinement realm, the chi cultivation stage, and the body forging stage, ultimately becoming an ordinary man. At the moment the last vestige of power was transmitted, a wave of profound weakness surged through Chen Lin. His legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. This sight horrified Gu Qianxue and the others, who rushed to his side, tears streaming down their faces. Master, what have you done? How could you give us your power? We don't want it. We return it to you. Dear Master, Chen Lin smiled gently. Fear not. Who claims I am in peril? Have you not heard the saying, one must break to rebuild? If I did not bestow upon you 1,000 years of power, how could you ascend to become a titan of the cave profound realm? Beep. The host transmits power to disciples Gu Qianxue, Shen Lin, Shen Wan, and Xianxia, totaling 988 years of power, meeting the conditions for a critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 6,000 times critical return, receiving 10,000 years of power. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy flooded into Chen Lin's body. His previously ordinary cultivation rapidly reversed. Body forging, chi cultivation, refinement, condensation, celestial gang, and ascending through the early, mid, and late stages of the transformation god realm, culminating at the pinnacle. He reached the early and mid stages of the cave profound realm, halting only when his cultivation stabilized. A formidable aura erupted forth, sweeping across the area. The cave profound realm, an understanding of oneself, and the comprehension of the profound mysteries. This is the essence of the cave profound state. Upon reaching this realm, one is often referred to as a titan or sovereign. The attributes of his cultivation panel underwent significant transformation. Host, Chen Lin. Qualities, supreme immortal body. 12th grade immortal body. Top-tier physique of the Tianyuan World. Realm, 8th realm of martial arts. Mid-cave profound. Formally entering the upper echelons of the Jade Void Immortal Gate. Ranking first among the 12 mountain lords, second only to the true monarch of the sect. Regarded as a regional sovereign throughout the entire Xian domain. It was no small feat. He had finally become a regional sovereign. Su Yuan, the esteemed leader, truly embodies an enigmatic presence. The cultivation technique, 9 revolutions profound art, ranks among the top 10 supreme methods across myriad realms, allowing mastery of the 3rd level, culminating in the attainment of derived divine powers, an immortal body, and the ability to manifest the heavens and the earth. The divine arts include the Emperor's Qi observation technique, spirit communication immortal technique, Great Zhou celestial sword technique, Great Zhou sword drawing technique, Great Zhou annihilation sword technique, close yet distant, lunar divine fire, and solar divine fire. In Chapter 54, The Ruined City of Jingzhou, it is a remarkable achievement. His appearance has finally entered the top 10. Master, what is your cultivation level? Gu Qianxue exclaimed. Chen Lin responded with a smile. As I have said, one must break to establish anew. Behold, I have now become a figure of the mid-stage of the cave, profound realm. After descending the mountain, refine the powers I have bestowed upon you. Once you have fully assimilated them, I shall permit your descent. Xianxia, accompany me down the mountain, Chen Lin declared suddenly. Yes, master. Xianxia replied with great joy. Sisters, I shall not be polite, he exclaimed. Ha ha, I knew master favor me most. I can finally descend. Xianxia leaped with excitement. Gu Qianxue and the others wore expressions of indignation. Xianxia, are you asking for a beating? Gu Qianxue huffed. Xianxia froze as if struck by lightning, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Sister, please, I was mistaken. Oof, Shen Linglong scoffed. Xianxia, though I do not understand why master is taking you down the mountain, heed my words. You must take good care of master. Should I discover any neglect on your part, I will ensure you regret it upon our return. I would never dare. Xianxia hastily shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these three sisters. They appeared as goddesses but harbored the hearts of demons. Having just ascended the mountain, he had already faced their relentless teasing multiple times. Chen Lin shook his head in amusement. This Xianxia can indeed be quite deserving of a reprimand at times. Enough of the jesting. Swiftly enter seclusion to refine your powers. Do you wish to explode from overexertion? Master, I take my leave. The three women promptly sensed the tumultuous surge of their profound powers within and hurried back to their chambers to refine their energies. With a forlorn expression, Xianxia addressed Chen Lin. Master, I shall take my leave. Chen Lin pointed at him, invoking the primordial unity divine art to assist in refining his powers. Thank you, Master, Xianxia exclaimed with elation. 200 years of profound power, and of the longevity variety. Could he also ascend to the ranks of the celestial vanguard? Overjoyed, he reflected on his lineage as a descendant of one of the 9 great families. Realizing that achieving the status of a celestial vanguard in this lifetime would be a blessing beyond several lifetimes. Now, this opportunity was within reach. Joining Tai Mountain was the most pivotal decision of his life. The magical energy was continuously refined, and his cultivation was elevated time and again to a formidable realm. Originally, Xianxia was merely at the Qi refinement stage, yet now he experienced a rapid ascension to the spirit refinement stage, and, subsequently, to the early stage of the condensation realm. However, this surge of magical energy did not enhance his cultivation per se. Rather, it incessantly reinforced his physical constitution. In this process, Chen Lin was aiding him in enhancing his innate abilities. Through repeated elevation and reinforcement, what was once Xianxia's mediocre 6th grade aptitude was now transformed into an 8th grade caliber, thanks to nearly a century's worth of longevity magic. Consequently, his cultivation also advanced to the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Feeling the changes in his realm, Xianxia expressed his frustration. Why am I still only at the mid-stage of the condensation realm? Chen Lin scoffed. What? Do you find your realm lacking? No. Xianxia hastily shook his head. Master, you previously imparted to me 200 years' worth of longevity magic. Chen Lin replied, Indeed, I did bestow upon you 2 centuries of longevity magic. If you were to wholly absorb this energy, you could even reach the harmonization realm. But what of it? The path of cultivation is one of gradual progress. The foundational 3 realms suffice to establish a solid base. However, in the 3 realms of divine abilities, it is imperative not only to solidify that foundation, but also to comprehend each and every stage. Without true understanding, a seemingly successful breakthrough to the harmonization realm will leave you at a disadvantage in a duel with a seasoned opponent. You will realize that lacking the insights of 2 realms makes you no match for them in equal combat. Moreover, without such insights, breaking through the 3 realms of longevity will be 100-fold more challenging than for others. Thus, I only allowed you to step into the condensation realm. The remaining longevity magic will aid you in purifying your essence and fundamentally transforming you. As of now, you possess 8th grade aptitude. Xianxia understood Chen Lin's good intentions and felt a pang of shame. Master, I was wrong. Chen Lin replied. It is good that you recognize your error. Now, let us descend the mountain. In an instant, they vanished from their location. After a few moments, the two found themselves within a vast city, observing the familiar surroundings. Xianxia inquired, Master, could this be Jingzhou City? But wait, is this truly Jingzhou? As one of the prosperous cities of the Tang dynasty, Renowned for its bustling population and flourishing economy, it was no wonder the Xie family had risen to prominence there, becoming one of the 9 great families of the Tang. Yet before him lay a chaotic scene. The city was strewn with corpses, its walls crumbled, buildings destroyed, and countless citizens wailed, as if the city had just endured a cataclysmic battle. "Master, what has happened here?" A sense of foreboding washed over him. "My parents." Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he frantically ran toward the direction of the Xie residence. Before long, he arrived at the Xie household. Bursting through the doors, he cried out, "Father, mother, your son has returned." "Young master, it is truly you." The servants recognized Xianxia's presence. "Xianxia." An elderly man appeared before Xianxia. "Third uncle, it is I, Xianxia," he said. "Where are my parents?" The old man replied, "Your father and mother have left the city. The demon suppression pass has been breached, and the demons have surged in. Our Jingzhou city is also under attack, particularly several villages outside the city that have been slaughtered by demons. Your father and mother have gone with their guards to rescue the survivors." "Xianxia, what is your cultivation level? Have you broken through to the condensation realm?" The secular royal families differ from the immortal sections. In the mortal sects, reaching the condensation realm signifies true entry, while in the secular world, it marks one as a regional overlord. If memory serves, your cousin wrote just days ago that he had joined the Taiying Mountain, one of the 12 peaks of the Yushu immortal sect. "How quickly you have achieved the condensation realm." Xianxia responded, "Indeed." The old man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Heaven has eyes. The Xie family has a successor. Third uncle, I entrust the family to you. I have come with the Grand Master of Taiying Mountain, so I shall take my leave for now." Xianxia bid farewell and approached Chen Lin, saying, "Grand Master, I wish to leave the city to find my parents. The demons are causing chaos, and Jingzhou city is in turmoil. Villages have been destroyed, and countless demons roam outside the city. The higher-order demons may be formidable, but the lower-order demons and beastly fiends feast on humanity." He could not help but feel deep concern for his parents. Chen Lin replied, "I will accompany you." Xianxia was overjoyed, thanking the Grand Master. With the Grand Master personally leading the way, even the most formidable demons would not pose a threat to them. Chapter 55, Underestimated. Within Jingzhou City, relative safety prevailed as the demons had been repelled. Under the leadership of the Xie family, various clans united with the Tang military to construct robust defensive fortifications. However, outside Jingzhou City, a tragic scene unfolded. Countless demon corpses lay beyond the city walls, while the fleeing citizens who could not make it into the city were left strewn across the fields, blood flooding the ground. The clans and military were organizing efforts to clear the site. Bodies were being disposed of in a large pit for cremation. The atmosphere was intensely grim, a wave of sorrow enveloping the entire area outside the city. Such cruelty! The demons have wrought havoc since time immemorial. After 5 centuries of peace, it has ultimately been shattered. Last night was indeed calamitous. Damn those demons. Could they not remain in the 10,000 Great Mountains? With the demon suppression pass breached, and Lingzhou also compromised, I wonder if Jingzhou can hold out. Chen Lin's consciousness swept through the jade ring within the Tianyuan ring, plunging him into contemplation. Was this chaos truly to seek the jade ring? Or was there a deeper purpose? Having been influenced by countless novels and television shows in his previous life, Chen Lin preferred to believe the latter. The former emperor's reign had ended, and the new emperor would undoubtedly struggle to control the demon dynasty. The best way to divert internal conflicts is through war against humanity. The jade ring merely serves as a catalyst. Through war and slaughter, the elimination of dissenters might be the true aim of the demon dynasty. Unfortunately, the human race has become the unfortunate victims in the struggle for power within the demon emperor's dynasty. Thus, the actions of the demon emperor today will surely bear fruit tomorrow. I, Chen Lin, vow that when the day comes when I possess the strength, I shall sweep through the entirety of the demon emperor's realm. Noticing Chen Lin lost in contemplation, Xianxia dared not to disturb him and quietly stood behind, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged before them. Was that not Xianxia? Having previously offended the esteemed leader and been granted a reprieve, he had the audacity to reappear. At that moment, Xianxia was devoid of his previous arrogance. Instead, he bore a visage of exhaustion, clad in tattered armor soaked in blood, a picture of utter disarray. It seemed he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Xianxia swiftly positioned himself before Xianxia, grinning as he remarked, Isn't this our esteemed young Master Yang, just returned from a recent skirmish? Yang Zhao's expression shifted, his teeth clenched as he retorted, Xie Shan. What do you mean? Get lost. Xie Shan's anger flared instantly. Who are you telling to get lost? Yang Xiao shouted back, I said get lost. Did you not hear me? Should I repeat myself? Fuming, Xie Shan challenged. Are you implying that you wish to fight? Very well, if a confrontation is what you desire. Xianxia shall oblige. With that, he readied himself for combat. Yang Xiao felt a surge of frustration and fury. As the scion of the foremost family of the Tang dynasty, he had been exiled to Lingzhou because of Xie Shan, only to encounter further chaos brought upon by demons. After narrowly escaping, he was now weary and wounded, and upon reaching the outskirts of Jingzhou, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Xie Shan. The sight of Xie Shan, adorned like a refined noble, ignited his anger anew. In an instant, both parties were on the verge of conflict, swords drawn and tensions palpable. Suddenly, a terrifying figure loomed before Yang Xiao, extinguishing his rage and replacing it with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing him to involuntarily retreat. It was him, the god of death, the very individual responsible for bringing Yang Xiao to his current state. The one who had slain a demon of the harmonious path with a single strike and subdued 2 offerings of the esteemed Yushu sect. How could he appear outside Jingzhou? Witnessing Yang Zhao's transition from fury to fear, Xie Shan immediately discerned a shift. He was afraid of the esteemed leader. Chuckling derisively, he taunted, Yang Xiao, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Weren't you planning to strike at me? Why the sudden fear? I forgot to mention, I recently joined the Taisher Mountain of the Yushu sect. What? You joined Taisher Mountain? A wave of bitterness washed over Yang Xiao. Why? Why did Xie Shan have the right to enter the Yushu sect? He was the most distinguished prodigy among the 9 great families. Unwilling to accept it, he pondered. But what could he do? Reduced to this state by family punishment, even if he felt aggrieved, what means did he possess to contend with others? Xie Shan, you have triumphed. I offer you my sincerest apologies, Yang Xiao murmured, his head bowed. Xie Shan was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that he and Yang Xiao had never been acquainted since childhood, and their encounters had often been rife with conflict. Each meeting had been characterized by palpable tension, with physical confrontations occurring on several occasions. Now, Yang Xiao was actually apologizing to him. Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Yang Xiao shook his head and replied, Xie Shan, I can see that you are superior to me. I genuinely apologize. As for other matters, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart towards Jingzhou City. Xie Shan stood there, stunned. Wait. At that moment, Chen Lin approached. The familiar yet fear-laden voice sent a shiver through Yang Xiao, and an overwhelming dread instantly enveloped him as he lowered his head, trembling, and uttered, immortal. Chen Lin inquired, Do not worry, I shall not harm you. From your demeanor, it appears you have returned from outside the city. Xianxia responded, I was originally the deputy commander of Lingzhou. When Lingzhou fell, I barely managed to escape to the outskirts of Jingzhou. Chen Lin continued, Then let me ask you, did you encounter any trace of Zhu Yan along the way? Zhu Yan, who is this person? Such audacity to actively seek Zhu Yan, a creature of ancient lore. Should we encounter it, we would surely flee at great speed. Given the tone, it seemed he was also of a lineage from the immortal sects. But if he seeks death, what concern is it of ours? Many disciples from the ancient sects had already gathered outside Jingzhou. Upon hearing Chen Lin's words and observing his demeanor, they began to mock him. Xie Shan, however, was incensed and exclaimed, Silence. Do you not recognize whom you address? This esteemed individual is the master of Tai Mountain from the Yushu sect, not someone for you petty rascals to defame. Just him, a disciple of the Yushu sect, and the master of Tai Mountain at that. Young man, do you truly believe we are so naive as to accept your word without question? Which master of Tai Mountain looks so remarkably youthful? Xie Shan's words not only failed to garner respect, but instead, the derision intensified. Indeed, he appears to be an ordinary person. You claim to be Xie Shan, asserting he is the master of Tai Mountain. Who can substantiate this? Can you? The crux is that we do not believe you. Come, young man, tell us. Are you truly the master of Tai Mountain? Insolence. Chen Lin had not intended to engage with them, but he was taken aback by their blatant disrespect and audacity to provoke him. Fury ignited within him. Chapter 56. The Demon Suppression Pass. A mere 2 words. Yet, to those who questioned him, they struck like thunder, resounding in their minds. causing them to spit blood in shock. They were directly injured. Thud. Terrified, they fell to their knees. A mere cold snort had gravely wounded them. If not the master, then who could possess such power? We are blind to our own ignorance and have offended you, esteemed sir. We are deserving of punishment, and we acknowledge our error. So was he. Many present were immediately reminded of Chen Lin's identity. Outside Qingstone town, he had defeated 3 masters of the combined Dao realm with a single sword strike. Within Jingzhou City, he had vanquished Zhao Buhai, an elder of the Xianxia sect from the Shushan sword lineage. With one sword, he had annihilated the father and son of Lu Chengfeng. Moments ago, they had mocked him, reveling in the spectacle. Now, fear gripped them, leaving them silent and trembling, terrified of incurring Chen Lin's wrath. Xianxia quickly interjected. I witnessed it. It was a Zhu Yan that breached the city walls of Lingzhou, leading to its downfall. However, after breaking through, the Zhu Yan departed, seemingly heading towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. The 10,000 Great Mountains stretch across a third of the Tianyuan continent, with the Taishan domain merely a fragment of it. The vastness of the 10,000 Great Mountains is fraught with peril, while the outskirts may be manageable. Venturing into the depths renders navigation exceedingly difficult. Not to mention, even a mighty figure like Chen Lin or a true monarch of creation would hesitate to enter recklessly. Moreover, news from the sect master indicated that the tomb of the demon emperor might be located somewhere on the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chen Lin sought the Zhu Yan not only because of the unprecedented calamity it posed to humanity, but also in hopes of cultivating the supreme divine art of the 3 heads and 6 arms through it. Let's go to the 10,000 Great Mountains, Chen Lin declared. With a wave of his hand, he and Xie Qingshan vanished from outside Jingzhou City. Observing Chen Lin and Xie Qingshan depart, Yang Zhao's heart brimmed with envy and resentment. He felt superior in talent, cultivation, and intellect, having bullied Xie Qingshan throughout their youth. Why was it that he could join Tai Mountain while he could not? Moreover, the incident outside Qingstone town had led to his family's punishment. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have perished in Lingzhou City. Furthermore, the Yang family was the foremost lineage in the Tang dynasty, while the Xie family ranked merely 8th among the 9 great clans, making them insignificant by comparison. His frustration was palpable. The disciples of the ancient sects, who had been terrified moments earlier, finally exhaled in relief as they saw Chen Lin depart. What narrow escape! Who could have anticipated that the esteemed head of the Yushu Xianzong would be so young? Perhaps he had consumed some youth-preserving elixir. No need for speculation. This Chen Lin, having entered the sect a decade ago, was merely in his 20s, and yet he was already a formidable master of the transformation realm. At that moment, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. How do you know this? Someone inquired. The young man smiled. Because I am a disciple of the Yushu Xianzong. I witnessed the recent martial competition, where Chen Lin exhibited his incredible prowess with my own eyes. Oh, you're a fellow disciple of the Yushu Xianzong. I hail from the Xianxia sect. Another introduced himself. I come from the Luofu sect. Since we are all disciples of the immortal sects, perhaps we should join forces to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, providing mutual support along the way. This proposal was met with approval. Chen Lin had departed, and so had the disciples of the immortal sections. Only the troops in Jingzhou City and the aristocratic families remained to gather the corpses. The recent scene had left everyone deeply moved. Yang Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of envy within his heart. He turned to the middle-aged man behind him and inquired, Uncle Gu, do you think that if I were to join the immortal sect, my family's punishment would be lifted? The middle-aged man, named Gu Tong, was a formidable warrior at the celestial realm and the sole attendant by Yang Zhao's side at this stage. Had it not been for Gu Tong's desperate protection during the crisis in Lingzhou, he would have long since perished. Absolutely, Gu Tong replied, but young master, gaining entry into the immortal sect is no simple feat. Yang Xiao, brimming with confidence, retorted, if Xie Qingshan can join the immortal sect, why can't I, Yang Xiao? Indeed, Gu Tong continued, but Xie Qingshan's admission to Tai Mountain did not merely rely on talent. It was also about choosing the right side. A few months ago, do you recall the governor of Jingzhou, Lu Chengfeng, and his son? The Xie family surrounded them to ensure the safety of the 3 daughters, even at the cost of opposing the imperial court. One must commend the Xie family for their audacity and resolve. Their sacrifices have indeed reaped rewards. Young master, if I remember correctly, young master Yang Ding has also gained entry into Wulong Mountain. Perhaps you could seek his assistance? Yang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement at this thought. With various sects dispatching disciples to descend the mountains to vanquish demons, it was possible that his cousin Yang Ding would also come down. This presented a golden opportunity. Xianxia Pass, the foremost stronghold of the Great Tang Dynasty, was specifically erected to defend against the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The towering walls reached several dozen meters high, adorned with countless formations and restrictions, the scars of battle evident. Standing atop the walls, one could gaze upon the boundless expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, at this moment, Xianxia Pass bore none of its former grandeur and might. Instead, it was a scene of devastation. The walls were in shambles, and the main gate had been smashed open, revealing a gruesome sight within, bodies strewn across the ground. The blood long since dried. A glance revealed that not a single soul remained. Standing atop the parapet, Chen Lin was filled with a chilling sense of murderous intent, as if he were witnessing the aftermath of a great battle. High-ranking demons relentlessly commanded the lower-ranking ones to assault Xianxia Pass, with the demon generals directing the ancient ferocious beasts to strike time and again against the stronghold. Of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, only a handful survived. A heavy and tragic atmosphere enveloped Xianxia Pass. Even the usually carefree Xianxia had adopted an unprecedented seriousness. Suddenly, Chen Lin seemed to perceive something. He raised his head and saw that someone was encountering demons. Looking up, he spotted a high-ranking demon commanding a vast horde of lower-ranking demons to besiege several individuals nearby. This high-ranking demon was unmistakably a formidable being at the harmonization realm, accompanied by several formidable lower-ranking demons of the celestial realm, while the lower-ranking demons numbered in the thousands. These lower-ranking demons, fearless of death, launched attack after attack against the group. "Let us go and take a look," he urged, swiftly moving towards the direction of the battle. With Xianxia hastily following suit. Clad in golden battle armor, the Golden Guards of the Tang Dynasty, the foremost among them, are indeed of royal lineage, remarked Xianxia. Chen Lin responded, "How audacious of the royal kin to venture to the demon suppression pass. It seems not all of them are mere idlers." As the two arrived, a powerful figure among the besieged humans, a master of the harmonization realm, sensed their presence and exclaimed with joy, "Your Highness, hold firm. Our reinforcements have arrived." "Reinforcements? Where?" Li Tai, following the direction indicated by the harmonization realm expert, looked up to see Xianxia in the void. Chapter 57. 3,000 Iron Floats. Li Tai, the third prince of the Tang Dynasty and the most favored son of the current emperor, was overwhelmed with fear and regret. Had he known the demons were this ferocious, he would never have volunteered to inspect the demon suppression pass. Little did he expect that before even reaching the pass, it would be breached by the demonic army. And in his overconfidence, he sought to investigate, only to encounter a horde of demons. "Why is there only one person?" Li Tai furrowed his brow. "No matter. An additional ally is still a boon," he shouted. "I'm the third prince of the Tang Dynasty. Those above, heed my call and come down to pay your respects." Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, in the past, I would have thought twice before offending a prince, but now I have support. Bowing to you? Not a chance." Angered by Xianxia's indifference, Li Tai shouted, "You lackey, did you not hear my words? Get down here." Enraged, Xianxia retorted, "You dare to demand respect? You think being a third prince makes you exceptional? Let me tell you, I, Xianxia, fear no one, least of all you. Presumptuous. To insult the third prince is to court death." The enraged attendant of Xianxia bellowed, forcing back a nearby demon with a single strike and summoning a palm strike towards Xianxia from the void. A technique of great skill, the one-chi grasp, renowned for its ability to seize from the air and slay from a distance, was unleashed. Xianxia immediately felt a tremendous force drawing him in, startled. He swiftly dodged behind Chen Lin, pleading for assistance. With a frown, Chen Lin waved his hand, instantly shattering the enormous hand formed by the one-chi grasp. The attendant below, infuriated, declared, "There are more of you? Then come forth." A surge of sword-intense soared into the sky, aimed at Chen Lin and Xianxia. Chen Lin coldly scoffed, impudent, and retaliated with a swift slap, causing the sword intent to shatter and vanish into nothingness. However, the massive palm strike continued unabated, descending fiercely. The expert of the harmonization realm turned pale, swiftly pulling the third prince aside, warning, "Your Highness, be cautious. We must fight while retreating." At the very moment the two figures retreated, the imprint of a palm struck the ground, creating a profound pit. The encircling demons bore the brunt of this force. with dozens meeting their demise on the spot, leaving the others in a state of shock. This singular strike elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. It was overwhelmingly formidable. The third prince, clearly taken aback, solemnly inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" Such destructive power from a single blow is not something merely a typical harmonious realm cultivator could wield. Xianxia, with a dismissive scoff, declared, "Listen well. I am Xianxia. What is the third prince to me? Do you fancy yourself the emperor of the Great Tang? Even if you were, I assure you, you would not command my respect. Know this, I am under the protection of the first seat." At this moment, Xianxia felt an exhilarating rush, daring to mock the third prince, a feat so audacious that it seemed unbelievable. The third prince, now thoroughly enraged, retorted, "How bold to disregard the emperor of the Great Tang. If I do not slay you today, I am not Li Tai. Peng Gongfeng, eliminate him." "Yes," came the reply. Peng Fei, wielding his sword, soared into the air and aimed to strike directly at Xianxia, known in the martial world as the Flying Sword Immortal. Peng Fei was hailed as the foremost swordsman of the Great Tang. His legendary sword strike had claimed countless foes, and he stood as the vice master of the Divine Offering Hall, a peak harmonious realm expert in his 50s. Widely acknowledged as the most likely among the Divine Offering Hall's ranks to ascend to the Divine Transformation realm. This strike shattered the fabric of the void, extinguishing all existence around it, as if everything had been locked in a deadly embrace. Chen Lin's previous casual strike had instilled in Peng Fei an unprecedented sense of pressure. A worthy adversary indeed, yet he remained unaware that Chen Lin had employed less than 10% of his true strength in that earlier display. Incensed, Chen Lin coldly remarked, "Dare you strike again?" He then addressed Xianxia, "I shall impart to you the primordial divine art. I see you have practiced the primordial palm in recent days, but you still have much to learn. This strike I deliver is the essence of the primordial realm. Let us see how much you can comprehend from it, as it should aid your understanding of the primordial palm. Naturally, since we are engaging in battle, I shall take the opportunity to offer you some guidance, while also reaping a few benefits myself." With a thunderous boom, the essence of the primordial palm erupted forth. As a ninth-tier martial art, its potency was magnified when wielded by Chen Lin. Though he had not extensively trained in the primordial palm, his mastery of the foundational technique of the supreme fist allowed him to effortlessly manifest the essence of the primordial realm. With a single palm strike, the ethereal sword intent of Peng Fei shattered, and the aura of death surged forth, instilling fear to the very core of his being. This was the essence of a profound master of the cave Xian realm. He was indeed a master of the cave Xian realm. Boom! The sword in Peng Fei's hand clattered to the ground as he knelt before the figure, pleading for mercy. "I, Peng Fei, have been blind to the greatness before me and have offended the immortal. I beseech you, grant me your pardon." The third prince was momentarily taken aback, frowning as he exclaimed, "Peng Gongfeng, what are you doing? What immortal? Why are you kneeling before him? Rise and kill." "Silence!" Peng Fei bellowed. "Your Highness, you must kneel before the immortal without delay. Do not act recklessly. If you provoke him, even the emperor cannot save you. Apologize by kneeling? On what grounds?" Li Tai, as the third prince of the Great Tang dynasty, had never bowed to anyone before. He refused to kneel. Tension hung thick in the air when suddenly the ground trembled with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves as a formidable cavalry charged forth, led by a young general appearing to be in his 30s. Exuding an aura of mastery in the condensation realm, clad in armor and wielding a spear, he commanded 3,000 ironclad warriors to launch an assault against the demons. "Attack!" The 3,000 soldiers moved as one, their synchronized movements creating an eerie harmony, resembling a singular entity. Xianxia exclaimed excitedly, "Esteemed leader, this is the most formidable cavalry of our Great Tang, the Iron Pagoda. Though only 3,000 strong, they are invincible. Their most renowned battle was 3 years ago when they decimated 100,000 troops of the Great Ming." He realized he was witnessing this prowess for the first time. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, the cavalry had already reached the demons. "Charge!" In a swift onslaught, the demons were left with scant numbers. A few high-ranking demons recognized the threat and roared as they charged toward the cavalry. The 3,000 warriors, undaunted, surged forward once more. In an instant, only the formidable demon in the harmonization realm remained. "Flee!" The harmonization demon, stricken with fear, turned to escape. The leading general, spear in hand, shouted, "Unite the formation! Attack!" The 3,000 cavalrymen promptly drew their spears and hurled them in unison. In the air, the spears converged into a single force, hurtling toward the harmonization demon. The creature was instantly pinned to the ground by a single spear, meeting its demise on the spot. What a remarkable general! Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xianxia, who is this valiant warrior? Esteemed leader, the commander of the Iron Pagoda is named Chen Lin. He is the elder brother of my senior sister. Oh! Chen Lin felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that this third prince was none other than the one his disciple had refused to wed. What a farce! He relies on his mother's favoritism from the emperor, attempting to usurp the throne, even seeking my father to marry my senior sister. Damn. Does he not consider his own worth? In truth, there were widespread rumors suggesting that Li Tai's pursuit of his senior sister was not out of affection, but rather a calculated move to curry favor with her elder brother. Chen Mengxi is no ordinary individual. He is heralded as the mightiest general of the Tang dynasty in a century. With an innate, greedy wolf battle body, he embodies the epitome of a once-in-a-century warrior. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, lamenting, alas, he is destined for the battlefield alone. At that moment, a desire to take on an apprentice stirred within Chen Lin. However, for Li Tai, Chen Mengxi's emergence was akin to encountering a savior, especially upon witnessing the demons that had besieged them being vanquished one by one. He bellowed, Chen Mengxi, I am the third Prince Li Tai. Come to my aid. Xianxia's expression shifted, remarking, Master, this could spell trouble. Chen Lin replied with a calm demeanor. Do you think I fear the 3,000 Iron Buddha? Xianxia shook his head. Not at all. It's just that Chen Mengxi is, after all, the elder brother of my senior sister. Ignoring Li Tai's plea for help, Chen Mengxi instead regarded Chen Lin with a mixture of wariness and intrigue. To any observer, Chen Lin appeared to be an ordinary man. The more unassuming he seemed, the more it suggested the depths of his capabilities, hinting at a complexity far beyond the surface. Could it be that he is a figure from a celestial sect? Chen Mengxi speculated. In a time of chaos wrought by demons, the common people suffered immensely. The major dynasties prepared for war, while the 3 great celestial sects and 2 ancient clans dispatched their most exceptional disciples to exterminate the demons. Chen Mengxi, having battled across the years and slain countless foes, had eradicated tens of thousands of demons. Yet, he remained humble, aware that being dubbed the mightiest general of the Tang dynasty was merely a reflection of his home. In the face of celestial sects and ancient clans, there existed prodigies beyond compare. His talents, in the grand scheme, were but a trifling matter. As Chen Mengxi became lost in contemplation, Li Tai's frustration boiled over. Chen Mengxi, you possess great audacity. Upon encountering this prince, you did not even come forth to greet me. Do you dare to threaten me with a complaint to my father to revoke your position as commander of the Iron Buddha? Chen Mengxi frowned, coldly retorting, Indeed, I believe the third prince could lodge such a complaint. However, I too could choose to end your life this very moment. I wonder how you would then accuse me. He scoffed at the royal family. The Tang dynasty, having existed for over 3,000 years alongside noble families, had long since succumbed to decay. Such a dynasty was beneath his contempt. If they chose not to trouble him, he would be content. Li Tai's complexion paled significantly. Chen Mengxi, do you intend to rebel? If you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you. Chen Mengxi dismissed him with disdain. You do not represent the entire Tang dynasty. In this chaotic world of demons, should I slay you, it could easily be claimed that you fell victim to their hand. Who would dare to question it? Li Tai turned ashen, unable to fathom that Chen Mengxi would utter such treasonous words. Just as he prepared to continue berating Chen Mengxi, he was suddenly restrained by Peng Fei, who urged, Your Highness, refrain. Right now, he wields the knife, and we are the meat. We must not offend him. Although Peng Fei was a master of the harmonious realm, he was thoroughly intimidated by Chen Mengxi's effortless slaughter of harmonious realm demons, which had been as simple as butchering a dog or chicken. Your Highness, as long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not worry about a lack of firewood. Though Li Tai was reluctant, he understood that Peng Fei spoke the truth and could only retreat in silence. Chen Mengxi respectfully inquired, Might I ask if you two are individuals from the celestial sect? Which immortal mountain do you hail from? Xianxia chuckled. I have long admired the esteemed name of General Shan. It seems we share a connection with you. General, there is no need for such formality. Chen Mengxi was perplexed. A connection? They were one of the 9 great families of the Tang dynasty, the Shun family ranking second. Unfortunately, none of their kin had entered the celestial sect. Unable to comprehend, she shook her head and stated, "Earlier, His Highness the Third Prince may have offended you two immortals. On his behalf, I extend my apologies and ask for your mercy towards him." Chen Lin, puzzled, remarked, "You were just at odds with him, yet now you plead for his sake." Shen Mengshi replied, "Though I harbor disdain for Li Tai, he is, after all, a sovereign, and I am a subject. If we have crossed paths, I cannot simply turn a blind eye." Chen Lin nodded. "Very well, I shall spare them their lives, but while death may be avoided, punishment cannot be escaped. Kneel and admit your fault." "What? You expect the third prince to kneel and apologize?" Li Tai erupted in fury. "Who do you think you are? Merely beings from the celestial sect? I am the third prince of the Tang dynasty. If you have the ability, kill me." He then turned to Shen Mengshi, "And you?" "Shen Mengshi, do not feign concern. Yes, I once sought to ally with your family by proposing to your sister, but to my dismay, she eloped, leaving me humiliated. You must surely wish for my demise, do you not? Your so-called plea for mercy is but a pretense." Chen Lin interjected, "Shen Mengshi, it seems the third prince does not appreciate your kindness." Shen Mengshi, her face aflame with anger and a murderous intent boiling within her, coldly declared, "Li Tai, since you court death, your fate is no longer my concern." She turned to Chen Lin and said, "Immortal, you may handle the third prince as you see fit." Chen Lin shook his head. Heaven's misfortunes may still allow for survival, but one who brings ruin upon themselves cannot hope to live. Li Tai bellowed, "Enough with your nonsense. If you have the guts, kill me." Chen Lin replied, "If you wish to die, I shall oblige." With a wave of his hand, a blade of sword intent instantly shattered Li Tai's form. With a gasp, Li Tai spewed forth blood, terror etched across his face. "I am the third prince of the Tang dynasty. How dare you kill me? If you slay me, my father will not let you go." Chen Lin scoffed. "I am the head of the Tianyuan Mountain of the Yushu immortal sect. Do you truly believe your father would dare seek revenge for you? I had intended to keep your head as a trophy for my disciple, but since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall grant your wish." Chapter 59. Taking Disciples, Shen Mengshi. "No, it cannot be. How could you possibly be the head of the Yushu immortal sect?" Li Tai once again spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly terrified. He was indifferent to ordinary disciples of the celestial sect, and even the elders in charge would not instill fear in him, for he believed his father would not be afraid of them. However, standing before a mountain's foremost seat, he knew that even if his father were to learn of his demise, he would not seek revenge on his behalf. Rather, he would proclaim to the world that he deserved his fate. "You just mentioned that your disciple wishes to kill me. Who is your disciple? Why does she wish for my death?" Li Tai gasped, mustering his last breath to inquire. Chen Lin replied, "Her name is Shun Linglong. It's her." Li Tai let out a bitter laugh, his head tilting as he fell lifeless to the ground. Shen Mengshi quickly asked, "Immortal, did you mean Shen Linglong is from the Shun family in Chang'an of the Great Tang?" Since her younger sister had eloped months prior, Shen Mengshi had been deeply worried and had searched everywhere for her, but to no avail. Now, however, she had finally received news of her sister. Shen Lin nodded, "Indeed. My disciple Shen Linglong is your younger sister." "Truly my sister," Shen Mengshi exclaimed joyfully. "Our entire family has been anxious about her, yet she has joined a celestial sect without informing us." At that moment, Shen Mengshi felt a weight lift from her heart. Most importantly, if she remembered correctly, the individual before her was the head of the Tianyuan Mountain at the Yushu celestial sect. If her sister became his disciple, she would be a true inner disciple of the Yushu sect. This significantly elevated her sister's status. Shen Mengshi sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Immortal, I thank you for accepting my sister as your disciple. She has always been willful. If she ever offends you, please feel free to discipline her." Chen Lin responded, "I am quite satisfied with Linglong. She is worthy of being my disciple." "Shen Mengshi, do you wish to become my disciple?" Chen Lin suddenly asked. "Huh?" Shen Mengshi was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing her ears. "Immortal, do you mean?" Chen Lin explained, "Your greedy wolf battle body is inherently suited for the battlefield. I cannot take you back to the mountain, so I can only accept you as a named disciple. Would you be willing?" "Absolutely. I would be more than willing." In an instant, Shen Mengshi was overwhelmed with joy. Becoming a member of the celestial sect was a dream cherished by many, not to mention in battles among peers. The celestial disciples would undoubtedly surpass those of the mundane world, showcasing the formidable legacy of the sect. Disciple Shen Mengshi pays respects to master. Shen Mengshi knelt down and bowed 3 times to Chen Lin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving another disciple. The Greedy Wolf Battle Body, Xianxia, has become the host's named disciple. Reward: 1 additional daily critical return and a disciple recruitment gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. Chen Lin eagerly responded. It seems I've made the right choice in accepting this disciple. Also, please open the recruitment gift pack for me. Upon opening the treasure trove, one is bestowed with a 9th grade awakening elixir, a supreme martial technique known as the Greedy Wolf Battle Body, a set of royal grade armor, the Greedy Wolf armor, and a royal grade weapon, the Greedy Wolf spear. What a remarkable ensemble of Greedy Wolf equipment. The Greedy Wolf Battle Body is a paragon of martial prowess, inherently destined for combat, and ranks among the 3 formidable battle bodies of its era: the Breaking Army, the 7 Killers, and the Greedy Wolf. The Breaking Army signifies destruction, while the Killing in 7 Killers embodies audacity, and the Greedy Wolf represents desire. Those who possess the Greedy Wolf Battle Body are thus deemed the gods of desire in warfare. Chen Lin remarked, "Rise." "Thank you, Master," replied Xianxia as she stood. "Master, you have always said that I embody the Greedy Wolf Battle Body. Could it be that I possess some unique constitution?" Chen Lin nodded. "Indeed. The Greedy Wolf Battle Body is of the highest royal grade potential, born for battle, a natural warrior. However, your battle body has yet to solidify its resolve. Nonetheless, to outsiders, you appear to possess 8th grade potential. Now that you have pledged yourself as my disciple, I shall aid you in solidifying the Greedy Wolf Battle Body." With that, Chen Lin produced the 9th grade awakening elixir and handed it to her. "Consume this elixir, and I shall lend you my strength." Xianxia accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. The medicinal power surged within her, erupting with immense force. A resounding roar emanated from within her as she seemed to be lifted into the air, a colossal phantom of the Greedy Wolf manifesting behind her. Chen Lin, with deft movements, engaged in a series of strikes through the void. The Greedy Wolf phantom swelled in size before re-entering Xianxia's form. The Greedy Wolf Battle Body was thus established. With the achievement of the Greedy Wolf Battle Body, Xianxia, who had only recently reached the mid-stage of qi condensation, instantly broke through to the late stage, with further prospects for advancement. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and declared, "How can my disciple, Chen Lin, be relegated to the path of refining the world's malevolent energy?" In an instant, he appeared before Xianxia and struck the crown of her head with his palm. Xianxia's newly acquired late-stage qi condensation rapidly regressed to the mid-stage, then to the early stage, ultimately settling at the pinnacle of spirit refinement. A surge of malevolent energy, nurtured by the heavens, was extracted from Xianxia's essence. Before Xianxia could react, Chen Lin once again infused her with a torrent of formidable energy. A crisp crack echoed as her fallen realm was restored in a single stroke. Early-stage qi condensation, mid-stage, late-stage, and finally, the pinnacle of qi condensation, where it ceased to ascend further. Ding! The host has granted the disciple Xianxia a 9th grade awakening elixir, meeting the criteria for critical return. Will it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward: a 7,000-fold critical return, resulting in the acquisition of a divine grade herb, the ice lotus. Lo and behold, a precious herb, the ice lotus. This is fortuitously ideal for aiding my cultivation of the 9th grade golden lotus technique. The 9th grade golden lotus technique is indeed a celestial grade martial art, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, exceptionally formidable. Alas, it is classified as postnatal, thus relegating it to the celestial tier. If one could harness the power of virtue to forge a 9-rank virtuous golden lotus, it would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of innate spiritual treasures. Alas, the means of acquiring such virtue remains elusive, and he is utterly unaware of the methods to integrate it. At that moment, Xianxia awakened, sensing the immense magical energy within him, embodying the pinnacle of his realm, and possessing an indomitable warrior's physique. He knelt before Chen Lin, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for his master's assistance. Chen Lin replied, "Rise, for as my disciple, I shall not treat you unjustly. Now that you have awakened the Greedy Wolf Battle Body, there is no need to pursue your previous cultivation. A 7-rank technique? Surely, that would bring shame upon Taiyu Mountain. Fortunately, I possess a royal rank technique, the Greedy Wolf Battle Technique, which is perfectly suited to your constitution. I shall now impart it to you." With a single gesture, Chen Lin summoned the Greedy Wolf Battle Technique into Xianxia's consciousness. The royal rank technique filled Shen Mengshi with boundless joy, a treasure he had scarcely dared to dream of. Consider their own Shen family. As one of the 9 great families of the Great Tang, their strongest technique amounted to merely a 7-rank technique and a half-step 8-rank technique. Chapter 60. The Purple Cloud Set. Ding. The host imparts the royal rank greedy wolf battle technique to disciple Shen Mengshi, meeting the critical hit criteria. Do you wish to trigger critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Receiving a reward of 6,000 times the critical return, acquiring the divine secret method. The 9-fold divine strength technique. This 9-fold divine strength is reminiscent of the golden slash of Taiwan Mountain, which embodies 9 strikes of power, each a transformation of strength. The divine strength surpasses mere transformation, delivering a more potent, destructive force. If 9-fold transformation strength represents 9-fold the attack of a typical adult, then 9-fold divine strength multiplies that by an additional 9, resulting in a staggering 81 times the normal attack power. Chen Lin felt confident that mastering the 9-fold divine strength secret method would enable him, in a mere single strike, to contend with opponents in the late stages of the cave profound realm, without even factoring in his other abilities. He was thoroughly satisfied with this divine secret method and continued, as one embodying the greedy wolf battle body, you are destined for the battlefield, where conflict reigns. An appropriate armor is indispensable. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a set of armor. With a wave of his hand, the greedy wolf battle armor materialized before Shen Mengshi. Suspended in the air like a ravenous wolf, howling towards the heavens, its intimidating presence instilling fear in all who beheld it. Instantly captivated by the armor, Shen Mengshi exclaimed, "Master, this armor is truly a gift from me." Chen Lin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, try it on. Shen Mengshi eagerly complied, donning the formidable armor. As he adorned himself, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. At that moment, he embodied the greedy wolf star monarch, an invincible warrior, sweeping all opposition aside. As if the very heavens and earth bowed to his supremacy. The greedy wolf symbolizes desire and unparalleled martial prowess. Yet its ultimate purpose is to eradicate war and usher in peace. Hence it is often referred to as a symbol of tranquility. Chen Lin remarked, the greedy wolf armor, once donned, seamlessly integrates with your being, allowing you to summon it at will. With a flicker of thought, Shen Mengshi made the armor vanish, and with another, it reappeared upon her form. Chen Lin nodded approvingly. Indeed, with the armor secured, all that remains is a formidable weapon. Fortunately, I possess a greedy wolf spear, which I shall bestow upon you. With a wave of his hand, the greedy wolf spear materialized before Shen Mengshi. This spear, a genuine cold weapon akin to a lance but longer, measures between 2 to 2.5 meters, making it ideal for cavalry combat. It possesses the versatility to engage enemies using both spear and lance techniques, capable of vanquishing foes with a single charge. Truly, it is an instrument of war par excellence. Among the constellations of the Break Army, 7 Kills, and Greedy Wolf, the Greedy Wolf itself epitomizes the cavalry warrior. A weapon chooses its master, and a master chooses their weapon. Upon the emergence of the Greedy Wolf spear, Shen Mengshi felt an irresistible pull towards it, as if the spear were innately hers, an extension of her very essence. Likewise, the greedy wolf spear sensed her presence and swiftly flew to her, resonating with the sound of allegiance. With her innate greedy wolf battle physique, complemented by the greedy wolf battle technique and clad in the greedy wolf armor, she was a veritable reincarnation of the greedy wolf star. With the spear in hand, Shen Mengshi's aura surged to its zenith. A formidable wave of murderous intent and desire ascended to the heavens, unleashing a thunderous roar. The skies darkened as the illusory form of the greedy wolf appeared once more, enveloping the entire demon suppression pass in the shadow of the greedy wolf star. A beam of stellar light descended, swiftly enveloping Shen Mengshi. This was the greedy wolf star's endorsement, marking her as the true master of the greedy wolf star. Chen Lin was elated. As the master of the greedy wolf star, she could harness its power. Although she was merely of the supreme king body, she was not inferior to the mid-tier divine bodies. Moreover, the master of the greedy wolf star excels in the chaos of battle, unmatched in combat prowess, rarely encountering an equal amongst peers. At that moment, Shen Mengshi truly evolved. Ding! The host has imparted the royal grade artifact, Greedy Wolf Armor, to disciple Shen Mengshi. It meets the critical hit criteria. Shall a critical hit be executed? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 10,000-fold returned, acquiring the Celestial Gray Garment, Purple Cloud Celestial Garment. The Purple Cloud Sword and Purple Cloud Celestial Garment. Could they be a set? Chen Lin felt a stir within, and in an instant, the Purple Cloud Celestial Garment adorned him. Resembling a flowing purple robe, it is impervious to blades and fire. Boasting unparalleled defense, strikes against it, even from foes of equal rank, would evoke no sensation, let alone inflict injury. Accompanied by the Xianxia sword, Chen Lin truly embodies the essence of a transcendent immortal. However, while he possesses the sword and the celestial garments, it seems he lacks a pair of shoes. How splendid it would be to have the Xianxia shoes. To his astonishment, as soon as Chen Lin contemplated this, the system unexpectedly delivered the shoes to his doorstep. Ding! The host imparts the royal grade treasure, the greedy wolf spear, to disciple Xianxia, meeting the critical strike criteria. Is a critical strike activated? Critical strike. Critical strike successful. Reward of 10,000-fold return granted, receiving celestial gray garments and Xianxia ascending shoes. It was perfect, a complete set. The acquisition of this disciple proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. This wave of benefits was truly delightful. A 10,000-fold return, indeed, occurred twice. He bestowed upon Xianxia a complete greedy wolf set, while assembling his own Xianxia set. He was of royal rank. He himself was celestial grade. Alright. By mentoring Xianxia, it seemed he had also been rewarded with an opportunity for a return strike. Perhaps he would be granted another treasure, leading to another critical strike return. Ding! At that moment, the system chimed. Chen Lin was momentarily baffled. The host imparts the experience of the primordial palm to disciple Xianxia, allowing him to attain the foundational level of the primordial palm, meeting the critical strike criteria. Is a critical strike activated? It was Xianxia. Chen Lin suddenly recalled that he had indeed previously taught him the primordial palm, and to his surprise, it had triggered a critical strike return. Critical strike. Critical strike successful. Reward of 3,000-fold return granted, obtaining a substantial amount of martial arts experience. This time, he received martial arts experience directly. He claimed it. The martial arts experience was directly allocated to the Royal Dao Killing Fist. The Royal Dao Killing Fist. The foremost technique of supreme martial arts, represents the profound synthesis of royal and lethal paths. At present, he could only unleash the power of royal-grade martial arts. Yet, Chen Lin sensed that this technique was far from simple. The absence of a second technique's enhancement rendered it merely royal-grade. If he were to acquire more techniques, the might of this strike could potentially surpass even divine and celestial grades. Excellent. The Royal Dao Killing Fist had finally reached minor perfection. It had not been an easy feat currently. Chen Lin was somewhat unbalanced. His swordsmanship was exceptional, yet his hand-to-hand combat needed refinement. The Royal Dao Killing Fist somewhat compensated for this shortcoming. Some might argue that mastering a single discipline is the true path, but for Chen Lin, with the critical strike return system at his disposal, he naturally desired it all. After all, he was an adult. Chapter 61, Calamity. Meanwhile, the third princely Tai was slain, causing Peng Fei and the others to flee in terror. They ran for dozens of kilometers before finally stopping. At that moment, everyone was in a state of panic. The third prince's murder warranted severe consequences, and the only hope for survival lay with Peng Fei. As the deputy lord of the offering hall, even the emperor of the Tang dynasty would require substantial justification to take his life. Thud! A group of golden guards immediately knelt before Peng Fei. Esteemed patron, the third prince has been slain. Our only hope lies with you. We beseech you to save us. Peng Fei implored. Arise, he continued. Upon your return, report the truth. The emperor will not take action against you. After all, it was the Grand Master of the Immortal Sect who orchestrated the prince's demise. Chen Lin's reputation will soon resonate throughout the entire Tai Xian domain, much like his master, the Tai Xian true monarch. A golden guard inquired, Esteemed patron, is this Chen Lin truly formidable? Peng Fei scoffed. Formidable is an understatement. Rest assured, his name will soon echo through Tai Xian. When that time comes, you may return without worry. Meanwhile, Chen Lin accepted Xianxia as his disciple, bestowing upon him divine powers and treasures, before formally entering the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains with Xianxia. Concurrently, various ancient sects and powerful clans, upon learning the cause of the recent turmoil, chose to explore the 10,000 mountains, for it pertained to the tomb of the demon emperor. The ancient beasts, such as Zhu Yan, were conveniently overlooked. As night fell in a certain area of the 10,000 mountains, a group gathered around a flickering campfire. Among them, one individual would be instantly recognizable to Chen Lin. It was his senior disciple, Xiao from the Yusu sect. In this chaotic era, as ancient beasts emerged from the 10,000 mountains and the tomb of the demon emperor surfaced, opportunities and perils coexisted. Xianxia's rise instilled a profound sense of pressure and urgency within Xiao Yi. When the sect leader declared the mission to descend the mountain and eliminate demons, Xiao Yi volunteered, setting his sights on the 10,000 mountains as his first destination. He was engaged in hushed conversation with a young and beautiful woman, radiating an aura of purity. Behind her, an elderly man squatted, his gaze fixated on the fire, yet his consciousness was spread wide, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The woman was named Jiang Li, the little princess of the Jiang clan, one of the two great ancient clans of the Taishan domain. With a curious expression, she asked Xiao Yi, "Elder brother Xiao Yi, I heard that the martial arts competition of your Yusu sect has concluded. Surely, you emerged victorious." Xiao Yi shook his head, replying, "I did not participate in the competition." "Oh," Jiang Li lamented, "it must be that if you had participated, the outcome would have been a foregone conclusion, hence your absence." Xiao Yi offered a wry smile. "Had I participated, I fear I would not have secured the championship." "What? That cannot be true," Jiang Li exclaimed in disbelief. "Elder brother Xiao Yi, you are a celestial strongman and the foremost prodigy of the Yusu sect. Even my elder brother, whose cultivation is akin to yours, cannot surpass you. Who in the Yusu sect could possibly rival you?" Xiao Yi responded, "There was none before. But now there is, and she is a woman. Her name is Xianxia. Although I have yet to spar with her, I suspect I would not withstand 10 exchanges in her presence." "That is inconceivable." Jiang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. "Elder brother Xiao Yi, are you truly speaking the truth?" The elderly man, too, was visibly stirred by this revelation. Xiao Yi was acutely aware of his extraordinary talent. A natural divine body that stood in parallel with his own Jiang family's revered physique, a paragon among the exceptional. When would the Yushu Xianzong witness another peerless genius capable of invoking feelings of inadequacy within him? Suddenly, Jiang Li's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Eighth granduncle." Danger approaches from that direction. The elder, known as Jiang Wei, the eighth elder of the Jiang family and a formidable transformation stage expert, served as Jiang Li's protector. He was well aware of Jiang Li's unique abilities. Though she appeared to possess an ordinary ninth-grade physique, she inherently harbored formidable mental strength, allowing her to foresee misfortune and discern reality. With the emergence of the demon emperor's tomb, if anyone were to have the greatest hope of discovering it, it would undoubtedly be this young princess. Her ability to sense danger indicated that the source of this threat was beyond their capability to confront. Jiang Li's complexion paled further as she warned, "Eighth granduncle, it's too late. The danger draws near, and it is heading straight for us. Quickly, extinguish the fire." The elder promptly waved his hand, and the flames were extinguished in an instant. This action incited discontent among the others gathered around the fire. "What nonsense is this? Just because a little girl claims there is danger, you extinguish the fire? Have you lost your mind? If you don't wish to remain here, feel free to leave. No one will stop you." They lamented, "This is the sixth Jia divine fire, specifically meant to ward off the demons lurking in the darkness. And you extinguished it just like that." With that, someone attempted to reignite the sixth Jia divine fire. Jiang Li estili intervenant. "No. It is highly likely that an ancient demon beast is approaching, and it has been drawn here by the sixth Jia divine fire." Unfortunately, her concerns fell on deaf ears, and the fire was reignited. Once again, danger loomed. Jiang Li shouted, "Eighth granduncle, brother Xiao Yi, we must flee." The elder grasped Jiang Li and fled frantically, while Xiao Yi, albeit bewildered, trusted the two and resolutely followed suit. Observing the trio's disheveled retreat, the onlookers by the fire could not suppress their laughter. One disciple from Yushu Xianzong and two from ancient clans. How utterly ridiculous! Even with danger looming, they heed the words of a little girl. What a bunch of lunatics. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Without the sixth Jia divine fire to repel the demons, who among us can endure the night in this treacherous wilderness? Just as their mockery echoed in the air, a colossal crimson figure suddenly surged forth from the distance, hurtling toward them with lightning speed. An overwhelming wave of peril enveloped the entire campfire. It was the ancient demon beast, Hudo. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to evade it, but it was too late. In an instant, Huido appeared before them, opening its maw to devour both people and fire in one swift motion. The Elder's face turned ashen as he urged, "Run." Huido is a calamity demon beast, feeding on fire and capable of spewing flames. Even its excrement is fiery. Wherever it goes, disaster follows. Damn it. If not for them, how could Huido have been drawn here? Huido resembled a hunting hound, its massive form moving with incredible agility. Clearly unsated after consuming several humans and the 6 Jia divine fire, it turned its gaze towards Xiao, Yi, and the others. The 3 individuals did not ponder for long before turning and fleeing. With a thunderous roar, the ancient beast, Huido, unleashed a torrent of flames that surged skyward, relentlessly pursuing the trio. The manifestation of Huido's might instantly alarmed countless surrounding factions, leaving them in a state of shock. This was indeed the legendary ancient beast, Huido. Just days prior, another ancient beast, Zhuyan, had appeared. Was the Demon Emperor's dynasty truly preparing to wage war against humanity? Or was it perhaps due to the tomb of the Demon Emperor? Amidst the gasps of the crowd, a colossal figure rose, bellowing with fury, pounding its chest and stomping its feet. Each stomp sent tremors through the earth, akin to an earthquake. It was Zhuyan, roused from its slumber. Run. What does the tomb of the Demon Emperor matter? Even if we find it, can we confront these 2 ancient beasts? The looming threat of death caused many to retreat in fear. The entire forest was shrouded in an aura of mortality, with countless demons lurking within, hunting the powerful among humanity. The air was filled with the echoes of anguish. Xiao, Yi, and his companions found themselves in dire straits as Huido relentlessly pursued them. Although the Elder was a formidable transformation stage practitioner, Huido was an ancient beast of the creation realm. Had it not been for the obstructive trees and rocks, it would have caught up with them long ago. Yet even so, the trio remained on the brink of becoming Huido's next meal. With a ferocious roar, Huido unleashed a fiery blast. As the flames surged forth, countless trees and stones were instantly reduced to ashes. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted, and a fiery spark shot toward Zhongli. In the early stages of her condensation, Zhongli was ill-equipped to withstand even the slightest ember. Had it not been for the royal grade artifact, the flowing light shoes, she would have perished. However, in her frantic escape, her internal energy was nearly depleted. As the spark hurtled towards her, she realized too late that evasion was impossible. Should it strike her, death would be inevitable. Regret washed over Zhongli. Relying on her unique mental abilities to seek opportunities, she now found herself on the brink of losing her life. Qiuli Duja, the Elder, sensing the impending danger, swiftly positioned himself before Zhongli and struck at the spark with a powerful punch. Although the spark was struck, it did not extinguish. Instead, it ignited along the Elder's arm. This is Huido's fire. The Elder gritted his teeth and swiftly severed his arm with a knife-like motion. As it fell, his arm turned to ash, finally extinguishing the fiery spark. "Eighth grandfather, your hand." Zhang Li's face turned pale. "I'm so sorry. It's my recklessness that brought us to the 10,000 great mountains, and I've brought you harm." The Elder, his complexion wan and shaken, shook his head, saying, "Eighth grandfather is fine. It's just a severed hand. After all, once I reach the realm of transformation, my arms shall emerge on their own. For now, escaping is paramount." Suddenly, the Elder seized Zhang Li and shouted, "Xiao Yi, I implore you to take little Li away. I shall confront this calamity myself." Zhang Li cried out, "Eighth granduncle, no. You are no match for this calamity. You will perish. We must leave together." The Elder, with a resolute expression, declared, "If we leave together, none of us shall escape. Xiao Yi, quickly take Lily away." In his hand, a large blade appeared as he advanced towards the calamity, striking down with ferocity. "Eighth granduncle, please." Jiang Li subat unkuntruyabli. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yi urged Jiang Li flee. "Eighth granduncle is buying us time. If we do not leave now, none will escape. Hurry." The Elder's voice echoed once more. The calamity, infuriated, growled, "Damn humans. Instead of being proper food, you dare to resist. I shall rend you in two." With a roar, the calamity opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at the Elder. Sensing his imminent demise, the Elder bellowed, "Ancient demonic beast, come forth. Today, I shall perish alongside you." Just as the Elder seemed destined to be devoured, a tremendous sword intent cleaved through the void, appearing before the calamity and launching an attack. The calamity was momentarily thwarted, its body forced back several meters before it steadied itself, filled with rage as it glared in the direction from whence the sword intent emanated. The elder, who had presumed himself doomed, was taken aback, turning to see a young man clad in purple, youthful in appearance, emerged gracefully from the void, exuding a flow of sword intent as if he had torn through the very fabric of reality. It was he who had saved me earlier. The elder's expression grew grave. When had such a powerful figure from the ancient clan of the Tai-Xian domain appeared, unbeknownst to him, with the elder now saved, Jiangli finally felt a sense of relief, pushing Xiao Yi aside and rushing towards the elder. Eighth granduncle, please do not frighten me. The elder, with a wry smile, shook his head, saying, I am fine. He then gazed into the void and respectfully addressed, I am Jiang Wei, the eighth elder of the Jiang clan. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed friend. Uncle Chen Lin, Xiao Yi was utterly astonished, his face a mask of disbelief. The one who had just repelled the calamity with a single strike was indeed Uncle Chen Lin. Moreover, the power of that strike was such that even his own master could scarcely match it. Chen Lin, noticing Xiao Yi, nodded and remarked, Nephew Xiao Yi is also present. Calamity, ancient demonic beast, in the realm of transformation. What better opportunity to test the sharpness of my sword than now? Undoubtedly, the ancient demonic beast was the perfect entity to gauge Chen Lin's accomplishments. He practiced the 9 turns profound art, a technique renowned as one of the top 10 in all realms, an unparalleled gateway to enlightenment through strength. Achieving mastery in this art would render him comparable to the primordial demon gods. The ancient beasts, formidable in the eyes of mortals, were, in Chen Lin's perspective, merely a stepping stone for his trials. With a single sword in hand, he charged towards the calamity beast. Friend, do not act recklessly. This is an ancient beast, Jiang Wei exclaimed, startled, as he hurried to intervene. Yet, Chen Lin paid him no heed and lunged forward. Jiang Wei could only manage a wry smile. Xiao, is this Chen Lin truly your master? How could that be? If repelling the calamity beast was merely a surprise attack, then this sword strike that forces it back again truly demonstrates his prowess. Jiang Wei swallowed hard and inquired, Xiao Yi, who exactly is this Chen Lin? Xiao Yi repeated. Do you recall when I mentioned to Xiao Li that even if I participated in the martial arts tournament, I could not claim the championship? The one I hold in high regard is named Gu Qianxia, who is indeed Chen Lin's disciple. Master Chen Lin is the head of the Tai Mountain in the Yushu sect. Tai Mountain, the abode of the esteemed Tai Xianjun? Jiang Wei asked urgently. Indeed, Xiao Yi confirmed. Tai Xianjun single-handedly swept through the eternal life realm, making him unrivaled within it. Even when facing the slashing Dao Kings, he could still put up a formidable fight, his reputation echoing throughout the Tai Xian domain, with none daring to contest it. Jiang Wei marveled, so he is a high disciple of Tai Xianjun. No wonder. Like master, like disciple. Back in the day, Tai Xianjun instilled fear across the Tai Xian domain. Today, it seems it is time for his disciple to shine. Thanks to Chen Lin, I would have perished in the 10,000 great mountains otherwise. He reflected in gratitude. Chapter 63. A sword defeats the calamity beast. The scene of Chen Lin, alone with his sword, battling the calamity beast instantly captivated numerous onlookers. Everyone was in awe. Who is this person? How dare he oppose the calamity beast? Is he insane? They murmured. The calamity beast was an ancient creature with the realm of creation, an adversary only the slashing Dao Kings could contend with. Was he not courting death? What does it matter? With Zhu Yan approaching from behind and the calamity beast blocking our path, we should seize this opportunity to escape. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Chen Lin paid no mind. His focus was solely on the calamity beast. Among the 108 ancient beasts, Zhu Yan would undoubtedly rank within the top 10, while the calamity beast was perhaps a notch below, ranking around 80 or 90. Nonetheless, it remained a formidable foe, capable of sweeping through any adversary of the same level. With a surge of momentum, Chen Lin unleashed the great Zhou Tian sword technique. His energy peaked as he executed the first phase of gathering power, followed by the second phase of drawing the sword, culminating in the third phase of striking down his foe, all executed in a seamless, lightning-fast motion. With a single sword, he harnessed the celestial forces, unleashing a cry that echoed like a wailing specter, a blow that would draw blood from his enemy. This strike perfectly embodied the essence of a true swordsmanship, to slay one's foe and only then to retreat. Boom! The purple cloud sword pierced fiercely into the chest of the calamity beast. A wound appeared instantaneously upon the body of Huidou, blood splattering forth as he was violently propelled away by the might of a single sword strike, crashing heavily to the ground and unleashing a furious roar. Astonishingly, he had sustained an injury inflicted by a mere human. The surrounding human powerhouses were left in a state of shock, scarcely able to believe their own eyes. What had transpired? Huidou had been wounded, struck by a single sword. Who was this individual? That sword just now. Could he truly be merely a major figure of the Dongxian realm? How could he have injured Huidou? I recognize him. His name is Chen Lin, the esteemed master of Tai Mountain from the Yusu Immortal sect. If Chen Lin were to discern the identity of the one who revealed himself, he would surely recognize that it was Zhao Buhua, an elder of the Shu Mountain sword lineage from the Xianxia Immortal Gate. Zhao Buhua was filled with bitterness and dread. Recalling how he had previously considered interceding for his disciple, daring to offend this formidable figure, it was a stroke of immense fortune that he had escaped unscathed. Such profound cultivation, even the Xianxia Immortal Gate would likely hesitate to provoke him lightly. How extraordinarily monstrous! The master of Tai Mountain, was he not a disciple of the late Tai Xian True Monarch? In his heyday, Tai Xian True Monarch swept through all adversaries, instilling fear throughout Tai Xian. It is said that where there is a master, there must be an exceptional disciple. It is no wonder that Chen Lin possesses such formidable prowess. Yet, one might lament for what? Someone inquired. This individual shook his head, saying, "Do you truly believe that Chen Lin stands a chance against Huidou? Have you not noted that Chen Lin is merely a major figure of the Dongxian realm, while Huidou is a primordial beast of the true monarch of transformation? Indeed, how could I have overlooked this?" A flicker of hope ignited within Zhao Buhua. Even if Chen Lin is strong, he is still human and merely of the Dongxian realm. Before him stands Huidou. Though he temporarily holds the upper hand by wounding Huidou, such fortune is but fleeting and will likely enrage Huidou, revealing his ferocity and dramatically enhancing his strength. Chen Lin, how arrogant you are to dare provoke Huidou, oblivious to the imminent peril. Your demise is assured. Zhao Buhua envisioned the scene of Chen Lin being consumed by Huidou. In a flash of rage, Huidou's form expanded immensely, growing several times its size. His body engulfed in blue flames, rendering the surrounding air seemingly frozen. Huidou thrived on flames, for within him resided the Huidou spirit fire, a blaze that devoured any flame in its path, even those of the sun and moon. Moreover, the power of Huidou's spirit fire escalated in tandem with the flames it consumed, reaching staggering heights that evoked awe. With a thunderous roar, Huidou unleashed a torrent of fire towards Chen Lin. Rather than retreating, Chen Lin surged with indomitable fighting spirit, emanating a formidable aura. Yet, as he prepared to strike, the fiery mass erupted violently, sparks flying forth and arranging themselves into an erratic formation. Chen Lin was a 7th-tier formation master. Each of the 3 great immortal sects excelled in their respective crafts. The Xianxia Immortal Gate was renowned for alchemy, the Yusu Immortal Sect for artifact forging, and the Luofu Immortal Gate for formations. However, it is not absolute. Although each possesses unique strengths, their treasures are undeniably abundant. The most crucial aspect is that Chen Lin has a systematic approach. He imparts the knowledge of formations to his disciples, gaining invaluable experience in the art of array formation. As a 7th-grade array master, he automatically acquires the formations of all levels below the 7th. The formation composed of countless sparks before him is a grand 7th-grade formation, the 10,000 fire formation. For others, being engulfed by innumerable sparks offers no means of escape. They can only endure it. Yet for Chen Lin, the flaws are glaringly apparent, regardless of the multitude of sparks. With a single step forward, he invokes the distance between heaven and earth, penetrating the void. Countless spark attacks miss their mark in an instant. Chen Lin immediately materializes before Huidou, thrusting his sword once more into the wound he had just inflicted. The Great Zhou Tian Destruction sword technique emphasizes speed, extreme swiftness, while the Great Zhou Tian Destruction sword technique focuses on obliterating the enemy with unparalleled might. The blade pierces Huidou's body, eliciting a shriek. Huidou is impaled, his body flying backward, blood spilling across the ground. The blood ignites upon contact, and the entire forest is enveloped in unending flames. This spectacle leaves everyone in a state of shock. If the first strike that wounded Huidou was a result of his pride and carelessness, this subsequent strike unequivocally illustrates Chen Lin's formidable prowess. No, it cannot be. It is a deception. Everything is a fabrication. How could he possibly injure Huidou with a single sword strike? That is Huidou after all. Zhao Buhai is on the brink of madness. The glimmer of hope that had just arisen is instantly shattered, cruelly cast to the ground and trampled upon. Such remarkable swordsmanship. Xiao Yi is momentarily rendered speechless. This strike is undoubtedly of divine caliber. The Jade Void Immortal Sect possesses various extraordinary techniques, with the sect leader's lineage excelling in palm techniques, known as the Turning Heaven Seal, a technique that can overturn the heavens. Within the Jade Void Immortal Sect, the Turning Heaven Seal is regarded as the foremost among many divine abilities. Nevertheless, he cannot shake the feeling that the sword technique displayed by his master, Chen Lin, is not inferior to the Turning Heaven Seal. Zhangli, Inao, exclaims, eat granduncle. I fear that Senior Chen Lin's strike is perhaps on par with our Jiang family's divine farmer sword technique. The divine farmer sword technique, a divine skill passed down by the ancestors of the Jiang family, originates from the divine farmer emperor, a transcendent being of the third realm of immortality, a figure that has left an indelible mark on history, subduing the supreme emperors of the Tianyuan continent. The great stellar destruction sword technique can rival it. Jiang Wei nods solemnly, stating, not only is it comparable, but it surpasses it. I even suspect this is merely a single move from a complete sword technique. If it were the entire sword technique, it would undoubtedly be at least of immortal grade. Also extraordinary. Zhang Guli exclaims in astonishment. An immortal grade sword technique. Even our Jiang family possesses but a single move of this caliber. For centuries, only a handful have comprehended this sword technique. It has been nearly 1,000 years since 5 individuals have grasped this immortal grade sword technique. Chapter 64. Zhu Yin and Gu Jiao. What a formidable sword. From this moment forth, the renown of the esteemed master Chen Lin shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the Tai-Xian domain, sighed Jiang Wei. With the legacy of Chen Tai-Xian preceding him and the prowess of Chen Lin following, as Xiao Yi proclaimed, his disciples surpass even this innate divine body. The 5 great prodigies. It seems that even in the next generation, the name of Tai Yi Mountain shall continue to reverberate across the entirety of the Tai-Xian domain. But wait, the ancient beast Huidou is attempting to flee. How astonishing. The primordial beast Huidou is actually being driven to escape by a mighty figure of Dongxian. Are they blind, or is Huidou truly feeble? If it is the latter, might they seize an opportunity? The ancient beasts possess precious bones, each imbued with the innate divine powers of the primordial beast. Should one succeed in refining these, they would soar to unimaginable heights. Even the most inferior of ancient beasts harbors godly abilities. With a cold scoff, Chen Lin thought, if he cannot win, so be it. But if he can, how could he allow it to escape? These ancient beasts are treasures in their own right. Typically dwelling deep within the 10,000 great mountains, encounters are rare, and even when they do occur, one often finds themselves reduced to mere prey. Yet, in his frustration, Chen Lin observed that Huidou had transformed into a blazing flame, swiftly fleeing. Each time he approached, before he could launch an attack, Huidou would instantly change direction and escape. The distance was but a step, yet the ability to traverse it proved ineffective against the enemy. Cursed be it. Chen Lin was engulfed in vexation. How could he relinquish this pursuit? The precious bones of Huidou tantalized him immensely, capable of devouring and merging any flame. Though the Tai Yin divine fire and the Yang divine fire within him harmonized perfectly, they remained untruly fused. Each manifestation was singular. If he could amalgamate the 2 flames, their combined power would surely exceed mere addition. Having gravely wounded Huidou with 2 successive strikes, if he does not slay it now, when will he? Ultimately, Huidou, as a primordial beast of the creation realm, appeared vulnerable only due to its own carelessness. Encountering a fully empowered Huidou would render harming it impossible. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to claim its life. Huidou, stand your ground. Chen Lin bellowed, his sword intent surging forth. With a singular stroke of the great Zhou Tian sword technique, he unleashed a formidable blade of intent directed at Huidou. All present stood in awe, involuntarily swallowing hard. Such power! He is relentlessly pursuing Huidou with the intent to slay. This is the essence of Dongxian's great creation, and his opponent is a primordial beast. Has he lost his senses? The terrifying sword intent left all in a state of shock. The name Chen Lin began to spread far and wide. 10 years prior, he was the true monarch of Tai-Xian. 10 years later, he has become a titan in his own right. Though Huido embodies the essence of a primordial beast, its intellect rivals that of humanity. At this moment, it was driven to madness by its own frustration, having been reckless and grievously wounded. It found itself pursued by a detestable human. Without pondering whether today one can escape calamity, even if one retreats deep into the vast mountains, it is likely to become the laughingstock of all demons and monsters. As the chaos unfolded and Huido fled in panic, someone ultimately succumbed to greed and lost themselves. What justifies a powerful figure in the cave, profound realm injuring an ancient beast of creation? It merely indicates that this Huido is not as formidable as imagined, especially now that it is gravely wounded. A collective effort to vanquish Huido was proposed, for it is a treasure trove, particularly with the precious bones within. Indeed, let us encircle and slay Huido. Instantly, several figures darted forward, positioning themselves before Huido, launching their assault. They were either formidable entities of the transformation god realm or giants of the cave, profound realm. Although Chen Lin was impressive, they deemed themselves incapable of matching him. However, Huido's current state of injury changed the equation. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, seething with rage. "Curse it, step aside, you are courting death." Yet, these individuals disregarded Chen Lin's words, believing he sought to monopolize the spoils, thus intensifying their onslaught against Huido. Huido, amused, found himself unable to contend with the monstrous Chen Lin. These human fools were inviting their demise. With a swift motion, he unleashed an overwhelming force, engulfing the assailants. In an instant, these human warriors became sustenance for Huido. A flare of fire erupted, and the previously inflicted wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Huido could consume myriad flames. And was it not true that humans bore 3 flames within them? Having savored the benefits and feeling revitalized, Huido ceased his retreat and lunged toward the surrounding humans. This infuriated Chen Lin, for the advantageous situation had been shattered. Now, Huido was rampaging with madness, slaughtering humans indiscriminately. The tomb of the Demon Emperor had emerged, gathering the 3 great sects, 2 ancient tribes, and 5 major factions, along with formidable beings from other realms. While most present were powerful entities of the longevity Third Realm, many juniors of the divine ability Third Realm were also among them. Thud thud thud. Chen Lin was determined to halt Huido's reckless actions. Suddenly, a thunderous sound approached, shaking the earth. As a colossal figure appeared, it was another ancient beast, Xianxia, wielding a massive iron club, towering several dozen meters high, each step causing the ground to tremble. As it charged forward, Chen Lin was struck with alarm. Huido, sensing the pressure from Xianxia, abandoned its pursuit of the humans and turned to fixate on Xianxia. Pointing the iron club at Huido, Xianxia bellowed, "Get lost!" Huido was evidently intimidated by Xianxia, emitting reluctant sounds as it slowly began to retreat. At that moment, a whirlwind suddenly descended from the horizon. As the sky darkened, a piercing cry of an infant echoed, and a colossal creature launched an attack toward Xianxia. Its form was reminiscent of a bird, yet distinctly different. This was the ancient beast, Gujiao, a formidable entity from primordial times. This marked the third of such beasts: Xianxia, Huido, and Gujiao. Gujiao exhibited 2 distinct forms, one resembling a bird with a singular horn and majestic wings, the other taking on the shape of a leopard with a beak. Its cries were akin to those of a wailing infant, and it had a penchant for human flesh. Upon witnessing the emergence of Gujiao, Huido, who had initially been terrified and poised to flee, unexpectedly turned and pounced towards Xianxia. The 3 ancient beasts engaged in fierce combat, leaving everyone astonished. Were they not allies? Why were they fighting amongst themselves? The chaotic clash of these 3 ancient beasts left Chen Lin in contemplation. While he was confident in his ability to pursue the injured Huido, confronting 3 ancient beasts was tantamount to courting death. Employing the utmost prowess of the mist shadow technique, he vanished from sight, silent and unseen, as if he had never existed. At that moment, all attention was captivated by the trio of ancient beasts, leaving no one aware of Chen Lin's disappearance. In the next instant, Chen Lin appeared before Jiangwei, with an arm severed and gravely injured, was engaged in healing. As a 7th-grade alchemist and physician, Chen Lin swiftly discerned the nature of Jiang Wei's injuries and shook his head, remarking, "Though you have bravely severed your own arm, a trace of Huido's power still invades your body. This action alone will not dispel its influence." Chapter 65. the emergence of the true monarch of creation. Ah, Zhang gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yi quickly saluted, addressing him as Uncle Master Chen Lin. Uncle Master Chen Lin, you are truly remarkable. This is an ancient beast. Huido, and you dare to pursue it. Even my master might find such a feat daunting. With a smile, Chen Lin replied, do you believe your master is more formidable than I? Xiao Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, just as he struggled to formulate a response. Zhongli interjected, Senior, is there any way to save my 8th granduncle? Zhongli kneels before you. With a wave of his hand, Chen Lin responded, since we have encountered this situation, it would be no trouble to assist him. He produced a pill from his possession and handed it to Xiao Yi, stating, this is a 9th grade pill, the Yuan Yang pill. The essence of Huido is deeply cold and sinister. Consuming this will alleviate its chilling effects and help expel its influence. Xiao Yi was bewildered. Why was the pill being given to him? He received the pill and promptly handed it to Zhang Li, who hurriedly administered it to Zhang Wei. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was engrossed in receiving his system rewards. Indeed, the system was quite astute. By offering the pill to Xiao Yi instead of Zhang Li, he sought to test whether he could trigger a critical return. To his surprise, it indeed activated. Ding! The host has granted the 9th grade Yuan Yang pill to the disciple of the immortal sect, Xiao Yi, meeting the conditions for critical return. Would you like to initiate a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward, 2,000 times the critical hit, obtaining the king grade pill, Yin Yang pill. The advanced elixir of Yuan Yang Dan, whether it be Yuan Yang Dan or Yin Yang Dan, is not a miraculous remedy for healing wounds, but rather a potion of utmost yang and heat, serving as a supplementary elixir. It is not particularly precious, yet it aids in the cultivation of yang and fiery divine abilities. For Chen Lin, it merely enhances his foundation. As Jiang Wei consumed the elixir, its potency manifested dramatically, immediately suppressing the frigid aura of the Huido's power. Seizing this opportunity, he exerted himself and effortlessly expelled the Huido's strength. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. I did not expect you to possess not only remarkable swordsmanship, but also mastery in the art of celestial medicine, Jiang Wei expressed gratefully. Following this battle, your name will likely resonate throughout the entire Tai Xian domain. As for the significance of fame, Chen Lin remained indifferent. What value does a name hold compared to the importance of acquiring disciples and reaping benefits? Ultimately, one's own strength is paramount. Without it, all else is mere idle chatter. Chen Lin inquired, as someone well-versed in the world, what insights do you have regarding the sudden clash of the 3 ancient beasts? It is not surprising that ancient beasts would engage in combat upon encountering one another, but the crux of the matter lies in their insistence on battling here. Particularly the word roll uttered by Zhu Yin, which speaks volumes. Jiang Wei was taken aback, for this was precisely the key issue he had observed. His words unveiled the mystery. While formidable strength is undoubtedly important for cultivators, possessing a clear mind and meticulous reasoning is equally vital. Otherwise, one may find themselves ensnared without even realizing it. Chen Lin clearly embodied this principle, which led Jiang Wei to regard him with newfound respect. Jiang Wei shook his head, replying, I too am perplexed. Chen Lin gazed deeply at Jiang Wei, curious whether he was genuinely unaware or simply unwilling to divulge the truth. The clash of the 3 ancient beasts had escalated to an intense degree, wreaking havoc with astonishing destructive force. Mountains and trees were obliterated, valleys flattened, and countless creatures, unable to escape in time, perished in the chaos. Zhu Yin, armed solely with a staff, faced 2 ancient beasts, Huido and Gujiao, without yielding an inch, pushing them back relentlessly. Such a spectacle attracted the attention of an increasing number of powerful beings from the human race. Figures appeared on the horizon, and the oppressive aura of the transformation realm swept across the scene. Among them was none other than Ji Wu Ming, the Grand Elder of the Ji clan, one of the 2 ancient clans of the Tai Xian domain. He was a true lord of the transformation realm, and his arrival immediately sparked fervent discussion among the crowd. In the realm of Yu Su Xian Zone, a transformation realm lord holds significant status, and in the Tai Xian domain, such figures represent the true upper echelon of power. Look, the leader of the Xiantian sect, by Yu Zhanjun, has also arrived, someone exclaimed. Another transformation realm lord appeared, the 2 arriving in tandem, each evidently aware of the other's presence. It turns out to be Elder Ji Wuming. What brings you, ancient clan, to seek the 3 revered ancient beasts? As the esteemed elder of the Ji clan, your status is only surpassed by the Ji family as sovereign, a position of great nobility, descended from emperors, wielding immense power. Throughout the ages, 5 emperors have emerged in the Taishan domain, representing the 3 great sects and 2 ancient clans. Although the 5 sects are formidable, they ultimately do not possess the true legacy of emperors. However, their strength is not significantly inferior to that of the 3 great sects and 2 ancient clans. Ji Wuming remarked, "Isn't this a case of asking the obvious, Xiantian sect leader? Ha ha ha. The true monarch by you laughed heartily. I must admit my folly. However, the 3 ancient beasts of creation are beyond the capabilities of just the 2 of us. If only I were to join at that moment." Another figure swiftly approached, appearing before the crowd. It was the sect leader. Zhao Buhai was elated upon seeing the newcomer, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Chen Lin, let us see how audacious you can be now that our sect leader has arrived." The newcomer was the true monarch by Mei, the sect leader of the Xianxia Immortal Sect, representing the Shushan sword lineage. The Xianxia Immortal Sect comprises 7 lineages, with Shushan sword lineage being the foremost. Bai Mei is the second most powerful figure, following the sect leader of Xianxia. Among the 3 great sects, Xianxia stands at the pinnacle. It is said that Bai Mei has recently been striving to attain the status of a king of severance. Yet he too has been stirred by the anomalies of the demonic monarch dynasty. It seems his friend has also come for the tomb of the demonic emperor. The master of the tomb, known as the Qinglian emperor, is said to have attained enlightenment through a mystical lotus, suppressing the Tianyuan world for millennia. After suffering injuries, he was interred within the imperial tomb, which is replete with divine arts, rare treasures, and unparalleled artifacts. While entering the 3rd realm of immortality may appear simple, it has obstructed countless aspirants. This is not the first time Bai Mei has entered seclusion, yet he has repeatedly failed. This time, he places his hopes upon the tomb of the demonic emperor, believing that even a slight opportunity could elevate him into the 3rd realm of immortality. Bai Mei stated, "Are you not all here for the tomb of the demonic emperor as well? However, to gain entrance, you must first contend with the sword I wield, for it alone holds the key." Ji Wuming chuckled. "Ah, Bai Mei, your confidence in your sword is commendable. Indeed, you are now recognized as the foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain. Alas, without the true masters present, it is merely the monkey claiming kingship in the absence of a tiger." Bai Mei's expression shifted dramatically, filled with fury as he retorted, "Ji Wuming, what do you mean by that?" Ji Wuming shrugged. "I mean it quite literally. I recall some individuals who proclaimed themselves the greatest sword immortal of the Taishan domain 300 years ago, only to be soundly slapped in the face by reality." Chapter 66. In Pursuit of the Mountain Treasure. True monarch by you, being a rising star, though a true monarch of creation, has only cultivated for a mere 300 years, thus piqued his interest, prompting him to inquire, "Elder, is there more to this tale?" Ji Wuming, silence yourself. Bai Mei's countenance turned pale with rage. Ji Wuming feigned ignorance and stated, "Do you remember when our esteemed Bai Mei Zhenjuan attained the status of a transcendent being and successfully cultivated the divine technique of the Shushan sword sect? The myriad swords returning to their origin? He believed his prowess in the sword path was sufficient to sweep across the entire Taishan domain. Hence, he proudly proclaimed himself the Bai Mei sword immortal, even branding himself as the #1 sword immortal of the Taishan domain, challenging all and sundry. Ultimately, he encountered the Tai Xianxinjuan of Tai Mountain, who at that time was merely a transcendent being. In that fateful duel, it took but 3 moves for our Bai Mei Zhenjuan to suffer defeat, a setback that lasted a full 3 centuries. Bai Mei, you must have challenged Tai Xianxinjuan at least 8 or 10 times, each time facing defeat. Your perseverance is truly commendable. Thus, this second sword immortal also bears the title of Eternal Second. A chuckle erupted from the crowd at the mention of Eternal Second. Bai Mei Zhenjuan trembled with rage, his face darkening. The title he despised most was Eternal Second. Now, Ji Wuming brazenly referred to him as such in front of so many witnesses, inciting within him a desire for vengeance. "Do not provoke me too far, Ji Wuming," he hissed. Ji Wuming shrugged. "Pray tell, Bai Mei Zhenjuan, have I uttered anything that is untrue? Am I speaking nonsense?" With a cold snort, Bai Mei Zhenjuan turned to leave. Witnessing his departure, Bai Yu Zhenjuan remarked, "A fine display of tactics, elder. However, Bai Mei Zhenjuan is notoriously vengeful. You ought to tread carefully." Ji Wuming replied, "Am I to be afraid of him?" The 3 ancient demon beasts clashed fiercely. Regardless of whether they were mutually injured or if one suffered, it presented an opportunity for them to strike down the ancient demon beasts, seize their precious bones, and acquire their innate divine abilities. A contest between two individuals offers greater chances than a struggle involving three. Moreover, the Shushan sword sect is renowned for its offensive prowess. Although Bai Mei Jinjuan has long been the eternal second in his contest with Tai Xian Jinjuan, held firmly in check, it is not a reflection of his inadequacy. Rather, as a figure second only to the sect master in strength, he is far from simple. With a single sword in hand, Ji Wuming humbly acknowledged that he was indeed not his match. The primary reason lies in the formidable strength of Tai Xian Jinjuan. Only those who have witnessed his might can truly comprehend the extent of his power. One man wielding dual swords has suppressed the Tai Xian domain for centuries, and none but the Dao-slaying sovereigns dare oppose him. It is said that Tai Xian Jinjuan stumbled upon a treasure bone of an ancient ferocious beast, granting him the innate divine abilities of that ancient demon beast, thereby instilling fear throughout the Tai Xian domain. Were it not for his lack of leverage over Bai Jinjuan, Ji Wuming would have sought to expel him. Clearly, Bai Jinjuan shared similar sentiments and understood Ji Wuming's thoughts. The battle raged on. The three ancient demon beasts seemed to unleash their fury, unwilling to yield. What was the cause of their conflict? The tomb of the demon emperor. Yet, even now, the shadow of the demon emperor's tomb has yet to appear, rendering the necessity of this clash rather questionable. In this moment, Chen Lin recalled the jade ring within his Qian Kuan ring. Could it be that the change of rulers in the demon monarch dynasty and the act of being expelled from it was not merely a matter of status, but also involved a certain treasure capable of unlocking the demon emperor's tomb? A treasure so significant that it would compel the demon monarch dynasty to dispatch beings of the creation realm to engage in battle against humanity. A treasure potent enough to incite the three ancient demon beasts into fierce conflict. It seemed highly probable that the rumors surrounding the demon emperor's tomb circulating outside were largely fabricated. Clearly, Ji Wuming and the others were privy to the truth. And then there was Elder Jiangwei of the Jiang family. Chen Lin inquired once more, Elder Jiang, might you enlighten me on the true reasons behind the fierce clashes among the three ancient demon beasts? Jiang Wei felt a jolt in his heart. He realized that this was likely Chen Lin's final question. To speak would mean friendship. To remain silent would signify enmity. The memory of Chen Lin demonstrating extraordinary prowess, single-handedly pursuing Huidou with merely a sword, lingered in his mind. Although Chen Lin currently held the status of a mere Dong Xian giant, few would doubt his potential to become a true monarch of creation, or even a king of the Tao. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wei replied, in truth, the conflict among the three ancient demon beasts, including the involvement of true monarch Bai Mei and others, is not for the demon emperor's tomb, but rather for the mountain treasures birthed from the 10,000 great mountains. So it was the mountain treasures. No wonder. Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Magical artifacts are categorized into 12 grades, with the 12th grade being divine instruments. Mountain treasures, however, are materials essential for refining divine instruments, born from the 10,000 great mountains. While Chen Lin possessed the complete set of the Xian ensemble, others, even the Yushu immortal sect, might only have a single divine instrument, usable only in dire circumstances. Divine instruments of the 12th grade can suppress fate and dominate adversaries. With the emergence of mountain treasures, the three major immortal sects, 2 ancient clans, 5 major sects, and even external forces would all covet them. The fierce battles among the 3 ancient demon beasts were indeed for the mountain treasures. For humanity, mountain treasures represent the primary material for crafting divine instruments, serving as celestial materials. For these demon beasts, they could be directly consumed to refine their innate divine abilities and elevate their bloodline ranks. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, Ji Wuming would undoubtedly notice that true monarch Bai Mei, who should have been humiliated into leaving, had not departed but was instead concealing his presence in hiding. Zhao Buhai was currently paying his respects. Elder, did you not intend to leave? Zhao Buhai asked in astonishment. True monarch Bai Mei snorted coldly. Do you truly believe that I am a person who cannot withstand humiliation? Ji Wuming seeks to exploit this opportunity to disgrace me into shameful retreat, hoping to monopolize the mountain treasures. I shall grant him his wish. It is not the right time for you to intervene. Closely monitor the outcome of the battle among the 3 ancient demon beasts and inform me at the earliest opportunity. The mountain treasures are a necessity for my Bai Mei. Zhao Buhai inquired, Elder, was it not said that the conflict was for the Demon Emperor's tomb? How could it be for mountain treasures? True Monarch by May coldly replied. Such details are not for you to concern yourself with. Yes, I understand my error, Zhao Buhai quickly acknowledged. The white-browed, true lord let out a cold snort, saying, Ji Wuming, I shall make you comprehend the meaning of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware that the oriole is behind. Zhao Buhai gritted his teeth and replied, Master, there is another individual you must heed. Neglecting him could significantly alter the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of the mountain treasure. Oh, could it be that another true lord of creation lurks in shadows? The white-browed, true lord frowned. Zhao Buhai shook his head. This individual is not a true lord of creation, but a formidable figure of the Dongxian realm. Merely a giant of Dongxian, however. The white-browed, true lord dismissed it with indifference. Zhao Buhai, growing anxious, continued, This person is named Chen Lin, the current master of the Yusu immortal sect at Tai Yi Mountain, and a disciple of the true lord of Tai Xian, Chen Taixian. Chapter 67. One person, one mountain. The disciple of Chen Taixian. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from the white-browed true lord, only to dissipate swiftly as he recognized that this was not the time to reveal himself. The name Chen Taixian was all too familiar, haunting him like a nightmare for centuries, second to none for 10,000 years. When Ji Wuming uttered those words, the white-browed true lord felt both shame and anger. Yet, compared to the mountain treasure, what did it matter? The immortal, one person, one mountain. If the treasure were acquired by another, wouldn't it mean one person, one mountain, transformed into an immortal? Zhao Buhai. Indeed, you have done well this time. Chen Taixian's disciple is also in the 10,000 Great Mountains. After I secure the mountain treasure, it will not be too late to eliminate him as well, the white-browed true lord stated. Zhao Buhai, now anxious, responded, Master, that is not my intention. I meant to convey that before your arrival, Chen Lin injured the ancient beast Wudo with a single sword strike. Though his realm is merely that of a Dongxian giant, his combat prowess likely rivals that of a true lord of creation. He injured Wudo? The white-browed, true lord frowned, lifting his gaze towards the ongoing battle with Wudo, his expression suddenly turning grave. Indeed, there was a pool of blood on Wudo's chest, the wound still unhealed, continuously oozing blood. This was precisely why he and Gu Jiao had found themselves at a disadvantage against Zhu Yan. Initially, it was assumed that this wound had been inflicted by Zhu Yan. Now, to learn it was dealt by Chen Lin was astounding. Wudo's strength aside, he was also an ancient beast of the creation realm. The white-browed, true lord asked sternly, Are you certain that Chen Lin is capable of injuring Wudo? Well, Zhao Buhai hesitated. Although Chen Lin bears the suspicion of sneak attack, it seems. A sneak attack, you say? The white-browed, true lord waved his hand dismissively. Wudo, by nature, is arrogant. He likely underestimated Chen Lin, seeing him merely as a Dongxian giant, and thus fell into misfortune. In a direct confrontation, he would hardly be Wudo's match. Nevertheless, you have alerted me to a crucial point. Wudo's injury also makes his precious bones the easiest to acquire. While not as valuable as the mountain treasure, they are certainly superior to ordinary divine artifacts. Suddenly, the white-browed true lord declared, while they're all focused on the battlefield, Let us go and meet this master of Tai Yi Mountain, the disciple of Chen Taixian. As for Chen Lin, ever since he became aware of the existence of the mountain treasure, his mind had been racing with possibilities. Uncertain of what treasures could be obtained through the mountain treasure's devastating return, one could only anticipate the extraordinary items surpassing even the finest celestial materials. With a keen awareness of the battlefield's circumstances, it was evident that the mountain treasure, born from the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, possessed its own intelligence. Traversing the mountains with ease, the ancient beasts were inherently sensitive to the mountain treasure's presence. The relentless battles among the three ancient beasts undoubtedly stemmed from their awareness of the treasure nearby. Should one side emerge victorious, they would inevitably seek to claim the mountain treasure. Such formidable creatures, the ancient beasts, were indeed a testament to the unparalleled evolution since time immemorial. Humanity, in comparison, seemed woefully inadequate as side by Xiao Yi. Chen Lin interjected, Your assertion is flawed. While the ancient beasts exhibit remarkable strength and possess potent bloodlines, it is humanity that truly enjoys the advantage. Jiang Li, puzzled, responded, Elder, how can humanity be considered favored? Chen Lin smiled. I will not elaborate further. I shall state a single point that will elucidate my meaning. Ultimately, whether it be beasts, ferocious creatures, or demons, they all cultivate to embody the form of humanity. Do they not? Zhang Li's eyes brightened. You speak the truth, Elder. It indeed is as you say. At that moment, a series of claps resonated, followed by an immediate surge of danger. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, a cold snort escaping his lips. A test, was it? Very well, I shall oblige. The king's killing fist surged forth. What manner of fist technique is this? Gasped the onlookers, yet the momentum remained unyielding. With a resounding impact, their fists collided with tremendous force. Chen Lin felt a colossal power surge through him, compelling him to take 2 involuntary steps back, while the opponent adjusted and steadied themselves swiftly. Impressive skills, my friend. However, I pride myself on my profound understanding of fist techniques. Yet I am curious about the nature of your style, Chen Lin remarked, finally discerning the visage of his opponent, an elderly man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. Granduncle, Xianxia exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Wei immediately paid his respects, elder brother. The elder was none other than Jiang Ming, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Ming frowned. Eighth brother, your hand. Jiang Wei replied with a rueful smile. It was injured by that beast. I owe my life to Chen Lin. Otherwise, Jiang Li and I would have perished here. Jiang Ming addressed Chen Lin. I merely wish to test your abilities. I hope you can forgive this oversight. Your prowess, though merely at the cave profound level, is capable of delivering fist intentions that rival those of a true monarch of creation. Truly remarkable. Jiang Li added, Granduncle, you may not be aware, but the elder's greatest strength lies not in his fist techniques, but rather in his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Jiang Ming's interest was piqued. Might I have the opportunity to witness your sword techniques, my friend? Chen Lin replied, You shall have the opportunity, but now is not the time to showcase my swordsmanship. Jiang Ming was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha, indeed it is my fault. I have always had a penchant for engaging in physical confrontations, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I nearly jeopardized a significant matter. You, my friend, how come here for the mountain treasure as well? Chen Lin nodded in affirmation. Jiang Ming remarked, It seems I shall soon have the opportunity to witness your swordsmanship. Alas, it is unfortunate that you are merely at the Dongxian realm. Chen Lin, brimming with confidence, replied, Even if I am but at the Dongxian realm, it does not necessarily imply that you will prove a match for me. Jiang Ming chuckled, evidently skeptical of Chen Lin's assertion. The disparity between the Dongxian and Zhao Hua realms could only be understood through actual combat. He perceived Chen Lin to be quite youthful and unscathed by adversity, which he could comprehend. How boastful! A mere Dongxian giant dares to compare himself to a Zhao Hua true monarch. I cannot fathom the source of your confidence. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm rang out as the venerable Bai Mei Zhanjun strode forward with great strides, covering dozens of meters in a single step, traversing the forest as if it were level ground. One moment he was thousands of meters away, and the next he stood before them. You must be Chen Lin, the head of Tai Mountain. Before Chen Lin could respond, Bai Mei Zhanjun's voice echoed once more. An overwhelming sword intent erupted instantaneously. At that moment, Bai Mei Zhanjun resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, exceedingly sharp and poised to draw blood, radiating an oppressive force toward Chen Lin. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort. You extend respect to me, and I shall reciprocate tenfold. If one is filled with murderous intent, how could they possibly harbor goodwill towards others? He replied coldly, a clever ruse. Bai Mei Zhanjun scoffed. Your master, Chen Taixian's disciple, is said to possess talent surpassing that of his teacher. I am eager to see in which aspect you can compare to your master. With a flick of his finger, a strand of sword intent soared through the air, aimed directly at Chen Lin. Jiang Ming's expression grew grave, and he quickly warned, Chen Lin, be cautious. This is a supreme technique of the Shushan sword vein, the Linkong sword finger, capable of killing without a trace. He then glared coldly at Bai Mei Zhanjun, stating, Bai Mei Zhanjun, your intent is clearly to kill. Bai Mei Zhanjun dismissed him with disdain. If you cannot withstand even my Linkong sword finger, then dying would be for the best, sparing Chen Taixian from disgrace. Chen Lin retorted, You speak with reason, Bai Mei Zhanjun. However, whether I am worthy to be my master's disciple is not for you to determine. I recently heard the elder of the Ji family mention that you were suppressed by my master for over 300 years, and everyone refers to you mockingly as the eternal second. It was only a decade ago, after my master suffered setback, that you ascended to become the world's foremost sword immortal. 10 years is a considerable span. You might as well continue to embrace your role as the eternal second. Chen Lin's words caused by Mei Jun to tremble with rage. Very well. I shall witness just how formidable Chen Tai-Xian's disciple truly is. With that, Bai Mei Jun immediately set his intentions to act. In the realm of Shushan, the sword sect is renowned for its unparalleled swordsmanship, particularly the technique known as 10,000 swords returning to one, which is celebrated as the foremost sword art of the Tai-Xian domain. The sword intent, akin to a sudden eruption, manifests with incredible ferocity. The Divine Dragon's sword technique, one of the 3 supreme sword arts of the Shushan sword sect, allows its practitioner to traverse the azure void, transforming the sword into a divine dragon. In an instant, the surrounding area spanning several dozen kilometers is enveloped by this potent sword intent. Chen Lin's countenance is grave, imbued with a weighty seriousness. Yet the will of the sword in his grasp remains unwavering, as if he himself were a blade poised to be unsheathed. With a single step, the sword is drawn with breathtaking swiftness. The great Zhou Tian sword technique, a strike of utmost velocity, returns only upon tasting blood, killing silently and unseen. The collision of 2 formidable sword intents is akin to the clash of ancient beasts in a cataclysmic battle. Such powerful sword intent sweeps across the battlefield. To be caught within its reach would surely result in death or grievous injury. The 2 sword intents belong to Chen Lin, the esteemed leader of Tai Mountain, and by Mei Jun, the head of the Shushan sword sect, who are now engaged in fierce combat. It appears that by Mei Jun, previously thought to have retreated in anger, has in fact remained. Not far away, Ji Wuming's face is ashen. He had believed that by exposing by Mei Jun's disgrace, he could drive him away and control the situation, only to realize that he is but a mere jester, as the other has not departed. Had it not been for his clash with Chen Lin, he would have been unable to predict who would claim the treasure when it emerges. Bei Yuxin Yun Kes Uva glance at Ji Wuming, inciting a fury within him. Is Chen Lin merely a giant of the cave profound realm? How dare he provoke by Mei Jun? Someone exclaims in astonishment. It is evident that by Mei Jun is the one challenging Chen Lin, another asserts. For centuries, he has languished as the subordinate to Chen Lin's master, harboring resentment. With his master deceased, he seeks retribution from the disciple. Such behavior is indeed despicable, if he possesses the capability. He ought to wait until Chen Lin ascends to the status of Jun to settle their differences. At this moment, Bai Mei Jun pays little heed to the surrounding discourse, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Lin, filled with shock. A glance at the bloodstain upon his shoulder evokes a growing fear within him. Had he not reacted swiftly, that last strike would have pierced not his arm, but his heart. Swift, ruthless, and precise, the simplicity of Chen Lin's technique leaves Bai Mei Jun in disbelief. It becomes clear to him that in terms of swordsmanship, Chen Lin rivals his own master, Tai-Xian Jun, and may indeed surpass him. Bai Mei Jun inquires, "What sword technique did you just employ?" This is not the style of Tai Mountain. Chen Lin retorts with disdain. As the head of Tai Mountain, any sword technique I wield becomes a technique of Tai Mountain. Bai Mei Yun, I have heard that your most formidable technique is 10,000 swords returning to one. If you do not exert your full strength, the next strike may not merely injure your arm. Upon hearing Chen Lin's warning, the onlookers finally notice the bloodstain upon Bai Mei Jun's shoulder. In that moment, the atmosphere thickens with tension. An explosion erupted on the scene. Truly, Chen Lin is a formidable figure. Just moments ago, he was single-handedly pursuing the ancient beast with his sword. And now he has even injured the esteemed, white-browed, true monarch. I have made my decision. Henceforth, Chen Lin shall be my idol. This is a challenge beyond one's level. A true manifestation of the Tao of Swords. The white-browed, true monarch scoffed and declared, "Very well, if you wish to witness the convergence of 10,000 swords. I shall oblige. With a mere thought, I can wield a myriad of swords that can shake the heavens, split the earth, suspend mountains, and overturn seas. Come fort, swords." A thunderous sound resonated. Countless swords in the hands of spectators soared into the air, while stones and broken flowers and trees that lay on the ground were also lifted, floating behind the white-browed true monarch to form a colossal formation, dense and overwhelming. The murderous intent and sharp sword aura seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of the world. This is the convergence of 10,000 swords. Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The convergence of 10,000 swords from the Shushan sword sect is hailed as the foremost swordsmanship of the Taishan domain. And it is indeed not a hollow reputation. It possesses a level just shy of celestial technique. Not only Chen Lin, but many present were witnessing such a formidable sword technique for the first time. To wield 10,000 swords exists within a single thought. This time, Chen Lin was in dire straits. The white-browed true monarch was indeed serious. If I were to face the convergence of 10,000 swords, I might not even have the courage to draw my own sword. Yet, Chen Lin quickly found solace. The convergence of 10,000 swords, so what? He possessed the purple cloud ensemble, practiced the 9 revolutions mystical art, and mastered the 3 gates of the Great Zhou Tian sword technique. Particularly the Great Zhou Tian star sword technique, which had already reached a transcendent level. Even the creator of this sword art would be no greater. Let alone the true monarch of the transformation realm. Even an ancient beast of the transformation realm would not intimidate him. Huodo serves as the finest example. Now, he faced a decision. Should he unleash his full power and wield the purple cloud sword? The purple cloud immortal garb and purple cloud shoes would remain undetected as celestial artifacts if he did not reveal their celestial radiance. However, the purple cloud sword was different. Using it would inevitably expose him. Besides, employing the purple cloud sword would be akin to bullying. If he chose not to use the purple cloud sword, then he would resort to the Yulong sword. You have the convergence of 10,000 swords. I possess the Great Zhou Tian star sword technique. You wield myriad swords. I command the stars of the heavens. With a resounding strike, he summoned his sword. The stars of the heavens responded instantaneously, as if drawn by this strike, shimmering with an even more radiant light as they descended from the sky, enveloping Chen Lin in an instant. What sword technique is this? Capable of harnessing the power of the celestial stars? As the technique unfolded, all were left in awe. Such a sword art could undoubtedly be classified as divine. The white-browed, true monarch bellowed. And what of the celestial stars? Under my convergence of 10,000 swords, they shall be obliterated. With that, the myriad swords hovering behind the white-browed, true monarch, alongside stones and vegetation, surged forth towards Chen Lin like a barrage of arrows. Chen Lin smiled faintly. With a gentle swipe of his dragon sword, a surge of sword intent was instantly unleashed, and a fissure suddenly appeared before him, devouring the myriad swords in a singular motion. In an instant, all the swords vanished from sight. It was shattered, the myriad swords returning to the origin. Revered as the foremost sword path in the Taishan realm, was not without reason. It was invincible among its peers, establishing the formidable reputation of a white-brow true monarch. Ji Wuming also felt the threat posed by the white-brow true monarch, which was why he deliberately provoked him. Little did he know that the latter had played along, feigning retreat while secretly concealing himself. In the past, the reason the Taishan true monarch could suppress the white-brow true monarch was due to his comprehension of the true meaning of heaven and earth. Using the Yin-Yang twin swords as a guide, in conjunction with the Tai Yi sword technique, to form the diagram of heaven and earth's supreme polarity, completely defending against the onslaught from the myriad swords returning to the origin. Although formidable, the myriad swords returning to the origin consumed immense energy. Chen Lin, however, transcended his predecessors. He directly tore through space, obliterating the attack from the myriad swords returning to the origin into nothingness. The white-brow true monarch was filled with disbelief. This was impossible. His myriad swords returning to the origin had been shattered by another. Chen Lin scoffed. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. As he spoke, another sword thrust forward. The Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique unleashed a powerful sword intent, as if it aimed to annihilate the very heavens and earth, instantly enveloping the white-brow true monarch beneath its blade. Chen Lin disdainfully remarked, "White-brow true monarch, do you know why you have always been suppressed by my master? Relegated to being the perennial second? It is because you are utterly pathetic. The myriad swords returning to the origin is indeed remarkable. It can be wielded by a waste such as you. You must treat this sword strike with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, if I accidentally kill you, you won't even be able to maintain your status as the perennial second." A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd, echoing with approval. Splendid. What a remarkable Chen Lin from Tai Mountain, the great figure of Dong Xian, who can actually suppress the white-brow true monarch. This is the true sword immortal of our generation. I am the first to concede. And I too, as a master of swordsmanship, am worthy of the title of Sword Immortal. Clad in purple, let us henceforth refer to Chen Lin as the purple-robed Sword Immortal. Chen Lin's words left the white brow, true monarch, trembling with rage. He had initially thought to leverage his status as a creation realm true monarch to trouble Chen Lin, seeking revenge for being suppressed by the Taishan true monarch for 3 centuries, believing it would be a simple task to deal with a figure of Dongxian. Yet, he had not anticipated such humiliation. At this moment, it was no longer a mere personal grudge. It had escalated into a struggle for doctrinal supremacy. He needed to prove that the sword path of the Shushan sword sect was not inferior to others. I will kill you, the white brow true monarch bellowed, and his Nanming Li Hua sword instantly divided into 7, forming a formidable sword formation before the onlookers. As the sword formation emerged, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Could it be that the Shushan sword sect possessed a secret art on par with the myriad swords returning to the origin, the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation? Wasn't such a formation supposed to require a single individual, the Venerable, by Mei Zhenjun, surprisingly unleashed his prowess alone? The Shu Mountain Sword Sect truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost of Xianxia, having produced 2 sets of divine sword techniques. Bei Mei Xin Yun Diklicht. Chen Lin, I concede that the 10,000 swords returned to origin cannot prevail against you. This is not due to my inferiority in strength, but rather because your swordsmanship effectively counters my technique. You embody this, as did your master. For 3 centuries, I have tirelessly pursued the elusive 7 swords, meticulously arranging the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Fortunately, I have succeeded. Now allow yourself to experience the despair that emanates from the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Thus revealed, one individual wielding 7 swords, a solitary practitioner orchestrating the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, by Mei Zhenjun, is indeed a formidable opponent. His words incited a stir among the onlookers. I am familiar with this sword formation, which demands the division of focus into 7. Once enacted, it is akin to one person becoming 7. Initially, I favored the purple robe Sword Immortal, yet now the outcome is uncertain. Not uncertain. Bai Mei Zhenjun is destined to triumph. As he absorbed the surrounding discourse, Bai Mei Zhenjun's murderous intent surged, his battle spirit intensifying as he coldly remarked, "Though I can invoke the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, I cannot yet wield it with complete control. Once unleashed, it is challenging to retract. Chen Lin, I offer you an opportunity. Acknowledge your error and surrender. Should I unleash it upon you, your demise is inevitable. The so-called might may be formidable. It is difficult to restrain." Seemingly reluctant to take a life, Bai Mei Zhenjun understood that the division of focus into 7 was immensely taxing, especially following the use of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. While maintaining one's dignity is undoubtedly important, the imminent emergence of the mountain treasure and the precious bones within the ancient beasts they vanquished take precedence. Though he appeared to wield the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, his own magical energy might deplete entirely, leaving him powerless to contend for the mountain treasure and the precious bones. Chen Lin discerned Bai Mei Zhenjun's intentions at a glance and scoffed. With a cold snort, he replied, "What need is there for further words? Strike if you must. In your eyes, the so-called Big Dipper 7-star sword formation may seem formidable, yet to me, it is nothing more than that. If I can dismantle your 10,000 swords return to origin, I can certainly disrupt your Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. It is you who should reconsider your reluctance to act and concede, retreating as far as you can." "Very well," Bai Mei Zhenjun retorted, a sardonic laugh escaping him. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a swift motion, 7 swords swiftly converged to form a formidable Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. At the moment of its manifestation, 7 celestial bodies in the northern sky shone brilliantly, casting a dazzling light. The sword intent surged forth, as if to obliterate the very world itself. 7 streams of sword intent surged toward Chen Lin, faced with the impending Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Chen Lin's expression grew grave, yet a moment later, a smile broke forth. A commendable formation, but alas, it is merely an opportunity to test the sword technique I have recently comprehended. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his prior conjectures. The Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Technique. The Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing Technique and the Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique are, in essence, 3 distinct maneuvers from a singular sword art. However, for an extended period, the practitioner struggled to discern the connection among them. though their names and underlying principles bore similarities. He found it challenging to integrate these three techniques into a cohesive whole. It was not until just before his descent from the mountain that the great Zhou Tian star sword technique truly ascended to an extraordinary realm, transcending the ages. At that moment, he discovered the fundamental truth. These three techniques do not represent three separate sword arts, but rather a singular sword art, fragmented into three distinct realms of understanding, each imparting a different direction in swordsmanship. Moreover, these three realms only represent a minuscule aspect of the original sword art, stripping away the dross and embracing the essence, culminating in the present form of the great Zhou Tian sword technique. Chapter 70. The Fusion of Two Swords. One sword. It remains a divine sword technique, yet its power surpasses that of any of the three previously mastered techniques. This technique is named the Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique, a synthesis of the profound essence of the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Technique and the swift, decisive nature of the Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing Technique. Regrettably, it did not incorporate the Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique. Had it done so, its potency would have been even greater, potentially reaching the level of an immortal sword art. Now, this technique makes its debut. As the sword is drawn, stars extinguish, and all things are obliterated. At that moment, emanating from Chen Lin, a sword intent destined for death surged forth, forcefully striking towards the Big Dipper sword array. My goodness, this strike is fiercer than any previous sword art. What hidden prowess does this purple-robed sword immortal possess? Just moments ago, I believed in the certainty of White Brow Xinjuan's victory with the emergence of the Big Dipper sword array, but now the outcome is uncertain. The onlookers were all taken aback. Ji Wuming's expression turned grave, his eyes radiating a terrifying light. Another formidable opponent has appeared, one potentially stronger than White Brow Xinjuan. Bai Yu Xinjuan shook his head, pondering, am I growing old? After cultivating for over 300 years and venturing into the realm of transformation, I thought I could traverse the Tianyuan domain at will. Yet here I witness a giant of Dongxian overpowering a Zhenjuan of transformation. Xiao Yi was filled with disbelief, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had just believed that this Uncle Master Chen Lin's combat prowess was on par with his own master. Yet it now appeared that even his master might not withstand this sword. It seems the title of the foremost disciple of the Yusu immortal sect is about to change hands. Boom! The two sword intents clashed violently. Chen Lin stood like an unparalleled sword immortal, one man, one sword, suspended in the void. Meanwhile, White Brow Xinjuan fell to the ground in disarray, his sword intent shattered. The Big Dipper sword array broken, the Southern Mingli fire sword clattering to the earth, blood seeping from his lips, his inner energy in turmoil, magic power entirely depleted, and his body numb and aching. One sword. The white-browed, true monarch harbored doubts that even a person with a modicum of cultivation, armed with a sword, could pierce themselves without a chance to resist. Chen Lin scoffed, proclaiming, white-browed true monarch, I have stated before that 3 centuries ago, you were subdued by my master, relegated to the position of eternal second. With my master now deceased, you shall continue to be suppressed by me, remaining eternally in that subordinate role. For I am younger and have cultivated for a shorter time. This statement struck the white-browed, true monarch like a sharp sword, piercing deep into his being. With a sputter, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Buhai, alarmed and pale, rushed forward to assist the fallen true monarch. The audacity! A grand figure of the creation realm had been bested by a master of the cave, profound realm, observing the murmurs and pointed fingers around him. Zhao Buhai gritted his teeth and hoisted the white-browed, true monarch onto his back, hastily departing the 10,000 great mountains, preferring to retreat rather than endure the ridicule. This battle would undoubtedly cement Chen Lin, the purple-robed sword immortal's reputation throughout the Tianyuan domain, with the white-browed, true monarch serving as a mere stepping stone. Brother Xiao Yi, your uncle is astonishing. He even bested the white-browed, true monarch, exclaimed Jiang Li, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded, acknowledging. I knew Chen Lin was formidable, but I did not foresee him being this powerful. Jiang Li then pivoted towards Jiang Ming, asking, Great uncle, in comparison with Chen Lin, who do you think is stronger? Coughing, Jiang Ming nearly choked on his own saliva. Shaking his head, we have never fought, so it's hard to say. Jiang Li responded, then waved her arms excitedly. I believe Chen Lin is indeed stronger. That sword strike was truly remarkable. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "You little rascal, how can you doubt your great uncle? Very well, I shall seek out Chen Lin for a duel to see who is superior." Just then, Chen Lin happened to approach, overhearing their exchange. With a gentle smile, he interjected, "Chen Lin, my friend." Jiang Ming was startled. He had not anticipated Chen Lin's presence behind him. What a jest! A duel? Not to mention his current objective is to obtain the treasures of the mountain. I am uncertain if I could even contend with the combat prowess he just displayed. Though the white-browed true monarch had been defeated, he was not without merit. Being the second strongest of the Xianxia sect in name, his rank was primarily due to his status as the sect leader and the right to wield the sect's celestial artifacts. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would truly be superior. Little did he know, however, that Chen Lin possessed not one, but multiple celestial artifacts. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "I was just observing how you effortlessly shattered the Northern Dipper 7-star sword formation. I am truly in awe with such mastery of the sword. The title of the foremost sword immortal in the Taishan domain is undoubtedly well-deserved." Chen Lin shook his head and replied, "You are too kind. My success was merely a stroke of luck." Jiang Ming countered, "This is not mere luck. It is a testament to your strength. Most notably, it is astonishing that you have only reached the Dongxian realm. Should you ascend to the Zhao Hua realm, I fear I would not stand a chance against you." This statement carried a subtle implication. Once you attain the Zhao Hua realm, I will no longer be your equal. At present, in your Dongxian realm, you're not my match. Chen Lin understood the underlying message, but chose not to address it directly. It was merely a matter of pride. There was no animosity between them, and there was no need for conflict over a trivial competition. For him, survival and delivering a decisive blow to his adversary was the true path. He was not one to shine like a beacon. Had it not been for the provocation from the white-browed true monarch, which also involved his master, he would not have intervened at all. Jiang Ming inquired, "Might I ask, as a friend of your master, I am familiar with his sword techniques, yet your swordplay is a novel experience for me." Chen Lin replied, "This technique is known as the Great Zhou Tian sword method, which I stumbled upon by chance. Unfortunately, I have only had it for a short time and have barely grasped a fraction of its essence." "A mere fraction," Jiang Ming exclaimed, astonished by Chen Lin's words. What manner of sword technique could possess such power with only a fraction of comprehension? Could it be a celestial-level sword technique? It is rumored that the Taishan true monarch ventured into the Demon Emperor's tomb. Could this sword technique be one he retrieved from there to impart to Chen Lin? Jiang Ming felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant secret. The Demon Emperor's tomb has existed for ages. Throughout countless epochs, many have dared to enter. Yet all who have done so met with death. Only the Taishan true monarch emerged, albeit gravely injured, and soon after perished. Previously, Jiang Ming would not have dared to contemplate the Demon Emperor's tomb, but now, upon hearing Chen Lin's words, his thoughts began to stir. Chapter 71, The Unfulfilled Master-Disciple Bond. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming expressed, "I am eager to discover the true potential of your complete sword technique." Chen Lin smiled and said, "I too wish to know. However, rest assured, I will diligently comprehend it and strive to perfect this sword technique, so that you may be the first to witness its true power." "Very well. I shall await that day with anticipation," Jiang Ming responded. Suddenly, Chen Lin turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Jiang Li, do you wish to become my disciple?" A master selects his students, and a disciple chooses his master. Previously, Chen Lin had chosen Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong, both of whom lived up to his expectations. Later, Shen Mengxi, with her greedy wolf battle physique, could only be accepted as a nominal disciple due to her limitations. Now, Jiang Li once again stirred his interest. To an outsider, Jiang Li appeared to possess merely a 9th-grade aptitude, gifted with an inherently robust spirit, capable of foreseeing fortune and misfortune, averting calamities, and discerning the intentions of others. However, under the gaze of Chen Lin's Qi observation technique, it became evident that Jiang Li actually harbored a heart of 9 apertures, akin to a superior divine physique. Such a disciple is undoubtedly the quintessential tool. Having possessed the system for half a year, Chen Lin discerned that the higher the aptitude and cultivation of a disciple, the greater the likelihood of receiving substantial returns during critical moments. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, unable to process her situation. It is worth noting that she hailed from the Jiang family, one of the ancient clans of Tianyuan, a lineage of emperors with a legacy spanning millennia, rich in depth and resources. Furthermore, being of direct descent, she had no need to join another sect. Jiang Ming was equally perplexed. Traditionally, disciples approached to seek mentorship. The intention was to forge alliances with the Jiang family. If it were anyone else, he might entertain the possibility. But facing Chen Lin, he saw no necessity. With his profound capabilities surpassing creation, coupled with the earth-shattering sword strike witnessed earlier, Chen Lin's future prospects were boundless, potentially leading him to become a king of the path or even an emperor. As for the notion of becoming an emperor, it was a thought too daunting to entertain. The history of Tianyuan spanned millions of years, yielding only a handful of emperors. The emergence of such figures is not a trivial matter. To take on disciples, one must invest significantly, imparting secret arts and bestowing treasures and elixirs. If not to preserve a lineage, who would readily accept disciples? Moreover, Jiang Ming was acutely aware of his niece's average aptitude. What could possibly attract Chen Lin's attention? Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, he would have surely laughed heartily had he comprehended Jiang Ming's thoughts. To deem the heart of 9 apertures as average aptitude was absurd. Furthermore, his approach to accepting disciples differed fundamentally. While others invested resources, he anticipated profuse gains. Xiao Yi, filled with admiration, remarked, "Little Li, congratulations on being chosen as a disciple by Uncle Chen Lin. As it stands, he has only 2 disciples thus far. Liang, Li Inwidet, Burutu Shoyi. You mentioned that in Yushu Xianzong, the only peer you could not defeat, Gu Qinshui, is a disciple of the senior." "Indeed," Xiao Yi affirmed with a nod. "What you may not know is that when Gu Qinshui first joined, her aptitude was unremarkable, and her physique was cold and lean. For such a constitution, not only was it unlikely for her to join my tiny mountain, but merely entering the sect was a feat in itself. Yet, she was accepted as a disciple by Uncle Chen Lin, and from that point, she soared to new heights, achieving the ice-souled divine body and entering the Tiangang realm in less than 6 months. Furthermore, she mastered the sword technique of Wan Jian Guizhou. Later, according to my master, the reason Gu Qinshui was able to attain the ice-soul divine body was likely due to the cold, ice divine pill bestowed by Uncle Chen Lin. Though Xiao Yi spoke sparingly, one could glean remarkable insights from his words. This is indeed an exceptional opportunity for one's own disciple. The divine swordsmanship is already remarkable, but the ice god pill is of such rarity that the Jiang clan cannot possibly provide it. Even Jiang Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, nearly succumbing to the temptation to immediately agree for Jiang Li to take him as a master. However, reason ultimately prevailed, reminding him that allowing the direct descendants of the Jiang family to join another immortal sect would set a precedent that necessitated consultation with the clan. Although the immortal sects also carry the legacy of emperors, the Jiang family, as descendants of a great emperor, has always prioritized the purity of their bloodline and the pride of their imperial lineage, never permitting their kin to join other sections. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming said, "I hope you can understand, my friend. Accepting a disciple is a significant matter. While I am indeed the great-grandfather of Xiao Li, I cannot make this decision unilaterally and must return to inform the family. Therefore, I cannot provide you with any response at this moment." Chen Lin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After much effort in finding a suitable candidate, it seemed he had failed. He said, "Although you have not agreed to become my disciple, should you ever wish to, you can reach out to me at any time. As fate would have it, I have a small token to present to you." With that, Chen Lin produced a sword, the 9th rank immortal sword, Qinggan sword. Oh, Jiang Li was momentarily at a loss. For this was indeed a 9th rank immortal sword. He possessed some treasures himself, including 1 9th rank artifact and 2 8th rank artifacts, yet none were immortal swords. He instinctively looked up at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, but eventually nodded, saying, "You should accept it." Thus, Jiang Li gratefully received the Qinggan sword, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift." Ding. Host grants Jiang Li the 9th rank immortal sword, Qinggan sword. Although he is not his disciple, the intention to accept him as a student prompts this gift, triggering a system reward of equal value return opportunity once. Reward: 1 9th rank immortal sword, Yiqian sword. It was astonishing to trigger a system reward. The only regret was that the equivalent return did not result in a critical hit. However, it was still not a loss. An exchange of 1 for 1. He silently stored the Yiqian sword in his Qinkuan ring. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed, shaking the earth as mountains and trees collapsed, and a massive fissure opened in the ground. Chen Lin was alarmed and quickly turned his gaze towards the direction of the 3 ancient ferocious beasts engaged in battle. Could it be that the chaos was caused by them? Upon turning, he saw Zhu Yin demonstrating immense power, trampling on the head of the Gujiao, while gripping the neck of Huidou, raining down a flurry of punches upon him. One punch, two punches, countless blows rained down, leaving Huidou on the brink of collapse. The previously inflicted wound from Chen Lin's attack bled profusely, crimson liquid cascading onto the ground. As if awakened by some forbidden force, a beam of light shot into the sky, causing the earth to tremble and crack, revealing a grand tomb before everyone's eyes. This was the tomb of the Demon Emperor. The tomb of the Demon Emperor had emerged. To unlock the tomb of the Demon Emperor, one must obtain the blood of an ancient demon beast. It is maddening. The reasons behind the emergence of the tomb of the Demon Emperor have been concealed from the masses, yet it is merely a pretext to vie for the mountain treasure. At this moment, while the mountain treasure remains elusive, the tomb of the Demon Emperor has been opened. The mountain treasure, a rare gem birthed from the 10,000 great mountains once every 100 millennia, is an invaluable material for refining 12th grade celestial artifacts. However, in comparison to the tomb of the Demon Emperor, it pales significantly. Chapter 72. The emergence of the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Within the tomb of the Demon Emperor, there is a high likelihood that celestial artifacts exist, and not merely one. It is rumored that the most formidable weapon of the Qinglian Demon Emperor was an innate spiritual treasure, an entity surpassing celestial artifacts. Not to mention the plethora of celestial-level techniques and elixirs that may reside within. Look quickly, what is that? At that moment, someone spotted a winged orb soaring towards the tomb of the Emperor, disappearing in a flash. That was the mountain treasure. Damn it. The mountain treasure has fled into the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Why fear? Isn't it fortuitous? With the tomb of the Demon Emperor now revealed, why not enter and seize the treasures alongside the mountain treasure? Just then, Zhu Yin gazed at the tomb of the Demon Emperor and immediately released Huidou and Gujiao, bellowing as he charged toward the tomb. Huidou and Gujiao, though freed, did not flee. Instead, they hastened towards the tomb, quickly entering within. Huidou was gravely injured, and so was Gujiao. All minds shifted drastically. The tomb of the Demon Emperor was brimming with treasures this time. The mountain treasure had entered, and so had the bone of treasure. In their eyes, Zhu Yin and his companions were formidable, but Huidou and Gujiao were different. They were embodiments of treasure. Refining the bone of treasure would grant one a life-based divine ability, potentially elevating one's strength significantly. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and, without a moment's hesitation, made his way towards the tomb of the Demon Emperor. However, just as he was about to enter, someone else was quicker, swiftly entering the tomb. Looking up, he was astonished to see it was the true monarch with white brows. Indeed, the true monarch had pretended to faint, being a dignified, true monarch of creation. He had suffered humiliation at the hands of a head of the cave profound, and with the scornful faces of the crowd mocking him, he chose to feign unconsciousness to escape the situation. With the tomb of the Demon Emperor now opened, he was the first to plunge inside. Once the first entered, the second followed suit. Soon, countless figures surged into the tomb. Yet, in the next moment, a formidable force suddenly erupted, sending those who had entered the tomb of the Demon Emperor hurtling back like leaves caught in a tempest. It was too late. At the moment the tomb was opened, we had the chance to enter, but now the defensive mechanism of the tomb had activated, unleashing an energy accumulated over eons. We can no longer gain entry. The only option left is to wait for this surge of energy to dissipate before we have a chance to enter. Everyone was filled with regret. A moment's hesitation resulted in a lost opportunity. They watched helplessly as the three ancient monstrous beasts and the mountain treasure entered, particularly for Huidou and Gujiao, who were gravely injured. Entering now might allow them to seize an advantage. After waiting an indeterminate amount of time to enter, it was possible that their adversaries would have recovered, rendering any hope of benefit futile, and it would be akin to courting death. Did anyone see if someone entered the Demon Emperor's tomb? Indeed, someone had, but their identity remained unknown. The mischance with Huidou and Gujiao was frustrating, and the thought that someone had entered the Demon Emperor's tomb before them was enough to drive them mad. Inside the Demon Emperor's tomb, Chen Lin surged forward and, abruptly, the scene before him transformed, revealing a vast sea. He was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had truly entered the Demon Emperor's tomb or had been transported elsewhere. His confusion dissipated upon spotting the injured Huidou not far away. Chen Lin smiled. Huidou was transformed into a blaze, lying on a small island amidst the sea. his flames flickering as they consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the ocean. Blessed with exceptional talent, Huido could devour any fire to heal his wounds. While the spiritual energy above the sea was predominantly water attribute, it still contained a trace of fiery essence. Though healing would be slow, it was evident that Huido had no choice but to take a chance with what he had. Huido, your precious bone is now mine, Chen Lin said with a slight smile as he charged towards Huido with sword in hand. Sensing impending danger, Huido looked up to see Chen Lin. This human had grievously injured him, rendering him and Gu Jiao incapable of contending with Zhu Yan, and he had suffered further injuries at Zhu Yan's hands, leading to the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Knowing that staying outside would result in being hunted by humans, he had seized the opportunity to rush into the tomb. Yet, to his dismay, this detestable human had followed him in. Flee! This was the singular thought occupying Huido's mind. Previously, even at his peak, he was no match for this human. How could he hope to escape now? Chen Lin observed Huido take flight and immediately deduced his intent. With a cold snort, he remarked, "If you were uninjured, I would indeed be unable to catch you. But now, in such a grievous state, you shall not escape." Boom! With a single strike of his sword, Huido was cleaved in two, blood cascading into the sea. Chen Lin reached out in the air, and a precious bone sword from Huido's body. This bone was the foundation of Huido's strength, containing his innate divine abilities and the talent to devour flames. It could not only enhance his cultivation through fire, but also aid in healing. This was precisely the precious bone that Chen Lin coveted. Simultaneously, while mastering the Tianyuan and Taiyang divine flames, he had not managed to merge them completely. The precious bone's ability to devour fire would serve as the perfect means to unify the two divine flames. Clutching the precious bone, Chen Lin did not immediately refine it. He sought to maximize his gains. It was important to remember that beyond this Huido, there was also the injured Gu Jiao and the unclaimed mountain treasure. 3 days have swiftly elapsed. During this time, the area outside the Demon Emperor's tomb has attracted countless formidable beings. Under the guise of seeking the Demon Emperor's tomb, they are actually vying for the treasures of the mountain. Unexpectedly, a fierce battle among 3 ancient demon beasts has unveiled the tomb, bringing it into the realm of existence. This is the legendary Demon Emperor's tomb. Should I gain entry, even a mere fragment of its treasures could elevate my status immensely. If I were to obtain the inheritance of the tomb, perhaps I too could achieve sainthood and become a progenitor. As various factions gathered, the Yushu celestial sect also made its arrival, with the prominent leaders personally leading the charge. Even the esteemed sect master, Su Yuan, graced the occasion with his presence. Naturally, the opportunity enticed the illustrious Miaoshan fairy to attend as well, accompanied only by her disciple Lin Xue. The prospect of opportunity is often interwoven with peril. The allure of the Demon Emperor's tomb is undeniable, yet its magnetic pull necessitates caution in selecting disciples to accompany her. After all, human treachery can prove more formidable than the dangers lurking within the tomb itself. "Master, is this truly the Demon Emperor's tomb?" Lin Xue exclaimed, overwhelmed as a colossal mausoleum loomed before them. An eerie aura emanated from the tomb, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread, as if they were on the brink of confronting some unimaginable horror. Miaoshan fairy nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is the Demon Emperor's tomb." Lin Xue, perplexed, inquired, "Master, why do they not enter?" Miaoshan fairy elucidated, "It is because they cannot." Take a moment to perceive the immense force that continuously emanates from within the tomb. Anyone attempting to approach, it is immediately repelled by this overwhelming power. Chapter 73, Renowned on the Hidden Dragon Ranking. "Why do we not see Uncle Chen Lin?" Lin Shuyu asked. Miaoshan fairy furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings, but could not discern Chen Lin's presence. Could it be that he had not arrived? However, her eyes suddenly brightened as she spotted Chen Lin's 2 disciples, Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong. They too had noticed Miaoshan fairy and hurried over, asking Miaoshan senior, "Have you seen our master?" Miaoshan fairy replied, "Are you not with your master?" Gu Qianxue shook her head, saying, "Several days ago, our master descended the mountain alone, instructing us to focus on our cultivation. Upon hearing of the Demon Emperor's tomb's emergence, we came, hoping to offer some assistance." Miaoshan fairy shook her head. "I have not seen your master. Perhaps he is yet to arrive." At that moment, a flicker of anxiety crossed Miaoshan fairy's mind. With such a significant event as the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, his absence raised concerns about unforeseen circumstances. Just then, Xiao Yi approached. Miaoshan Sr., Qin Yue Jr. sister, Linglong Jr. sister, Chu Yue Jr. sister, and esteemed elders. Are you all searching for Uncle Chen Lin? Gu Qinshu asked. Does senior brother know our master's whereabouts? Xiao Yi nodded. Uncle has already entered the Demon Emperor's tomb ahead of us. What? Master has entered the Demon Emperor's tomb? The group exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yi chuckled it. Perhaps my junior sister is unaware, but Uncle Chen Lin has truly displayed his formidable prowess this time, elevating the reputation of our Yushu Xianzong and earning the title of the Purple-Robed Sword Immortal, celebrated as the foremost swordsman in the Taishan domain. Shen Linglong responded with delight. I always knew my master was the most remarkable. To be the foremost swordsman in the Taishan domain is exhilarating to hear. Fairy Miaoshan frowned and cautioned. Nephew Xiao Yi, you must refrain from making such claims. The title of the foremost swordsman in the Taishan domain belongs to the esteemed by Mei Zhenjuan of the Zhuangking Xianmen's Shushan lineage. He is notoriously petty. Should he learn that his title has been usurped, he will undoubtedly seek trouble with junior brother Chen Lin. Xiao Yi replied with a grin. But Uncle Chen Lin may have some surprises in store. The title of the foremost swordsman was indeed seized from by Mei Zhenjuan. Just a few days ago, Uncle Chen Lin showcased his might and defeated by Mei Zhenjuan, witnessed by many present. The revelation left Fairy Miaoshan momentarily stunned. As if ensnared in a dream, a surreal sensation enveloped her. Xiao Yi, such jesting is not to be taken lightly. Xiao Yi insisted. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Fairy Miaoshan, feeling rather vexed, remarked, could it be that Chen Lin consumed some rare heavenly treasures? Not long ago, he was merely a master of the transformation stage, and now he has ascended to the level of a true monarch of creation. Xiao Yi shook his head. Uncle Chen Lin is not a true monarch of creation. He is a formidable figure of the Dongxian realm. What, a Dongxian giant? Fairy Miaoshan exclaimed in disbelief. You cannot be suggesting he triumphed over a true monarch of creation with only the cultivation of a Dongxian giant. At that moment, Fairy Miaoshan was utterly astonished. If Chen Lin were indeed a true monarch of creation, one might attribute his success to the consumption of rare treasures or elixirs. Yet he had vanquished by Mei Zhenjuan with the cultivation of a Dongxian giant. Such a feat defied all reason. The realms of cultivation cannot be compensated by mere treasures or pills, as they encompass myriad aspects. Not only Fairy Miaoshan, but also Gu Qinshu and the others were equally astounded. It was simply unbelievable. This was their master. I always knew master was the best. As both women felt elated, they silently vowed that if their master could surpass the true monarch of creation, they too would strive to achieve similar heights and would never bring shame upon their master. Senior sister, what brings you here? At that moment, Xie Qingshan appeared from an unknown direction. Xie Qingshan, why are you not with master? Shen Linglong inquired. Xie Qingshan quickly explained, Senior sister, allow me to clarify. The headmaster instructed me not to follow. Upon entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, I parted ways with the headmaster and waited outside. I only ventured in upon hearing that the tomb of the Demon Emperor had emerged, and lo and behold, I encountered you here. Senior sister, you cannot fathom the number of extraordinary talents that have arrived with the emergence of the tomb of the Demon Emperor, true dragons and phoenixes among men. Are you familiar with the Qianlong list? Almost half of the top 10 have come. Of course, in my view, the Qianlong list is hardly fair otherwise. Both of you senior sisters would undoubtedly be among its ranks. Evidently, it was the first time the two had heard of it. They immediately inquired, pray tell, what is this Qianlong list, and who are the esteemed individuals it features? Xie Qingshan gestured towards Xiao Yi and remarked, Brother Xiao Yi is the distinguished figure ranked 7th on the Qianlong list. Gu Qinshu gave a slight nod to Xiao Yi, clearly acknowledging his formidable capabilities. With a divine physique and the cultivation of the celestial gang, Xie Qingshan continued, of course, that was in the past. Now, having achieved a moment of enlightenment, Brother Xiao Yi's ranking is bound to rise. In my estimation, he will certainly enter the top 3. Top 3? Shen Linglong laughed and suggested, Brother Xiao Yi, how about we have a friendly competition? Xiao Yi quickly shook his head and replied, no, I wouldn't stand a chance against you two sisters. Shen Linglong, delighted, said, so, I can assume I will be in the top 3 of the Qianlong list. No, it should be me second and my senior sister first. That is a certainty. Xiao Yi nodded vigorously. Senior sister Linglong, I have 2 pieces of splendid news. Would you care to hear them? Xie Qingshan said with an eager expression. Do share. Shen Linglong responded. With a grin, Xie Qingshan said, Senior sister, since it's good news, might I request a stroke of good fortune from you? Chen Lin, immediately incensed, retorted. Xianxia, what is this? Are you itching for scolding? How dare you ask your senior sister for luck? Speak quickly, or else. Xianxia, nearly in tears, grimaced and said, All right, I will tell you, is that sufficient? The first piece of news is that the third prince, Li Tai, whom the emperor had betrothed to you, has met his demise at the hands of our master. Chen Lin promptly asked, Quickly, tell me how it transpired. Xianxia explained. It's simply that our master learned of the third prince Li Tai's persecution of you and, in a fit of rage, eliminated him. Chen Lin rejoiced. What a pity that our master is not here. Otherwise, I would surely thank him in person. Finally, I am free from worry. The third prince was nothing but a nuisance, thinking he could wed me. Our master did well to eliminate him. Had he not acted, I would have returned to settle the score with him. As for the emperor's revenge, would he dare? Our master is now the foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain, surpassing all, and will soon achieve renown throughout the realm. Suppressing her elation, Chen Lin continued now. Tell me, what is the second piece of good news? Xianxia replied. Senior sister, your elder brother is named Shenmingshi. This concerns my elder brother. Chen Lin exclaimed. Could it be that my elder brother has been granted a marquis title? I knew he would surely attain that honor. Not quite, Xianxia clarified. What is a marquis title compared to the news I have for you? Spare me the preamble. Just tell me. Chen Lin urged impatiently. Xianxia continued. Your elder brother, Shenmingshi, possesses the innate greedy wolf battle body and has been accepted as a named disciple by the Grandmaster. This is because, due to his innate greedy wolf battle body, he is suited for the battlefield. Otherwise, he would have been accepted as a true disciple. Indeed, Xianxia. These two pieces of news bring me immense satisfaction. Chen Lin is elated, not only for herself but also for her elder brother. Throughout her life, he has shown her great care and affection. Being siblings, his assistance in her successful escape from the Shun family is invaluable. Her elder brother has always harbored grand ambitions, striving to dominate the battlefield as an unparalleled warrior of renown. Furthermore, he is steadily progressing towards this aspiration. Now, with her master having taken her as a disciple, she can envision a brilliant future for her brother. Her master is undoubtedly the finest mentor in existence, and she firmly believes that her master will treat her brother with the utmost regard. Xianxia, this cloud lamp is a 7th grade magical artifact, a gift from my master upon my apprenticeship. Since it is no longer needed, I would like to present it to you. Chen Lin produced the cloud lamp and extended it towards her. Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. This is a delightful surprise, as he had never anticipated receiving a reward from Chen Lin. However, unbeknownst to them, while Chen Lin was bestowing the cloud lamp upon Xianxia, a notification echoed from within the Demon Emperor's tomb, where Chen Lin's system activated. Ding! The disciple Gu Qianxue has transferred the 7th grade magical artifact, Cloud Lamp, to disciple Xie Qingyun, triggering a critical return condition. Do you wish to proceed with the critical return? This is quite intriguing, Chen Lin mused, as if he had stumbled upon a new territory. This presents a novel opportunity for resource acquisition, allowing him to benefit not only from himself but also through his disciples. Critical success. Indeed, it was a critical success. Critical success achieved. Reward, 500-fold critical return, obtaining 1 gram of 8th grade lamp oil. This critical return seems rather meager. 500-fold? System, are you serious? This system is absolutely fair and just. The disciple's gift falls under secondary utilization. Thus, the difficulty of critical returns has increased. Very well. It appears that this resource acquisition is not as straightforward as anticipated. Nevertheless, lamp oil is still quite valuable, highly flammable, and a treasure for cultivating fire-based divine abilities. It will certainly expedite the enhancement of both the lunar divine fire and the solar divine fire. Outside the Demon Emperor's tomb, Xianxia's eyes suddenly sparkled as he pointed towards a distant figure. Look, senior sister. That appears to be one of the 2 prodigies of the Ji family from our Taishan domain, Ji Mingyue, renowned for her innate moonlight divine body. A saintess of the Ji family and ranked 6th on the Qianlong list. Gu Qianxue inquired, Xianxia, you seem well-versed in this so-called Qianlong list. Xianxia replied, Senior sister, it is merely that you are so engrossed in cultivation that you neglect worldly matters. Among the disciples of our Yushu immortal sect, the Qianlong list, the fortune list, and the Immortal Ascension list have long been circulated. These lists not only contain detailed information, but also vivid portraits. So lifelike that I could recognize her at a glance. Otherwise, you might as well ask Senior Brother Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded, stating, the Qianlong ranking is updated annually. The creation ranking every decade, while the immortal ranking can be updated at any moment. Essentially, every member of our Yushu Immortal sect possesses a copy. I never anticipated his arrival. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. A man of refined demeanor swiftly appeared before the Demon Emperor's tomb. Xie Qingshan remarked, Sister, this individual is Yi Tianlong, who holds the first position on our Taishan domain's Qianlong ranking. He hails from the Su Qing Immortal Gate and is the eldest disciple of the current sect leader, the heir apparent, blessed with a natural Taiji divine body. He wields an exceptional divine physique and practices the supreme, pure Yang Taiji technique of the Su Qing Immortal Gate. Of course, that was before he encountered you, dear sister. Once you intervene, he would be easily subdued with a single strike. Chen Lin replied confidently, indeed, that was in the past. He ranks first then, but now? He can only claim third place. No, fourth, to be precise, as the third belongs to Senior Brother Xiao Yi, while we may not stand up to our master. The foremost sword immortal of Taishan domain, my sisters and I certainly have the capability to secure the first and second positions on the Qianlong ranking. Wouldn't you agree? Sister? Gu Qinshuan nodded in affirmation. Their light-hearted conversation, however, was overheard by Yi Tianlong, who furrowed his brow. With a cold snort, he swiftly approached. Xiao Yi Sikit. I must say, esteemed junior sisters, you ought to keep your voices down. It appears our words have reached his ears, and now he seeks to settle the score. Chen Linglong's eyes widened in surprise. Senior Brother Xiao Yi, are you truly intimidated by Yi Tianlong? Xiao Yi shook his head. It is not a matter of fear. Rather, Yi Tianlong is rather petty. Should he emerge victorious in a confrontation with you, he would relentlessly pursue you for further battles until one of you perishes. Unfortunately, his master possesses a fiercely protective nature. With Elder Chen Lin absent, it is prudent to avoid conflict. At that moment, Yi Tianlong approached, his voice icy. I had wondered where these two ignorant girls found their backing. So it is you, Xiao Yi, who emboldens them. Do they believe they are worthy of challenging me for the top position on the Qianlong ranking? Xiao Yi replied, Yi Tianlong, the Demon Emperor's tomb is opening, and its power is about to wane. I have no intention of fighting you. Yi Tianlong scoffed, yet I desire to fight you. What should we do about that? I should be ranked fourth, you third. Should I not deal with you first before attending to these two girls? How dare you refer to us as girls? Gu Qinshue's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Linglong, incensed, retorted, Yi Tianlong, you may have once held the first position on the Qianlong ranking, but that was before encountering my sister and me. Additionally, I am Chen Linglong, a disciple of Tai Mountain from the Yushu Immortal sect, under the tutelage of Chen Lin. I'm certainly not just a girl. Yi Tianlong smirked disdainfully. Ah, a disciple of Chen Lin. I have heard of your previous underhanded tactics to defeat Elder by May, and you shamelessly call yourself the purple-robed sword immortal. Do you possess any sense of shame? It seems that like master, like apprentice, two girls unworthy of engaging with me. Upon uttering these words, both Gu Qinshuan and Chen Linglong were filled with indignation. In their hearts, their master represented both a mentor and a paternal figure. While they could endure insults directed at themselves, any affront to their master was intolerable. Whoever dared to belittle her would face their wrath. Yi Tianlong, you seek death. Gu Qinshuan exclaimed in fury. Yi Tianlong scoffed, what? Are you angry and wishing to confront me? You are truly unaware of your own limitations. Boom! Before Yi Tianlong could finish his retort, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Gu Qinshuan, surging towards him with formidable pressure. Chapter 75, A Stumbling Block. As Yi Tianlong sought trouble with Gu Qinshuan and her companions, he unwittingly drew the attention of many. As the first on the Qianlong rankings and a paragon of excellence, the future of the Xianxia sect shone like a beacon wherever he went. This naturally included Ji Mingyue, who coldly remarked, Yi Tianlong, how presumptuous to claim the top spot on the Qianlong rankings. She prepared to intervene. However, at that moment, Gu Qinshuan moved, stepping forward with an astonishing aura, her cultivation at the mid-stage of the Tiangang realm crashing against Yi Tianlong's presence. Mid-stage Tiangang? How is this possible? Who is this woman? So young. Yet her name does not even appear on the Qianlong rankings. Not only Ji Mingyue, but many present were left astounded by Gu Qinshuan. When did the Taishan domain produce such an extraordinary talent? In response to the crowd's bewilderment, someone finally provided an answer. You do not recognize her? She is Gu Qianxue, the champion of this year's competition held by the Yusu Immortal Sect, and a disciple of Chen Lin from Tai Mountain. What? A disciple of the purple robe, sword immortal? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. With such a master, it is no surprise that she possesses the strength to enter the Qianlong rankings. With her mid-stage Tian Gang cultivation, she could easily rank in the top 5. The crowd buzzed with excitement, especially those who had arrived early at the Demon Emperor's tomb. Days earlier, they were awed by her master, and now they were equally astonished by this disciple. What kind of celestial master and disciple pair were they witnessing? Yi Tianlong, observing Gu Lianwu, whose cultivation was not inferior to his own, chuckled. I initially thought you either inherited Xiao Yi's might or had lost your senses, but it seems I underestimated you. Mid-stage Tian Gang. Now I can confront you without any psychological burden. I believe no one would dare claim that Yi Tianlong is bullying the weak. As Yi Tianlong finished speaking, a Taiji symbol appeared behind him. He extended his right hand, raising a finger towards Gu Qianxue, and declared, "Come, let me see your true strength." Gu Qianxue frowned. You do not intend to use a weapon? Xiao Yi immediately realized that Gu Qianxue had misunderstood and quickly interjected. Sister Qianxue, be cautious. He possesses a divine grade artifact. The Qian Kuan Taiji diagram. Do not underestimate him. The 3 great immortal sects and the 2 ancient clans do not solely practice sword techniques. Their methods are diverse and unpredictable. Gu Qianxue's face flushed with realization. With a cold scoff in my heart, I extended my hand, and the dual swords of Yin and Yang materialized within my grasp, unleashing a formidable sword intent that erupted instantaneously. One sword represented Yin, the other Yang. One was for offense, the other for defense. The essence of Tai transformed into a circular form, and before me appeared the emblem of the Taiji. Yi Tianlong immediately laughed, expressing disdain as he remarked, the Yin-Yang Taiji, alas, is merely superficial. Allow me to demonstrate the true path of Taiji. With a resounding force, he launched a punch. A Taiji emblem soared toward Gu Qianxue. To Yi Tianlong, Gu Qianxue, despite being in the mid-stage of the celestial gangs, did not warrant his concern. She was relatively obscure. It is crucial to understand that at their level, mere rank does not define everything. The refinement of the earthly fiendish celestial gang power, the cultivation of techniques and divine abilities, and wielding powerful weapons were all indispensable. Yi Tianlong had honed the most potent Tai Chi Gang Sha, possessing an innate Taiji divine body, practicing the pure Yang Taiji divine technique, and wielding the Qian Kuan Taiji diagram. He could be said to have maximized his combat prowess. With the condensed Sha battling the celestial gang, he was invincible. Such accomplishments were not insignificant. Otherwise, he would not have dominated the Hidden Dragon rankings for an impressive 5 years. His greater concern regarding Gu Qianxue lay with her master, the white eyebrow true monarch, a figure of considerable prowess in the Xianxia Immortal Sect, ranked 9th on the creation list, had suffered defeat at the hands of Chen Lin. This loss tarnished the reputation of the Xianxia Immortal Sect and stripped the title of the foremost sword immortal from him. Had Chen Lin been a creation true monarch, it would have been one matter. However, he was merely a grandmaster of Dongxian. Upon first hearing this news, Yi Tianlong's immediate reaction was disbelief, followed by continued disbelief. And then a thought emerged. Chen Lin must have orchestrated some underhanded scheme to ambush the white eyebrow master. Yet, the battle's outcome had become an established fact. Upon discovering Gu Qianxue's identity, a sudden notion took shape. While he lacked concrete evidence, he could, in a sense, fabricate proof. By defeating Gu Qianxue, he could demonstrate to all that he could salvage some dignity for the Xianxia Immortal Sect, revealing that the conflict between the two harbored some underlying issues. It was inconceivable that someone like Chen Lin could triumph over the creation of Dongxian. Everything was a facade. The white eyebrow master had been schemed against. The Xianxia Immortal Sect had been deceived. To lend greater credence to his actions, Yi Tianlong decided to unleash his full power from the outset. Combining Tai Chi Fist with the Qian Kuan Taiji diagram, a single punch could obliterate any opponent of the Celestial Gang realm. Yi Tianlong coldly declared, Gu Qianxue, your master, in his despicable and shameless manner, has defeated my master. Does he truly believe that a mere grandmaster of Dongxian can best my master? I shall use you as proof of this, to show that your master has resorted to trickery, deceiving everyone present. Gu Qianxue, now even more enraged, retorted, I know not what you speak of, but I do know this. Dare to insult my master, and I, Gu Xianxia shall not spare you. With a thunderous force, she unleashed a sword strike, embodying the Grand Zhou Tian star sword technique. The myriad stars in the sky stirred, and the very elements of heaven and earth seemed to respond to this singular sword. Though it was daylight, many still felt the resonance of the celestial bodies. Those aware of this sword's significance were filled with exhilaration and awe. It was the very same sword wielded by the sword immortal in purple, which had previously wounded the ancient beast, Huidou, and similarly subdued the esteemed white-brow true monarch. Such a sword technique is astonishing. Those who comprehend its power are left utterly astounded. This is undoubtedly a transcendent sword art, and not just any ordinary one. It surely ranks among the pinnacle of its kind. In the realm above king grade, there exists a hierarchy divided into 4 tiers: third rate, second rate, first rate, and pinnacle. For instance, the Tai sword technique is regarded as king grade pinnacle, while the Great Zhou Tian star sword art is classified as divine grade pinnacle. The 10,000 swords returning to origin is a divine grade first rate technique, and the Big Dipper 7 star sword formation is also a divine grade pinnacle, though it demands exceptional skill, often eluding even those at the transformation stage. At this moment, Yi Tianlong's Tai Chi fist is considered divine grade first rate. As for the Qian Kuan Tai Chi diagram in his possession, although divine grade, it is merely an imitation of the celestial artifact from the Xianxia sect, thus falling into the realm of divine grade third rate. The Yin-Yang twin swords represent a king grade pinnacle. One is defensive while the other is offensive, matching the efficacy of divine grade third rate techniques. Regarding martial arts, the Tai divine skill is also divine grade second rate. One must not forget that Gu Qianxue's condensing Sha Tiangang was forcibly propelled by Chen Lin's unparalleled mastery of the laws of power, transcending the so-called Sha force. Both techniques are at the mid-stage of Tiangang. Upon comparison, it becomes apparent that Yi Tianlong's advantages have vanished. More crucially, Gu Qianxue has an extraordinary master, Chen Lin, who provides daily guidance, allowing the Great Zhou Tian star sword art to reach a consummate level. Chapter 76. The young yield to the old. With a single stroke, the stars stirred. The formidable sword intent instantly shattered the Tai Chi pattern conjured by Yi Tianlong. The power of the sword intent remained undiminished as it relentlessly surged towards Yi Tianlong. Boom! The sword intent struck the Qian Kuan Tai Chi diagram with ferocity, causing Yi Tianlong to spurt blood, his face a mask of disbelief as he exclaimed, "What manner of sword technique is this?" The onlookers were left aghast. Such a powerful sword art. This sword is undoubtedly of divine grade pinnacle. No wonder it could breach the white-brow true monarch's 10,000 swords returning to origin. While the brilliance of the sword technique is evident, did no one notice the strength of the sword immortal in purple, both in terms of magical power and the robustness of body and soul? Indeed, her magical power is hardly inferior to that of the true monarch of transformation, and her soul and physical prowess may even surpass it. Chen Linglong clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Well done, senior sister." What a farce! Yi Tianlong, ranked first on the hidden dragon list, is merely a name without substance. How dare he question our master? Let him see the consequences. Gu Qianxue coldly retorted, "Apologize to my master." Yi Tianlong's expression shifted, fury igniting within him as he declared, "Nonsense. I merely lost a move due to carelessness. Do you truly believe I, Yi Tianlong, am not your match?" Gu Qianxue scoffed, "The white-eyebrow true monarch lost to my master due to his carelessness. It was my master who employed cunning schemes. Your defeat stems from your own negligence, reflecting not only on your personal shame, but also on the shortcomings of the Xianxia sect's teachings." This statement detonated the atmosphere. It is essential to note that there were at least dozens of members of the Xianxia sect present. Yi Tianlong, having lost, should simply acknowledge his defeat. Is it truly so difficult to admit it? Do not draw us into this, as if the Xianxia sect cannot bear to lose. Alas, Yi Tianlong, who has always held the top position on the hidden dragon rankings, faces a significant blow from this loss. Instantly, the disciples of Xianxia began to distance themselves. Goodness, this touches upon the very principles of the sect's education. If word of this spreads, how can the members of Xianxia sect hold their heads high in the future? Yi Tianlong, filled with rage, bellowed, "Gu Qianxue, silence yourself. I have declared that I did not lose. If you wish for me to concede, then first withstand this strike." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his move. The Taiji turns into Wuji, Annihilation Hand. This was a divine skill of unparalleled mastery. To his astonishment, the sect master had chosen to impart this supreme technique to Tianlong. Now, Gu Qianxue would witness how he would respond. However, even if he triumphed over Gu Qianxue, with the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb, Yi Tianlong would still be compelled to withdraw from the contention for it. The Taiji Fist was considered a top-tier divine skill, while the Wuji Annihilation Hand was merely a second-tier divine skill. Although it was second-tier, it was an offensive-only technique that exchanged injury for injury, to be employed only in moments of dire necessity. It was a skill that inflicted 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, while costing 800 to oneself. At this juncture, for the sake of dignity and face, Yi Tianlong was willing to risk it all. The cataclysmic threat made Gu Qianxue acutely aware of the looming specter of death, as if she were ensnared. With no option to evade, only to confront it head-on. In this critical moment, Gu Qianxue harbored no other thoughts. She invoked the Golden Flood Dragon Cut. At this instant, Gu Qianxue abandoned the grand celestial sword technique in favor of the most formidable strike of the Tai sword technique, the Golden Flood Dragon Cut. The dual swords, in conjunction with the Golden Flood Dragon Cut, had once earned the illustrious reputation of the Taishan True Monarch. Do you understand why the Taishan True Monarch garnered such admiration and instilled fear? It was because he maintained his position atop the creation rankings for a full century, relying upon the dual swords and the Tai sword technique. The Golden Flood Dragon Cut, this unparalleled lethal move, had been cultivated to the point of transcendence, reaching the extraordinary realm. The dual swords entwined in a deadly embrace. No opponent of comparable rank could withstand this assault. This marked Gu Qianxue's second deployment of this technique. The first was against Yang Long, where she unleashed merely 60% of its power. This time, she exerted her full strength. The dual swords twisted and coiled like two flood dragons, surging toward Yi Tianlong with lethal intent. This was the Golden Flood Dragon Cut of the Tai sword technique, a move not witnessed since the demise of the Taishan True Monarch. In the hands of this woman, this technique is surprisingly almost on par with that of the Supreme True Monarch. She is not to be underestimated. Her mastery of the Tai sword technique has likely reached the pinnacle of perfection, if not absolute completion. Alas, despite the formidable nature of the Wujimiizheshu, it is uncertain whether it can contend with the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors. As the discussions among the crowd began to subside, the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors revealed their formidable power. With a single snip, the attack of the Wujimiizheshu was instantly severed in two, the razor-sharp blades retaining their lethal force as they advanced towards Yi Tianlong. The Wujimiizheshu was connected to Yi Tianlong's aura, illustrating the principle of mutual destruction. With the shattering of the Wujimiizheshu, Yi Tianlong suffered another grievous blow, spewing a mouthful of blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors were already poised before him. Should they descend, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in twain. Yi Tianlong's face turned ashen, his heart rife with regret. Was he truly destined to perish here? He yearned to resist, but tragically discovered that after sustaining two severe injuries, he could not muster even a trace of his internal power. Stop! At this critical juncture, three talismans appeared instantaneously. One transformed into a golden shield, enveloping Yi Tianlong, while another morphed into a rope that entwined itself around the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, which had taken the form of the Yin-Yang dual swords. The final talisman transformed into a colossal sword, aimed at Gu Qianxue. As the three talismans manifested, an elder soared from the crowd, landing before Yi Tianlong. At that moment, Gu Qianxue was manipulating the Yin-Yang dual swords to strangle Yi Tianlong, and the sudden appearance of the colossal sword left her fully exposed beneath its shadow. The consequences of its descent would be dire. Xiao Yi's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Qianxue, be careful." Despicable. Jiang Li beside him couldn't help but scold. Ever since Chen Lin sought to take her as a disciple, though she had declined, she felt an inexplicable kinship upon seeing Gu Qianxue and Chen Linglong. Now, witnessing Gu Qianxue being bullied, how could she remain calm? Senior sister, Chen Linglong was so incensed she was nearly jumping. The ragtag members of the Xianxia sect cannot bear to lose. When a younger falter, the older intervene. How shameless. With a loud cry, she rushed to save Gu Qianxue. At that moment, the immortal Miaoshan intervened, declaring, "Allow me." With a fleeting motion, she soared into the air like a goddess, holding a jade vial from which she extracted a willow branch. With a flick of the branch, a stream of willow leaves flew towards the colossal sword. Upon contact with the colossal sword, it instantly vanished, transforming into a yellow talisman, which erupted in a resounding boom, igniting into ashes. Santong, what business do you have meddling in the affairs of the younger generation? The immortal Miaoshan stated coldly. Who would have thought? It is indeed Santong, the esteemed elder of the Xianxia sect's Miaoshan talisman lineage, resorting to bullying the young. The surrounding onlookers expressed their disdain. Chapter 77, United Against a Common Foe. Su Santong appeared to have turned a deaf ear as he retrieved a pill to administer to Yi Tianlong, with the essence of the pill coursing through him. Yi Tianlong finally began to recover, expressing his gratitude to Su Santong. Disciple thanks you, Master Su, for your assistance. Su Santong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, as long as you are well, that is sufficient. He then turned to address the situation, explaining, I merely intervened upon noticing that my nephew Tianlong was in peril. How can that be construed as the strong oppressing the weak? Fairy Miaoshan interjected with a cold scoff. Pray tell, what was that earlier display of talismans transforming into swords? Had I not acted, Gu Qianxue would have perished at your hands. Su Santong retorted, but did you not intervene? Furthermore, when has it ever come to pass that disciples of the Shuangguang sect face annihilation? Fairy Miaoshan, incensed, replied, are you implying that disciples of the Yushu sect deserve their fate? Su Santong shrugged nonchalantly. Those are your words, not mine. This old man truly possessed an audacious lack of shame. Chen Lin, growing increasingly agitated, remarked in frustration, now I understand why Yi Tianlong is so shameless. He refuses to acknowledge defeat, is petty, and is utterly unreasonable. It seems it runs in the blood. You, young one, court your own demise, Chen Lin declared. Her words clear to Su Santong, who responded furiously. When did it become the prerogative of juniors to interject in the discourse of elders? Prepare to be punished. With that, a talisman flew forth, instantly transforming into a colossal hand that aimed to strike Chen Lin. Su Santong, you are far too arrogant. Do you truly believe that the Yushu sect lacks capable individuals? Fairy Miaoshan seethed, retrieving a willow branch, sending forth a leaf. Su Santong, the foremost master of the Miaoshan talisman lineage, adept in the art of talismans, faced off against Fairy Miaoshan, the head of Luojia Mountain and the sole female leader among the 12 peaks of the Yushu sect, a position that bore equal prestige to that of Tai Mountain. Take, for instance, the J-Pure vase in Fairy Miaoshan's possession. It is a divine-grade artifact of unrivaled utility, imbued with innate nectar capable of reviving the dead and mending bones, while also possessing the ability to absorb individuals. Anyone ensnared within would, in a fleeting moment, be drained of their innate essence, transformed into the very nectar itself. The willow branch atop the J-Pure vase is harvested from a celestial willow, remarkably potent, adorned with 3 leaves that have been refined by successive heads of Luojia Mountain. Each leaf wields power equivalent to that of a divine-grade artifact, one of which has been infused with spiritual energy by past leaders, delivering a strike tantamount to the full force of a half-step Tao King. This exemplifies the profound heritage of Luojia Mountain. At this moment, Fairy Miaoshan was furious. With a mere wave of her hand, she unleashed one of the leaves, which sliced through the giant hand conjured by Su Santong like a razor. The force remained undiminished as it transformed into a massive blade, hurtling towards Su Santong. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Su Santong's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily launched a talisman in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Fairy Miaoshan, do you seek to provoke a war between the Yushu sect and my Shuangguang sect? Su Santong Biyovith. Fairy Miaoshan scoffed dismissively. Su Santong, do you truly believe you are qualified to represent the Shuangguang sect? If due to this matter, your Xianxia sect intends to engage in battle with my Yushu sect, I shall accompany you until the very end. Fu Santong gritted his teeth and said, very well. Since Fairy Miaoshan has taken matters into her own hands, I shall grant you this courtesy. Farewell. Hold on. How can you strike someone and then simply leave? Fairy Miaoshan coldly retorted. Fu Santong frowned and asked, what do you mean by this, Miaoshan? She responded with a snort. Naturally. It means I intend to give you a lesson. As she spoke, the willow leaf floating in the air suddenly accelerated, transforming into a colossal blade measuring 40 meters, slicing towards Fu Santong with deadly intent. Fu Santong's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in anger, Fairy Miaoshan, we are both formidable beings. Do not presume that I fear you. You need not fear, but first, receive my strike, Miaoshan replied coldly. Fu Santong hastily prepared to defend himself. The paths of the Tao are numerous and varied, all ultimately striving towards the same goal. Naturally, those skilled in combat excel in the sword and martial arts. The path of talismans is peculiar and endlessly resourceful, often serving more as a support in battle, lacking that slight edge in direct confrontation. Faced with an attack empowered by the successive leaders of Mount Luoja, how could he possibly withstand it? His defenses crumbled like paper, and the blade was on the verge of cleaving Fu Santong in two. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent pierced through the air, intercepting Miaoshan's assault. "Fairy Miaoshan, I implore you to show mercy," a kind voice resonated. A middle-aged man appeared on the scene. Qi Haoyun, the leader of the pure Yang sword sect. The Xianxia sect comprises 7 branches, including the Shushan sword sect, the Maoshan talisman sect, and the pure Yang sword sect, of which he is one. Qi Haoyun smiled and said, "Miaoshan, might I request you to grant me this favor? If not, do not blame me for favoring Brother Fu." Qi Haoyun, such partiality. Does it imply that only your Xianxia sect possesses talent, while my Yushu sect has none? At that moment, a voice filled with domineering authority rang out. Turning to see, it was none other than Wuzong Yuan, the leader of Mount Wulong. Upon seeing him, Fairy Miaoshan's brows furrowed slightly. Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin, who had just felt a sigh of relief, found their hearts racing once again. Jiangli observed this exchange with keen interest and inquired, "Brother Xiao, why do Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin appear so anxious upon seeing the Yushu sect's ally?" Xiao Yi replied, "You've noticed, haven't you? The newcomer is Wuzong Yuan, the leader of our Yushu sect's Mount Wulong, who has long-standing grievances with Uncle Chen Lin." Wuzong Yuan, Fu Santong frowned and asked, "What do you imply?" Wuzong Yuan shrugged and coldly replied, "It is precisely as you have heard." Fu Santong suddenly chuckled. "Wuzong Yuan, if memory serves, your Mount Wulong has always been at odds with Mount Tai, and this woman is a disciple of Tai. Are you certain you wish to support her?" Wuzong Yuan snorted. "Indeed, my Mount Wulong harbors animosity towards Mount Tai, but what of it? No matter the extent of our enmity, it is merely an internal conflict within our celestial sect. Externally, we naturally set aside past grievances and unite against outside forces." Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin exchanged glances, momentarily regarding the martial master from Wulong Mountain with newfound respect. Within the celestial sect, this martial master had frequently troubled them at Tai Mountain, even reaching a point of tension with their own master. They had anticipated he would complicate matters for them, yet were surprised to hear his words. Fu Santong clenched his teeth and demanded, "Wuzong Yuan, Miaoshan, what do you intend to do?" "Apologize," Wuzong Yuan retorted coldly. "Impossible." Fu Santong furrowed his brow. Wuzong Yuan turned to Qi Haoyun and said, "Qi Haoyun, do you mean to instigate a great battle, allowing the 4 leading figures of our 2 celestial sects to clash? What if it escalates into a full-blown conflict between our 2 sects? Such a shame it would be, as the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb promises boundless opportunities, which we would then forfeit." Chapter 78, Entering the Demon Emperor's Tomb. Qi Haoyun and Fu Santong's expressions darkened in unison. Under normal circumstances, they would stand firm. But now, with a trivial misunderstanding threatening to ignite hostility between their sects and jeopardizing their chance at the Demon Emperor's tomb, they could not bear to face their sect. After all, it was Fu Santong who had initiated the conflict by bullying the weak. Taking a deep breath, Qi Haoyun urged, "Brother Fu, apologize. The Demon Emperor's tomb is paramount." With gritted teeth, Fu Santong replied, "I apologize." Wuzong Yuan interjected, "Fu Santong, it seems you have misunderstood. You are not apologizing to me, but rather to Gu Qinxue. You want me to apologize to a junior?" Fu Santong exploded in indignation. Wuzong Yuan scoffed. "What, are you unwilling? Then a battle it shall be." Qi Haoyun frowned and cautioned, "Brother Fu, think of the greater good." Reluctantly, Fu Santong turned to Gu Qinxue and said, "I apologize. We must go." At this moment, Fu Santong had lost all composure and swiftly vanished from sight. The crowd buzzed with astonishment at seeing him genuinely apologize to a junior. Gu Qinxue addressed Master Miaoshan and Martial Master Wuzong, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Wuzong Yuan waved his hand dismissively, "Do not thank me. My actions are not for your benefit, but merely to uphold the dignity of my Yushu Shinzo. Yet, your master remains absent while their disciple is bullied." Master Miaoshan clarified, "Brother Wuzong may have misunderstood. Brother Chen Lin has already entered the Demon Emperor's tomb." "What? He has already entered the tomb?" Wuzong Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Look, the energy emanating from the Demon Emperor's tomb is diminishing." Just then, A stir swept through the crowd. Indeed, the Demon Emperor's tomb was on the verge of opening. Wu Zongyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he summoned the Seven Treasures Golden Lotus to shield himself, rushing toward the tomb. Inside the Demon Emperor's tomb, as Wu Zongyuan successfully entered first, it immediately attracted countless formidable beings who eagerly stepped into the tomb of the Demon Emperor. The enchanting fairy Miaoshan followed closely behind and, like Chen Lin, found herself appearing above an endless expanse of ocean upon entering the tomb. Unlike Chen Lin, who was bewildered, Fairy Miaoshan's eyes sparkled with wonder as she exclaimed, "Could this be the Azure Lotus Sea, the fabled birthplace of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor?" It is said that before his demise, he brought it into the tomb of the Demon Emperor. It appears to be true. The Azure Lotus Sea, an ancient domain, derived its name from the existence of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor. Within the tomb of the Demon Emperor, nurtured over eons, countless opportunities must surely be concealed. Gazing across the sea, numerous small islands dotted the landscape, and it was evident that fortunes awaited on these isles. With a sudden impulse, Fairy Miaoshan descended toward the nearest island. Her divine consciousness swept across the area, revealing the situation of the isle with clarity. At its center stood a diminutive tree that caught her attention as an endless stream of spiritual energy surged toward it. Atop the tree grew a vibrant red fruit, while beneath it lay a colossal beast, even taller than the tree itself, peacefully slumbering. Could this be the 10th grade medicinal herb, the pure Yang vermilion fruit? At that moment, multitudes of powerful beings and leaders entered the tomb of the Demon Emperor, arriving in this sea region. The fortune of the small island immediately drew their attention, igniting fierce competition among them as they fought tooth and nail to seize the opportunity, causing the entire sea to erupt with commotion. Fairy Miaoshan arrived at the island and effortlessly dispatched the giant beast. Though large, it was merely at the harmonization realm and posed no challenge to her. Elated, she was about to pluck the pure Yang vermilion fruit when, suddenly, a sharp sword intent surged from behind. Startled, Fairy Miaoshan swiftly dodged. The sword intent whistled past as a figure darted forward, snatching the pure Yang vermilion fruit with a satisfied grin. "Huh, the pure Yang vermilion fruit. Consuming this will surely heal my injuries. Chen Lin, just wait. Once I emerge from the tomb of the Demon Emperor, you shall regret it." The intruder was none other than the previously weakened Bai Mei Zhenjun, who had entered the tomb before her. Now, Bai Mei Zhenjun exuded an air of arrogance and fury, completely shedding the frailty he had displayed outside the tomb. The pure Yang vermilion fruit, a sacred healing elixir of the highest grade, was within his grasp. Witnessing the theft of the fruit, Fairy Miaoshan's fury ignited. "Who are you? And why have you stolen my pure Yang vermilion fruit?" Bai Mei Zhenjun retorted disdainfully, "What I seize first is naturally mine. There is no question of theft. Since I am in good spirits, and you are a woman, be gone quickly." Fairy Miaoshan, incensed, demanded, "Hand over the pure Yang vermilion fruit." With a resounding strike, she unleashed a palm toward Bai Mei Zhenjun. This technique was known as the Great Grief Palm, one of the premier skills of the King tier. Luojia Mountain boasted two grand palm techniques, the Great Grief Palm and the Great Compassion Palm. The Great Compassion Palm excels in offense, while the Great Mercy Palm specializes in defense. As the techniques were unleashed, the venerable white-browed true monarch immediately recognized them. His anger flaring, "The Great Compassion Palm of the Yushu immortal sect from Mount Luojia. You are Miaoshan. Although you're not Chen Lin, I shall make you my target." The white-browed true monarch had been feeling utterly stifled these past few days. It was a tremendous humiliation for a dignified true monarch of transformation to be defeated by a mere grandmaster of the cave, profound realm. He vowed to reclaim his lost dignity and ensure that Chen Lin paid a blood price for this affront. The title of the first sword immortal of the Taixian domain was rightfully his. However, he did not anticipate encountering Miaoshan here. Since he was currently at a disadvantage against Chen Lin, it seemed prudent to target Miaoshan instead. "You are the white-browed true monarch," Miaoshan deduced instantly. The white-browed true monarch scoffed, "Indeed, I am white-brow. Thus you may die." With a fierce sword intent, he struck towards Miaoshan once more. Miaoshan's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted, "White-browed true monarch, I am the head of the Yushu immortal sect from Mount Luojia. Do you truly dare to kill me?" The white-browed true monarch dismissed her concerns. "This is the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Who would know if I killed you?" blamed Chen Lin for being affiliated with the Yushu immortal sect. Miaoshan, alarmed, waved her hand, sending a flurry of willow leaves to intercept the sword intent. The white-browed, true monarch let out a disdainful snort, dismissing her defense as insignificant. In an instant, the leaves were shattered, and the sword intent surged forward, relentless and unstoppable. Unfortunately for Miaoshan, despite the white-browed true monarch's injuries, he remained a formidable true monarch of transformation, and she stood no chance against him. With a single strike, she nearly met her demise beneath his blade. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she declared, "Whitebrow, this may indeed be the tomb of the demon emperor. But do you truly believe no one will know if you kill me?" The white-browed, true monarch retorted with fury. "Such knowledge is not for the likes of you to possess." Another strike followed, even more potent and fierce than the last. Miaoshan, no longer daring to resist, gritted her teeth and fled in a hasty retreat. The white-browed, true monarch snorted derisively. Did she think she could escape? In a flash, he pursued her relentlessly. Chapter 79. Capturing the Senior Sister. Chen Lin had not been idle during his days in the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Upon entering, he encountered the Huodo and acquired its precious bones. Regrettably, the flesh of the Huodo was lost to the sea, swallowed by its depths. This experience revealed to him that the ocean itself was a colossal beast. To fall into its waters was akin to plunging into a tiger's den. After several days of searching, he finally learned of the Gudiao. After considerable effort, he managed to slay it and procure its precious bones, collecting materials from its blood, teeth, feathers, and various body parts, equivalent to ninth-grade resources. As for the flesh of the Gudiao, it naturally became his sustenance. On a small island, he was preparing a fire, ready to feast heartily. This is no ordinary meat. It harbors immense energy that, if not consumed promptly, will dissipate over time. As the meat of the Gudiao reached the brink of doneness, exuding a rich aroma, two figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. Chen Lin cursed his misfortune. Just as he prepared to conceal his presence, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. Sister Miaoshan. What met his gaze was the sight of Miaoshan, bloodied and in a state of distress, fleeing desperately, while the white-eyebrow true lord, wielding his sword with a frenzied countenance, radiated a terrifying murderous intent. White eyebrow, you possess quite the audacity. Chen Lin soared into the air, instantly placing himself before the two. If you dare to harm Sister Miaoshan, I shall flay you alive. The white-eyebrow true lord, who had been wildly pursuing Miaoshan, was momentarily paralyzed with fear upon seeing Chen Lin. Chen Lin, he cried out, abandoning his pursuit of Miaoshan and turning to flee. Damn it, how could I have encountered him? Chen Lin, do not be so arrogant. Wait until my injuries heal, and I will settle the score with you. As White Eyebrow attempted to escape, Chen Lin, filled with rage, pursued him relentlessly. How dare you pursue Sister Miaoshan? You shall do not chase anymore. Miaoshan, having exhausted her magical energy from her frantic escape, felt an immense relief upon seeing Chen Lin. In that moment, she seemed to lose all vitality, uttering her final words before plummeting from the sky. Chen Lin was taken aback, no longer caring about pursuing the white-eyebrow true lord, and instantly appeared before Miaoshan, catching her in his arms. With another swift motion, they arrived on a small island. Seeing the weakened Miaoshan caused Chen Lin's heart to ache profoundly. He softly inquired, Sister, are you all right? As he spoke, he produced a white fruit for her to consume. This fruit, known as the 100-Spirit Fruit, was obtained on this very island and could restore magical energy. The Gudiao had discovered it first, intending to devour it. But fate had it that Chen Lin arrived just in time, thus benefiting him. The 100-Spirit Fruit, although merely a 9th-grade spiritual material, was inferior to the Fire Spirit Zhu fruit that Miaoshan had previously encountered. However, at this moment, with Miaoshan's magical energy depleted, it was precisely what she needed. Gently, Chen Lin crushed the 100-Spirit Fruit, allowing its juice to flow into Miaoshan's body. As the medicinal properties coursed through her, her magical energy rapidly revitalized. To Chen Lin's delight, the system responded. Ding. The host has administered the 9th-grade spiritual fruit, 100-Spirit Fruit, to Miaoshan. It meets the conditions for critical hit return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 4,000 times critical hit return. Receiving Wang-grade spiritual liquid, Lingji Essence. Will you accept? Accept. Lingji Essence. It heals injuries and restores magical energy, surpassing the previous fire spirit Zhu fruit by a significant margin. Chen Lin, overjoyed, accepted the system's critical hit return. However, in the eyes of the enchanting fairy Miaoshan, Chen Lin appeared as nothing more than a reckless scoundrel, his hands tightly encircling her. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, a broad smile plastered across his face, his eyes not blinking in the slightest. "You wretched fellow, where do you think you're looking? Do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes?" Fairy Miaoshan huffed indignantly. Only then did Chen Lin come to his senses, realizing his impudence, and hastily released her, saying, "Senior sister, I did not mean to. I was merely anxious upon seeing you injured. I am sorry for letting Bai Mei escape." "Senior sister, how do you feel after I administered the Bai Ling fruit to you?" With a bitter smile, Fairy Miaoshan replied, "My magical power has recovered to 60%, but my injuries still linger." "That is easily remedied," Chen Lin declared. "I still have a bit of Lingji nectar left. You should take it without delay. Top-grade spiritual liquid. Where did you acquire such a treasure?" "This is far too precious," Fairy Miaoshan quickly declined. Chen Lin responded earnestly, "Senior sister, what do you have to refuse? Do you not understand my intentions? If we do not seize the moment now, when shall we? Both in his past life and in this present existence." Fairy Miaoshan perfectly embodied his aesthetic ideals, noble and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor, possessing the allure of a mature woman alongside the bashfulness of a pure maiden. Most importantly, she was abundantly endowed, truly a vision of beauty, far surpassing the television and film stars he had previously encountered. Cultivation is not merely a path to asceticism. Sharing the journey of immortality with the beloved woman is indeed a significant joy in life. "Senior sister," Chen Lin gently pulled Fairy Miaoshan into his embrace. The soft fragrance enveloped him, a wave of feminine essence washing over him. The closeness amidst the mountains and the softness within his hands made Chen Lin wish time would halt, allowing him to linger in this moment forever. At this instant, Fairy Miaoshan found herself entranced, basking in the warmth before her, a comforting sensation that drew her deeper into its embrace. Just as the two were lost in this exquisite feeling, an acrid smell suddenly wafted through the air. Blushing, Fairy Miaoshan exclaimed, "Is there a fire? Let it be. Even if there is a fire, can it possibly consume us?" Chen Lin replied dismissively. Fairy Miaoshan, alarmed, grasped Chen Lin's waist tightly, scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and see what is happening." "Ah, my roasted meat." Chen Lin suddenly remembered. He quickly turned to find the meat engulfed in flames. With a swift motion, he extinguished the fire, but alas, the gujiao meat had been entirely charred beyond consumption. With a wry smile, Chen Lin remarked, "It seems we are out of luck." Unable to contain herself, Fairy Miaoshan let out a soft laugh, her smile radiant. Chen Lin, captivated, found himself saying, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." "Indeed, senior sister. Quickly consume the Ganoderma lucidum essence. I shall refine its medicinal power for you," Chen Lin said, as he produced a jade vial. This place was the Qinglian Sea, the birthplace of the Qinglian demon emperor, buried for countless millennia within the demon emperor's tomb. The treasures hidden here were undoubtedly abundant, and since they had arrived, they could not afford to miss out. The Miaoshan fairy recognized the validity of Chen Lin's words. She accepted the jade vial and promptly ingested the Ganoderma lucidum essence. The potent medicinal energy immediately took effect. With the Miaoshan fairy's injuries healing and her magical power replenishing, the two set off together. Soon, they discovered a larger island than the previous one where they had roasted the goose sculpture. Upon stepping onto the island, the influx of spiritual energy invigorated their spirits. This place certainly harbored treasures. Exchanging glances, they began to search. Senior sister, did you notice? This island possesses a formation. Chen Lin, a 7th grade formation master, quickly discerned. It appeared to have been set up by someone, rather rudimentary yet deceptively intricate. The Miaoshan fairy suddenly thought of something. "Junior brother, are you suggesting that someone has arrived here before us?" "No," Chen Lin replied, shaking his head. "If my deductions are correct, the beasts on this island possess at least the realm of transformation god, awakened intelligence, and have evolved their innate abilities into divine powers, which they use to establish this formation. Anyone unfamiliar with formations who enters here may become prey to the beasts. Fortunately, they have encountered me. Senior sister, stay close. A mere formation cannot hinder us." With that, he took her hand firmly. The Miaoshan fairy blushed and instinctively attempted to pull away, but Chen Lin's grip was unyielding, leaving her no choice but to follow. Guided by Chen Lin, they swiftly navigated through the formation, which led them to a small tree that caught their attention. Surrounded by abundant spiritual energy and radiant celestial light, this tree was at least of royal grade. However, they could not afford to linger on the tree, for as they passed, a massive python suddenly appeared before them, flicking its tongue and emitting eerie sounds. Its cold gaze fixed upon Chen Lin and the Miaoshan fairy as it slowly approached. The Miaoshan fairy's expression changed dramatically. Junior brother, this is the black water giant python, a variant of the ancient beast, the black water profound serpent, possessing some of its abilities. Any creature associated with ancient beasts is not to be trifled with. The ancient 108 beasts inherently possess qualifications comparable to royal physiques and boast physical talents that far exceed them. Each ancient beast surpasses 99% of humans of the same level. This black water giant python is formidable, possessing the strength of a transformation god. Chen Lin smiled reassuringly. Senior sister, do not worry. It is merely a black water giant python. Allow me to demonstrate how I shall slay it. Through the heavenly sun's Qi observation technique. Chen Lin grasped the creature's strength entirely and felt an overwhelming confidence in his ability to defeat it. The dragon sword materialized in his grasp, and the great Zhou Tian sword technique was instantly unleashed. With a single step forward, one man wielding one sword cleaved through the air in an instant. A piercing scream echoed as the black water giant python failed to unleash even a fraction of its power before being vanquished by Chen Lin's blade. The celestial maiden Miaoshan gasped in astonishment. Her perception of her junior brother deepened. Merely 6 months prior, she had sought to claim him as her disciple. Yet now, he had effortlessly slain the black water giant python with a single stroke, so swift that she had not even witnessed the moment he drew his sword. Although she remained unaware of the true combat prowess of the giant python, one thing was abundantly clear: she was no match for him. No wonder rumors had circulated that he had, despite his mere Dongxian realm cultivation, triumphed over the venerable by Mei Zhenjun. Truth be told, her initial reaction to the rumor was disbelief, followed by the assumption that he must have launched a surprise attack or taken advantage of a moment of weakness. Now, she genuinely felt the overwhelming strength emanating from Chen Lin. Junior brother, this is a small panda tree, the celestial maiden exclaimed with delight. The panda tree bore fruit once every 30 years, producing 9 peaches each time, with each peach capable of extending one's lifespan by 30 years. Regrettably, it had yet to bear fruit. It seemed she had arrived too late. The black water giant python had likely consumed the peaches. Such treasures that could prolong life were scarce, and while they held little value for Chen Lin and Miaoshan, they were indeed priceless for those nearing the end of their lifespan. Furthermore, if refined into a medicinal pill, their efficacy would be greatly enhanced. The true rarity of the panda tree lay in its potential to concoct a king-grade longevity pill, capable of extending life by 300 years. Senior sister, this panda tree is of no use to me. Please accept it, Chen Lin offered. Miaoshan shook her head. No, you should keep it. Were it not for your slaying of the black water giant python, I doubt I would even survive to leave this place, let alone acquire this tree. Senior sister, one must not speak so. I recall you possess the jade purity bottle, which contains the 3-flavor true water that can shorten the growth period of plants. Give it to me. Do you expect me to wait 90 years for 9 peaches? Hand it over, and perhaps in a few years, we shall have peaches to enjoy. I can then gift a few to my junior brother. Miaoshan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accept the panda tree. Ding. The host has gifted the celestial maiden Miaoshan a king-grade spiritual root small panda tree, meeting the conditions for critical return. Shall it be critical? Critical. Indeed. A critical return had been triggered. The gamble had paid off. Critical success. Reward. For 1,000 times the critical return, acquiring a divine-grade spiritual root panda tree. How remarkable that it remained a panda tree. However, while it was previously a king-grade root, it had now transformed into a divine-grade root. In an instant, a surge of information flooded Chen Lin's mind. The great peach tree blossoms once every 3 centuries, bearing fruit at the end of each cycle, yielding 9 peaches that can extend life by 300 years, reviving the dead and healing the bones. Its growth period and medicinal efficacy have both increased. Not only does it prolong life, but it has also become a treasured remedy for wounds. This prompted Chen Lin to recall information about the legendary innate spiritual root peach tree he had encountered in his previous life. The peach tree, also known as the innate rainwater peach tree, is indeed a remarkable treasure. Chen Lin understood the hierarchy of such entities, ranging from the 1st to the 9th grade. with the 9th grade ascending to the royal grade, represented by the small peaches. The Great Peach Tree, known for its critical returns, lies above the royal grade, classified as a divine grade. Beyond this lies the immortal grade, and this peach tree should be referred to as the immortal peach tree. Moreover, surpassing the immortal grade are the innate spiritual roots, born from the essence of heaven and earth, which are also tiered. Conveniently, the peach tree that Chen Lin was well acquainted with is classified into 3 tiers. This particular peach tree is a cherished possession of the Queen Mother, cultivated in her peach garden, divided into 3 categories. The least mature takes 3,000 years to ripen. Consuming it can purify the body and prolong life. The second tier matures in 6,000 years, granting the consumer immortality and the path to transcendence. The finest tier takes 9,000 years to ripen, allowing one to share longevity with the sun and moon. Compared to the innate spiritual roots, the small and great peach trees seem trivial. Chen Lin shook his head, dismissing such lofty thoughts from his mind. It was absurd to aspire to innate spiritual roots when he himself had yet to attain any significant cultivation, not even reaching the status of an immortal. Chapter 81. The white brow displays his might, however, despite not matching the innate spiritual root peach tree. The great peach tree is still commendable. Tai Mountain does seem somewhat barren in comparison. Among the 12 celestial sects, he had only visited Wulong Mountain, where he sought retribution from the martial sect for resources, witnessing its prosperity, abundant treasures of heaven and earth, and even several royal-grade spiritual roots, along with a divine-grade spiritual medicine. In contrast, Tai Mountain offers only rich spiritual energy, picturesque natural scenery, and a modest courtyard, lacking in every other respect. Planting a great peach tree would indeed enhance the allure of Tai Mountain. After acquiring the treasures from the small island, the two planned to continue their search. Chen Lin's consciousness swept across the landscape, and he suddenly chuckled, realizing the irony of fate. Sister, White Brow nearly killed you. Allow me to avenge you. Miaoshan Fairy harbored a deep hatred for White Brow and nodded in agreement. Let us go. Chen Lin led Miaoshan Fairy as they soared through the skies, heading towards a massive island several dozen kilometers away. There, a chaotic battle was unfolding among powerful beings from the 3 realms of longevity. One faction was led by the true monarch White Brow from the Xianxia sect, while the other was comprised of the Ji family, headed by Ji Wuming. Not far from their fierce confrontation, a trembling orb with wings was caught in the fray. The coveted treasures of the mountain were the prize for both sides. White Eyebrow, how can you, the illustrious Lord of Creation, be injured by the mere sword immortal of purple robes, a mere master of the cave void, and relinquish the title of the foremost sword immortal of the Tai Xian domain? How can you still have the audacity to appear at the tomb of the demon emperor? Yi Wuming scoffed disdainfully. Lord White Eyebrow replied, Ji Wuming, cease your petty theatrics. Do you truly believe I, White Eyebrow, am but a child of 3, easily provoked by your trifling words? The treasure is right before us. Whoever possesses greater strength shall claim it. Words are of no consequence. Let us resolve this with our abilities. Ji Wuming furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. Very well, let us settle this with our prowess. Prepare to receive my void great hand seal. The Ji family, one of the ancient clans of the Tianyuan, is descended from emperors. The void great hand seal is among the 3 supreme techniques of the ancient void scriptures. As the eldest elder of the Ji family, Ji Wuming has mastered this technique over hundreds of years, achieving a level of perfection that unleashes terrifying power with but a flick of his wrist. An enormous hand appeared before Lord White Eyebrow in an instant. Lord White Eyebrow dismissed him with a scoff. Ji Wuming, I shall see just how formidable your void great hand seal truly is. After all, I am ranked 9th on the creation list, while you languish at 23rd. How do you intend to contend with me? The creation list comprises all cultivators of the creation realm, currently featuring 32 individuals, representing the entirety of the Tai Xian domain. The 3 great sects, 2 ancient clans, and 5 major factions encompass the entirety of this list. The Divine Dragon Sword Technique, one of the 4 royal sword techniques of the Shushan lineage, transforms a sword into a dragon, roaring forth to obliterate the void, colliding with a monstrous hand. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated as the hand's seal shattered. The void quaked, and the Nanjingli fire sword could no longer maintain its form. Reverting to its original state, Lord White Eyebrow grasped the Nanjingli fire sword and lunged at Ji Wuming, unleashing a formidable sword intent that surged toward him. Ji Wuming was taken aback, flipping his hand to reveal a mirror. This was the Haotian mirror, a divine artifact under his stewardship as the Elder. It ranks just below the legendary celestial weapon within the Ji family. The Haotian mirror can emit a beam of Haotian divine light, causing instant disarray of the soul upon contact. Many strong adversaries have perished at his hands because of this treasure. Faced with the Haotian divine light, Lord White Eyebrow furrowed his brow and was compelled to evade. However, Ji Wuming clearly had no intention of relenting, continuously unleashing the divine light from the mirror, relentlessly assaulting Lord White Eyebrow. As Lord White Eyebrow dodged repeatedly, managing to evade each strike, he found himself increasingly disheveled by the relentless onslaught of the Haotian mirror. A surge of anger welled within him, and he coldly remarked, "Ji Wuming, I admit the Haotian mirror indeed prevents me from approaching you. But do you believe I am without recourse? You ought to know that my most powerful strike, White Eyebrow, is the 10,000 swords returning to the sect." Boom! With a single thought, I command 10,000 swords, shaking the heavens, splitting the earth, suspending mountains, and overturning seas. Here comes the sword. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The vast ocean behind surged violently, with countless droplets of seawater suspended in midair, transforming into lethal swords that radiated a fierce and formidable intent. The spectacle was both dense and terrifying. The venerable Bai Mei Zhenjuan scoffed, "I must extend my gratitude to Chen Lin, were it not for his victory over me, allowing my myriad swords to achieve their ultimate form. I would not possess such immense power. You, Ji Wuming, shall become my inaugural opponent since the culmination of my myriad swords." With that, a torrential downpour of swords rained down upon Ji Wuming and his companions. The faces of Ji Wuming and his allies paled in dread. This was the myriad swords returning to the sect, having reached the zenith of transforming all things into swords. We are utterly no match for him. There is no evading this onslaught. We must withstand it. Quickly, summon the Void Shield. The members of the Ji clan hastily executed the same incantation, and a translucent shield manifested before them, providing protection for all. Bai Mei Zhenjuan coldly derided, "A mere shield cannot obstruct my myriad swords returning to the sect. You underestimate the unparalleled sword techniques of Xushan." With a cacophony, the rain of swords descended, shattering the shield. The Ji clan members were instantly struck by countless swords formed from the very seas. A massive crater appeared before them. Ji Wuming knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly disheveled, while the remaining Ji clan masters lay strewn on the ground, unconscious or worse. The first seat, formidable in his current prowess, would undoubtedly triumph effortlessly against the purple-robed Sword Immortal, solidifying his title as the foremost Sword Immortal of the Taishan domain. What is Chen Lin? He merely capitalized on the first seat as momentary lapse and a surprise attack to claim victory. Does he truly believe that his trivial cultivation as a Dongxian giant can confront the esteemed first seat? The true monarch of creation is beyond his comprehension. Unlike the numerous formidable figures of the Ji clan, the masters of the Xianxia sect were utterly awestruck. Truly, the first seat of their Xushan sword lineage embodied unparalleled strength. This level of combat prowess was beyond their reach. It was overwhelming. If they had felt a sense of might from Chen Lin's swordplay in the past, today, under the onslaught of Bai Mei Zhenjuan's swords, they experienced nothing short of despair. There was no escape. They could only brace themselves for impact. Yet, they were to withstand not just thousands, but tens of thousands, or even millions of swords, descending upon them like torrential rain. Bai Mei Zhenjuan clearly reveled in the chaos, relishing the moment, completely immersed in self-adulation. He arrogantly proclaimed, "Chen Lin, nothing more than a mere dog. Once I deal with them and seize the treasures of the mountain, his demise shall be inevitable."